If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Just a moment. It's just the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. It's just the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire.
All right, we're here with GamerLegion now ahead of the lobby, and we're gonna just go down the line, I guess. We'll go PR first. Hey, how are you doing this morning?
I mean, pretty good, but I was waiting for an elevator like 18 minutes today, so that caught me off guard.
Dude, it was crazy, wasn't it? Like, I remember I was standing there, and it was like 10 minutes, and then I get in the one, and I realize, oh, this isn't even the right floor. Like, it's crazy. It's going up. I feel like those elevators are crazy, so we're going to be having to keep an eye on that. Some players might miss some games. It's wild out there at the moment. But obviously, you guys coming into this event, GamerLegion really performed at the last tournament. You know, Fort Worth was incredible for you guys going into that event. So, I mean, that's got to fill you full of confidence coming into this tournament.
I mean, it did. It feels good to hit playoffs again after such a long time and play in front of the crowd. It was really nice feeling. So I think we gained a little bit of confidence, and we're gonna do our best. And if we play good and have maybe some little bit of luck, we can hit the playoffs here as well.
Well, we got a young player here in PR, but you now have Snacks leading the team right now. How has that been? I'm sure. Did you watch like Snacks as a young kid when you were watching him play? Do you remember his like big moments and when he was like a star player in Counter-Strike at the top?
To be honest, I wasn't watching Counter-Strike back then, so I mean, he's pretty good, yeah. But I watched some. He was showing me some clips, like when he was young, how he was playing. You know, I remember some ace on Mirage in BEPS with USP. So yeah, he was pretty good back then.
Yeah, he was pretty good. Snacks was pretty good. But now, obviously, having to take more of a leading role. He was playing incredibly well as well at the last event, though. Like Snacks was having some master classes going on there. So, how's that been, sort of coming into the team? Like, have you learned anything from Snacks? He's staring at you right now, by the way. Pressure's on.
I learned a lot of things. He's
everything you know.
Everything I know is going behind that guy. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely not scared of him, and he's the best, guys.
Yeah, Snacks is the best. Well, let's go talk to Snacks, shall we? He has invited us basically with the stare down. I mean, you've just been so funny and entertaining. That's what it is. I mean, obviously, rolling back the years, though, Snacks at the last event you were popping off, playing really well back in Fort Worth. So, you know, individually had some great maps coming into it. Into GamerLegion again. How is Snacks developed as an in-game leader from the last time you played in GamerLegion to now coming back for another time?
I developed very good. With the help of my coach and second coach, or Astralis. I don't know how we call Dennis in our team. He's a part of a membership, a family membership here. So I think they're helping me a lot, especially with the individual form as well. I did some upgrades, let's say. It was good last time, but I wasn't sick, and now I feel a little bit sick, so I don't know how it's gonna be, you know. Last time when I was sick, I got the worst rating in my life.
Oh, so we'll keep an eye on that then. But you know, you stood in here in America a couple of years ago in Dallas. I remember a big performance. Then you guys went to the final, so that was insane. You feel like you've got some good form when you come to the USA. It feels like you're getting to the finals all the time at this point.
I know back in the days I always loved to come here. They have a lot of good barbecues and food, and I'm enjoying myself here. But last, let's say, 8 months, I was trying to a little bit fix my health issues, let's say, and a little bit get rid of my fat, you know. And after 2 weeks here already, I'm like I think 2 weeks is too much to be in America, you know. I'm gonna become big as, I don't know, 2 years ago.
It's real hard, you know, and you guys were here obviously between Fort Worth and now, so you've had like a week off. So what did you guys get up to? Did you have some good barbecue? Did you have some good meals?
I mean, I had Fogo de Chao, Korean barbecue, and the Cheesecake Factory, like usually the trio I'm always coming to. I had the terrace back with my wife as well. I'm probably gonna visit some as well still.
Yeah. I mean, we're here in Atlanta. You guys got to get some peaches. You got to get some peach cobbler. That's what I picked up yesterday. It was pretty damn good. So you got to try that.
I should try that?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I'm looking for it then.
Yeah, it's real good. You know, the Cheesecake Factory menu, it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Bro, it's like, I feel like, did you show the calories there? I feel like it's I don't know, I think it's a cup, like, really, like, I don't know.
Yeah, the calories are like 2,000 calories for one, like, pasta dish. But the menu is like this thick, dude. It's crazy.
It is. I mean, whatever you want to eat there, you can eat everything, but you're not going to have a space for cheesecake after.
I always find some space for the cheesecake. What's your go-to cheesecake at Cheesecake Factory?
I mean, usually... I mean, I don't know, actually. It's random, you know. I always take the Caesar salad, you know.
Okay.
And they are asking the big one or small one. I'm taking the small one. It's big as fuck, you know.
Yeah. No, dude, you never have to order anything big here in America, that's for sure. But okay, so coming into this event, a question about the Counter-Strike. Obviously, some great form coming out of Fort Worth. I think Vitality obviously kind of humbled you in the first map, but coming back to that second, some really cool performances from you guys in that final. Were you proud of the team to not completely disappear when you got banged out by Vitality there?
I think, yeah. I mean, the Mirage was tough, obviously, and they crushed us. But then on Overpass we bounced back, so I can tell there is a resilience in the team that we want to fight still, even there is something not going in our way. So yeah, I'm really happy that we could have fighted on the Overpass and probably with one maybe pistol, because we lost both of them. Yeah. We could have taken the map and go to the third one, so yeah, it was nice.
All right, coming into Atlanta, what's your expectations of this event? Like looking at GamerLegion, have you had a conversation about what you expect to get here?
I mean, last time in Atlanta, I don't know what was last time mine in Atlanta. I remember 2017. It was tough in the final, you know. I hope it's gonna be final again, yeah, but maybe not against Astralis.
We all remember that one. Has PR even watched that game? I don't even know if he's seen that game.
I don't know. I probably play more Counter-Strike than he is on this planet, you know.
Yeah, that's.
How old are you? 13?
I'm 18.
18 years old. Okay.
I started in 2000, so.
Oh wow, that's the year I was born. So I'll see you later, Snacks. Thank you very much. But let's go talk to some of the other younger players on the team. We got Towson here. I got a chair. Hell yeah. How are you doing coming into Atlanta?
I'm doing good coming in. We had like a week off. I mean, we played CS, but we had some time off, so it was nice.
What'd you do?
Went to the pool, ate some good food.
Got sick?
Got sick as well. Yeah.
That's not good. What kind of sickness are we talking? Like fever, or were we like hiding in bed, or?
I mean, not fever. It's like a sore throat and a blocked nose and a headache as well. So.
All right, it's passed?
Not really.
Oh shit! Gonna zoom away. Yeah, it's okay. I'll pick it up as the event goes on, I'm sure. But okay, so classic lamb flu symptoms. I mean, obviously for GamerLegion, massive result coming in Fort Worth. Do you feel like the sickness is going to affect you guys coming into this week, or are we going to keep an eye on that?
Nah, we're pretty used to this, to be honest. I think PR has like sickness every event we play almost, so yeah, we're used to it.
What are we going to do to boost his immune system? We get some more barbecue in, or?
We're going to kick him out of the team.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. He can't be around people. All right.
No, when this is coming, you need to get rid of it, you know?
Yeah, the weak link. Cut out the weakness. But okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. You know, what's your biggest enjoyment so far this year, Towson? Because I think last year we got to see some great performances from you individually. GamerLegion had a lot, I think it was positive things towards the start of last year, then obviously fizzled out. And we didn't get to see you guys for a long time. So what's been the best thing about this year for you inside of this GamerLegion squad?
I think the best thing for us this year is probably winning on the big stage against Astralis. I think that was like the biggest highlight so far of 2026. And then, yeah, let's see if we can continue with that performance in this event.
All right, looking forward to it. Well, thank you very much. That's GamerLegion ahead of Atlanta. Excited to see it. Hopefully they all feel better. I mean, best of luck getting better. And hopefully PR can, you know, get that immune system boosted a little bit, get some vitamins or something.
Hopefully.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll see you guys later. Rez, anything you really wanted to say on the microphone? Is there anything in particular you really want to get out there into the world?
I mean, I think I have a good history here in America. And I think
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. We're not in Oakland, but
particular event, right?
yeah. All those many centuries ago back then. But coming in, do you feel like you're still riding a high from Oakland? How does that really feel when coming into Atlanta?
Yeah, of course, it always feels good, like when I'm here. And I mean, I don't think I'm riding that high anymore, but still, like every time. I mean, this place has a special place in my heart always, and that's why I really enjoy playing here. And so yeah, hopefully I can bring another trophy back from this place, and that would be sick.
That would be sick. I mean, you guys, like, I would say, from the outside perspective, we probably wouldn't have considered GamerLegion a team that could do a lot of damage if it wasn't for Fort Worth. But that has kind of changed everybody's perspective now on your team. And I think coming into a tournament like this, where the field is not necessarily the strongest, I think we do feel very confident about GamerLegion and what you guys can do. Do you feel that same sentiment?
Yeah, of course. I think even like when we went to the in Fort Worth event, we went really far, like much farther than we probably expected. Like I think after that event, we kind of realized like, damn, we can win against these teams, and we can actually win an event here. And I think going into this event is definitely like the same thing. And I would say the teams here are in a similar caliber as the previous event. So I definitely think we have a good shot here, and that's what we want to do.
Well, there's one big team here that's the same. It's obviously Vitality. So when you guys played them, what do you kind of take away from that game when you look back on it?
I mean, what I would say is like, you can feel that they're humans.
Okay.
They're not robots, and they are beatable.
And they haven't been practicing. They've been out in like Yosemite and having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, that's like what Rob said. Like, if anyone can beat them, it should be like around this time, right? And yeah, maybe this event, who knows?
And if they do win, even dominantly in this scenario, the next one, there's another one. But yeah, I mean, this is an event where I know personally, I'm feeling very confident. I'm excited to see GamerLegion play. But you mentioned something that happened a long time ago, which is the Oakland performance. But another player that's around at that time was obviously Snacks, But he's back, and you've got to play with him for a while now. How's that feeling, playing with Snacks?
I mean, it's definitely a cool experience, because you can really feel his experience, that he's been around for a long time, and he has a really nice, good view on the game. And I think like he thinks very similar to me and how we view Counter-Strike, because I mean, we're not from the exact same era of Counter-Strike, but kind of similar maybe, that we developed in the same era as like Astralis and all those teams that had these like knew all these metas. And I think that's why we think so alike right now. And I think that's nice, and I'm very comfortable around him.
Yeah, so PR hasn't even watched him, man. He wasn't even watching Counter-Strike back when Snacks was top of the world. So it's pretty crazy. Is that crazy for you to realize you're playing with teammates like that young?
Yeah, I just feel like the time flies by so quick when you see these kids, but it's fun. It's fun as well to like be in their, what can you say, like development, like their progress, and it's really fun to see these kids develop.
Yeah, because you were obviously one of those players, and a very young player coming into a team of experienced players. So, do you have anything you've learned from your experience in your career that you can maybe pass on to them? Maybe we can help PR stop getting sick every event, as they were saying.
And that's one of the main goals right now. I think I feel like he's sick every event, but look at him.
Yeah. As long as he's sick in the server too,
Sorry?
As long as he's sick in the server as well.
That is fine. That is okay. But I mean, I do my absolute best to like bring my experience to them, and like, all these things.
Well, one of the big problems for GamerLegion has been the AWPer, right? Over the recent months, like it's been hard to find like a consistent AWPer to fit into the team. Hypex was popping off at the last event. Like he had some crazy moments. So I'm sure that gives you a lot of confidence as a team when you can look down at your AWPer and see him capable of pulling off big highlight plays.
Of course, I think. I felt it like as soon as he joined the team, like I saw it, like when this guy gets comfortable with us and gets the experience he needs, he's gonna perform really well. And I'm starting to see it now that he gets more and more comfortable, and you can see in the server that he's starting to get these highlights that he had in, I don't know, like in BetClick and all like those teams that he played in. Like he's a flashy AWPer, and he can do these insane highlights, and he just needs to be comfortable. I can see that it's happening now. Yeah,
he gave us one of the moments to get excited about when everything felt kind of flat in the arena. Back when you were playing in Fort Worth, that overpass clip on the A-bomb side, like that was the big highlight one. So I guess I should go talk to him about it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Got it.
All right, thank you very much, Rez. Appreciate it. All right, we'll move over and talk to Hypex real quick. Hypex, we just want to touch you real quick. Obviously, you've given us a lot to shout about and get excited about from the last event, some flashy alt plays. I was just talking to Rez about how we're starting to see you hit those clips and those plays that you were hitting in your other teams. So have you just started to feel a lot more comfortable finally inside of this GamerLegion team?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a growing system. Like, I came with a lot of pressure on me, I think. As I said before, I felt stressed every event. I think now it's just getting better and better, getting more comfortable. And yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of potential in this lineup. So yeah, I'm happy to show what I can do.
So obviously you see all the All-Pros were just getting cut over and over again in GamerLegion before you. So did that add like a certain level of pressure coming into it? Like knowing that, or if I don't perform, I'm just next on the long list of GamerLegion All-Pros that didn't work out?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it straight away. I was like, I knew what happened here before. So yeah, I had a lot of pressure coming in, a lot of eyes on me, a lot of HLTV guys saying shit, but I just tried to not read it at some point and then just carry on. I mean, they believed in me after the New Year's when they didn't swap me out, so that gave me a lot of confidence as well.
Yeah, some belief in your teammates to back you, and obviously you've seen some results from it now. So Fort Worth, you stepped up. You had my favorite highlight of the event in terms of the op department with on the A-bomb side, so of Overpass. So for you, an event like that, I mean, you're just excited to just get going again in Atlanta and try and continue that form?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the event's going to be better now, personally. Yeah. I don't think I had some bad 2 games in the middle of the event, but yeah, I'm glad that in the last game I got some highlights against Vitality. We could have pulled that overpass through. Who knows what would have happened on Nuke. I mean, it's Vitality at the end of the day. So yeah, I mean, we're happy that we were able to perform on the second map.
All right, so what has been one of the things you've done to try and get like mentally, I guess, stronger from when you started GamerLegion to now, where you're feeling more confident? What's some of the methods you've taken to get into a better mentality?
I mean, I just realised that what people say doesn't really matter. I mean, everyone just hates for the hating reason. I mean, Zai was the GOAT and everyone hates on him, so he basically makes not a lot of mistakes and everyone hates. So I think it doesn't matter. I just don't read it anymore. And if I do see something, I just laugh. I think that's the most important thing.
Oh, you can shut him up with some good plays in the server, and that's the main thing. So, well, looking forward to seeing you guys play here in Atlanta and hoping we get some more highlights. So,
cheers,
thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So, yeah, that's GamerLegion here in Atlanta.
We found the tourists, I think we would call them. They come to Counter-Strike events. They don't practice, they win them, and then they go on mini vacations. So right now, we've got a Mezzi and we've got a Zaiwu. The rest of them, I imagine, still taking photos, sir.
Could be still on holiday. I don't know, actually. I don't know what they're doing.
Was it nice to disconnect from what would we call them? The young 3, Rops, Flamesy, and Zaiwu, the Rapscallions. You were away for them for a couple of days.
I was a little worried for them, to be honest. You never know what could happen. I think Rops is... if it was just Flamesy and Zoe, I think the bear would have taken them, I think. But I think with how lucky Zoe...
Well, hold up, mate, hold up. I need you to... Sorry, mate, sorry, sir. I need you to talk on the microphone.
Okay, we could have done 1 Flamesy gets 100 beer. I think he's gonna still win it.
Really? You back your boy that much?
He didn't see him in the wood, he was crazy.
100 Flamesy against 1 bear.
Well, hold up. Guys, where am I going? What are we doing? You can't, this is Inception vlogging. This is Inception vlogging here. Film the cameraman, not me. Oh, film us. Okay, hold up, wait, hold up. I need to use this hand.
Fuck the lobby, mate. No, sorry, yeah. What's up?
I'm here to try and do fun stuff. You know, you guys have been having a lot of fun.
Yes, we had a lot of fun. Me and Matthew and Robin in Yosemite. Michelin team on Apex and Mezzi.
Have they come back like 15 kilos heavier and you guys, are looking more...
I think they walked a lot.
We prepared. We only had 2 meals a day, so we had the restaurant in the evening and like a brunch lunch time, and then made sure we did some paddle, some gym. The goal was not to gain any weight. I still want to see if we've been able to do it, but we were very clever with how we did it. We didn't want to gain too much weight, so...
Okay, perfect. It's not... I was going to make a UFC reference, but I don't know if anyone...
You're Joe Rogan of Counter-Strike.
You did say that to me. Don't say that on there. That's going to...
He's cancelled? He's like a...
Look, he's a divisive figure, mate. People either love him or hate him.
Okay, I don't know. He's just up in the UFC business. Like,
yeah, he's there a lot, isn't he?
And you're up in CS business. Like,
yeah, I'd hope so.
Yeah, so...
Unless maybe I'm in the wrong place.
No, I think you're in the right place.
Why didn't you want to go to watch the basketball with the boss man?
But to be honest, I'm not I'm not a big basketball guy.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, I'm not a big sports guy. No, to be honest, I'm not. But Robin trip was sounded a bit more fancy to me. He recommended nature, hiking. I'm all about that life.
But there was 3 teams. Was he part of Jack? Were you part of the Mezzi Apex team or? Jeez, he was on his own team.
His own team. Him and Matt. Yeah, do you not see them on live television? Yes.
I did see it. I thought to myself, you're paying this guy too much.
I will no comment on that.
He was courtside, mate. Those tickets can't be cheap. Is that coming out of your prize money?
We were courtside.
It looked like you were courtside.
They were pretty good seats, I heard, but I don't know. They have connections. Jack has connections. Apparently, he's got some people inside of the NBA getting him good tickets.
Do you want to officially comment on this, sir? Hold up. Let me bring the microphone. This has been the most chaotic mic session.
The truth is, Mathieu, being the French superstar that he is, has some connections with both Rudy Gobert and Victor Wembanyama. So he was able to pull some strings and help us get a good discount on tickets. But they were not courtside. We actually tried to sneak courtside at the end of the game because of blowout, and the security were really unhappy with us.
I can imagine so. But you mentioned 2 basketball players. Can you maybe give me Australian sporting athletes of all time who they would be compared to? Because I'm Ian Thorpe, mate. Yeah.
He's making a very specific reference there.
I see. Okay. Big hands.
Well, yeah, big hands, big feet.
Big hands.
I mean,
Big Ed.
Oh, he's a freak, mate. There's no one like him.
Okay.
He's
what's up? But Zywu, because he's the king of French Counter-Strike, is he up there with those boys? He going out hanging out with the NBA guys?
I think at the moment Zyu's ahead of Wemby. Wemby's young.
Okay.
He's got a lot of potential, but like he doesn't have the level of dominance. But he could be as dominant as Matsu.
Okay.
I'd say that Wemby's at the level of like maybe Shane Warne. It's really Australian reference. He could. It'll be a race between Zywu and Wemby as who is the greatest French performer of all time.
Wow. Okay. That sounds great.
Although Wemby goes to like Tibetan monasteries in his off season, Shane Warne had different extracurricular activities.
His were of a different lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, spin bowler. Yeah. Yeah, okay, the Brits know, yeah. The French not really into the cricket, I don't imagine. Let me go and grill some of these. We're going to mix things up. I'm going down the other end. Sorry, I'm whacking people. And here we go. Mr. Robin Call, were you the planner of the Yosemite trip?
I initiated it, yeah.
Would you recommend that to other people who you may be going to the States thinking, is Yosemite a good place to go? Would you recommend it?
100%.
Okay, so what were the highlights there besides the bear?
Oh, we had 2 days, so there's a lot of things to do. Mostly, I was like, take the different trails and hike. We didn't have time to do that, so we just got to know the valley. The valley itself is really massive. We saw all the mountains. We rode bikes. I think the bikes were the highlight for us. We just, did a whole tour in the valley with the bikes. Talked to some locals, talked to some people who have climbed the mountains there and what it's like, and some people just go chill and they watch their family members they climb the El Capitan, for example, and that's really cool.
Nice. I woke up this morning, obviously as a degenerate like I am, over my phone, Instagram. I saw you put up a bunch of pictures and that looks beautiful.
It's one of my bucket list destinations.
Okay, all right, that's cool.
I'll definitely go back when I can.
Okay, nice. Matthew, did you have a good time out there in the wilderness?
Yeah, it was perfect. Like the view, the valley, all the people there was insane, and we have a good time all together as a team.
Okay, so yeah.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say you're only there for 2 days, so what were you doing with the rest of the time?
Actually, what do you mean the rest of the time? Like
the first 2 days we stayed in Dallas, played a bit of CS, because actually, when I was doing the planning, it really depended on the weather. So we arrived Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in Yosemite, and actually the days before, so right after Fort Worth, the Monday, Tuesday, it was like less than 10 degrees Celsius. It was really cold in Yosemite those days. So we chose those 3 days to be there, and the 2 days we spent fully there. And it kind of depended on the weather. And the rest of the time, Monday, Tuesday, we just played CS in Fort Worth.
Okay, so well, North American Counter-Strike. I asked some of the teams about that, but I guess, did you travel straight from Yosemite to here? So you guys came as like different groups, or did you different groups? So was it fun to be away from some of the other guys for a while?
Yeah, we're tired of each other, so it's been good to be released of it. So finally we came back, but it was good to far away of the staff, the leader, all these two star players, and finally.
Okay, well, great. All right, so. I guess this is a type of tournament where everyone's thinking it's going to be another Vitality Trophy lift, another Vitality Na'Vi final. Is this, look, you guys get these questions all the time, so I'm sure you're fed up of like, oh, you know, you're here to win. We know you're not practicing. We know you've been hanging out, but you can warm into the tournament. There's not that many good teams here. Like, we got to be fair about that. We can't be bullshitting anybody. We'd be lying, Dan, and we don't want to do that. We want to be honest. Yeah. So you come here, the expectation, like I've seen it in the interviews, it's, you know, when we're here, we want to win. But lifting another trophy in a row, are you trying to go for, you know, 7 straight like last season? How can we make it better? Matthew, what can we do to make the winning better? Is it possible to make the winning better?
I mean, winning is winning. Like, it's always good to win in a way. Even though maybe like in Dallas, we didn't show the emotion of it, but because also the way we played, like we weren't happy of it. But a win is a win, doesn't matter like which tournament is it. Maybe it's like less better team or anything.
Yeah, what if you win in every game 13-0?
Of course, because it's also mean we play good and we want to play good. We want to improve our game, our team. So it doesn't matter against who we face, against who, like what tournament we're gonna play. The way is to win the tournament is to play good as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of us, you know, a bit like, yeah, we want to beat everybody, you know, 13-0 and pants them, make them run around the table, that type of stuff.
Of course, that's the goal of it. Yeah.
Okay, make other people have a miserable time.
Maybe not, but we like to win. That's the point. So.
You're the nightmares for everybody else at the moment.
I don't know. We need to ask them. Did you ask them?
I'll ask the next team. It's Sinners, so I'm not sure they're going to have an answer just yet.
You need to ask like
Na'Vi.
If you say so.
Oh, this is it. Hold up. I have to ask this. You'll agree, so I'll ask you. I'm going to come this side so I can go to Dan next. I was just talking with Na'Vi, and I said, listen, if you guys, it's grand final again. It's Na'Vi versus Vitality. And I said to Makazi, you're the best Ancient player in the world, mate. But Vitality, they ban it. And he said, all right, let's do this. They don't ban Ancient, and we won't ban Overpass. And we run it like that. What do you reckon?
Could be funny to have a final like this.
Yeah. Imagine we win Ancient. Imagine.
I'm imagining.
Nabe. Well, then what they say?
Well, then you.
Are the world's hands?
Well, then you're the best Ancient team in the world.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah?
We have 100%. If you say, no.
Well, you lost one to Fury. You lost to Fury last time.
Yeah, but that's 3 months.
Oh, okay. Man, I look with you boys of all time. I'm looking always of all time. That's what we're dealing with these days. Dan, you've been talking about how fun it was to not be with the team.
Yeah. No, I mean.
What was your favorite thing you did?
Just eating and drinking wine. Huh? It sounds pretty French, to be honest, but no, we enjoyed. It was a good moment together. With my dear Brit. It's not often that you see a Brit and a French hanging out together. It's new for us as well. But no, it was just fun. A bit too hectic in New York, too many people. But yeah, like the experience was nice.
Okay, all right. I don't have too many questions because you guys are, you know, you get asked questions all the time. I was trying to be more fun, more variety. I asked Matthew a serious question. As soon as I started asking it, I regretted all my life choices. So because no, it's not your fault. It's my fault, mate. I'm the dickhead asking the same fucking questions you've been asked 100 times. So that's correct. That's bang on, Mr. Personality right here. Are you looking for a hair clip sponsor?
Is there any companies that do that?
The companies that make the hair clips.
Yeah, I'd love to be a Victoria's Secret model.
Lingerie?
They have hair clips, no? They have hair clips?
Lingerie?
No, just for the hair clips.
I don't know if Victoria's Secret do hair clips, do they?
Well, we can invent it. We can become the new sandwich of Joe and Juice, you know? You could
be the Joe and the Juice of the hair clip world.
Exactly.
How much money do you need to kick that business off? I'll invest.
I reckon me and you, and we just need 20K. 20.
Each?
No. Just me and you.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, that's pretty easy. We can do that.
Yeah, we make it online, and if people order sandwiches, then we.
Wait, why are you talking about sandwiches? I thought we were doing hair clips.
Hair clips as well, man. We can do anything you want.
We can make.
For me, you're a Churchill, mate. You can do anything you want.
You got to be careful with this guy around, mate. Well, actually, I am kind of British as well.
Yeah, you are?
I got a British passport.
Man, you guys, you Australians are just British. It's crazy. 300 years ago, the country was...
Not that long ago. Yeah. They sent... Well, I don't know. Do I like New Zealand? That's an interesting question. Why? That sounds like a loaded question.
I don't know. We have... different perspective of it.
I think Sydney is better, right?
Yeah, Sydney is...
Wait. Where are you from again? Sydney. Sydney's better than where? Mate, no one goes to Perth. No one goes to Perth. No, it is great. It's beautiful. It's Sydney's iconic.
Okay.
But yeah,
From Perth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You're not defending it.
Look, there's no point defending it. Here's
This is the good thing about Perth. They understand their place.
Whoa.
Sponge is right. It's beautiful. Amazing.
Jeez.
But middle of nowhere.
It is. Look, it's just too far away.
Australia is the middle of nowhere, man.
Yeah,
Go middle of nowhere one more time.
it's a bit, yeah.
Look,
Australia.
here's what I say. After you guys win the Singapore major, come down to Perth, right? And you can, I have a place right on the beach, all right? You guys can stay there. It's beautiful. You'll have a great time and you'll enjoy it more than Sydney.
Yeah, I think so too. I will enjoy to come.
Okay, you're invited. You're all invited. You can all come. I got enough bedrooms. We should make it work. All right, boys. I've fucked around. I've found out. I've used enough of your time.
We have finally arrived at our last day here for the group stage of the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Atlanta, the 2026 Big Yumi here with me. We're ready to talk a little about everything up to this point. But why is it that we need to start talking about how BetBoom beat Vitality in best of 3?
That was the story of the day. I mean, we were talking about Vitality as being this infallible object coming into this year. They win every tournament that they seem to attend, but to think that BetBoom, of all people, with Boomich at the helm, was able to take them down where so many teams that are higher ranked with higher expectations have failed before them.
Which is, it's a pretty bizarre scene, right? I mean, even Apex himself, or even if you look at Vitality, people are mortal. They can be beaten in this game. It's just been a very long time since we've seen it happen to Vitality in a fashion that it did. But that does set us up for a little bit of where Vitality goes from here. You know, they're going to have to play 2 games today to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the conversation we've been having about the lack of practice for Vitality. Is that now catching up with them is a conversation that we seriously need to have. But then it's also this idea that they're only the second team this year that have been able to take a series, a match. It doesn't matter whether it's been a best of 1, best of 3, best of 5 format. Teams don't win against the Vitality this year. So for Vitality, it's kind of panic stations.
And since we're talking about teams that don't necessarily win very often, this is the perfect time to talk about BC Game.
God, I mean, what do you even say about this team? Because they actually did press Vitality quite heavily, but they failed to tame them the same way that Boomich was able to. You know, Boomich actually took to Telegram and described himself as a beekeeper. I am a beekeeper, I think, word for word. But his ex-teammates from the good old days of Na'Vi, they don't have that same special touch.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going as well in these later stages, but for a team like BC Game, yes, exciting to watch. Yes, it's exciting. It's on everyone's radar because you want to see it kind of come together right.
But then also the idea that they go into that lower bracket, they play a bait, only to get bullied by bait, of all things. So yeah, there's a lot of surprises. There's a long road to go for that BC Game roster.
Speaking of long roads, it's a really, really long road down to the country of Brazil. That's pretty far away from Atlanta. But between Atlanta and Astana, we are getting some Brazilian show of force.
Yeah, it's been a surprising resurgence. There's a spring in the step, and it's the spring season for Brazilian, South American Counter-Strike as a whole. So to see all of them guaranteed into the playoffs across Atlanta and Astana, like you said, is a great sign for things to come, especially with them all leading into the major.
Yeah, let's just really quickly talk about this Pain Legacy combo. Odds of them pushing through to where they need to be and making a big run here on the stage.
I think every single result is a massive win for them. I mean, international results have been fleeting for the South American region coming into this year, so it's just a nice rallying beacon of hope for the fans from that region. And it also shows that because we've had this divide from European, South American, Asian competition, that these separated regions actually can put up a fight.
Well, fighting is on the cards today. So with that being said, yes, we have the ability, the potential to eliminate a Vitality. That's even unheard of. That doesn't even sound right. I don't know. My script must be wrong. Something must be way off here. Either way, it's the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta and Yumi. So let's party on. Let's do it.
Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content. just a Nexus kill. He will do it.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe. Apex, Team Vitality, everyone in the whole world knows who you are at this point. You guys keep winning trophies, and then sometimes things go a little bit sideways. So let's just focus on the fun stuff, like yesterday. What happened yesterday, bud?
Well, what happened yesterday is that we played really poorly. Felt like we lack of energy, lack of a lot of stuff, and Bedboom played well. So obviously, it's I didn't even see the stat, but it's the second team that beat Vitality this year. And that have to happen. I mean, we're not invincible. We know that. So it's always a good reminder to show to ourselves that we need to slap our face a bit if we start to play like that way.
But today turns into a much different day because of the loss, right? Vitality not used to being in these situations where potentially you could have 2 best-of-3s to then go on and play in those playoffs, right? So tell me, does that shift any of the focus or shift any of the way you guys prepare coming into today?
No, I think we already have done that. In Chengdu, for example, we lost also that second game against Mouse, and we had to go through the lower bracket. So no, it's life for us. It's just one step at a time, one game at a time. Of course, this year we haven't been in this situation, but yeah, we have to learn every situation and fight for every situation. So let's see how it goes.
I just like to think that you guys are just keeping it entertaining for the viewers at home by doing that. But in doing so, you have to play FaZe today. Yep. How does that game go?
Well, I think they are in rebuilding after Kerrigan left. Twist had to take over the AGL. They have a new coach. They have a new French blood as well. So, no, I mean, it's always the case that if we bring our A game, we're going to win. I'm not sure we're going to bring our A game today, but we will do our best. But yeah, they've been rebuilding. They've been playing some good CS sometimes, some worse CS sometimes. So I don't know which one we're going to face today. But it's once again all in our hands.
Good luck today, Dan.
Thank you.
Welcome to the final day of the group stages here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. We've got Team Vitality versus FaZe, 2 of the biggest organizations in Counter-Strike, but a clear favorite coming into the game today. Showing the bleed, though, yesterday, losing to Betboom, Team Vitality in the lower bracket. This is a strange situation, but one that I'm sure if it was going to happen would be at this event after such a relaxing time for Vitality, going on vacation, not practicing, being very open about that. I want to know, do you think FaZe have any chance in this game today, Jason?
Not at all, to be honest with you. I actually think that this, especially the FaZe coming in, especially listening to Apex there, I think, yesterday after that loss to Betboom, I bet there's absolutely no panic, no stress, maybe a little bit of frustration after the fact just due to the nature of the loss, as Apex was talking about low energy. But that felt more like a loss that is the bucket of cold water that wakes you up, that gets everyone fired up. That's an easy thing to come into the game today and have the whole team focus. We just saw them sit down, the team cheer, Rob smiling, grinning ear to ear. I think there's going to be a completely different mood. And you add on to that, Apex had some really kind words to say about Kerrigan with all the doubt that's been expressed about Kerrigan over the recent months with his tenure in FaZe and now his departure over to Falcons. And he just mentioned too, he's got a ton of respect. Kerrigan, an incredible in-game leader, and he said it's so much harder to play against an in-game leader like Kerrigan than some of these new, younger IGLs. And you can add Twist into that bucket with his inexperience in the role, even though he did a little bit of Unliquid. Apex is going to sit there and be like, I can run circles around this guy because I have all the years of experience. I've got all the trophies as a captain. I've become one of the best to ever do it. And I think now we see Vitality come in, lock in, and just smash FaZe out of this tournament, out of IEM Atlanta. Pissed around, about to go live. It's going to be Vitality on the CT side of Nuke, FaZe attacking into them onto the T side.
Oh, Nuke not looking fantastic for Vitality, especially yesterday. So FaZe seeing if they can get a chance here on this map. Starting T side, plenty of util for us. They're going to break open the squeaky door. We've got Zywo charging outside with some confidence. Starts things with a headshot on Jacob. But Twist to trade him now. A big conversation around FaZe Clan has been how good they are on the pistol rounds. Well, they're currently behind on players thanks to that shot from Apex.
Yeah, nasty shot from Apex just as Twist is making the drop at Robs. He's caught in transition, moving back into position. That's Frozen to pick him off. So all across the map, 2 players falling for each team. And Vitality struggling to close this gap. Apex in the open, 2 players fighting, good kills.
Yeah, really comfortable in this pistol round for Team Vitality. It's just Brokey left over towards ramp room. Apex comes for him as well. And a very strong start from Apex. 3 kills in the pistol. And Vitality happy about this start.
Yeah, that's beautiful shooting from Apex. Really good move, really good job moving around the map as well. FaZe coming back up that ramp. They wanted to fight. They wanted to exploit that extra rotation, sliding over from underneath heaven and bit off a little bit more than they can chew. That's how it started. Some good trades back and forth. They expected just Apex. Maybe you can go 1 for 1. Didn't expect Flamesy to step into the fight either. And it sounds like with some noise cues of the messages in the game that we're going to get a little bit of a reset here in round 2. Yeah, no harm, no foul. Yeah, well done. We got it. We caught it.
Yeah, quick thumbs up, count back down, and get ready into the game again today. I mean, FaZe have had a real mission in front of them, which is get as many VRS wins as they can, right? And the fact that they were able to perform well in Fort Worth, and now they've got a win here as well, I think it's good enough, right? They got themselves into the top 22, the 22nd place in the VRS ranking. I mean, it's better than being an absolute free fall. A win here, massively unlikely, would bring them up to 19th place. It would break into the top 20. But it has been a conversation around FaZe Clan of just making sure that, okay, we aren't expecting to win any of these events that we're at in America, but we have to at least get some wins.
Yeah, Frozen caught a little bit of flack. I think he had a quote saying something like that, like even more so than the trophies, I care about the VRS points. So, I mean, you can see how much missing the major in Cologne means to them and how painful that is knowing they have to sit that tournament out, especially for guys who have competed and gone deep. They played in the grand final of the last major as well. These 2 teams, a rematch of those grand finals, obviously very different lineup for the FaZe side of things. So, I mean, yeah, that kind of inability to make it to the World Championship, to the biggest competition, really, really hurts. That's the goal of FaZe, is to get back to that. And to that, you need VRS points. So Apex stepping in. We're live into this round. Had a couple of resets. Maybe one more. I'm gonna wait patiently. This feels like it could be.
They're on.
Okay,
They're going for it.
All right, yeah, we're good.
Twist searching for some headshots over towards the back of credit. But at this point, FaZe in no rush to go and die. That is going to be the result all the same in the next few seconds here. Apex with the rifle out. Individually struggled yesterday for Apex.
I think everyone kind of struggled yesterday. I think everyone maybe caught off guard by how hard BetBoom was shooting and the fact that it never let up. BetBoom played a great series against Vitality.
Well, fantastic work from them. Well-earned playoff spot. Spam coming through. Flames going to take a little bit of damage to the walls. And it's just a patience game right now. Vitality making sure that eventually when FaZe come in towards their crosshairs, they're at the ready to not concede any members. Now, Shadow. Oh.
What the? What is this? What is that?
That's one way to approach it, isn't it?
Okay.
Just killed him.
It's all good. It's all good. It all ends fine.
What is Flames doing?
Have you ever seen anything like it? 2-0 for Vitality, and the AK-47s come out for FaZe.
Really looking for that hair clip sponsor.
What's he doing?
Oh, with plays like that, get some attention. That is... Okay, let's watch that again. Sees the Shadow.
I mean, I thought it was even a little bit crazy if he swung with the rifle to go for the kill, considering how exposed you are, but the nade straight up in the air is hilarious.
Well, providing some entertainment in an otherwise dull round. So let's get into it. 2-0, finally a bye coming out here for FaZe Clan. We're going to get into things in round 3. Well, that smoke going to go down towards the single door. And the outside smoke's deployed from FaZe. Now the nade for Apex is going to land right on top of 3 players.
That chunks him down. Crossing going to be difficult. Twist, Brokey, Jacob, Nachu, and Frozen, all of them coming outside right now. They've relinquished every presence over in lobby. Nothing towards ramp as well. Good kill for Twist.
Yeah, it took a while that Apex didn't have his gun out, so Twist able to pick up the opening frag here. Things will slow down right now in FaZe Clan's favor as they send multiple players, 3 in fact, down secret. Bomb is among them. Now Flames gonna try and kill them with a flashbang now.
Might as well. I like it. All right, gets to the spot, falls back safely into the bomb site. No shift yet from the defense. ZywOo and Rops both over in ramp, so there's actually going to be really, really fast support coming down. Twist is a bit of an X factor, and as the IGL, you could see with this positioning, with his position to make a play, to wrap into the bomb site, he's calling everyone back over towards Mini. So they pressure down lower. They make it feel like they're going to creep into that B bomb site. Going to come right back up. So Mezzi has a huge task. You could see him clearing out lobby to find a little bit of safety at the moment.
Yeah, well, Flames faking out that door push back into the site has kept the information flowing in favor of Vitality, so they know that FaZe aren't exactly setting up for that B split, but it doesn't matter because they've lost the upper site. The kills have come in here for FaZe, so now 3v5 to try and recover this for Vitality if they want to go for it.
I think you just saved with the positions. You have 2 players in the lower bomb site when that bomb gets planted, so I think you could just kind of keep these M4s in your hand. Rops can have the MP9 in the next round, and you just save the economy. Maybe grab some, go for some exits. Rops especially can be aggressive with the SMG if you want to try and grab an AK at the end, but yeah, this is just FaZe out working. Good job from Twist out calling the rotations of Vitality in this round. And no action at the end of the day, so round 3 goes to FaZe. They get their first round on the board. Here's Rops' final move. Wants that kill on Twist, and he's got it. A little bit of extra bonus money. Wants to survive the bomb blast, and he will not. Taken down at the end.
Nice, Ross. I took my molly, he crossed the smoke area.
All right, so Apex just mentioning what happened, saying there's nothing really wrong, just the timing of it. Yeah, pulled the molly out. He's exactly right. Wasn't ready for the push. It happens. Poor timing. Twist gets the opening kill and calls his team to a victory. Round 4. No op in the field just yet.
Well, pretty quick here for Frozen to get in position, but gets caught by the flash, and then Flames is confident to stay fighting towards the door. So the opening frag falls in favor of Vitality, and Flames just going to climb up on top of Hut, block out the squeaky door with the smoke grenade.
Ooh, and Frozen's going to step in front of it. Good flash from Flames, and now, oh, look at the aggression. What a play. Catches Frozen trying to be a little bit sneaky, and now upgrades to the AK-47. You want to talk about guys who had a rough game yesterday. You mentioned Apex. Flames as well. Very, very tough game. He seemed to be just getting caught off guard, caught in awkward situations. Sometimes not even his fault, just...
A lot of things went right for BetBoom yesterday.
Yeah, he was just ineffective, Flames, yesterday. It happens. But today, obviously, changing that a little bit with the initiative over towards Squeak Door. Double kill and a 5-on-3.
Hearing those steps, tracking him as Apex comes outside of the smoke. Brokey gets the trade.
He gets some payback on Twist as well. His turn to cross the smoke, and Twist not being prepared for it. Taken down. Rops sees hit that smoke as well. Wants nothing to mess with it. 2-on-4. All down to timing, and Brokey right around that corner perhaps is his death unless you hard clear this.
There's the peek out from Rops. That's the bomb going down, and Jacob also toppling off the top of heaven. So Vitality lose 1 round, immediately bounce back.
Yeah, you can see, I think Twist was trying to, I think he likes that win they had previously with that kind of extended round, right? He gets the opening kill, the round plays out, they work the map, they pressure lower, move back up to the upper bomb site. I think that's the kind of a style he sort of wants to play right now, but you know, when you have Flames getting aggressive like that and dropping in, getting a double kill, putting you in a 5-on-3, those like kind of mid-rounds start to feel really uncomfortable for you. Not a whole lot of good options, so every move is a little bit desperate to find a way back in. Nobody home for the triple nade up on top of Silo. Apex still being a nuisance outside, deep Molotov. Brokey, Jacob, and Twist to move outside towards red box. Support from Nachu with utility. He'll follow them up as well. It's ZywOo and Apex, as always, to figure this out and put it together. Now, they've used their nades on the triple nade for Silo, so they have nothing to break this smoke. ZywOo's still going to find one as Twist comes through. The smoke just fades. Poor timing. And a 5-on-4.
And Flames all over the show at the moment. Back in this spot towards Decon. Just going to be jump spotting. He wasn't detected faking out the door in the previous attempt, so he might try that again.
I think the problem right now is this is the exact danger that you don't want if you're FaZe, is just like losing that player without any ability to trade it, without any ability to gain too much off that death. It happened the last round. You just get whittled down, and then you don't have enough actual resources and players to do anything. Going to be hard breaking into this bomb site. Frozen will lurk over towards ramp. Maybe they want him to take attention away. That fight, that 1v1 against Rops would be important.
Well, Robs has won that 1v1 fight against Frozen. Now Flames Wedding boosted up inside of the side, looking for the shadows. The double door players. He comes back to the angle. He still gets that kill, and Robs helps him out. So a stronghold of that lower bomb site, and Vitality feel like they're in full control.
Yeah, you see how much. I mean, it's really hard when you lose that player and things slow down so much, and the map is so quiet. Vitality is going to start piecing that together, right? I mean, look at what happens when you eventually get to that lower bomb site. Because you get the one kill on the cross, because the smokes fade, and you have the information if they come back. 3 players downstairs when you try and break in. Smoke just fades at the worst timing for Twist, but you're just never going to break this kind of a crossfire. Rops and ZywOo basically a vertical stack with Dark Spot. Flames inside the bomb site itself. Vitality in complete control, and back to pistols for FaZe.
I'm just spotting towards Salo as Apex. Not going to get the chance here, so he sends the grenade up towards Twist instead, and it's a beefy one. Vitality maintaining their distance, the advantages with the better weapons.
FaZe taking this round very, very slow, hoping for the peak. They're going to get it. It's just accompanied by a flashbang. So nice and easy for Apex to gain a little bit of information. So much of this app has been played outside, it feels at the moment. FaZe really wanting to establish some success out in yard before they go elsewhere. Maybe this is a round they can do it. Good shot from Twist to take down Apex. 5-on-4, but you still just have the weaker weapons and no utility.
Here goes the nade to the side of Red as they try and cross over. It's going to be Flames, ZywOo taking multiple kills between them. Now you've got Flames stepping out and ZywOo getting that final frag. So, yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we expected. To be honest, Vitality coming out from a slow day yesterday, getting a loss under the belt and having to come out and fight for survival and running over the top of FaZe right now.
That's what I mean. I mean, if we've been listening to Apex over the past year and a half of this Vitality dominance, like just not a guy who's going to let them come in and have the flat, emotionless, quiet, and no energy day twice in a row. Especially when you look at it, Trace kind of phrased the question of, this is a new position for Vitality to be in, where you're in a game where you're playing and you potentially have to, do the quarterfinals and the semifinals in the playoffs, which usually you get to skip straight to the semifinals. The other one is not too often are they in a position where they're looking to get eliminated in the group stage either. Already kind of facing that prospect. So that, I think, is the big factor that Apex probably hit today, of not wanting to have just a completely flat and early exit of a tournament right before the major begins. This has, been a stretch where they get to relax and focus on other things and focus on resetting themselves for the grind of the major. But you obviously don't want to go through that and just have that depressing collapse in any kind of event through that stretch.
Well, Flames a 9-2 start. You got ZywOo 6-1, Robs 5-2, Apex also finding impact at 6-3 here. He's pushed up to the outside smoke again. Looking to be disruptive to FaZe, who he knows have just got their buy back again. So if you're right in their face and you start ruining their initial plans, how do they recover? How do they find a way? And there's a missed shot from Brokey.
Oh, that nade's going to clean it up. Surely Apex finds the kill on a Jacob. Brokey does get away, but low on HP.
Yeah, this is very, very suffocating from Vitality. Not allowing FaZe any space outside, bringing the AWPer low. You've got Robs here at Secret Stairs as well. It's going to be tough to get even into a good position to begin this round for FaZe.
Look how active Vitality is outside, too. Look at how harassed FaZe is just to take the first step. They haven't even crossed the first boxes. They've lost one player. Brokey's taken 93 damage. And I think now on some level, you're not even really motivated for this. You've used tons of utility just for the safety of it. And you've got nothing for all the resources out here. A brutal start to the round for FaZe. Vitality just laying it on thick and making nothing easy.
There's Twist outside, tapping away on Apex. So at least one kill brought back here for FaZe. Numbers are even. Twist slipping towards main. We've now got ZywOo waiting in the ramp room. Gonna hear those steps coming in. Twist activates out of main. Brilliant round out of Twist, and Frozen hunts down ZywOo. A big turnaround here from FaZe. I don't know how they find themselves in this kind of position, but it's Twist who's the player that alleviates all that pressure.
I mean, I guess that's Vitality, maybe some miscommunication. Maybe the players didn't have the timing and when that smoke would fade, but they knew Twist was outside. He gets the kill on Apex. Maybe an idea they thought someone else was going to be covering it, maybe Rops from Secret, but man, Twist just wins that round. Straight up.
I mean, Twist is going to be comfortable playing towards main and making these kind of plays, but this is the first fight, just a straight up reaction. Apex just dry swings into the open.
That one's fine, but look at these kills here. Like, no one's aware. It comes a little bit late. Maybe Flames is trying to make his move to get some safety in towards door, but because Twist gets those kills in the upper bomb site, ZywOo makes his play probably before he really wanted to. And he gets taken down over towards ramp room. So some exit kills for Rops, perhaps on the cards. Twist, bomb goes off, goes for the swing. Rops wins that as well. Keeps the AK in his hand. It's a speed bump, a hiccup for Vitality. They've got plenty of cash to buy back in, and I guess your reward for winning the round like that is that ZywOo gets to buy the AWP moving forward. So that task of taking outside that's been so difficult, you still haven't established any success with, now encounters the ZywOo AWP.
Well, FaZe over recent weeks have lost Karrigan to Falcons, and now we're facing elimination at the hand of Rops. That's kind of a lot of the X's really causing problems right now.
Yeah, they really are. Well, Brokey takes some fire damage, backs off. ZywOo's AWP outside in Big Garage. This time a little bit less focus for FaZe towards the yard. Only 2 defenders here, so Mezzi gets aggressive but caught. Awkward timing as he tries to shift back in towards Hut. A 5-on-4 for FaZe.
Yeah, a slow approach from FaZe in these rounds. Good opening, allows them to be pretty comfortable.
I think the logic is someone's going to have to shift away from outside, so it should be easier for them to actually exploit yard now that they have an opening kill.
So minute 5, still a lot of time. And FaZe hold nades, ready to send the outside wall, but Twist crossing past the scope of ZywOo. The shot does not ring out from the French Opera.
Apex has a nade for the smoke.
They're gonna break it. No one crossing from FaZe. That second smoke hasn't even come in yet. Now they disrupted again. No one from FaZe is crossing behind the smokes because they're actually playing in front of the smokes. Twist trying to get towards main again. Trying to activate a play out of this area. Was so successful in it last round. And he's undetected again. Look how much space Twist has got. He's waiting for Apex just to come over the top of heaven.
Oh yeah, this is actually sick from Twist. 1 kill would be great. Apex is ready for it. Good find.
Yeah, Twist doing work again. Now Flames under a lot of pressure at the back of the site. Can't do much about it. Either can ZywOo. And now that's the site. That's the round. And FaZe up to 3 on the T side. Really fighting on, getting themselves into the game.
Okay, now we're starting to see the game plan come to fruition. Nice pick onto Mezzi with his aggression. Good final kill from Jacob as well. Rops can't save the AK-47. That's a huge dent into the economy of Vitality. They'll have to buy up, and I imagine we see a timeout so they get to discuss things. But yeah, FaZe starting this half just getting shut down outside time and time again. It started to look a little bit silly. I was starting to think like it's time to switch things up. But that Twist round, picking off Apex, wrapping in towards Mini. Now, once again, you pick off Mezzi. You know he's an upper bomb site anchor, the most experienced guy, the guy they're going to leave there till last most often. And you exploit that as well. Wrap in towards Mini. That's an opening you found a couple of times now. So Vitality got to be having the conversation during this timeout about how they want to manage that situation when someone goes down. Mini must be watched at all times because Twist is exploiting it twice in a row now to great effect. And if it happens once more, Vitality's money is broken, and FaZe's T-side really starts cooking then.
Yeah, this game felt so comfortable for the first few rounds there for Team Vitality, but FaZe have stayed in it.
Well, they found ways, like the kind of head-to-head outside hasn't worked out whatsoever, but obviously when you can pick off Apex and find that open, when you can pick off a player, finding some success elsewhere, and then kind of executing your game plan a little bit late with that outside control, that's starting to look effective.
And there's Flames walking into the lobby, so Frozen going to be caught by an aggressive play from Vitality. Now ZywOo holding the locker room's cross. Twist walks right into the AWP. ZywOo doesn't get away. Shot back through the smoke. It's Jacob with both kills outside. And now Messi steps up to take the next engagement. And FaZe, despite losing the opening kill, have fought their way back into a position where they have the advantage and they're ready for every move that Vitality are throwing their way.
Yeah, damn, they were so prepared. ZywOo with a little jump, wanted some intel. Jacob, that's a nice kill. The spin towards Mini. He cracks it open. Now, Rob still has a chance in this round. 2 players trapped inside Big Garage, and he knows it. The X factor is the knowledge of where Brokey is on the map. But Rops is going to have to take the risk and say, my best chance is to make sure I always have the information of these guys inside Big Garage and keep them trapped there.
Well, that smoke is going to allow Rops to actually move out behind it. He realizes in a clutch like this, you have to take a risk, and that's the bomb. That's going to slow things down here for FaZe. 25 seconds. Rops doesn't have the information of the second play, but he jumps up and finds it. And now he knows exactly where Brokey is. Rops up against his former teammates. Looking to win a big clutch here in the first half. And he's going to know Brokey's dropped down lower. Brokey against Rops. Plant is through. Rops runs him down, and oh, Brokey gets that door closed just in time. And Rops stacks back. Goes for the reload. Brokey runs away to the double doors, cowering away, but Rops is hunted him down. And for years they used to clutch together, but Rops on his own pulls it off.
I'll tell you what, Brokey's going to be really frustrated with himself. That's a clutch you kind of played where it looks like he had no confidence. He wanted nothing to do with any of those fights at any point. Thought he had the opportunity to escape.
That's a crazy clutch.
That's a lovely clutch. Over the top of the smoke when he sees it, doesn't panic, finds the low HP Nateju. But this one, quick shot, just as Brokey's about to close the door, can't get it done. That is nasty. Rops just hitting his former team with a dagger.
That's going to take the sting out of the attack of FaZe, who did so well in that round to pull it back. Remember, that started with a Flames advantage. Jacob had to get 3 kills in the mid-round.
It's going to be so deflating considering how that T-side was starting to warm up.
Well, trying to get back into things with an immediate hit towards this A site. You've got Twist waiting at height. Steps out into the open. Messi's detected it, trying to sever them off. He gets the trade from Death. And now Flames, stuck inside a main. Can't do much about it. And a simple attack towards the A side has paid off here for FaZe.
Yeah, it feels like there's still an element of Vitality snoozing. Not as reactive, not as predictive as we normally see them. A little bit discombobulated. Maybe FaZe have knocked them off their game, but right back into it. A change of pace. That's a change that Vitality hadn't seen yet. So much attention has been kind of slow, grindy outside, working utility, working smoke walls, and now you hit him with an upper pop. And again, it's Twist. You got to give him so much credit. The guy who's won the first 2 rounds that FaZe gets in this half, but this one here, dropping the Molotov, Mezzi on top of the silo, and Twist knows that's the one kill. It's the only kill he needs to get. It's the kill that opens up the floodgates for the rest of his team. Spends his life to grab it, and then it's an easy win as FaZe swing out behind him. Absolutely awesome performance from the FaZe captain. Keeping them in this game, and still the money issues for Vitality are still there. Not able to string rounds together. 3 of the last 4 going the way of FaZe, and Vitality have a decision to make. Op at AK-47 brought in on ZywOo and Rops, and they're going to buy up around it. All right, holding it in. Doing his best.
For now.
Yep, keep it in.
Really struggling. Really struggling, but staying in there. All right, boost up in towards the ramp. Rob's going to go up on top of the boxes. And with a weaker gun. And great work from FaZe to be able to bounce back after a Rob's clutch like that against them. Now they're going to have to come and challenge him at the start of the round. Now, Rob's really shouldn't be able to get too much done here. Maybe 1. Well, let's see. Can he exceed that? Nope. He will get close to it, but not able to take the second kill. Frozen certainly will take his second kill, though. Flames rotated as fast as he could to try and catch them off guard, but Frozen was so quick to react to that, and all of a sudden, FaZe are in a better spot. They've got a 4v3.
FaZe is so prepared for all the follow-up fights that Vitality are swinging into. Even when they kind of have a read and a jump on a quick rotation, FaZe is just ready for that next guy coming around the corner. It's really great to see. Very focused, locked in, these FaZe players. Defense is centralized now because they've just been surrounded. Ramp's been taken away from them. No presence outside. So stuck all three in the upper bomb site. ZywOo's off, Apex up in heaven with the AK-47, Mezzi with his MP9 inside the bomb site as well. And Twist just being the guy finding information, just piecing it all together so he can call his team, tell him exactly where to go, sees the player up in heaven, calls him downstairs, and he could even be a nuisance towards vents if anyone tries to rotate from Vitality.
Twist gonna get spotted now, but he's just always winning these fights for me. No one's able to challenge him, apparently. ZywOo finally getting rid of him on the trade, but a 3v2 bomb is planted, and FaZe going for 5 T rounds on
Apex
Nuke.
finds this.
Apex has found the kill on Nachu. ZywOo's still a long way off.
Yeah, they don't have a kit. I think he doesn't want to call him back in. Also, the footsteps indicating they're coming. There's really no chance for any kind of secrecy, any kind of edge in this retake.
5 rounds T side from FaZe.
Yeah, it's actually awesome to see, especially considering this started out 5-1. They lost the pistol. Vitality's defense outside. Remember, it was a lot of pushes. Apex getting up in their face, fighting up towards Silo, picking them off really, really early, not letting them develop those tactics out in yard. And FaZe just found a roundabout way to get that started with kills elsewhere, with Twist having big performances, a pick on towards the Hut player, Mezzi going down early. You find that weakness, exploit it, and go back to outside, and FaZe has made it work.
You gotta say it has mainly been Twists with the impact here for FaZe in this first half. The amount of kills he's got out of Mini is just mad. Like,
yeah.
How is he getting away with it so many times?
Yeah, he's been excellent for FaZe. He's certainly been the gasoline to the engine to get them started and keep them in this, and now keep it very, very close. Looking to head into halftime with a tie scoreline. Crazy to think about with how things looked in the first 6 rounds, but FaZe have shown up here on the opening map of Nuke. Round 12, ZywOo still got his op. Brokey has one on the other side as well. Another opening for FaZe, less bodies outside. But it's quality, not quantity, and Twist is gonna be that player. Faking the outside wall, looking to hit towards upper. Apex and ZywOo's attention out in yard for the moment while these smokes are up.
Oh, Mezzi's had a very tough half of Counter-Strike here. A single kill, and it comes from a Molotov after he had already died. So, really important role defending this A site. Hasn't been a strong piece to this at all. We'll see if he can change that coming into the last round of the half. Under a minute left. His clan just sitting outside of the A site, getting ready to go in. It's going to be Mezzi and Flames looking to combine with 2 from Mass.
They're just waiting for these smokes to fade. I think Twist may be panicking a little bit, saying we don't have enough pressure being applied elsewhere. This is too readable. We need to throw a little bit of a fake elsewhere.
Molotov towards CT vent just to limit that position. Here comes the rest of the utility. Flash is going through, and now they come charging in towards Flames. Great shot from Frozen. Mezzi finally getting 2, but is it going to be enough? A 3v3 with just over 20 seconds as that bomb is about to get planted. Twist putting it down, and Vitality have to go for the retake here.
Yeah, there's no kits either. This Rob's flank is massive. Is he able to pick anything off? But FaZe have actually vacated the squeak door area, so he's going to be happy about that. Give ZywOo some freedom, but now Hut is the point that he's looking at.
Twist taking first damage. ZywOo taking the kill. Brokey gets 1. There's Robs unleashing. ZywOo comes in to clean up, and it will be Vitality with the lead. Good comeback from FaZe Clan to stay competitive on this first map, though. A 7-5 scoreline, it reads.
Well, FaZe surprising everyone and not only sticking in this, but actually looking pretty damn solid in that opening half. 5-7, running 4 of 5 to put a stamp on that T side. Twist found a way to get it heated up. That offense started cranking. Now we switch sides. It's FaZe who's going to defend here on Nuke up against Vitality as we step into this second half. And we'll see if an upset is on the cards here in the opening map of this series. Elimination on the lines for these two Titan organizations in Counter-Strike. Gonna be sad saying bye to either one of them, really.
Yeah, it really will, especially, you know, coming into this event, Vitality, heavy favorites. But for FaZe Clan, you know, you've got Twist on the roster. It would be great to see him play in the playoffs. We know the North American fans really love the FaZe Clan org, and we've got Flames swinging out with Baroki trading. And a quick start to this pistol, but it's all slowed down now. Frozen holding the ramp. That's the bomb. Apex is getting flanked too. It's all going to come crashing down here for Vitality in the pistol round unless Mezzi and Zawu can do something unthinkable. And, well, good damage on it. Jacob couldn't take him away, but it's the problem with the bomb, right? It's so far away.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that it felt like FaZe actually kind of shifted away. Frozen and Nachu just playing far, far back over in ramp room. If Mezzi can find Jacob on the other side of the smoke. And he will. 2-on-2. Zawu's going to wait patiently to join up with Mezzi. Watching both sides of ramp room. Eyes on the bomb as well. No utility for Vitality to use to try and recover this and dip away, so they're going to have to fight for it.
And the bomb just waits right there on the floor. Frozen. Eyes on it. At range with dual Berettas. Let's see how accurate he can be at long range. And eventually taking Zawu away. Leaving Mezzi in the clutch and Frozen. Yeah, no problem at that kind of range with the Julies. That's going to be a 4K. And look at the energy NKJ's bringing to the team as well. Firing FaZe up. They've won the pistol round. And they've got a chance to go on a run here on the CT side.
Yeah, it's the nature of this game is changing now all of a sudden. FaZe seem to just be able to kind of grab rounds at will. Vitality, it's been quite some time since they've been able to string two together. And the pistol round has been a benefit for FaZe they've been able to rely on throughout IEM Atlanta so far. They've been so solid in pistols, getting the second one here on Nuke, and getting to start their CT side campaign with economic advantage. Everyone getting pumped over there on the FaZe side of things. Unarmored pistols for Vitality, upgraded into a Deagle for Mezzi. Oh, what the?
Okay. It's like, oh, God, there's a player right there. Netu turned it around. Very luckily, it was just a Glock for Apex. He found a little bit of a gap there, but a tied game, 7-7.
Yeah, getting interesting, isn't it? All right, so Twist is talking about some fakes they might want to throw in.
Man, it comes back to what we were talking about with FaZe yesterday, right? What we've seen over the last few weeks from them.
Why is he mad about that one?
I mean, he's as always ready to go. So it feels every emotion so intensely. But I think what we've talked about over the last few weeks for FaZe is the fact that they have had a number of very slow starts on maps, but there just seems to be this ability to switch it on, right, and get back into it. And
yeah, you don't expect necessarily to be able to flip that switch against the best team in the world, do you?
Right. So it's crazy to see. It's just a question of, is it going to be the same story that we talked about with Bet Boom yesterday, where, okay, if you've got that momentum, you can't let up, right? You just got to run it to the finish line. If you even hand back the baton to Vitality for just a second, it might just be your end.
That's the other side of the coin too, is now the conversation of where's Vitality. Let's see if Apex can get these guys, you know, waking up on this T side. 4 players in lobby, Apex outside with the smoke wall up. As those smokes fade, Apex just going to play red box. Broki's playing lockers. Door smoked off again. That's holding Vitality back. Nachu and Jacob both downstairs in secret. No one's actually in the upper bomb site at the moment. FaZe kind of just playing retake, playing it very passively, willing to give it up. Twist considering stepping back in, but they've heard nothing on the map. And 2 players downstairs makes me feel like they think the team crossed behind the smoke wall, but they're wrong on that.
Under 30 on the clock. Flames running over the back of the site here. Now Plant is going to come through from Mezzi. Front of the bomb site. 5v5 post plant.
There's 1 kit, there's no smokes, there's 2 flashes. I can't imagine you're going for this in any way. You're setting up to take these guns out of their hands at the end of the day. You're saying you can have this round victory. We just want to make it so painful. We want to make you lose as much as possible in the process because we know your economy's still not there.
Apex just backing away as two FaZe Clan players make their way up the secret stairs and now cross behind Red, but they might just spot enough of Apex, but the timing couldn't be better until now. He is spotted, but he's around the corner safely. For now, he goes into the peak. Nature actually got both. Now Twist onto the side. He's got a kid. He's taking it all away, but they run back. And Twist will be caught. The bomb will be going off. And I think they might have been close on time even with that defusal. But I like the attempt there from Twist. Try to be real sneaky with it.
Yeah, as the exit kills are going out. So you can see like Vitality's brain is thinking we're going to have to fight to exit away from this bomb. Twist pulls him even back closer with that late ninja attempt. And that's taken a ton away from Vitality. That's the exact goal that FaZe had. So well done, at least in that regard. Yeah, you've given over a free round, not really contesting and fighting to maintain the bomb site, but
your buy's so much better in this round than what Vitality have.
Yeah, 4 Galils brought in out of a victory. No money built up for Vitality whatsoever.
And on FaZe side of things, they've got an ult for Brokey, and they've got everybody on a rifle, including an AK-47 for Nature that he carried over from the last round. This is a great opportunity for FaZe to bring the hurt to the economy of Vitality at the beginning of the second half.
Yeah, kind of a cool weakness to attack, isn't it? With that kind of a game plan. Molotov in towards Secret. Utility, resources, nades are going to be really, really sparse for Vitality, so all of them have got to be efficient. And they've got to use these smokes that are currently up to cross. Frozen got a glimpse, a little bit of chip damage, brought down Mezzy. And Twist will drop down into Secret.
Under 1 minute on the clock. And Twist just jump spotting. Seeing Flames, opens the door. Now Brokey waiting. Patiently, it'll be Flames walking down the stairway into the gaze of the AWP, but look at this. Twist makes the same play that Flames made in the last half, where he fakes out the door walk back into the site, but he's going to hear that ladder. He was going to walk right by the vent, but then Zyro makes noise, so Twist can start to think about flanking around a Secret and trying to come up through this area, but it might become a little bit too late because his teammates do nothing. Frozen is reliable. He's got utility, diving down into the site, stops the plant on Apex, and is buying crucial seconds for the rotation of Twist to now arrive, and he goes to the smoke. Twist gets the kill, and it's all on Apex, down in the bomb site. Twist again with heavy impact hit for FaZe Clan. A 16-13 performance right now on Twist, and that's another round to throw on top.
This is a monster performance out of Twist. So much impact everywhere he's going. Absolutely incredible performance. Frozen's right there with him, 13 kills.
Dude, if it isn't for Frozen, that round is done for FaZe, right? There's no chance for Twist to activate this flank, but both the A players die instantly. Frozen is the one that delays it long enough with the first kill, then the utility to prevent the plant of Apex because he was low HP, and then Twist can come through and push that smoke and make the play he was setting up.
Yeah, this is actually perfect for FaZe. They got everything they wanted, and now you get the reward of that setup in the previous round with that late ninja play, keep everyone from Vitality close to the bomb explosion, lose all their money even in a victory. Now you've got them broken early. Just pistols, upgraded, barely even any armor. Only Rops and Apex bringing armor into this fight. FaZe starting to get a really, really strong grip on this opening map of the Elimination Series. Unfathomable to think that Vitality would even be in a position like this.
Well, Nature back at the site. He's going to be overwhelmed, but he's got Jacob right there with 3 kills in quick succession. And FaZe are locked in right now. A lead has been taken here on Nuke. And Vitality will get back to a buy, but it's not going to be one with an AWP present. It'll just about be AK-47s and the limited amount of utility.
That's, you know, they're a team that's not, you know, we know with Zywoo, he likes to use that AK-47 plenty, especially on the T side. He's actually given it back so he can get some extra utility, gone down to the Galil. Now, yesterday against BetBoom on this map, Vitality did end up losing it, and some of the issues that they were having against BetBoom on it was the issues taking yard outside. Not typically a problem from FaZe, but really, really struggled to be effective in that part of the map. Only putting 2 T rounds against BetBoom on the board. The pistol round in the final round of the half. And once again, this outside pressure making it a huge difficulty for Vitality to find any success here.
There's Nature handling Zywoo. So crazy to see FaZe just absolutely destroying Vitality at the moment.
And Vitality getting pulled into bad fights now. Vitality desperately trying to find trades, trying to get something back. And it's the exact fights FaZe are looking for. This power-up happened so quick, and FaZe have never slowed down again. Broky's now got one. It's only Mezzi remaining.
And Broky's ready for him, misses the shot, sails on by him and throws in right there. FaZe Clan in full control, momentum easily on their side. And for Vitality, it's not like they have a good buy to fall back on again here, so 11-8, the most likely outcome of the next 2 minutes here.
Really, really cool stuff. Look at Nachu now outside, holding his ground, finds Apex, sticks around for the fight even longer, handles the ZywOo turn. Teammates cover him as well. Flames trying to pick him off on the retreat. And Broky's getting pumped up. Round 19, and it's only pistols yet again for Vitality. Haven't seen that Vitality round yet, right? We talked about it throughout the event, throughout some of the slow starts, throughout some of the rough around the edges here in Atlanta, back at Fort Worth as well. Haven't seen that moment yet. Often on the low buys is when they can crack in for a win that changes the nature. Big time clutches, but you're getting that FaZe effect now where all those rounds are in the favor of the other team. So Vitality scrambling to get back into this game. Flames held back. Lovely shot from ZywOo.
Twist does get wrecked by ZywOo with another one, and you were just mentioning, where is that Vitality round? Where is that low buy win? Well, they do have a chance here. In 3v3, and ZywOo's got the AWP.
Yeah, the ZywOo op is the big one. Rop's controlling the bomb as well, coming into the lower bomb site. They've got Apex over in Vents, only with the pistol, so not a whole lot of resistance, but at least information gathering. And 2 players flanking through Secret, and that's going to be up to ZywOo.
All right, let's see if ZywOo can make the big difference here. Orb close, 2 players right there, misses the shot. Jacob over the top of him. Now it's Apex out of the vent, P250 caught. Nachu considers that maneuver, so it has to be Rops, and he can't do anything about it. Nachu looking sharp, FaZe Clan looking sharper, and it's 11-8. They do not catch the break Vitality are looking for, and FaZe even closer now to rounding out Nuke.
Man, this Nachu kid's really trying to earn himself a spot in this team, isn't he? He's trying to carve himself an opening in this roster. A lovely performance, some good shooting today. These are great shots from ZywOo, but it all goes to waste at the end. Couldn't find a good angle for the post plant, even with the off. They get a little bit too close. Apex never gathered that information. But the read for Nachu to say, hey, look, frequently this is what people try and wrap around us. We've taken control side. Let's just go check that flank real quick. Final 2 kills, secures round 11. And Vitality running out of chances to stick around in Nuke.
It's been over a year of top 4 finishes for Team Vitality. The last time they finished outside the top 4, January 2025 at the Blast Bounty Spring.
That was what, their first event, I think, with Rops when he hopped in?
Yes.
Yeah, that first event was the rough one, and then it was off to the races. Crazy that they're facing this situation. And for all the experience, you could say it's actually one of the few areas of the game left where they don't have that much experience. Is actually feeling like you are about to be eliminated. Vitality doesn't know very well what that's like. Look at Nachu on top of T-Roof.
He's just killed ZywOo. This is so nuts. So much confidence. He is going to be pushed. Rops, he can't keep doing that, he says. He's just going to come up the roof and make sure that Nachu doesn't get away with another one. But
I don't even care. That's so frustrating.
Yeah.
When players start styling on you like that to open up rounds, when the gap is in your offense like that, you're pissed.
And I mean, you just mentioned the fact that Vitality are not used to thinking about elimination at this stage of the competition. Well, they're not used to that either, right? Players just running at the T-Roof on Nuke, trying to get in your face. 3v3, thanks to Flames at least keeping things even for the time being. Rob's trying to slip out. There's a headshot on Jacob. On a minute on the clock now, 3v2.
More of that, more initiative being taken by Vitality players. That's what's going to get him back into this. Broky misses the chance. Frozen slides in. Big kill for him. Mezzi in the site gets it done. A very important kill, and now he's got the safety of the bomb site. They should know Broky's position. As Flames wraps around through lobby to play a 2-on-1, and Broky's got a decision. 12 HP, does he want to attempt it?
Well, he steps up towards heaven. It's almost impossible to think he gets this kill on Mezzi, and he won't. There's a little bit of relief for Vitality. Able to win another round here.
and keeping FaZe off 12, so you can still fight for a victory in regulation. Lovely move from Rops. Taking a big risk, taking a gamble. Here's that push from Nateju, sees everything clear and is like, yeah, why the hell not?
You're just so confused if you're ZywOo. You've just been pushed on the T roof, not ready for that kind of play at all. But Rops and Mezzi able to make sure the round goes in favor of Vitality still. Baroki stepping up into the hut. Frozen might just be activated here by Twists. Some util to prevent Robson feeling super comfortable. It's going to funnel him back into the AWP, but you can see Robs is very aware of the possibility. We'll send some shots towards Baroki and scare him off. Now Vitality starts to send a couple extra players outside, crossing behind Red.
Okay, well, there's a break of the smoke. Doesn't go all the way through. Tough to get vision on the other side. Jacob, just some spam. Twist and Baroki rotated down towards Secret. We saw this a few rounds back. They've really wanted to get a jump on this when that smoke wall comes up. They don't want to deal with the pressure towards the lower bomb site. So you've put a lot of extra resources there. Vitality showing they want to take ramp room and split to that lower bomb site. But meanwhile, it looks like it's all a fake. Going to turn the corner in towards Mini. And they have an open avenue into the upper bomb site. Vitality now starting to work the map on the T side.
Apex moving out of main. There's Jacob in. He stopped Apex. Messi does get that headshot on Nature, back of the site. Twist having to alleviate here again, and a twist once more, but ZywOo wins. Doesn't bite, goes for the second. ZywOo's got both. And so Frozen and Jacob now left 2v2. Twist has done enough to keep this competitive for FaZe, and then ZywOo the same for Vitality. But it's Frozen looking to make the difference out of Hut. But the time slows, and Messi considers. He looks towards Hut, but no push coming forward. Now Frozen steps up, but ZywOo is the difference in this round. They know where Jacob is. Mezzi's got the headshot. And when you need someone to deliver a round for you, it is ZywOo for Vitality.
Yeah, they needed that final boss. Here is that last push from Vitality. Back into the game. He's starting to heat up. The great play from Rops previously, but now it's ZywOo saving you. And if he's going to show up in this kind of fashion, to close the Vitality out is going to get so much more difficult. Patiently waits, recognizes the situation, and all the impactful kills down the stretch are ZywOo. Time and time again, 11-10. Money is gone for FaZe. Outside of this buy, they're broken. Huge swing round for Vitality. A win here could just steal this map away from FaZe, who have been fighting so hard for it.
In a way, when you look at the money, could be the last chance for FaZe. See if they're able to pull through here. Get up to map point. We got Twists. Checking towards Silo, no head being shown, no one from Vitality offering up a single chance.
Smoke starting to fade though. There's the first one gone. Apex takes a little bit of damage from the spam. Twist hears all this, calling out it's just one. Recognizes the flash as well. Smoke clears towards door, a chance for Baroki to have impact early in the round.
.45 seconds left. No longer is it just one player towards Secret. Flames will join up with Apex. Rob smoked out, steps into the open. Baroki's patience, catches Rob's hands busy, throwing utility. And this is going to funnel Vitality to put two players towards ramp, as they already have two down lower. Frozen will have to drop to address that issue, set up with his teammate, and that does free up some space here for Vitality.
22 seconds.
But yeah, it's the time here. 20 seconds on the clock as that decon door swings wide open. Vitality making a final push to try and tie things up. Again, it's ZywOo, but can Nateju do anything? No. Flames finds him on the rifle, but the quick flank, that door shuts, but it's actually open. And so Twist moves, and Flames turns, and Twist will die. Flames ready for the next, but utility pulled out, and Jacob trying to win this alone, but he's burning in the fire. And Vitality just about get out of this one by the skin of their teeth. It's going to be 11-11, a closely contested round, but FaZe have to fall away, and their money is shattered at a crucial point on the map.
This time it's Flames. This time it's Flames with some impactful kills when it's needed the most. Absolutely disgusting work. It looked like he wasn't comfortable or ready for any of those fights and still comes out on top. These last two rounds almost feel like Vitality's playing FaZe Counter-Strike and coming out on top. It's not pretty. It doesn't look like everything's planned. Not everyone seems on the same page, but the individuals are providing the effort necessary. And even at the end of the day, all the guns taken out of FaZe's hands. That's a brutal reset of the economy right at 11-11.
A chaotic finish that final round. And now FaZe have run out of cash. Have they run out of steam?
This one right here, Nateju, as good as he's been, not able to find impact in a really, really strong position as they come out of decon. As the pressure cranks up, it's Vitality taking the initiative and getting all the big moments. So NKJ trying to get them geared up. It's going to be all 24 rounds here on Nuke. Tied at 11 and a great opportunity for Vitality to take the chance for one round to win the map and escape from this nightmare that FaZe has brought into Nuke. MP9 on Frozen, Deagle on Twist, 5.7s and P250s picked up.
They need a special round. Twist has been so good on this first map, so reliable for giving FaZe chances. Tries to challenge ZywOo. And the shot will whiz past.
Now Vitality got to have the goal. Obviously, you want to be able to have some information, figure out what you're going up against, what the buy is looking like, where people are playing. But equally, you don't just want to give up cheap kills. You don't want to give up one kill on the other side of the map that can't be traded. So Apex taking all the risks. Twist going to cross the smoke, goes down. Apex ready for that. Now to play it passive, see what the next reaction is going to be. 4 of his teammates moving towards ramp room into Brokey's position.
I mean, Brokey has a P2000, so the fact he's playing alone and with that little weapon, there'll be no challenge for the mighty Vitality in a round like this.
And Vitality's happy to take this so slow as well. Don't make any mistakes. You can see how they're just maintaining this group presence over towards lobby as well, letting Apex be the only one in any kind of danger. Otherwise, they can recover any situation with the number of players they have here. Good shot for Jacob, but he's got more.
He's a massive moment here. Jacob out of the 5-7, and he can only mount 1 kill. Vitality put their resources towards the door and out towards the A side. Apex on the lurk in the lobbies. Come back in from outside, but he has missed the timing. That's an AK now for Brokey.
Honestly, it might just be worth saving that at this point.
Yeah, he slips away.
Yeah, low percentage retake that you're going to have here against 3 Vitality members, no kit. So yeah, the AK-47, pretty damn valuable considering the money. Frozen as well, got a position to try and find an exit kill up on top of the T roof. We'll see where Vitality eventually exit off to, but this will be the 12th round for Vitality, so they've got one chance. One chance to steal this away in regulation. Not always easy getting that 12 or that 13th round once you get to 12. We know teams struggle with it, but Vitality, after the slow start to this half, second half opened up a 6-1 run in the favor of FaZe. But what an exclamation point. If you just rattle off that 13th right now, Vitality just says, we gain control and run 5 straight with no problems.
And it was ZywOo who was the turning point.
And imagine the effort of Twist that would go to waste on this map. He was the producer, the engine, everything for FaZe in the first half on the T side. Opening kills, impactful kills, calling great strategy, finding ways to make it work. He's done good work on the CT side as well. All of that gets forgotten about if Vitality steal this round right now.
So one last hurrah here for FaZe in regulation. Can they get this one into overtime? ZywOo breaks open the door and goes for the early peek, the AWP towards main. But no one stepping in from Vitality. ZywOo taking nades to the face, down to 8 HP.
Really, really wanted that challenge.
Look how fast this is.
Okay, caught.
Yeah, Twist ready. That's the kind of play Twist was making all half long, so he's aware of the possibility. He stops Apex. Flames put to an end by Nateju. Rop sending shots back. Frozen dead. Damage done to 2 Vitality players. Rop's 5 HP. ZywOo 8 HP. It's got to be some impact from Mezzy.
Well, it's got to be slow this round down and start getting players in new positions. See if you can catch someone off guard. ZywOo's op has moved outside very quickly. This move from Nateju is huge.
This is great. Look at the wraparound.
Rob's never going to expect it.
Oh, but he goes to the T-roof instead.
Wait, this is actually perfect too. I think he's going to catch Mezzy. And ZywOo, they're still waiting to cross. It's going to take a little bit of time. Leg shot. There goes Rops inside, but now you're up, and now you can force OT.
That's a big step up from Nature, and around like that, willing to make that play, that aggressive wrap around the back. Twist spotting Apex just in time. If Apex gets into main there, it's going to be a big problem, right? The fact that there's 2 players coming into main for that split ready for the A site.
And it was the change of pacing to it, right? That happened so fast. That's just like, we're just going to walk the whole way until we get into a fight. So really could grab onto Apex. Otherwise, yeah, upper bomb site really gets weakened. Overtime, of course. FaZe Vitality.
Vitality's so good in the overtimes, though. This is another uphill battle for FaZe, but let's see if they can fight on. ZywOo is going to get the opener. Nature tries to get aggressive up into his face, but ZywOo is ready for it.
5 on 4. Apex going to cross quickly, not waiting around. Flames up on top of the roof. So Vitality's starting to get a few pieces into place. Map control towards Secret, tons of it, because Apex isn't slowing. And now he just waits patiently. Frozen, it might just walk right into his death. Do you clear this hard corner? Oh, don't switch. Don't do that. He's got it.
Apex extends the advantage here for Vitality to 2, make it 3 because Brokey's had taken off as well. Under a minute on the clock, a 5v2 for Team Vitality. The bomb is on the back of Mezzi, which still needs to get to the site. They might just win on elimination at this point. ZywOo missing a couple of chances outside. Flames won't take long to kill Twists. Now Jacob plays towards main, so 30 seconds. You can now bring that bomb down to the site safely.
Apex just plays Gladiator this round. He's like, just let me do everything first. Let's see how many kills I get, and then you guys can start playing the game after the fact. So many just educated risks taken based off a kill, moving forward, taking so much space so quickly, so quietly. The knowledge that you know Frozen, especially because of that smoke wall, especially because you have a kill already in play on Nateju. Frozen's gonna have to ship down to Secret, and Apex just sits there and waits for his timing. Both IGLs having big impact for their teams in this game. Tell you what, that gun switch, that quick switch though, almost gave me a heart attack for Apex.
Yeah, the timing on it. And he gets it out just in time.
That's a beautiful shot on Brokey as well. Just crosses the vision. From there, it's an easy mop up for Vitality, just waiting for the next phase steps. 13 to 12. Double up now switched into. Brokey has one outside. Frozen's going to have one over towards ramp room as well.
Apex about to be unleashed through the smokes again. Just trying to be the playmaker. A lot of freedom outside. Rops stopping Jacob. Just had a peek towards the back of the side. Twist wins the fight against Apex. Important that he keeps numbers even here. Vitality don't have a player nearby to even attempt the trade. At least you've got the information as to where Twist is playing. So he's kind of locked in there for the time being.
Oh yeah, he's going to have a tough time getting out for the moment. So just staying safe, making sure Mini is spotted. Nothing really Vitality can do to flush him out into the open. ZywOo just going to hold the angle in case he tries to get a little bit cheeky, make a run for it. Otherwise, Vitality's going to spend this time readjusting back towards lobby. So ZywOo outside for the moment as the solo player. Rops, Flames, and Mezzi together in lobby as Apex watches on. And they still haven't encountered the second op. They still don't know that Frozen's got an AWP in ramp room.
Brokey waits back of the side, misses the first shot. Utility's going to come in, but he had already moved
funnels
off.
up to the other op.
15 seconds left. That's all they've got. 15 seconds to try and get past Frozen and down into the B site. It's a last-ditch effort from Vitality, but they make it through. Running down to lower, though. A couple of FaZe players. Brokey tries to get here. Tries to deny. Great shot on Flames. Can he stop it? No, not yet. Rops gets that bomb planted, but going to be so difficult to win it from here. A 1v4 clutch for Rops. Slashing through the smoke, but Rops is gone, but he can't have gone far, and that has to be the conversation for FaZe.
If he wins this, man.
No, he can't. Surely he can't. There's only so far he could have gone. Only so many places he could be. They're going to break open the smoke, and that's going to be enough. The grenade to catch him, and finally getting Rops.
Yeah, he just had no options. All right, Twist, there's a big win for you. Nice round from FaZe as they stand strong. 4 players surviving, shutting down everything from Vitality. No access. The double up works perfectly. Brokey, the up inside the upper bomb site, scares them away, forces them to rotate back, and that's where you discover a second op is there. Frozen gets an easy pick, and with time running down, no options for Vitality. FaZe is doing a really, really good job facing off against the best team in the world in these long, extended late-round plays as well, not losing their nerve as time goes on. Final round before we switch sides in OT, and it's going to be an upper rush. It's going to be a change of pace. Flames coming out inside the smoke. Blinded was Nachu. Kills go in the way of Vitality, and Twist is once again going to do everything he can.
Just Frozen 1v2 with the AWP, and it's just a straight brawl in towards the site. Vitality on top of it right now, but can Frozen pull this off? He switches out to the rifle for it. Flames will fade towards Heaven. Oh, he's made a noise. Apex ready. Frozen knows he has to go in, and he knows exactly where the last player is, but Zywo's caught Frozen, and it will be Vitality with a slight edge, a 14-13 lead. Team Vitality, when they get into overtime, it can be so difficult to put them away. They've only lost one time in OT, and it is the Falcons this year. A single time in overtime. FaZe have done a good job at hanging in, but these are the kind of brawly rounds that Vitality just about edged through.
Well, remember as well, they won 4 of the last 5 in regulation. Now they win 2 of 3 here, so 6 of 7, a little bit of a streak here for Vitality, extending back outside of the overtime. So really, they've caught on to this game and got comfortable. While FaZe was beating them up early on in that second half, Vitality's figured it out. Timeout as they switch sides, a chance for FaZe burning their single overtime timeout to talk things over. Going to be interesting to see what they come up with. Back in the first half of Nuke, we saw them attempting to play outside, attempting to take yard control. When they attacked it head on, they got beat up and battered by Vitality. But when they were able to find an opening pick elsewhere towards huts, they were able to open up some avenues outside and actually exploit Mini a number of times. So we'll see if FaZe continue with that or if they want to go to something different here to surprise Vitality.
Outside smokes constructed. Zywo not spotting anybody on that slight break, but now he will. And he'll nail his chance, not too far off a second, but Twist again doing a great job at continuing this fight for FaZe. That's his 30th kill on the map. That's a big one too, but Apex has stepped up into the garage. Flashes come through, Twist trying to fight out towards Flames. Apex was also there, so there was no way Twist was getting out of that one alive.
That's actually a huge fight for Flames just because Apex was completely blind. If Twist's attention wasn't taken away, he'd be looking at his 31st kill onto Apex.
Now 4v3, Vitality with a small lead in the player department now, but a minute left on the clock.
If you're Vitality, though, this is where your kind of alarm bells are saying this is where we feel those attacks coming in towards Mini. That's where Twist was able to punish us in regulation. Apex sliding downstairs as well, though, just to cover their bases, and that's a good thing because Jacob and Nachu are here with the bomb as well. Frozen in a lurk position outside. 40 seconds for FaZe to piece together this 3 versus 4. They have to be going back up the vents.
Doors open. Apex doesn't peek yet. He's getting ready for that fight, though. Goes back into it, steps into the open, and Frozen's got a kill on Flames as well. Now Frozen searching for his further fried. Mezzi jump spotting at the back of the side. Nature trying to close the space, trying to run him down, but there's some help, and it's Rops with the relief, helping out Mezzi, who will not give up his life for free. He stands and he's in cover, but Frozen eventually hunting him down. Rops, that is ridiculous! Getting away with one again on Frozen. And Rops BS has pushed Vitality up to map point.
Yeah, where's he come from? He's really gotten loud inside the server, hasn't he? He had the 1v3 earlier. Now he's got 26 kills inside the server. And he provides the second prong to this crossfire that wins the round. With help from Mezzi inside the bomb site, not over-peaking, maintaining position, but what a spray. What a double kill at the end. And Vitality, 2 more chances to close out the map.
Well, Jacob, a great, strong opener, taking ZywOo down without a casualty at all here on FaZe. Looking to increase the pace of this. It's Twist moving through the smoke. Apex is right beside him. Twist has slipped in towards main. It's a special move. He loves to make this play, and it's Flames that gets caught this time. Mezzi on Rafter, spotting the feet, getting rid of Twist. Another one from Mezzi. So quiet all map long, but showing up in the final round, or what they hope will be. But Robs has to clutch it if that is going to be reality, because Brokey gets the kill, but Robs to take Brokey down. For so long, it was Robs that meant success for FaZe. But now about to be the reckoning, their end on Nuke if he can win it against Jacob, who's in the open, and Rob's denied, Vitality denied, and Jacob will keep FaZe in the fight.
Damn, tough clutch for the young kid to win. Stands tall up against Robs, taking his time, had him out in the open. And after such a brawly round, Brokey goes down, Jacob's far away. That can be nerve-wracking, but he stands tall. This is disgusting from Mezzi. Should never be getting away with 3 kills in this position. Knew where he was the whole time. But all those quiet players we talked about in the first half for Vitality in these last 10 rounds have shown up. Jacob winning the clutch gives FaZe an extra lifeline. One more round to try and force double OT. .31 kills on Twist. Leading the way, captain from the front, 21 on Frozen as his right-hand man. Rops and ZywOo leading for Vitality, 27 and 22 respectively. Round 30.
Lots of nades available for Apex to disrupt the outside smokes. FaZe have their forces gathered outside of the A site. The only player with presence outside is Twist.
This feels like an upper hit this whole way. Jacob, Frozen, Brokey, their attention has been on Hut this whole time, but Twist is going to be the really strong position wrapping in.
Well, they're already through. Frozen, look at this timing! He's already out on the site, but Flames has recovered it for Vitality! Oh, yeah! Flame on! He's got himself 4 inside of his site, and it might just be the bitter end for FaZe. They were so competitive, but it's Flames igniting with the ace, and a 16-14 Vitality will not be defeated in overtime. So hard to put away, and that is why they are the best.
Absolute champion. Some of that quality coming in. All that talk of vacation, they overcame it. A little bit of a slow start yet again, but Vitality figured it out. FaZe really challenged them, really tested them, and put that experience up of having this elimination game facing a map 1 loss. Vitality not too often in that scenario, but they nail it.
They absolutely do. The only team able to defeat Vitality in overtime this year is one single time from Falcons in Rio. This team, even when they're being pushed to the brink, overtime is where they thrive. Vitality get it done, and in the darkness, it looked like it was going to be another overtime, but it was the Human Torch in Flames who was able to step up with a superhero close to keep Vitality going and to close this one out.
It was entertaining to say the very least. Closing it out is one thing that Vitality did right there, but obviously with some of that FaZe BS in their own pockets.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the start of this game, it looked like things were going to go according to plan for Vitality. Some nice opening starts, great flash plays for Flames, and then it all devolved into chaos. We had outside control. We had twists popping off in so many moments, but there were just consistent lethal weapons applied from FaZe throughout that entire T-side half, and even when we got into the overtimes, when we got into the CT sides, twists and their ability to sort of brawl outside on that FaZe clan unit, it really felt cohesive and comprehensive in a way that most teams wouldn't have expected a FaZe clan to look like.
Especially for a Vitality that battled back, they got into 11-11, they broke FaZe's money at that point, and then once that money's broken, you're thinking, okay, this might just be the end of this matchup. And Vitality might very well close it out right here with some miraculous upper hand. However, that's just not how it went down, right? When we found OT.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in regulation. There's a moment where It's a 4-on-2, and it really does look like FaZe is going to take this map and steal it away from Vitality. And then we get this massive impact from ZywOo. He's able to get kills from Mini, transition that into the bomb site. And listen, that wasn't the only clutch that ended up happening. You know, Rops kind of stole the show for the Vitality side in the end. But you saw these massive individual moments for Vitality that has kind of been absent from them coming into this tournament. I mean, we've seen them against the Bet Boom where they struggle to get that sort of conversion. We don't get the multi-kills like we do. But I mean, even in that last round, Flamesy getting those 4 kills in defense of the top site, I mean, that's one of those spots where FaZe thought they found the way in, only to get completely the door slammed in their face.
And you bring up a great point, because a lot of this map in particular came down to those late round interactions and transactions, rather, between the two teams, because late rounds is when things get extra stressful, right, Yumi?
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, where you're looking at people like Twist, but he was already doing so much on the team. You want Frozen to have more of that limelight as well, and there was actually, I think, a very comprehensive unit behind those two, you know, Twist and Frozen, but they didn't have the same caliber step up. You know, we had Mezzy on 0 kills while all of his teammates were at like 8, 10 on that CT side. And when we got further and further into the game, he started to have more of that impact, especially on that CT side.
So we can shift our conversation just a little bit now at this point that Vitality has awakened. You know, we did get an OT right here. We did have both of these teams vying for a slot just to play again today, to then qualify, right? So even playing the tournament on harder mode is what you might say, but we shift our attention to Dust 2 and where that goes and what that might mean for Team Vitality.
Well, this is supposed to be the map that Vitality have figured out. No team wants to touch them on this map, and you know, when they get the opportunity, they'll absolutely want to pick it in a series, but you have, like you said, found a Vitality that have maybe awoken in a sense, because that star power we were missing, it's now here. The team play, it was a little absent at times. You could see Apex looking at ZywOo on the outer holds. They maybe didn't look the most content with each other at times, but this is the map where players can play a little bit more autonomously. They already know their structure, how they set piece their units. And I mean, FaZe also didn't look too hot on this map earlier in the tournament, so I'm apprehensive, but the version of FaZe we got today is very different. So maybe there's a hope. Maybe there's a chance.
Maybe there is a hope. For a FaZe clan, is signs of life from individuals rather than a group whole. What do you think?
I just think FaZe are willing to take more risks. I mean, we saw Netsu getting onto T-Roof and pushing behind them. We saw Twist so willing to continuously challenge into Mini, for example. You know, they applied pressure into key points on the map that are very exploitative. So I guess I'm looking forward to seeing if they find similar things that they can utilize on that Dust 2, because not many other teams have found something of that nature on this map. So if NKJ's cooked something up, or Twist is feeling the game in a good way, yeah, I mean, I look forward to seeing what they might have in the locker.
Man, say how you really feel, Yumi. Is FaZe about to get dumped on right here or what?
I'm looking forward to some FaZe BS.
Okay.
That's all I want to see. I want to see Vitality tested.
Yeah, Vitality's tested. Looking forward to Dust 2. I mean, if we need a Mirage, I would say something went absolutely right for FaZe, obviously. But how could they possibly get it to click as well as they just did?
Well, I'm sure they asked the same. I'm sure they asked the same question in terms of how they translate the confidence that they showed against an NRG versus the confidence that they can bring into a game against Vitality. But they actually did play with that bravado on that first map. So
yeah, they did.
I mean, I have only positive emotions about a FaZe clan that are clearly doing some soul searching with the transition to in-game leader. Netsu, is he staying? Is he going? Frozen, is he staying? Is he going? You know, there's a lot of conversations about this roster and this team as they try to climb themselves back into contention for that major. It won't be the Cologne major. That's the major pressure point on this team, but I think they have the building blocks in the right place at the moment.
Yeah, well, with building blocks and it being in Atlanta, it's only appropriate that we tell you to use that hashtag IEM on your favorite social media channels across all of them. I don't even know. What's your favorite one?
Which channel or which
social
hashtag?
Media.
Oh, X.
Okay, well, yeah. So use hashtag IEM over there, and that's short for the Intel Extreme Masters, which is where we are right now. We do have a quick break. We can jump back into the action that is FaZe Vitality here sooner rather than later. Dust 2, as you can see, the guys are getting situated back behind us and getting ready to go. So we cut to that quick break, and we come right back after this. Pretty precarious situation with FaZe going against Vitality, but in order to get into the trenches here, we're going to talk to NKJ. Tell everybody what you do over there, man.
What am I doing here? Yeah. I don't even know, man. No, honestly, I'm here joining just freshly off of my stint after ends. I'm the head coach now, so I guess we're here just to hopefully get an upset against Vitality, but tough task ahead of ourselves.
It's a big ask. Hey, you're gonna come coach FaZe, right? Like, imagine there's a lot of things you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, 100%. Like when I actually got that stint, I was also a bit shocked, like in a positive way, I guess, you know. But it is a lot more pressure than on the previous stints I did have with either ends or even with Big, you know. So a lot more on my shoulders now, but excited about it.
Yeah, it's a little different looking FaZe. Doesn't mean it's a bad looking FaZe. But I will ask about a little bit of the looks versus NRG. It seemed like there was a lot more confidence in the FaZe camp than, say, the opener versus Pain, which obviously went to a loss.
Yeah, we definitely had a lot more confidence going. We were debriefing quite extensively after the loss against Pain. We did have, unfortunately, like a couple of off days coming into the match against Pain, which were not like accounted for. Like we actually wanted to practice, but unfortunately teams were canceling on us and we couldn't find something on short notice. So it was a bit messed up for us, unfortunately. However, we did have really, really good confidence going into it. We were building decent momentum as well, which unfortunately we couldn't really build against Pain. And once you give Brazilians momentum, they'll just roll with it, and they just stomped us. So after the debrief, we just kind of outlined what we need to be focusing on in terms of our attitude and all these things, and it worked perfectly yesterday, at least on map 1. Map 2 was a bit of a closer effort, right, a closer result, but that's just Nuke in a nutshell.
Look, given the state of where FaZe is, it's one thing. But then across the aisle today, you've got this team vitality. Seems like everybody has a hard time beating them, except for the one team yesterday. So what do you as FaZe look at from a loss from them?
I mean, we didn't really pay attention too much to their match, in all honesty, from yesterday. We're going into the match just trying to play our game. We obviously understand that there's no real expectations or no pressure coming into this match because they're the best team in the world right now. So we just go in there, we're chill guys, happy to be here, trying to have a good time, try to show that we are capable of playing good CS. And who knows, maybe one thing leads to another and we can string some rounds together. They get maybe a bit nervous doing that back-to-back losses, maybe coming like closer to them. So let's see how it goes.
Man, I can see the smile on your face. You're talking about back-to-back losses for vitality. Thank you very much, AMK.
Thank you for having me.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
They pick on you.
Just stay alive for as long as you can, Kuba.
Yeah.
Go
They
for
can
outside,
come back
right?
to lobby, no?
No, one was on A side.
I'm
Can
dead
walk
on
door.
A, guys.
Can walk lobby from door.
Okay, hold my back up, bro. We good like this.
Top hut.
Top hut.
It's fine.
Both were shooting him at A. Yeah, we are in the fucking god setup.
Ramp. One more, probably. One
more.
more.
Yeah, I think
Normal,
I'll
normal,
return
normal.
me.
Let's go! Fucking little weasels, taking our pistols!
Toxic one.
Toxic is a...
You want flash toxic?
No, don't think so.
But I'm far away. I'm deep next. I have to go. I mean, 20 seconds.
2 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
I'm thinking down for you to run. You ready to run?
Yeah, I'm going.
Let's go, guys.
Have we planned the box?
Ramp.
Nice. Let's ramp
One
player.
more should be here. Careful above us.
Yeah, bomb
Above. Good
Take
field,
ramp.
Above.
Take lobby. Go take some sides. One ramp.
Toxic dead.
And ramp. Close through.
Toxic one. Toxic left.
He's low. He ran back.
He's gonna go vent. One HP.
You're all low, boys.
This one. Lock it. Okay. I can flash him if you want.
He's mollied.
Flashing on the left, careful. Boom. I edge it.
Nice, boys.
Oh, minus 93 and 10.
Nice.
Ooh. Nice.
Alright, boys. Lock the fuck in now.
Let's go. Drop AK. This is overtime. Come on. I push R.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
You're outside, I think? I go outside. Yeah,
Maybe the lobby gear.
They're going
Yeah,
outside.
I'm gonna
They're
drop
going outside. They're working for sure. 100%.
I'm picking
Trust me, I go outside.
Yeah.
One in lockers.
I'm gonna walk in hot.
Cross. 1 HP outside. 1 HP outside.
Nice!
Nice,
Nice, Ryan.
Nice.
Let's go.
Smoke still.
He's
Sitting
can
in
be
the
dark.
smoke.
Can be
Sitting
dark,
in the
guys.
smoke.
Careful. Yeah.
Smoking dark.
I'm searching secret. I'm searching secret.
He's in still sight. He cannot be secret.
Oh, what? He's in the dark.
It's in dark.
Yeah,
It's in dark.
yeah. It's okay. I'm breaking.
Like, bro. Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Take AKs. You know,
This is funny.
Let's go, Out heaven already.
Doesn't expect you.
Oh, miss for main.
Has no idea where you are.
Atlanta, hot Atlanta, you call it whatever you want. What we've actually come here to do today is to keep playing and see what happens. The great Peach State. It is Atlanta, Georgia, but mostly a lot of historical. The hunt continues. I just wanted to know if you knew anything about video games. Huh? You play video games, man? All right, man, me either. That's what I was saying. He playing video games. You play Counter-Strike? Deep into the depths of the Ponce City market. Hey man, you play video games?
I'm 45, so.
How old do you think I am?
32.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty fair, but I'm 36. We'll take that. Nice shirt, man. Thank you, man. What do you think about two teams or players playing against each other in tournaments and video games?
I mainly play like Rainbow, Apex.
Is it something where we can kind of mutually agree that there are games that shouldn't be considered respectable? Perhaps maybe like, I don't want to just put words in your mouth, but Valorant?
I was going to say the same thing. Yes.
You guys know anything about video games at all? Counter-Strike?
Age of Empires.
Age of Empires?
Yes. My team right now is #1 in the state on Marvel.
Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, my school.
What school you go to?
Carrollton.
Where can we find some Counter-Strike players? I mean, Age of Empires is cool, but I'm looking for Counter-Strikers.
Brother, go to the hamburger place, maybe, you know, in the corner, H&F.
Thanks for the guidance. Well, you want to say something to him?
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? This
Poverty.
is... What is it?
Poverty. P-O-V-E-R-T.
Bro, I was about to say, that's the wildest sign-off I think I've ever experienced on the show here is poverty.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. It's the last day of the group stages, and it's elimination for either FaZe Clan or Vitality. And right now, looking like it might just be FaZe Clan. They put up a great fight on map #1 of Nuke, but in the end, it was Vitality to prevail in overtime. And now we move to Vitality's Dust 2, and this is their home ground, right? This is their stomping ground. So they've had some of the greatest results on their run as the best team in the world, and FaZe have the uphill battle of coming back into the series on it.
Well, I'll tell you this, at least for FaZe, there's going to be a certain level of comfort if you're the players, at the very least, of belief, because this is a map that you like to pick as well. And yeah, we from the outside are all talking about it from the perspective of Vitality's dominance and the run they've had on how incredible their Dust 2 is. But FaZe is going to be saying, you know what, this is a map that we pick, and it's one of our favorites as well. So let's just kind of test it on it. And after that performance on Nuke, I mean, you can see some of the pieces and how they can heat up and how they can play and actually how they can make this work against Vitality. Let's just see what the two teams come out looking like in the early stages. Pistol round, Mezzi goes for a little bit of a peek out long, spots 2. Twist and Pit, Jacob as well at the corner. So that's a little bit of information for Apex to work with early on in the pistol. Xbox smoke and a catwalk Molotov to prevent any peeks, and Twist is going to get aggressive and make a move. "31 kills for Twist on Nuke, the opening map in the series. Goes to waste as Vitality outlasts them in overtime. Will someone else from FaZe be able to match that impact that he was able to provide to keep them in that map?
Frozen spots multiple targets. Here's them charged up towards the B site. Now, Natechu. Oh my God. Oh, okay, Natechu. Beautiful headshots. Mezzi has to come in and make up for it. Both B defenders take it away, and this pistol is somehow still on thanks to Mezzi.
Not an easy retake. I know it's a 3-on-2. I know you have a man advantage. There's no kit. There's no utility. The B bomb site still can be really, really tricky to get back into for the CT side.
Yeah, Mezzi looking for that next fight. Just underneath the window. They realize they're a player down, so they're putting themselves in a position to try and pull that back. It's got to be Mezzi! And he nearly gets all of them, but just about stealing it away is Brokey. FaZe Clan will take the pistol. Nachu, though, he does the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's a freakish pistol round from Nachu. Lovely shots from Brokey. Had a couple of misses on the op down the stretch of Nuke that could have maybe changed how that map ended, but drills a couple nice ones with a P2K here. Nachu defending mid and the B tunnels. Absolutely stunning shooting, transitioning back and forth. And Vitality not able to get it done. Good kills from Brokey, nice and quick before he gets back into cover.
That was really close from Mezzi to pull off the ace. All right, well, AK-47 out from Mezzi. Galil's, Deagle, scout for Apex. It's a strong force buy here. Brokey's going to detect it early on. Apex sending a shot past him, but Brokey's got an AWP out here. Why don't you get out as quickly as possible and get this ball rolling for FaZe?
Yeah, but it might not even matter, right? Brokey's over towards the B bomb site, and this is just going to be Vitality walking off short. They're not even going to wait. Just messing with the timings a little bit. This isn't going to be a slow, drawn-out strategic round. They just have the opportunity, so they're going to attack into it, and Brokey's op might have a tough time getting involved.
Can Twist do anything, keeping his head down? Jacob at least taking the first kill. Now, Twist yet to be revealed. Mezzi is very aware of the possibility, though, and will spot him out and can't get the kill. It's Zywoo and Rob's trying to make it happen, but Twist, how has he got away with another one? Twist gets over towards Goose. Apex doesn't stop him getting there, and Brokey's op will chime in, putting it all on Apex, and Twist stays alive somehow inside of the ramp smoke.
Okay, he's still going to keep some of that magic from Nuke, I guess. What a round from Twist with the impactful kills to prevent Vitality from planting the bomb, from being comfortable inside the site, and buying the time for Brokey's op to be able to come over and have impact. All right, well, that's a high-octane start to the map. 2-0 for FaZe, and finally things will settle down. Vitality going to stick to Deagles and unarmored pistols.
You know, Mezzi going for a long pick here with the Deagle, but he can't really stick around too long through the flame, so he's going to fall away. And that is going to allow a good start here for FaZe.
A little bit of a shoulder shown for Brokey.
It's so important to see FaZe come out with a strong start here.
Well, I mean, think about this, too. We had the conversation, the quote from Frozen about saying, you know, VRS points on some level are more important to him than trophies at the moment to get back into the major contention and get back into the invite bubble. Think of how many they gain if they're able to upset Vitality.
Yeah, they'll move up to the 19th place.
First map slipping away was an excellent opportunity. But let's see if they can apply a similar level of pressure to Vitality and force them in a really, really scrappy Dust 2 game.
If you get through Dust 2, Mirage is up next. And on the last couple of weeks, we have seen some weaknesses there for Vitality. Mezzi to get taken out by the grenade.
Ooh.
Twist dome, though, by Apex. Eagle! He's got one more in him. Okay, you can't let this one go. It's going to be Brokey sending a shot back up towards Rob, but a bomb plant is in, and a 3v3 here. Flames only has a Glock, so really shouldn't be getting too much done from this situation, but they're not looking at it. Oh, he had burst fire on.
Okay.
Oh, yep. Well,
two rifles recovered those. Zywoo was an AK-47 playing at railing. Apex is going to have the M4 out towards long. Still going to be tough. Utility for the CT side, a kit as well on Frozen.
Yeah, well, it's a chance, especially with Apex getting another one, and you put Zywoo in a clutch. Well, you can never count him out of this scenario. And Zywoo out of nowhere, it's Vitality with a round win. It started with Apex's Deegs, and it closes with Zywoo on the AK.
Yeah, man, the captains for both teams having huge impact.
Fired up he is as well.
You got to be after those Deagle shots. So filthy turning the corner. 2 kills at the 8 bomb site, 1 more with the M4 as the retake begins. And then you trust your teammate, the best player in the world, to handle the 1v2.
Well, that is a huge disruption to the good start from FaZe. It was looking like 3 guaranteed. But Apex out of nowhere with the Deagle erupting with an opportunity. They picked up weapons. And then Zywoo sees them off with the AK-47. This is it again. Great shot. Turns from the flash. Gets back to it. That is some stellar shooting out of Apex.
Yeah, that's how it works in your brain when you're thinking about that round with the Deagle. That's what you fantasize. That's what you envision. And it's just perfect for Apex there in the round. So, steal a ton of momentum. Let's go, my people! Good boon to the economy as well. ZywOo gets to pick up a free AWP and save $4,800 in his back pocket. Investment in this round from FaZe.
ZywOo not able to stop them from getting into lower. They've actually fallen back, but he will be tagged up. Usually it's ZywOo doing the tagging through the doors, but he ends up getting one shot to the body. 57 HP left on ZywOo. The smoke comes up to shroud the doors. FaZe Clan need to have a rebuttal with lower tier weapons themselves.
Well, Nachu and Jacob hanging on to long, those two combined. Brokey going to be at railing at the A bomb site. Twist just being a presence in middle with this scout. Frozen playing outside of the B bomb site. Vitality now making their first move to gain some control. Smoke up to block the vision of Twist. Utility to say they want to pressure him and force him back into a passive stance. Once again, the avenue up short is wide open. 55 seconds on the clock. Plenty of utility for Vitality to pressure and show whatever they want. They can start pressuring and giving the utility for a mid to B split, make that defense really, really nervous. Letting the clock tick down, 33 seconds, still quiet on the map. And Vitality set to throw out the initial salvo of utility towards short.
25 seconds. You can't respect the utility. You've just got to go. And that limited time might just create the perfect amount of chaos for FaZe Clan to thrive. There's a kill for Brokey. Going again. Brokey with a double on the scout. 10 seconds and counting. Nachu enters the kill feed. And Vitality will not be able to get this round win. They have to try and fall away and save the weapons now.
Man, I mean, how often do you see Vitality like this? This is a very flat round from Vitality where they had all the advantages. They never really applied any pressure anywhere. So FaZe just have the pieces of utility down the stretch to make that disjointed as the clock is running low. That Molotov ruined so much of what Vitality wants to do at that timing. And surprising to see them almost in this round just kind of defeat themselves just due to the passive nature of the play.
Well, Brokey doing this obviously helps. Assisted by Twist softening up ZywOo.
Well, because of the free op that ZywOo was able to get and the extra money that he had in the bank, another op is on the board.
That really helps you get that energy back in the team if you're FaZe. I mean, it's going to be so disappointing having lost to Apex's Deagle.
Yeah, that round can be super deflating, but a win like that one immediately in the back kind of makes the team forget about it, lets them move past it very, very quickly. So lovely for FaZe and for their mental game for the rest of Dust 2.
Vitality populating mid. You've got Twist who's waiting out the doorway, but ends up showing a little bit too much to ZywOo, who will happily take Twist down and open things up here for Team Vitality.
And with the CT smoke already in place, Frozen and HU are a little bit scared because they know that ZywOo AWP can peek deep into their bomb site. Clear lines of sight.
Looking up towards Frozen. Steps back into the site. Spam going down through the smoke here for Jacob. It's going to be Frozen with two. Messi and Flames both dead. All of a sudden, it's a 4v3 favoring FaZe again, and you've still got two players in this B bomb site. Frozen doing what he can. Nature revealed. Apex hunts him for 30 seconds. Bomb gets picked up, and Apex has got to win this in a clutch.
I don't know how he's going to do it either. There's a kit on Jacob. There's a flashbang on Brokey. There could be extra utility picked up on their pathing in. 3 T-bodies strewn across middle. Another kit salvaged, and Apex only with 38.
We can hear the steps. He knows one player's in. Now he readies himself. He's got them separated into 1v1s. Apex looking for a big round again. And it's Apex delivering in the clutch. Huge impact on Dust 2 from Apex. 2 rounds in the locker thanks to him.
Oh, close affair back and forth. Every single one of these rounds contested and brawly. Apex just playing ring around the rosy around the big box inside the site. FaZe could never get the read on him. What a round from Frozen. Smoke broken open. He finds ZywOo as well. Desperate trading from Vitality just to get into the bomb site, but Apex steps up again. Back and forth, fast towards long. Mac 10 from Mezzi activated to turn the corner. 3 M4s, a scout, and a 5-7 for this FaZe defense.
They're not happy with how that smoke landed, so they're going to use another one just to give them more cover if they want to transition players into the pit. That's exactly what they want to do. They want to get Apex down in there, a strong position to get early into round 6. And this is exactly the kind of Dust 2 game we wanted to see between these two teams, right? Back and forth, clutch moments, great shots.
We're just going to see, I mean, eventually someone's going to win this tug of war, right? Both teams are able to fight back because they're scraping together these buys, replenishing some saved M4s or some M4s that are the only things they can afford with some pistols upgraded. At some point, someone's going to get broken and lose that back and forth, and then we see if a team can crack it wide open. They're just fighting for that opportunity at the moment.
Here's Frozen. Down in towards the underpass, lower tunnels, there's the double, and Frozen extremely happy to get away with that with the aggressive maneuver because FaZe Clan had the weaker weapons in play, but now they've got the 2-man advantage. Apex getting caught in the smoke break. No way he gets away with 2. He will just get the 1. Frozen again with more impact. Nate2 dies, and that opens up the B site.
Yeah, I don't know if Vitality fully realize how open it actually is. They're going to test it, though. Frozen, the other B defender, he got a triple kill over towards the A site, so now they cross, and ZywOo has the op.
He will get tagged on the cross, but they're very quick to rotate, and that Molotov will do nothing thanks to the smoke, but Messi's going to kill ZywOo out to the tag 9. He's got both as well! And it's so back and forth, and all that heavy work from Frozen at the start of the round. I think Nature's going to be a little bit red in the face that he dies and opens up that B bomb site, but my God, ZywOo on the Tech 9.
3 versus 5 recovery in the round.
Oh man, Nature is going to, I mean, he is such a young player, such an inexperienced player at this level. He's been great so far, but that little mistake cost FaZe Clan a really important round to kick this off, and now they're down to weaker weapons.
Yeah, this is actually Vitality. That's the breaking point that I was just mentioning in the previous round. It's FaZe can't fight back now. You just have to save the weapons and wait for the money to come back. So a chance for Vitality to get a good grip. They're looking for a clean round. Their money is obviously busted as well due to the resistance from FaZe. So building up some cash is quite a priority. Gonna play this round slow, knowing it's an anti-eco against a low buy. See if there's gonna be anything creative, anything aggressive, anything surprising to open up round 7.
Apex stepping up with a PK. Flames is gonna get both pistols to start things off, and Apex no issues hunting down the rest. At least Frozen preventing the clean sheet. And it will end up being a 4-3 lead here for Team Vitality. And you were talking about someone's eventually going to win this tug of war, and it did not look like it was going to be Vitality in the last round, but they've done it.
Yeah, it's a crazy one to recover. And FaZe had a couple of those on Nuke as well, rounds that felt like firmly in their control, in their favor, that kind of slipped up, whether it was a retake, whether it was a man advantage or a 2-man advantage. A few of those came back to hunt them and punish them, obviously on Nuke in the loss. Have one here, and you just never know what it's going to do until the game's over. You never know what kind of consequences it's going to have. Frozen is going to be given the grace to save this M4. Again, Vitality going to prioritize their own money so that they can build up a buffer, an extra buy behind it so they can sustain a loss. Don't want to give anything over to Frozen for no good reason. So a lead for Vitality. We go into round 8, and FaZe looking to buy back up into this and get back to challenging. M4s across the board. Brokey will not have his AWP out quite yet. For the Vitality side of things, it's mission accomplished. Plenty of money fills up after that round win. Apex Rops and Flames quickly into the B tunnels. ZywOo watching mid with an AWP. Allow this scaling, making sure nobody's going to peek and be aggressive and push. It looks like they want to hit a timing on a mid to B split. Apex just walking out playing contact, but he's got it.
Yeah, he does. Cheats a go away from Twists.
They even throw the door smoke, just the double door smoke, just to like pop and kind of be the sound cue that it's going to be mid control, but no one's even home from FaZe to catch that little bit of the fake. Twist still caught, not expecting it.
Rops Oh, he is going to punish that push, isn't he? Frozen walks right into him. Nature to send some shots back through the smoke. So 4v3. Still doable for FaZe thanks to Nature, but he's alone on this B site.
It's an easy call for Apex to just hit the B bomb site now.
40 HP. Having to fend off all of Vitality coming at him, and he nearly does it. It's 2, and it is now a 2v2 thanks to that performance out of Nature.
Yeah, it's doable. It's how much courage do Brokey and Jacob have to come for this retake. You have a kit on Brokey.
I mean, it's ZywOo's spot. Like, are you ever going to read this? ZywOo.
Oh, yeah, he clears this.
He's going to have a look now, but he doesn't spot him, and ZywOo's already looking up. So it ends up being a kill for ZywOo, leaving Mezzi in the 1v1, and Jacob's going to race back. Now, he has picked up the kit. He's got plenty of utility, and the clutches inside of this B site have gone the way of Vitality, and it looks like it's going to happen again as Mezzi's got the headshot off the top of the boxes, just stands and fights Jacob, knowing exactly where he's coming in from, giving Vitality the edge, and now extending their lead to 2.
Oh, man, I thought Brokey would have seen ZywOo as he jumps up onto the railing. Didn't get that glimpse fast enough. Great call from Apex and Vitality. Nothing super strategic, just a little trickery to open up the round and hit that timing to grab Twist early. You pick him off, you know he's the kind of supportive element that shifts between the bomb sites, keeps an eye on mid. You find one of the B players as well, and then all of a sudden you're saying, yeah, we have a 4-on-1. Easiest call of Apex's life. Five to 3, and it's Twist with the Hero M4 in this round.
Well, the bomb going to be shifting its way into the B-bomb site. No resistance here whatsoever for FaZe. Mezzi's even applying pressure out long. He will die, so that's a better weapon available to Frozen.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get a jump on boxing them in so they can't save any weapons or run away with anything, but his teammates over at the B-bomb site didn't really encounter any resistance, just one player of Jacob. So it might have been a little bit early for Mezzi to move. Sin AK-47 passed over to FaZe for free, and once again, much like Nuke, lining up to take some exit kills over towards tunnels. Apex going to try and hold on to this escape route. ZywOo's a little bit deeper in the tunnels as well.
Yeah, ZywOo trying to get out, and we'll handle it. So P250 to the headshot on Brokey. Will allow ZywOo to cross safely to save the AWP.
Nice attempt, good idea from FaZe. Just try and snatch a couple away at the end. Obviously doesn't pan out in their favor, but they do pick up that AK-47. That's dropped to the ground. Op coming back out.
Yeah.
Double op setup coming out for FaZe that they switch into. It worked on Nuke for one round. Brokey's presence in the upper bomb site funneled them towards Frozen's op and ramp room. We'll see if they can get something similar going on Dust 2. They could use a tactic that gives them a little bit of a run here.
Yeah, they need an injection of energy back into the team again. It was a great back and forth, winning some rounds they shouldn't in that first few, but Vitality have stabilized and got into a rhythm on this T side, and you have to disrupt it if you're FaZe.
Yeah, it can be a little bit dangerous, that early back and forth that had so many close rounds and close clutches, right? Because you're getting hyped up when you win them. You're sinking very, very low when you lose them. Back and forth, the energy, the emotional roller coaster of it. When you eventually do end up being on the losing end and broken and kind of lose that ability to take the tug-of-war fights, it can feel a little bit deflating for a while. So anything that anyone on FaZe can do, someone make a play. Double op. See if Brokey can ignite this team, if that op can have the influence. ZywOo's going to look for the cross. A little bit late, they're already past. So Frozen's op looking mid. Brokey's op taken down at long.
Yeah, you can see the frustration. Head smacks the back of the chair there from Brokey as ZywOo takes away any opportunity of Brokey delivering impact for FaZe here. It's going to be a bit of a sinking feeling for the side of FaZe now. They lose Twist as well. Apex, unfortunate timing on the quick switch. He isn't fully punished, though.
Oh, ZywOo just still doing work, though. That's both ops now that he's picked off.
Yeah, that's Vitality in full control now. The rhythm is here. This is the Dust 2 we've seen from them so many times where you can't even shoot them. You can't even get anything to go your way.
Well, I mean, look, credit to Vitality, obviously, on this T side, because what they've done is just put FaZe in a really awkward situation, right? You've had now a round where you see Rops, another player just kind of dry challenge into the B bomb site. Sure, it was an anti-eco, but they show they're willing to go kind of bully you in B tunnels. You've seen some fast plays out towards long. You've seen the ZywOo trying to pick the cross, now picking long. You had the contact walk from Apex out middle that got you a pick on a Twist. So, I mean, there's just been so many variations that Vitality's opening up with. It's hard for FaZe to read and come up with a good plan of what they're supposed to do. And once that happens, players start getting picked off, plan crumbles, and the map gets way easier for Vitality. Rops with a nade sequence meant to do a little bit of chip damage. Now he's going to get aggressed upon, and the flashbang could be perfect.
Yep, flash goes in. Rops blinded. Still gets one. Trade is through from Nachu. But Vitality are not going to be going towards the B site. They funnel back through short.
Flash and two-man push. That's 3 players of information. You've got a 4-on-2 at the A bomb site at worst.
Yeah, so they piece that information together, and they're very decisive to make their move towards A before FaZe can really position themselves. The flank is here, and Brokey will win the all-important engagement against Zywoo, so it does open up a chance. And they're smoked out and blocked away.
I think FaZe should go for this, right? There's 1 round left after this. They're going to be buying in the next round. They do have a double op setup, but I feel like you might as well test it here because you're going to have the money to invest down the road. And still chances to save these ops if the fights don't go your way initially.
It's just the time they have to waste to get in position, and they don't have a kit available, so it's starting to look increasingly unlikely they'll be able to pull it off, but they're getting closer and closer. Mezzi tapping away with a flashbang assisted. It's held FaZe back long enough that it's starting to feel just impossible as that time is ticking on, but sometimes the impossible is just improbable, but they've got to find the bomb. They get to the defuse, but no time for it. The time will cost them the ultimate enemy, and it will be another round here for Vitality.
Yeah, cool retake put together just a little bit too late in the day. You still get out with an AWP in the hands of Twist, 2 AK-47, so not the worst eventuality. But obviously, if you're FaZe, you're not finding any positives at the moment, looking at a 3-8 scoreline. And on top of that, a 7-0 run from Vitality. So what can they do to scrape together a 4th round? One final before the halftime break. A 4-1 start with only Nachu alone on this side of the map. Frozen's going to be playing in CT spawn to start.
Yeah, FaZe wanting nothing to do with the early fights. Just sitting back, Vitality of all the real estate they want. They can walk up short. Eventually, if they were to round that corner, Brokey would be waiting for them. And he is now sitting tight. That utility is going to come in, forcing to change up his position, drop off that angle, and Vitality get further control across the map. Now Brokey blinded, the AWP having to fall away, unable to chime in with a kill that could help FaZe Clan out here. Vitality have the time to respect the util, draw out the final pieces of FaZe, and then begin their execution for the finishing round.
A lot of pressure on Jacob, 1v2 at long, as Brokey's attention will be kept here at A.
He flicks up. Nice shot from Brokey, needs another one. And connected. Jacob dies at long side. Brokey burning, feet singed. Knows another fight is coming his way at long, but just eats flashbangs all round long. It's Mezzi and Rops now trying to come in to close this one out from long. FaZe have done a good job at holding onto the site. This half started with so much promise, so back and forth, but it falls to Twist just to try to squeeze an extra one, and Twist does. Gets a double, a 4th round to play with for FaZe. We'll find out if it's enough to stay alive in Atlanta after the break.
Well, it was a brawly back and forth affair to start Dust 2, but once Vitality gained hold of the game, they never let go. A 7-0 run in the middle of that half to take an 8-4 lead as they switch side to defense, and it's FaZe staring at the need for a comeback to stay alive here in Atlanta, trying to cause an extremely unlikely upset. Close on Nuke on the first map gave them a little bit of belief, and Vitality might have just ripped that out of their hearts in the first half of Dust 2.
Yeah, well, they've got to really dig deep and find some resolve to get through this one. A pistol round coming right up. Plenty of util here for Brokey. And we're going to see FaZe populate the tunnels with 3 players.
FaZe has only lost like 2 pistol rounds in Atlanta so far.
Yeah, very, very good at the pistol rounds. Let's see if they can get another one. It's a great start. Twist ripping apart Mezzi. ZywOo's in the same spot. Here in the steps, making no secret about his position, trying to move forward and play with his teammates, but again, FaZe just so good in pistol rounds. They've got a great start to this round.
Yeah, Vitality was really, really committed to setting up that trap, right? The spring off catwalk and through double doors with the flashbang to activate things. Apex shaves 1 player off, but still so much. You're going to need an incredible amount of just those awesome headshots, those 1-bullet headshots if you want to get back into this. ZywOo's got no HP to provide resistance, so he's got to play out towards long where he can be a little bit tricky and rely on some timing. End of the A bomb site we go. It's wide open. Apex shifting over through CT spawn. Rop's going to be following up. Not enough resources to watch the flank, so Natechu is going to have a chance to have impact.
Apex slipping down below the A sites, frozen with both headshots on the clock, and they'll say see you later as Rops has to fight on 2 fronts and they just wrap around the back. It's another pistol for FaZe, a really important one here on Dust 2. We'll see what Vitality decide to do if they go for the force buy or they let FaZe have a great chance at just taking 2 in a row.
Oh, they're coming in for the force buy. Apex bought that scout real quick.
Yeah,
ZywOo's picking one up as well. So yeah, we're gonna get them some contention here in this round 2. Yeah, these kills just come out so fast. Mezzi's just kind of walking into the angle, and he's gushed and killed before he even sees anybody. Another strong pistol from FaZe to help them close the gap at the start of this second half. But we're gonna get some aggression. An early tag from Apex. And he backs off, happy with the damage he's caused early.
Well, you know what you're up against now. Vitality force. You're taking some early damage. Let's see how FaZe respond. Oh, getting a attempted boost going here, but in the meantime, as that's failing, we've got Robs peeking out through lower tunnels. And then Apex just right to the door. It's Twist dead. Vitality with a 2-man advantage and the health advantage because Jacob down on 29.
I was going to say, it's not even the player he initially tagged. You still have softened up Jacob ready to be taken down. Sick little peek from lower from Rops as well to just make that a chaotic, disjointed situation. Frozen and Twist, 2 of the heavy hitters on the FaZe side, knocked out of this fight in round 14. So with 3v5, they have no map control. They've caused no damage. And yet another tag from Apex, who's controlling the map with a scout. A brutal way to have to open up this second half. The pistol round victory so strong. Now all of a sudden put on the back foot and you're just getting whittled down. One final Hail Mary into the A bomb site for Brokey, Natechu, and Jacob. Okay.
Oh, there's another tag. Yeah, FaZe the walking wounded into the final play of the A site. It's going to be Flames and ZywOo with all the shots required. They don't even lose a player in the force buy.
I don't even know if FaZe ever even got a clean look back, any kind of a significant fight, any kind of a decent situation to try and find a kill in return. That's nasty, just sliding over, hit him through the door. Peace, clotheslines. And ZywOo just style points jumping up on the railing. Judges give it 10 out of 10, it's 9-5. The Vitality Special.
And now it's a little bit of football, so there we go.
That's about the situation we're in. Just sadly head to the park, bring the all football out, get some fresh air.
This is what Vitality do outside the server, though, during their break.
It's true. This is just their warm-up.
Yeah. I was watching them outside earlier, just in the break, just, you know.
Just outside juggling the ball?
Yeah, a little bit of keepy uppies.
That's pretty good. So yeah,
we had FaZe do this in the arena in Fort Worth.
Yeah, they did. The crowd loved it.
Oh, they did.
It's nice seeing an American crowd get into football.
Well, the World Cup is coming, Jason.
The World Cup is coming.
How do you think America's
You're looking for
gonna
tickets?
Do? Yeah, I would like some tickets, but I'm not gonna.
You're not gonna pay those prices.
It's, yeah, absolutely insane. So I think I'll watch this instead.
It's always been I want to go one, before the end. I want to get myself to a World Cup.
Well, unfortunately, you're priced out even in your own country.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it?
Well, timed out now are FaZe. They've got 40 seconds, so they start to make their way through the doors. 3 players, a pack moving toward Mr. Apex with the Galil. He's not the most welcoming. He's killed everybody pretty much. His teammates all coming in to help out, and that's it. So 10-5, Vitality at double figures. It's not even a great scenario for FaZe now. Like, they don't even have enough money to buy now.
No, it's not pretty, is it?
Oh, God, this is horrible.
It's a very, very rough place to be if you're FaZe.
And you do not want to order the Vitality special, that's for sure.
I think that's also part of the reason why it just feels a little bit deflated, too, is I think they kind of know just not that this is impossible to come back from, but the odds just stacked against them in so many ways. And again, another round was just pistols, low buy. Vitality's had 2 rounds in a row of 5 players surviving, so if you're FaZe, their money's building. The task to reset them and break that economy is just going to be so difficult to accomplish. So trying to get in position to hit a mid to B split at the moment. Frozen and Jacob out middle. Smoke towards the double doors of the B bomb site. We're going to start moving into this split. Frozen's gotten past.
Well, Rups taking 2. Twist and Nechu both dead. Frozen steps out with a little bit of style points. Brokey also with the Tech 9, but a 2v3. Well, let's see what Jacob can do. If he can even open up this possibility of a dream round. He's getting flanked through top middle. Apex wins the engagement, and it's just Brokey, who's on his own, just on the box to the B bomb site. They're all coming in from the same side.
This is all about baiting Apex. Just send Apex in. You don't have to go with him. Just let him figure out exactly where Brokey is for you. The other 2 players follow it up.
Here's the steps. Apex jumping ahead down. Brokey getting spanned down to 19 HP now, trying to wrap around the box, but too much pressure from Vitality.
Apex shouting to go get the... Sounded like he was saying op mid. 11-5 for Vitality. Strong retake and prime position, complete control of this game, not a single disadvantage. And for FaZe, this will be the strongest buy you have. So if you can't win it, this game in this series is just going to fizzle away and you're going to be eliminated from IEM Atlanta. So it all falls onto this investment. Brokey with the AWP, 4 AK-47s around it, all the nades they could want. Just the really tough task of Vitality on the other side of the server.
I think he was calling to get the better rifle back, and that's going to be ZywOo. Well. Brokey is having a tough time against ZywOo, isn't he?
Don't do that. Don't do that, Jacob. You just saw what he did.
You really think he's not going to punish you, too?
Your teammate's brain is on the wall behind you. Just chill. Sorry, that was very visceral.
That was. I liked it, though. It was... Oh, there we go. You do nothing but just kind of go, okay, fair enough. That was another round where ZywOo just owned me before I actually even get to play the round.
I mean, that feels like outside of the pistol, that's been just the story of this second half. Anytime there's been any kind of investment, second round, those scouts are picking you off before you're able to move down the map. Now ZywOo's grabbed the kill before you're able to do anything. You're just playing these games, these rounds at a disadvantage every time you have a weapon.
Well, Twist stepping through the mid doors. No one from Vitality home. So at least he has a little bit of space to play with out here. And he's going to block the tunnels, attempting to block it. At least there they come, straight through the doors. And ZywOo Rops on the cleanup. The Galil making it look so easy, that. And it's series point for Team Vitality and for FaZe Clan, staring at elimination in Atlanta.
Man, the first 5 rounds of this game were awesome. They were fun, close.
First map as well.
Yeah, back and forth. FaZe was getting putting some pressure on Vitality, forcing them uncomfortable situations. But it was that unfortunate scenario where once Vitality grabbed control out of that back and forth, they've just never looked back. FaZe has had no stopping power. The T side from Vitality showed so many different looks. FaZe could never get into the rhythm of how Vitality was playing the map. Could never catch him off guard. And I think just so deflated over that 7-0 run in the first half that FaZe haven't been able to get back into the game. Filthy shot onto Brokey as well. None of that helps. Every time ZywOo hits something like that, it just makes you feel more and more helpless. And now executing right into a crossfire at the B bomb site that deletes you. So no AWP, no AK-47s, 3 Galils, a Deagle, and a Tech 9 to keep FaZe alive at the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta.
Vitality about to move on to play against Bait for that last spot in the quarterfinals. And for FaZe, it'll be a disappointing exit unless something miraculous can happen. And gather up at short. No one from Vitality here to spot it or detect it early on at all. So at least you're given some time to put your utility in place and give this your best go. Oof. As FaZe move forward, it's gonna be their final move because ZywOo opens up the coffin, throws them in with a collateral, and who else to close things out but ZywOo? 3 kills and tag as well. Joel Beretta's up and ZywOo finally put in the ground. That's a 4K from ZywOo, and now it's on Rops and Flames to round it out against Nachu, and they will. Flames drops him. It is FaZe down and out here in Atlanta. Vitality fight on to the final game of the group stages. They'll play against Bait for a spot in the quarterfinals. A couple of weeks of entertaining Counter-Strike from FaZe. The recovery mission for VRS points is there. And they will fall in group stages here to the world's #1 team.
Yeah, but I'm with you on the fact that the past couple of weeks of watching them, seeing some of the life, seeing some of the old flashes, and seeing some of these young guys like Jacob and Nachu step up for them. There's some cool pieces here, and it's nice seeing them have some impact and test some of these top dogs, but Vitality was always going to feel like it was way far out of reach for this early lineup coming in for FaZe. And for Vitality, you look at it and say, mission accomplished. Great rebound from yesterday. Felt really weird casting them in an elimination game. Not too often we get that, but they stood up to the task like they have so many others.
Yeah, no favorites to go on as well when they're playing against Bait. That's a mismatch in terms of the experience and the expectations in that game. So Vitality should be making it to the playoffs again, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes down. But unfortunately for FaZe, it is an exit, and we've got Twist standing by.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate moments where we are going to be saying goodbye to FaZe Clan, and graciously enough, Twist is here to kind of give us some words on that out itself. Let's talk about this match from the very tip top. You guys had them on the ropes here a little bit in that first map. Nuke, what's it mean?
I mean, it was a really good map for us. I think we put on a good T-side display. We were doing very well on CT side. I think the Vitality plot armor kind of hit. They won a lot of key duels and key situations. Felt like we had them outplayed on the map, but couldn't convert it. Unlucky.
Seems like they got away with some of the FaZe BS sometimes in some of those rounds. Like they were really pulling out just some nonstop things that really tilted the tide there, Russ. And if we just switch it over to a little bit of 11-11, money's ruined there towards the end of the map. We fast forward even further than that into we finished the series itself. It's late rounds. I think it was the late rounds that came down to difference maker today. Is that right?
I think so. I mean, we would have like good situations in 3-on-3, and they're a very experienced team with very experienced players. So they are taking the right gaps, taking the right timings, and they're, isolating duels really well in the late round. So yeah, well played to them.
One last thing I've got for you. It's been an exciting couple of weeks watching you guys, and I understand there's a lot of moving parts over here for FaZe. Is there anything you can tell us on your way out here in Atlanta?
No, just gonna do our best in the next event. I think it was an unfortunate lower bracket meeting. Not saying that we couldn't beat Vitality because we showed that there was high chances on Nuke, but I think another opponent today would have gotten rolled. So unlucky.
Thank you very much, Russ.
No problem.
double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up his deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I'm the coach of the year. I want the coach of the year. There are small details on Counter-Strike, but people don't understand.
We're here with Xtaz from Vitality, back-to-back major winner in 2025, claimed 9 trophies in the past 12 months, and one day may rank amongst the greats, such as Sonic and Blade. So what I'd like to do today is have you walk me through some of your key tactics on Mirage.
Oh, oui, Mirage. First tactic, I can show you, is to execute. First, you have FaZe. Mazy throwing utilities, Robs here, Apex as well. Then you have 2 guys running with double smoke. ZywOo is behind, and then ZywOo holding, make sure cannot pick CT, kill people. Robs going out, Mazy going out. And like that, if we lose the round, or we lose some guys, at least ZywOo can clutch.
Okay, excellent. So really just using your pieces to facilitate ZywOo. Great stuff.
I wouldn't say exactly that, actually. It happens. He has to be the player behind. You know, it's like that. It's not because it's ZywOo.
Yeah, I just assumed that...
Well, okay. I'm gonna show you another strategy. The Bay execute. One of the most efficient strategies. ZywOo. He will throw utility on B, right? Flames first, Mazy second, can be Robs or Apex mid, and the other guy behind, okay? They will jump, taking sight, another guy that will throw utility, then holding kitchen to kill people.
Okay, so using lots of utility and setting up ZywOo to ideally close the round.
Well, he has the hope. So he has to close the round. It's not because he's ZywOo, he's the AVP right now, and no one else is the AVP. Strategy 3. We call this one Protect of President. So this is Apex, the star player. The in-game leader, the president. You have ZywOo. You have FaZe mid. Oh, even Mazy with him. And Robs baiting on A. FaZe and Mazy will go first, okay? They die first and not Apex. That's the key, right? Because Apex is really good to revenge. And then you have ZywOo holding CT and killing people.
Okay, so maybe Apex will get an opener, but it's still ZywOo to close the round.
No, he's the opener. An expensive weapon. You don't understand that? Ali set up Dunk, only Pixel called him a genius. I set up ZywOo and Cyclone, but it's fucking underrated. I want the coach of the year. You were with me on stage? Yes or no?
Yeah, I was on stage. I definitely saw it. Can we just get one more strategy breakdown?
Yes, I'm gonna explain you Counter-Strike a bit because... Mirage, you have mid, okay? Mid is the key. So what you have? First, entry fragger, because he has to be the entry, right? And no, not the AVP, cannot be ZywOo. Okay. You have Robs and Mazy throwing flash and smoke, everything for the mid control, so flash, FaZe has to go. Robs flash, ZywOo, you need a flash? Yes or no? Yes, I need a flash. Mazy, you need a smoke, ZywOo? Yes, smoke everywhere to make sure I cannot die. Apex somewhere, because he's the president. Okay. Then you have mid control. That's it. It's not like spirits, that's not simple like that. I'm not saying don't go kill, okay? 26, 28 categories, that's not easy for us. That's why I'm the GOAT. Désolé, Matou.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
The lower bracket run begins now for GamerLegion. If they want to survive here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026, they will need to seal the double today. Their first challenge, that is going to be in the form of Team Liquid, managing to reverse their fate versus M80 just yesterday after, let's be honest, another rough going on Dust 2. Today is truly going to be a test of stamina if they want any hopes of hanging on here in NA. My name is Ferris Beers, joined by Pimp and Yanko for the long haul today. We're going to be following along these two teams. Whoever does win will be playing the last game today because, yeah, this is a kind of the tough draw of the format, Jacob. The fact that if you win this doesn't guarantee you to playoffs, as we just saw for Vitality.
No, it's all about surviving in the first game, and then hopefully for whoever wins this one, obviously being able to get the job done in the later game. I think both teams are coming into this game, you know, with hopes of making it through. Both teams are in a bit of a different place, I'd say, right now. GamerLegion trending upwards for my money. Seems to be a team with a bit more confidence at the moment, where for Liquid, it's about avoiding disaster. It's about avoiding getting eliminated from another tournament where we're speaking about them not living up to, not even their potential, but not living up to anything per se.
Yeah, I think for GamerLegion flew a bit under the radar this season because we haven't seen them at as many Tier 1 tournaments. You know, they went about getting to the major by playing some of these Tier 2 LANs, regional LANs, you know, and I think it was smart because they got the job done. They will be at the major. Liquid, even with the region change, barely made it. Didn't have as much success at some of these smaller tournaments. And, you know, you mentioned Dust 2. It's also something that plagues Team Liquid. Like, those were their map picks.
Yeah.
That wasn't like teams punish picking them. No, that's like, oh, we like Dust 2, we're good on Dust 2, we lose 13-5, right? So they're very struggling a lot at the moment to just figuring out their identity.
Exactly. It feels like they don't even know who they are at the moment. We do know, though, that both these two teams will be starting in stage 1 of the major. I just want to bring up the teams so that we can kind of have a little bit of a temperature check of who else it is going to be with them. You said, Jacob, you feel like you have more hopes for GamerLegion than Liquid. When you look at these 16 teams that are going to be starting the major alongside them, do you feel like they have what it takes to make a deep run here?
Obviously, name value, yes, they should have what it takes in order to make it to stage 2, but with the way they've been playing as of late, with the lack of identity, with the exits of the tournament and the way they conduct themselves right now, I think there's a lot of teams in stage 1 who could potentially beat Team Liquid. I don't think it's going to be as easy as it on paper probably should have been for Liquid in a decent shape. So yeah, I think stage 1 is completely up for the taking for pretty much all the teams in it, and Liquid is by no means one of the heavy favorites.
Well, where's GamerLegion in that?
I think with the way they're playing right now, they're in the better half of it. You know, I think they're one of the teams I suspect and expect will go into stage 2, whereas for Team Liquid, to me, is a bit more of a wild card.
Yeah, I think for Liquid, honestly, it will depend on the luck of the draw. If they face the better teams from stage 1, I don't think they make it. But if they get a bit lucky with some draws at key moments, like, yeah, they can make it into stage 2, which will be the end of their major run. I don't think they can make it out of stage 2. Like, it's just where they are as a team, you know, and we talked about it yesterday. You're making a mistake if you're looking at Team Liquid and reading the names of the players. Like, just read the name of the organization, and like that tells you the whole story about where they are across multiple iterations of the roster. It's just been failure after failure, disappointment after disappointment, and honestly, even with, you know, the addition of Malbs and whatnot, like even this iteration isn't giving you a lot of faith that, you know, 3 months from now we'll be talking about Team Liquid as a top 12 team, you know, a staple at Tier 1 tournaments. I don't see it.
I think it's best for everybody if you do just ignore that names. I think you're totally right, Yanko, because if you look at these guys individually, I feel like they all have the potential to be achieving so much more, and it goes back to your initial point of there is just no synergy. Experience doesn't equal synergy.
It's not potential. We've seen it. Yeah, like, we've seen Malbs on G2, right? With Nico and Monesi were on the team. We've seen Nav. We've been watching him for a long time. We know what Elige is capable of. Shui had a decent period with Maus, but maybe they benched him for a reason, right? And Ultimate, I think it's fair to say, didn't pan out in a manner in which they would have hoped for. I hold Flashy in high regard, you know, as someone who understands CS on a very high level. So even though you have these pitch, if you look at them on their own, right, like there's a lot to be positive about, but as a group, they're just not working out.
In terms of their results so far here in Atlanta, maybe even a surprise to see them surviving versus M80 yesterday with, as we were already talking about, 2 horrific showings on Dust 2 their map pick. What have you had to kind of take away from that game versus MAT just yesterday, and obviously the one versus Astralis to kick off day one?
Well, nothing positive, you know, because that was my hopes coming into this tournament, that after Rio, they took a 4-week break. They spoke about having a boot camp, they spoke about practicing a lot, and they spoke about, you know, working on the real issues within the team. And I thought to myself, okay, maybe there's been some soul searching, maybe they've figured it out, maybe they built a bit of chemistry and built a bit of, I guess, team play in that period. And then they come in, the first game against Astralis is very underwhelming, losing to M80 on the first map as well, very underwhelming. Then obviously it's great for NAF, and I think Malps as well had a great individual showing yesterday to kind of take them over the finish line. And those are some of the things you can pinpoint, you know, be like, okay, it's good to see NAF playing well, it's good to see Malps finding impact, but as a team, in terms of Liquid and believing in that project moving the right direction, I haven't seen anything that
Exactly, that goes back to your point entirely. It takes individuals, it's not the team play that are netting these wins, and arguably, you know, M80 playing poorly on those last two maps as well.
Yeah, and I think I saw Lake somewhere tweet, you know, give an interview before the game saying, well, it's Liquid, so a mid game from us should be enough. So I guess that's not what they displayed yesterday, but absolutely, it's difficult. Like, I think also for Malps coming in from G2, it was such a tight group and, you know, so jovial and everything. Yes. Like, I don't imagine the atmosphere is the same in this team, despite everyone trying their best. But, you know, on the flip side, you have GamerLegion, who also made a roster change, brought in Snacks, a veteran, you know, experienced IGL, and it has been successful, right? Like, considering some of the results towards the end of last year, this year, they've been getting the job done, right? Obviously being at the major, and now seeing more of them at some of these tier 1 tournaments, getting some good wins under their belt.
And the comparison between in-game leaders is a really interesting one, maybe a bit more sad for Shuey, but interesting if you're looking at Snacks.
Yeah, it's two different players from two different generations. Obviously, Snacks on the other side of being 30 years of age and have a bit of a resurgence within his career as an in-game leader. Shuhei was supposed to be this young, up-and-coming in-game leader. As Janko said, he was benched, kicked, whatever for Mouse, maybe for a reason. It never really came out, but let's be completely honest. If you look at what Shuhei has done with Team Liquid, the answer is absolutely nothing. Like, there's been no iteration of any of the rosters he's worked with within Team Liquid where he's found any sort of success, you know, that is probably justified with the names that he has to work with. Whereas for Snacks, I think it's fair that we praise him. As you said, Janko, as well. They've had a different approach to it, played some more tier 2 tournaments, but at least they're getting the results, at least they're getting the job done, and it's on a different scale, on a different level anyway, but I think he's doing a good job with what he has to work with.
I think it's important to note also, like, there's different spots for different people. The fact that, you know, in my opinion, Snacks wasn't the right IGL for G2 during that time doesn't mean that he is not the right IGL for GamerLegion. I think he can actually, once he gets rolling, like the way they play the T side, you know, having set rounds, playing with pace, I think that's a good approach for a team that doesn't have as much firepower in some of the other squads, right? Like, if you just try to play default against these teams that have better players, more experienced players than you, that know how to read the game better, can react faster, well, you're always going to be playing from behind. You'll be on the back foot, so you need to change your approach in a way that sort of evens the playing field.
It may sound a bit cruel, but I don't know if you agree, but it also takes the thinking out of it a bit for some of these GamerLegion players, right? You have less experience, you have players that hasn't been around for a long time. The more basic so-and-so you play, the more out-of-spawn calls Snacks is doing, the less individual decision-making there is each round for some of these players. Whereas if you try to do that if you're Shuhei within Team Liquid, I don't think Elish would accept that. Like, he wants the freedom to be able to make mid-round decisions.
100%.
Same goes for Nafly, same goes for all these experienced players, so you have to approach it in a different way.
It's funny because the best result that Team Liquid has had in the last year, it feels like, was that Fisher tournament in Belgrade when Twitz was on his way out. They sort of saved their Budapest major hopes. And what they did there is, at some point in the tournament, after they were like 0-2 or 1-2, they just started playing fast on T side. Every round. Doesn't matter if it doesn't work. They were playing fast with pace and they made it all the way into the semi-final, right? So maybe something that they can look at for this particular 5 to maybe implement just to get some results towards the end of the season.
I mean, just going back to your point about GamerLegion, the approach there, the evidence to your argument was Ancient yesterday versus Na'Vi, right? Like, the fact they started on that T side, the approach that they had, like, let's be real, Ancient was one of Na'Vi's best maps. Like, this is a really impressive result, even though it didn't translate into a series win.
Certainly, and also, listen, what I'm talking about doesn't mean they exclusively play, like, set rounds, right? Obviously, they play default at times, and sometimes they have a fast opening and trades happen, then you have to mid-round. You know, it's not like they don't know how to do it, but that's where you will see them mess up some rounds more often than not, right? And that's fine. You have your strengths, you have your weaknesses. You obviously try to play towards your strengths, and we'll see if Liquid has the similar approach to Na'Vi, where they were really using a lot of utility early on the CT side to extend the round and, you know, force GamerLegion to play in a way that maybe they're not best at.
Well, maybe we should get some thoughts regarding that series yesterday versus Na'Vi, courtesy of Towson and Trace.
GamerLegion jumping to the server today. Liquid on the other side. Towson so graciously joining me for some words before we jump into that matchup itself. For GamerLegion, yeah, a good opener there versus the Sinners. Then the little Na'Vi that could. Let's talk about your game against Na'Vi.
It was a tough game on Mirage. I feel like it could have gotten both ways. But yeah, in the end, they took it. But yeah, it was definitely a very close game, and I feel like we could have won that. But in the end, they won, so it is what it is.
It definitely is what it is. There's such a contrast in that series, though. Map 2, we're looking at what was a 13-1 versus the other two maps. Tell me a little bit about the gameplay that your team approached Na'Vi with.
Yeah, I think we had a very good game plan before going into it, how we should counter Makasa in mid, and I think it worked pretty good. I think we got 11 rounds on the T side, and yeah, we kind of fucked them every round in mid. Yeah. So yeah, I think we had a good game plan, and it worked, so I'm happy with that.
You come into today's matchup and you look over there at Team Liquid, who are definitely not exactly where they want to be by any stretch of the Liquid imagination. How much pressure does it put on you when you look at where Team Liquid is right now to play them today?
I mean, maybe they're not in the best spot right now, but I mean, they have 5 really good players, so we know they can shoot hard. So we expect a tough game, of course, and we're going to see what happens after.
Anything you want to say to the GamerLegion fans? There's several of them out there even.
Thank you for supporting, guys.
All right, well, let's do just that. Thank you very much, Towson. That's GamerLegion versus Liquid.
Jacob Sayer on the desk. He said 5 good players on Team Liquid. Do you agree with that?
On a good day, there's 2.5 within Team Liquid, and I don't think he believes in himself, to be completely honest. I don't think anyone is looking at Team Liquid right now, and yes, sure, you can respect the players and what they've achieved in the past, but going up against them on the server in this very moment, I think Towson and GamerLegion and anyone else in this tournament are not necessarily fearing Team Liquid. So he's playing it nice and being a nice guy, but let's be completely honest, none of the players within Team Liquid are living up to whatever we want to call it, whether that is potential or what they should be at. You know, Elise, great example. He's the 3rd highest rated player within Team Liquid right now. He shouldn't be. He should be, without a doubt, the guy that has the most output on the server. He's not having a good time. Liquid is not having a good time, so I don't think Towson believes that.
Let's not be too hard on the guy. I mean, he's Danish. They're polite, nice.
Are they?
Jacob, obviously the outlier, right? But yeah, we'll see. For Team Liquid, it's about getting some wins under their belt, getting some confidence. I mean, they won like 30% of their maps so far with Malabs. There really isn't much to be excited about for these early days, but maybe that's the silver lining. It is still early days with Malabs. Maybe the dynamic that has changed, you know, it's taking longer than they would have liked to get everything up to speed, and it would have been disastrous if they also, were out in last place yesterday, losing to M80. So they avoided the worst case scenario. Maybe that alleviates some of the pressure off their shoulders, and they can play with more freedom and unleash themselves in a way.
Jacob, whilst you may not be polite, you're a little bit of a nerd. You found an interesting stat about Rez in his 2026.
Yeah, it goes without saying that Rez has been playing well so far in this year. I think Snacks coming in has helped him to get a bit more freedom as well. So I looked into the statistics of Rez, who's been around for a long time, and statistically speaking, he's having the best start to a career year that he's had ever in his career.
Like literally ever.
Literally ever. Now, the caveat of that, and I think it has to be said, is that, yeah, GamerLegion are not necessarily playing the same caliber of teams that he used to play all the time in NIP.
Plumbers.
Well, not necessarily plumbers, but some of the tier 2 tournaments they were referencing, right? So in terms of raw statistics, yes, Rez seems to be back at his best, and I think it's evident on the server as well. He's playing well, he's playing with confidence, having a good output, but I guess the level of opposition is not comparable to when he was in NIP. So from a stats point of view, yeah, he's getting better, seemingly. In terms of the output on the server, we'll have to see if he can do it against the likes of Liquid and better teams.
Did they miss the announcement, Freya? Did Jacob become an ambassador for GamerLegion after the Vitality deal fell through? Like, this sounds like exactly how you would try to, hype him up and motivate. Bro, you're having the best start of your year ever. Don't worry about you playing like, 16-year-olds in Denmark at an open LAN, right? Like, you're owning, you're back. Just think about it. No, but he has been having a good year. He's the veteran presence alongside Snacks. They have a good mix now of experience and youth. Towson, it's been more than a year now. It almost feels like that he's stepped up his level. So GamerLegion just about finding that consistency, you know, like it's been a lot of self-inflicted injuries with this roster that causes them to lose some games. As we see the Vito come out, I like the Mirage pick from Liquid. This seemed, ever since Flashy came in, this seemed to have been the map they've had the most success on, which is no surprise considering he was the assistant coach of Blade in Na'Vi, and we all know Na'Vi's Mirage. So Mirage, Nuke, Inferno, I don't think there's any huge surprises here.
Of one of these two teams, potentially a long day does await them. So let's kick it off right here, right now. It's Liquid versus GamerLegion.
Liquid versus GamerLegion. I know you're excited for this one, Jason.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah, we'll see if Liquid can get the win today versus GamerLegion. GamerLegion coming in on some decent form, you know, a surprising result in Fort Worth, looking to try and continue that into Atlanta.
Yeah, that would be cool to see. On the other side of things, Liquid is still trying to do whatever it is that Liquid tries to do these days. Yeah, they're coming, they're working on things.
Well, looking forward to seeing it. We're kicking it off from Mirage. A good shot for Liquid to get a good start into the series. We'll see how this one shakes out. The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. Will be a CT side start for GamerLegion, Liquid on the T side, and plenty of util into this pistol.
Yeah, they were all geared up towards the A bomb site and T spawn, so this is just going to be a set piece and execute called right out of spawn by Shuhei. Him in ultimate towards the ramp, Naf mobs in a Liege up in Palace. They'll have PR to deal with on the balcony. Hypex over in the cubby, Snacks back at Ticket, so a very strong defense. And actually, PR is going to get aggressive. He finds the angle for the first.
Yeah, well, Hypex just waiting down in the sandwich. It's going to be a nice shot from Snacks. Now they are into the site. Hypex, one out from Sandwich, finally traded by Shuhei, but you've got Ultimate and Shuhei now in a 2v2 thanks to those kills. It's doable again for Team Liquid. There's so much time still on the clock, but trying to get that bomb plant is going to be denied by Taliesin. In fact, he takes two.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of the mistakes that you can't see. I mean, that's just Ultimate kind of falling asleep a little bit, just picking up the bomb and think that's going to be clear. Crosses over, sees nobody spawn, crosses back with the bomb in his hand and picked off for free. Not ready for that follow-up fight. He had a great shot with the P250 on Snacks, who gets the impactful kill, the first player streaming out of Palace that really helps secure this pistol round right here. Right through the edge of the boards. If Nav gets down, the Cubby player gets discovered a little bit earlier, but that's too easy for Taliesin in the 2v2. 1-0 for GamerLegion.
Yeah, and it's just a deagle here for a leash. I think that's the player that obviously we have to talk about more with this Team Liquid squad. We're here playing in America, and you want to see an American team do well. They haven't necessarily had the best run, Jason, American squads. You just lost Twist in the last game to Team Vitality.
I like how you said it's not been the best run, as if I was going to fight you back on that one. As if you had to, like, you had to ease me into that conversation.
You know, I was just saying, I didn't want to upset you. I didn't want to upset you, Jason. Do you think that there is any hope in Team Liquid doing it, though? Because if you look at this side of the bracket...
making playoffs here in Atlanta?
Yeah, because if you look at this side of the bracket, you've got, on the other game, Astralis Sinners, so the winner goes on to play the lower final. And then GamerLegion here. I feel like this is the best shot. If Liquid are going to do it, it's on this side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, like, realistically, the teams that they're going up against, as you just mentioned, GamerLegion, Sinners, and Astralis still alive in that lower bracket. Like, they're up and down in nature, right? Like, you're not going to, point at any of those teams and be like, I know I can rely on the consistency of this team to deliver in these big games, when they get there. So, yeah, like, there's a chance. I'd say it seems a small chance with just the vibe that it feels like Liquid is carrying at the moment and with those consistent struggles. So, ask me at the end of the series, if they win and I've gotten a good look at how they're playing.
They would only have one game. They would only have one game left. All right, well, interested to see how it's going to go once the guns come out here for Team Liquid. It's 5AK-47 and Mobs stepping out towards Tetris. Going to retreat back into the ramp.
Don't mind that at all. Cool little challenge as well. That's unlikely to have an op on the board, so go for that peek. Shuei's made his way back to the boxes, but he's taken a ton of damage. Snacks is maintaining some aggression. Ultimate, and Shuei happy to let them have this and back away. Molotov is in, smoke coming in to defuse, and Shuei will survive.
Oh, there's a leash. Tapping onto the head of Red, so it's a great start to the round here for Team Liquid.
That's the 1-2 punch they want to get rolling. Mobs in a leash.
Yeah, if that can get going, Obviously, it looks a lot more deadly, but you got Snacks coming out of the ladder room, dropping into the window. Hypex, oh, he's stolen it away. How have Liquid let this happen? Ultimate 1v2, he's died as well. Oh, that is disastrous. You get the 1-2 punch going, Elise Mobs get the 2 openers, and you still lose the round.
Yeah, just no patience in that for Team Liquid. They get the kills, and everyone's trying to continue to moving on to the next play, and nobody's just taking a moment to kind of speak with each other and get coordinated, look for some kind of follow-up move. And they just walk right into all the traps. Never let GamerLegion sweat the fact that they've just put him in a 5-on-3. Straight into a tech pause. Saw Lige turning around with the mic up, talking back to the admin. So we'll figure out what that is. It's actually on the GamerLegion side of things.
Ugh. That round's nasty, isn't it?
Yeah, that one it hurts Team Liquid for sure. But, you know, they didn't look like it knocked them too off center. They might just be used to it at this point. GamerLegion, you know, getting away with one. Still a good round to recover for them. Still a good job rotating into the correct positions. But I think Liquid made that recovery a little bit easier than it needed to be.
I haven't got a whole lot to fall back on here, Liquid, either. So best case scenario, a couple of upgraded pistols. We get the admins here working on the microphone of Hypex.
So yeah, we've kind of you know, talked a little bit about the schedule. Some more games going on today. Obviously, GamerLegion Liquid going on right now. Astralis Sinners will be played during this time slot as well.
And then a little bit later on, we've got the deciding games. We've got Bet Boom Pain, Bait Vitality, Na'Vi Legacy.
Yeah, and then obviously the 2 winners on this side of the bracket for that lower final as well, coming up later on as well, either Liquid or GamerLegion versus Astralis or Sinners. So, yeah, we're going to clean up the brackets and get those playoffs started over the weekend. A little day off for media. Players and teams get to relax a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Record some content.
Famously, players love relaxing.
Yeah, well,
idiots.
It's not as intense, you know, but they do have the playoff games to prepare for as well.
So when you got the morning shift of doing the lobby, Jason, that's like, oh, we got to, hey, guys.
That's an us problem. That's
what's up, everybody?
That's our version of we all hate 10 a.m. matches.
Anybody want to talk? I'm sure no one wants to talk right now on Team Liquid. Disappointing round loss in the previous. They will have some upgraded pistols to play with. We've got Tech 9s coming out and 2 Deagles. And we'll see what Team Liquid can do here.
I kind of like the way, I mean, Pimp, in Pimp fashion, very, very direct and just straight to the point. The Liquid kind of all 5 players like really struggling. I think that, you know, part of the point you could make on what he mentioned is, you know, you have so many strong players on this team, but it feels like all 5 of them are playing poorly compared to what we know they're capable of. In their roles within this squad, it feels like not everyone is reaching that potential. Whether you want to point towards Shuhei, a new coach, Flashy, not able to get a consistent system where this team looks like it's moving in the right direction. Whether you want to talk about Elige not having his typical, like, pop-off games, playmaking ability, racking up kills, volume fragger.
Yeah, well, I mean, we said that.
Half as well as seem muted in his roles compared to the past.
I feel like we've been saying that for a long time about Team Liquid, though, right? Like, everybody who's gone to the team, who you know is a great player, just hasn't necessarily been able to get the most out of themselves. I mean, even Nertz is a great example recently, who's got back into form over at G2. And
yeah.
You wonder, where was that Nertz?
They're one of those teams that's hit that point where it just feels like there hasn't been anything new to discuss around them for the past few months. The addition of Malbs and the departure of Nertz kind of being the biggest point to look at and kind of have conversations around. Just haven't seen the progress quite yet for Team Liquid side. I liked the win over M80 yesterday, though. That was good for them recovering from the first map.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain pride in being the best team in North America, I suppose, Jason.
I mean, look, there is. It means nothing in the context of World Counter-Strike, obviously, which is a little joke you're tapping into there. But yeah, the regional pride is a huge, huge thing within the teams. Shuei's going to make his move down the mid-ramp through the smoke, bypassing Hypex's AWP for the moment.
Yeah, it goes down to the peak, but he is going to lose it to Ultimate. So an advantage siding with Team Liquid. And Shuei might have just found the perfect timing to get in behind Rez, but he has turned. He's now considering this. And Shuei still wins the fight. So a 5v3 for Team Liquid. We've been here before.
No, but this one's different, right? There's not as many players grouped up in an advanced position, so everyone kind of recognizes that there's no play to capitalize on quite yet. So they can still maintain this patience as Naf and Malbs move in, start probing into the B bomb site. Towson on short, sandwiched.
Yeah, he goes back in. That'll be the round. Team Liquid won't let this one go. They'll go and get the bomb. They'll shift it over to the site. And Team Liquid will get their first T round on the board. I think another thing that's been great about GamerLegion recently, we heard Jacob talking about Rez, but I think it's Snacks and Hypex have been enjoyable players to watch. Hypex was talking to me on Media Day saying that when he first came into the team, he noticed how all the AWPers before were just getting cut brutally and not performing whatsoever. And so he did feel a little bit nervous coming into the team, knowing that that spot was always under scrutiny. And he was kind of in his own head. He was reading hate comments on HLTV and Reddit and really getting in his own head. Then at a certain point, he just switched and said, I don't care what they think. You know, I don't care what they say. Even Vitality's getting hate. So he's definitely started to step up and be a lot more confident. And I think we started to see some more flashy plays out of him and him really show what he's capable of.
Yeah, tough thing for the new players to step into is the increased scrutiny on the gameplay. And cool to see GamerLegion as well, like with Snacks like rejoining and at the helm, getting some nice wins and some nice upsets as well. You know, in the last 3 months, they've had some very impressive upsets. Took a 2-1 series win over Furia, 2 over Astralis. Really close affair with Navi last night, where it felt like they were going to take that series for a while. So playing well with this new logo as well. How do you like the new logo? You into it? It's got a very medieval vibe.
When I'm far away, I don't even know what it is. You know, like I can't, if I'm sitting away from the logo, I can't tell what it is, but I do think it looks quite cool. Like it would look cool on a black t-shirt, you know?
Yeah.
Like a sort of metal concert. It looks like a band logo, Jason.
Look pretty cool on a black jersey?
Yes, like what they're wearing, I suppose, right now. So yeah, works well. I reckon Snacks could give us a good death metal scream.
I probably could for sure. Gonna chuck a nade down to Elige's position, chip him down to 86. Utility in place now for Liquid to start making their initial moves. Ultimate with the AWP, top mid.
Ooh.
Smokes in window, smokes in con.
Mulb's getting a nade in the backpack. Raz retreating.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid's doing a pretty good job. Slow progression, slowly creeping in. Good trade from Elige up towards Con. Hypex gets one more.
Able to snap away. Now here comes Mobs. Under a minute on the clock. That B-bomb site under pressure.
3 people here, though.
Here in the sound queue with the Molotov burning away the defenders. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot of defenders here. Talsin getting the 1 kill. Naf able to trade it, but he's waiting for the next fight. And he wants that angle towards Market. He's just not getting it. So Naf is going to start falling away with the bomb on his back because Ultimate's moved through and he's actually in a good spot here. Can he get the kill though? No. Hypex clocks what's happening. Looks back to the murder hole. Ultimate steps into the open and now Naf has to really save that 8K. There's no other option.
Yeah, that was always going to be hard to get that bomb back to the A site, even with Ultimate up in window room. Not a lot of time on the clock. Ultimate felt like he had to take the aggressive angle. Once again, Liquid stopped cold. Felt like they made good progress in middle, but all the presence from GamerLegion and Con, the fights, the extra kill from Hypex, the turning point into the round when he gets the kill onto Elige. This round fades away from Liquid 1-5. GamerLegion's defense still holding strong. Snacks with 9 kills, and Hypex with the AWP has 7 frags to his name. Great work from Hypex, sealing it here, making sure there's no escape route, no plan B for Liquid. AWP in the hands of Ultimate yet again. 4 AK-47s for Team Liquid, battling into round 7. It's a very regional split from Team Liquid in the way this is organized. Shuei and Ultimate doing a lot of work together. Elige, Mobs, and Naf. Different pairings of 2 that they work together, the Americans and the Europeans.
Yeah, Shuei and Ultimate able to communicate in Polish if they want. Just gonna confuse everybody on the team. We got Elige looking up on towards short. And you can see him very passionately communicating right now. Under a minute on the clock. Team Liquid spread across the map. No one from GamerLegion giving any looks, any information, no challenges against this T side at the moment.
That's what worries. Well, I mean, what worries me more is there's no pressure being applied by Team Liquid anywhere. Kind of moving around this map quietly. Elige in a lurk position at the bottom of Con. The defense has been pulled over to the A bomb site. They sense this hit coming. Naf throwing out utility to really secure the fake. Elijah's going to make his move. A kill would do wonders, and he might have it, but he doesn't know about PR off to the left.
Oh, now he
realizes, and he wants that kill. He's got it.
Oh, the sound cue betrays PR completely. Now, Towson, he's been put under quite a bit of pressure multiple times now, trying to defend the B bomb site from short. Once again, not a single kill from Towson. And that's the site overwhelmed, bomb planted, and no other option but to save these weapons on the A site for GamerLegion. A second round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, really strong. I mean, you get that rotation from GamerLegion, but just the fake from Naf and the extra kill from Elige just really, really secures the fact that GamerLegion is going to feel like A is the final play. And this time you get to exploit that B bomb site with the load and defender instead of dealing with 3 of them shifting over. So Liquid get a second on the board. And Elige going to try and take some guns away. Flash in, perfect. Res blinded, going to back away. The AWP is covering, big win.
Terrorists win.
Okay, I think Shuai just mentioned he's enjoying, he likes the slower rounds, so I think we're going to keep Liquid watching them play with this kind of pace.
Yeah, he said keep the energy up as well. Did look, even though it was a slow round and everything was pretty calm on the server.
Controlled, right?
Elige was really passionately communicating.
Yeah, well, he's in kind of like the off position away from the action, so he's also in the position in the middle of the map where you can gather the most intel. So he's the one calling out what defense he's encountering, what he's sensing, what he's seeing, and that information being passed over to Shuhei constantly keeps him confident in what kind of call he's working with and what he's thinking. So Elige is in that role where, yeah, everything he's passing over to the team is the valuable intel that they need. He spotted 2. He knew there was 1 right side mid, 1 left side mid. You probably assume there's going to be 1 at least somewhere in the A bomb site as well. And made that nice and easy for Liquid to continue just moving forward into B. Timeout comes to a close, 5-2. GamerLegion wanted to talk things over. Money starting to dwindle. They've got a little bit cash left in the tank, and depending on what they save, they can still have very strong buys. But Liquid's going to keep trying to run this together. Go back to and execute towards the A bomb site. Elige in a bit of trouble, jumps up on the boxes. Nade damage and a leg shot down to 4 HP.
Here goes Shuai out into the side. PR's got both. Okay, delivering on Shuai and Mobs. He goes in again. A third frag ultimate, this time dead at Tetris, and Elige on 4 HP. So you come out of this timeout, you're excited, you've just won another round, and immediately Team Liquid handed a defeat in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's just too easy. PR getting his double, and actually even chiming in with a 3rd kill on ultimate as the AWP, but man, in a round where you can do a lot of economic damage, you get no kills. How deflating. Big opportunity for Liquid wasted. And a very easy defense for PR and GamerLegion. So likely 6-2. Elige and Naf have a long time to stay alive, and just the nade tickling Elige takes him down. Snax is pushed up. 4 players defending the bomb. There's no opening for Naf. Okay, well, I mean, we've seen some good rounds out of Team Liquid. The problem is it just feels like so much up and down. The bad rounds have been really flat, like this.
Yeah, dead in a few seconds. And then you just kind of have to stall out, see if you can get an 8K into the next round. And GamerLegion just keep everybody up.
And we have to say, GamerLegion doing a really good job at point of contact in these first 8 rounds.
Oh, they lose Naf as well.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, GamerLegion in middle has been able to grab some kills there, has been able to keep that attack in middle back a little bit. Now over towards the A bomb site, a couple times we've seen Team Liquid challenge the pistol round. Now this round, they've been able to shut it down also. It's really as Shuai kind of mentioned, the slow rounds that he was enjoying. Moving around the map and forcing GamerLegion to make some decisions. That's where they've been able to find their success in those gaps in the defense.
Well, they at least still have a good buy in terms of rifles on every player, but Elige is going to have to play with a Galil. And they're also down to the wire. You know, if they lose this round, their money is going to be reset, and that's where GamerLegion can really start to pull things away. PR confident after his previous round 4K, goes aggressive to try and grab the opener. He loses it against Mobs, but Hypex responds. So 4v4, minute 30 on the clock, and Towson has pushed through the B apartments. He's in the kitchen, And he might go a little further now as he's looking towards that underpass. He's all the way up.
Look at Ultimate, though. He's going to throw some utility. Where does he go after the fact? Drops down, back to T-spawn. Yeah, Towson's found a perfect timing for this. There's still some time before the strategy comes to fruition for Team Liquid. So he's got plenty of it to close the gap. Now he has a decision to make here, T-spawn or mid.
Down the stairway to keep things quiet, and he's going T-spawn. He's getting behind Ultimate. That's the bomb. He's got it. Oh, he can just spill it right now as soon as he sees that bomb blinking on his back. Hypex here as well, chiming in with the AWP into connector. Flashy lands the shot. Naf goes out, dies to res. 7-2, GamerLegion suffocating Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid's got nothing going on right now. The offense not even close to moving. No plays being made, no kills being found, no pressure being applied. Just slowly progressing to their death, and what a huge push from Towson. Now you're starting to see some confidence spread throughout GamerLegion to make those kind of moves early. Those kinds of advantages, provide them to the GamerLegion side. The information, the early flank. Liquid and Flashy going to take a timeout to talk things over. They had a 3-round losing bonus, so everyone's sitting around 3,000, 3,500. Mob's a little bit above that, but nothing crazy to scrape together rifles into a buy. I think this has got to be small investment of armor and pistols. You have the Hero AK on Mobs. But you're having an issue now where Hypex's op is starting to heat up, starting to punish you every step of the way. Opening tags, opening damage. Now he's wrecking your executes.
Well, 3 rounds left in the half here. Can Liquid grab any of them? Doesn't look like it in this round. You know, you got Mobs on an AK, everybody else on a weaker weapon. It's been disappointing in this first half from Team Liquid. Even more so in this round for Lige, who is spammed down through that smoke. Snacks takes the opener. Now you're going to funnel into the A play, which has never really worked. Hypex does miss his shot, but he's got PR to back him up. A good trade from Mobs, needed to get that trade, but Snacks is looking towards Khan. He's got Shuei. We've just got Naf and Mobs walking their way out. Now, Mobs is still fighting. He's doing what he can here for Team Liquid. He's taking a good amount of damage down to 22 health.
Oh,
that nade.
Yeah, the smoke clears. The smoke is always going to fade at some point, and that was going to be the real danger point, but not even getting the bomb plants.
Oh.
So all you can do if you're Naf is grab 1 or 2 more kills on the way out. Stuck inside the bomb site, the nade finishes him off 8-2. Comprehensive dominance for GamerLegion on Mirage. And this is Liquid's map pick.
Yeah, just throw that little stinker in right in there.
Right at the end.
It is indeed their map selection. This is even with a missed shot from the AWPer. PR was there to back him up as the failsafe. Mob's doing what he can, but ultimately his teammates couldn't get into good enough positions to actually help him. And 8-2, so 2 rounds left. Liquid into the A case. Once again, a faster play out middle. This time Elige not getting spammed down through the smoke. He's gone quick. Rez knows now. Gets the AK out, but in the meantime, Elige has taken the opening kill here for Team Liquid.
I like the change of pace, like the assertiveness. Good kill found, but you still have plenty of GamerLegion members here looking for fights.
Oh, the lineup.
They line up, sprayed down. Naf and Elige gone. And Snacks can still get away.
Disaster. Now Rose goes in. Ultimate going to be taken out. Mobs gets 1 headshot right back, keeping this one competitive, but head shown. Towson takes it. Shuei left 1v2.
GamerLegion's never letting them execute. So many bodies thrown at the issue in middle. And Shuei left to pick up the pieces.
Oh, no. I mean, it was looking like a couple of rounds early. Team Liquid might be able to get into this T side, but it all just stalled out completely.
It was that slow round win that they had into the A execute. That was just all 5 players. It was what, rounds 7 and 8.
Well, you just got destroyed.
Yeah, you win the round. You have the economy like a little bit low. You have it at a really weak point, and then GamerLegion just stuff an A hit. All 5 players survive, and they've never looked back since.
Oh, grouping up in Palace. You got Team Liquid ready to go down into the site. PR waiting for them all the way back at CT spawn. They're going to play behind the smokes here for GamerLegion. Not playing disruptive within the site. PR actually steps in front of where the smokes would be. He hasn't made it work though. Hypex and Snacks certainly will. GamerLegion getting 3 kills in quick succession, stalling out this last round of the half. Team Liquid are going to leave the first half of Mirage with a measly 2 rounds to play with, unless Elige can do something about it. And it's just the 1 kill, leaving Mobs all the way back at Tetris. Stepping out with a Galil. I'll give it a go. He'll do what he can.
Much like last round, as soon as the smoke fades, he doesn't have any more options. He's got to find a kill before it disappears.
Well, pure dominance from GamerLegion. Mobs at least getting Towson. He's got 40 seconds. Mistake, a peek, that's all he needs, but he can't get it. It's a 10-2 lead for GamerLegion. It's domination on Team Liquid's map pick.
I'd love to paint a positive picture about Team Liquid going into this second half, but it's been all GamerLegion. We can just stop talking about them because they haven't even showed up yet in this series, this elimination series at IEM Atlanta. GamerLegion has just been straight dominant since this began. 15 kills on Snacks rolling back the years. All the focus on Rez, how well he's been playing. It's Snacks to bring back some of that old level. Hypex at 14-3. The AWP has been dominant, and they're looking to just put this first map of the series away nice and quick.
Yes, indeed they are. GamerLegion, quick to see them back and playing well as they get ready to go into the A-bomb site. A pistol round would be the knockout blow. Surely too much work to be done for Team Liquid. And Molb's going to be looking down into the ramp. Now,
Honestly,
no head shown just yet.
It's not the amount of work that needs to be done. It's just the eye test. Oh, okay. Well, that eye test is pretty sweet.
Yep. No eyes left on Talson and Hypex. Both their heads taken off. We got Rez coming out of the ramp, doing what he can with the Glock, but it's nothing. A good shutdown here coming through for Team Liquid in the pistol, and that is at least step one.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the very similar tactics for both teams. Just A executes on the T pistol. GamerLegion decided to send more bodies up the ramp. Liquid sent more through Palace, but the result is the same. Dominant pistol round victory for the defense. So, Liquid get their third, stay alive. They get at least to start with the advantage and the momentum to see how much of a comeback they can muster. Shuey doing his best to get everyone hyped up down the line. That'll take a little bit more time. That's going to take the gap in the score closing just a little bit before you'll see the rest of Team Liquid kind of activate and tap into that same energy. Lovely shots from Molbs, though. Basically wins the round before it even begins. That's the main strength of the attack, is that initial thrust to create the space for the rest of the Glocks following things up.
Yeah, we got really nothing to look forward to in this round for GamerLegion. But for Team Liquid, let's see if they can just clean it up without losing a player. They rush out middle into the rifles, and yep, that's nice and easy. Get through that one quickly.
All right, let's see what they can do. Guns are coming out now. AK-47 is going to fill up the feed for GamerLegion. Utility being invested in. How do they want to start off this T-side campaign? No op yet for Hypex. Team Liquid's going to love that for the moment because it was brutal in the first half. Liquid was very mid-focused in their opening T-side campaign. Mirage, we know that mid is always going to have tons of action, but how do GamerLegion want to start things? Snacks towards middle. Resin, Towson, and Halls. Hypex in support. PR is going to be watching for the A push.
Whoa, Snacks.
He's
continuing the form, isn't he? Start of the second half. He's doming a leash.
Was it PR you mentioned said he hadn't watched any of the old school Snacks highlights?
Yeah.
So he didn't know he was actually good back in the day?
Yeah, he's like, I didn't watch Counter-Strike back then when Snacks was good.
I've only seen your most recent work and wasn't impressed.
Snacks was showing him some clips.
Well, now he can get some more modern ones into the highlight reel.
Yeah, definitely. It's been great to see Snacks coming into this. I mean, he obviously had a stint in GamerLegion for a while, then went to G2. Middling success, and
sure,
I'm sure he's learned a lot, and then gone back to GamerLegion again. And great to see the form of Snacks be solid over the last couple of events here. Got Ultimate waiting inside of Khan. He's got plenty of players coming his way. He's going to handle some of that pressure. Snacks and Rise both dead. Response is good from Hypex, but Molbs, low HP, hiding under the wood is a thin board, and eventually Hypex will take the headshot, but Naf has been sneaky the whole time, waiting for this moment to peek out and strike. It's a 1v2 for Naf, now just the 1v1. Talson on top of the stairs, a dink lands to his head. 49 HP left. Talson just trying to get that AK to land.
20 seconds, Naf can use the clock.
3 bullets left in that AK, now 2 for Talson. Going for the reload now. Naf is using the clock. Talson is going to have to deal with the pressure of this positional change from Naf. He knows he's there. He's looking towards Tetris, and Talson actually wins it. Naf even got an extra shot off, but Talson nails that headshot and brings GamerLegion up to 11.
It didn't seem like Talson actually noticed the reposition. I thought he might have with one last poke of the head over the stairs. Maybe one of his teammates called it out because that realization sank in a little bit late. Lovely shot from Snacks onto Elige. Ultimate brings this back into an even affair. And Naf does good work inside the bomb site, but the clutch, the AK-47, even though Talson's brought low, that MP9 just cannot finish the kill. 4-11. It's gotten a little bit worse for Team Liquid. 7 rounds back now, but they have the AWP in the hands of Ultimate. And once again, Snacks bringing GamerLegion over to the A bomb site. Another set piece.
Molb's able to steal away one and hold on to it for the time being, but GamerLegion start to send their forces out. Right, great sharp shooting out of Palace, but the trade is through from Shuey. Look at this from Snacks. Flying to the sky, but that pressure is handled here by Team Liquid. How many can Hypex bring down with it?
That's a great save from Ultimate to help Shuey stay alive. The MAC-10 coming in from short. Ultimate just changes his gaze and picks him off. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Oh, that's clutch music, man.
On.
I was ready for that.
clutch making time.
We're making clutches. AK picked up for Hypex as well. He's got a little Molotov down there. It's not the only thing that's getting hot and heavy in here.
Nothing like a lovely evening with the Molotov light.
Someone hit the wrong button.
All right, Hypex. You know, eventually I think you just try and slide into the bomb site and get the bomb planted. He's looking for that mistake, right? Enough time has passed that Ultimate has to be concerned and at least conscious of the B bomb site and the chance for him to have wrapped all the way around the map. Wants to shave off one player before committing to the plant. Molotov doesn't go nearly as deep as he wanted it to flush out Shuei's position. So bomb will get planted safely. Extra cash over for GamerLegion. And a tough clutch.
Yeah. Hides down on default out in the open and nothing he could do. Nothing he could really pull off that. So recovery to the round for Team Liquid.
Their 5th round on the board, and importantly, they got to keep the weapons in their hands, keep buying the rifles, keep moving forward and seeing how far they can take this Mirage map, see how much they can come alive here and get ready for the rest of the series. Map number 2 is Nuke, picked by GamerLegion. That's going to be the battlefield where Liquid probably is looking likely they'll have to come back in the series for. But another round, even with the bomb plant, that GamerLegion sit back on just upgraded pistols, so Liquid can close the gap a little bit further.
D goals across the board. We call this one the Deco. Let's see if it'll work out for GamerLegion. How much can they do with it?
It's kind of a cool Deagle skin.
It has got a little bit of a shine, a sparkle to it.
It's got a thing to it.
Glitter. Glitter always makes things better, Jason.
Yeah. It's true in my experience.
Yeah.
All right, well, GamerLegion going to take this slow around the initial salvo of utility.
Let's read through the notes. Notice GamerLegion print out pictures on this.
Yeah, they're like a picture playbook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young team, Jason.
I like that. There's less chance of confusion, I feel.
A picture book on PR.
What do you think have you seen the pictures? Have you seen it close up? I assume it'd be pictures of utility lineups.
It could be.
It'd be the most useful picture that I could think of.
Just seeing it on the page of Hypex when we cut to the player camera.
Okay. Maybe
So
it's like
it probably is like a lineup.
That's what I'd think, right?
It's like, guys, you don't even have to learn the nades anymore. Well, it's a good start from Hypex's Deagle. Mobs will make sure that it's all over, though.
Yeah, good job from Mirage as well, springing into action to collapse on middle before anything gets out of control. 1 death taken so far by Team Liquid. Rez won't be able to add another on top of it.
Also, speaking to Rez earlier in the competition as well, he was very quick to mention IEM Oakland. So, tell me, back in America where that one event.
Oh my God, I love that meme. It's one of my favorite memes. I'm so glad that he's into it too. I'm so glad actually Pimp hyped him up today. Had that tweet earlier because I feel like it's been a while since we've been able to go back and hype up Rez.
Yeah.
It feels like it's such a cyclical thing. I'm glad we got to do it, at the midpoint of 2026.
Yeah, Yanko brought us back to reality, but
as he generally does.
Yeah. But it was fun for a while to believe.
Nice aggression from Ultimate.
You want to hype up Ultimate, Jason?
Not yet.
Well,
I'm gonna get there.
The round to do it. Maybe this is the round.
He's getting me there, though. He's bringing me close.
He's got that big opening kill. Well, that's the advantage Team Liquid are looking for. Starting to close this gap. PR, flash coming his way. So is Mobs, and that is just perfect. So PR can't do anything about that. Team Liquid have a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, cool seeing Liquid take the initiative. The opening play with the AWP, Mobs following it up. You probably didn't think the next aggressive stance was going to be in Palace after the ultimate push. And good find from Elise. Shuei recognized the jump up going on. Mobs going to peek. Okay, this is perfect, Liquid. Everything's going in their favor. No one from GamerLegion has even fired back until just now. A single kill for Hypex. And that's all he's going to get. 11-7. Liquid building up into this map. It took them a long time to wake up. They were absent the entire first half. But 3 in a row and 5 of 6 so far as they switch sides. Has them looking good on the CT side.
But Ultimate taking a look over the top of Khan. It's Shui to the opener, and Team Liquid starting to get some momentum now.
Naf's going to get tested for the first time in this half, though.
Yeah, coming at him. He's got the AK out. The golden AK. The golden boy of Team Liquid. Let's see if Naf can hold on.
Well, that smoke, it feels like dissuaded the progression from GamerLegion. The 3 people back and Rez up have all slipped away, so it looks like Rez might just turn into a little bit of a lurk, try and find some timing. Maybe when Naf is reloading to make his move. And Naf is going to get taken down. Unleash got to be careful, nade in hand. Oh, he's got a second. There we go, Rez. Shades of Oakland as he cracks into the B-bomb site.
Yep, here he is. Easy delivering on the Tech-9, and that site wide open. GamerLegion have a shot at map point, but Molb's trying to close it. It's Towson that's gone. Numbers again even. But the bomb is now joining the rest of the pack, and Shui, such an important kill to pick up here, and now they're holding the line, holding the cross. And the AWP's gonna miss though. Ooh, Ultimate, brain switched off, ran out into the open. PR punishes him, and they're about to pay the ultimate price for that mistake. It's Shui and Molbs in a 2v2. GamerLegion trying to get map point. It's PR to do it. Shui alone, PR hiding inside of the shot. He's got the read, and PR punishes. Shui's gone. It's GamerLegion up to map point, and Liquid let it go.
I don't even know what to say. You can't. It's also, I mean, 2 of the most experienced players on Team Liquid, Elige and Naf, and both of them just get body bagged by Rez. Like, that's how this round is lost. Is a Tech-9 walking into contact at the B bomb site against 2 rifles and killing them both, outdueling each of them in turn in sequence. The ultimate mistake of trying to come out and just not even kind of considering another player over towards short is its own thing, but that round slipped out of control in a way that should have never happened. 5 chances for GamerLegion. Lovely round from Rez. And a little bit of a tech issue. So all that intensity is just we're gonna chill for a bit.
You get to stew in that though if you're Team Liquid.
It is the worst time for a tech issue if you're Liquid.
Yeah, it's like, oh, now we have to sit in silence and think about that last round.
Now we just have to, we can't even talk. I can't even figure out what went wrong. I just have to envision in my head the circumstances.
That's exactly
that
what he's just doing right now.
To a Rez double entry with a Tech-9. I have to imagine that in my brain.
And there he is.
Stone cold killer.
The Oakland MVP.
The Oakland MVP.
The only one. Bit of a veteran now is Rez.
Not even a bit of a veteran. He just he just is a veteran. Man, this is cool from GamerLegion. I'm liking what I'm seeing across the board. 19 kills now on Hypex. Rez having a quiet map, but still finding a way to have huge impact. One very loud round. And GamerLegion, they're set up very nicely to close out this map. Nuke is next as the second in the series. And it's looking like Liquid's gonna need to win that to bring us to a third decider, which would be Inferno, if we can make it there.
Ooh. Doesn't, I mean, if Liquid lose this, it feels very difficult to imagine a world in which we get Inferno.
Yeah, it does. It's especially, again, it's why I kind of mentioned, like, you asked me if I thought Liquid had the, like, real potential to make the playoffs. Like, let me get this eye test first. Let me see how they're playing.
Yeah.
And it's not looked good. That T side there's nothing inspiring that I've seen. And even the problem is, it's like one of those scenarios too where it's like, yeah, there's going to be some good rounds where it looks like they have some cool ideas and everyone performs well. But when you have a round like that with the Tech-9, it's just like none of those amazing rounds matter if, like, you can just lose this. Like, you know, in the midst of a comeback, on a bit of a streak, you have all the advantages in the world, and you lose that 3-round streak to again, a Tech-9. I'm saying it again just because I can hardly still believe it.
Well, coming into this next round, once we get going, we'll have a double op setup for Team Liquid. Naf and Ultimate going to be wielding the snipers. Headset's back on for Hypex, so hopefully that'll mean we're going to get back into the game in just a second.
Looked like a thumbs up flash, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the other stream going on at the moment here at IEM Atlanta, going to be Astralis taking on Sinners. Winner of that game takes on the winner of this game in the lower bracket final of Group B. So spot in the quarterfinals or elimination and the consequences of that one. This itself is an elimination game as well. Losing team goes home without any chance of looking towards the stage.
Well, GamerLegion with a win here would feel like their chances are pretty high for getting into the playoffs. Or a team Astralis or Sitters in front of them, it feels like a very winnable game for the way GamerLegion have been playing.
It's a very open side of the bracket, as you
Definitely
mentioned earlier. Yeah, like it feels like any 4 of these teams might be able to have a good crack at it. So,
all right, here we go.
Yeah, back into the action, round 20, out of the devastating loss.
Just a reminder one more time, it was a Tech 9 that won that
For those of you in the back of the room.
Yeah.
Snacks. And now GamerLegion make their move, walking up catwalk. About to turn the corner into the B bomb site. Towson and Halls, Naf is here. It's a double up setup. Shuhei sliding over. Ultimate's second up also in position to be here quickly. Good shot from Naf. And now needs to follow it up, and he will.
Okay, yep, that's more like it from Naf. Now playing down on the side, he's going to burn, but he's got some util to help him out. His flame's still somewhat present, but not burning him, not taking him down. The bullets will, though. PR spotting the next crossing over, but there's still Shuhei to deal with. Still a threat at the bench. They haven't spotted him. And this play for Shuhei now reveals himself, and he will deny GamerLegion the win in this round.
Yeah, really, really good timing on Shuhei to slide over to be that third player at that B bomb site. Really well done to get into some safety. Naf gets his couple of kills that secures Shuhei's little sneaky decision hiding behind the smoke. Good trigger discipline to make sure you secure 2 and the round. First kill towards short, dropping off. Able to find the second as well. Good recovery for Naf in this situation.
It seems like the chat finally found the caster mute button, Jason. I lost it there for a second.
It felt that way, yeah.
Yeah, they finally figured it out. All right, ultimate straight through the smoke. That's Towson dead. And that's a great start to the round here for Team Liquid. But can they continue it? They do. They get rid of the money here for GamerLegion. And then we can start thinking about the realms of possibility to start coming back into this and talk about overtime in a little bit. But Naf, he's got that pick. PR's gone. And now a 3v5 for GamerLegion to try and flip back in their favor.
Yeah, cool switch up for Naf into the AWP setup as the defender of the B bomb site, especially after you get exploited by Rez the few rounds back in that kind of a loss. You know they're going to test you again. You know, if Rez can walk in and do that with a pistol, they're going to say, let's go back to it, because that defense over there is, you know, obviously a little bit weak. Switch up into the AWP, and now whenever anyone challenges him, he's got an easier time of things. Now he's out in the open, a wider angle here, so a missed shot spells his death. There's no escape from this position.
Well, that is a missed shot.
There is escape from that position.
And he escapes. The great escape, some might say. But Naf, Jewel Beretta's coming out. He's going to go for a gunslinging play. He's taking Snacks out. And then Elise helps him out. So much stronger in this B bomb site now. And they're not going to let a Tech 9 get through again.
Yeah, lovely work. Good job from Naf with his triple kill. Snaps back into shape. So Snacks calling for 1 eco. Pistols coming back in. Deagles across the board for GamerLegion. Yeah, nice little dualies from Naf. Good support from Elige over towards short. So the two of them working in tandem to make sure that that B bomb site isn't a weakness that GamerLegion can exploit again. Ultimate in middle with the op. Shuhei chiming in as well. A little piece of aggression. There's no presence whatsoever from GamerLegion at the moment.
Ooh. Miss smoke towards the window. Shuhei's just going to peek because of that.
This T side for GamerLegion feeling, you know, equally kind of lackluster at the moment.
Oh yeah, very much so.
I feel like both teams haven't played this T side so much within like the strategic system and game plan that I haven't really seen like individuals kind of break out of it and make some plays and kind of have their own intuition and their own aggressive move that they want to make. Everyone happy to kind of just contain with how the IGLs and how the captains want to call tactically. Malbs and Covey, ultimate back at ticket with an op. Shuhei playing jungle. No presence in middle from GamerLegion. All the attackers coming from Ramp and Palace.
Wall of smokes out towards stairs and connector. GamerLegion trying to get out, but Malb's in a good spot. All of a sudden, though, it's a Tech 9, it's a Deagle entering the kill feed, and that bomb plant now coming through for GamerLegion. Is this going to be the round they close out Mirage with?
It's going to be one and loss on the CT retake. Shuhei and Elige realigning. Naf with an op. He's got one flashbang to activate it. Towson's going to get a wide angle.
Yeah, he's going aggressive towards CT. Towson nails the shot. He's got the other one too. And it's just Naf, 1v3. It isn't going to be happening for him here. Towson backs away just to confirm it. Misses the shot, but he's got so many teammates. Naf throws himself in, but Snax is the man to finally close things out. A 13-9 win for GamerLegion. Such a strong first half, and that's Team Liquid's map pick going against them.
Well, can you believe how you lose it as well in that kind of a fashion? One heartbreaking Tech 9 loss to Rez's entries at the B-bomb site. Now you lose a low econ round 2 at A exec. That's a brutal way to lose, and Liquid's going to have to bounce back on map 2.
Yeah, as if it ended up being not just 1 but 2 low econ rounds to be closing this one out for GamerLegion. Credit where credit is due. Liquid really trying to make the comeback a reality. But Jacob, you coined a certain term. Did you feel like this was a cosmetic comeback from Liquid?
I think it was realistic for them to come back in this game. Obviously not when you lose 2 of those rounds. That's 1 too many at the very least. Some would argue 2 too many. But I think on the CT side, they stepped it up a little bit. We saw more and more come out from Melf. We saw more and more come out from Elige. I think the way they were contesting middle as well, mid-round, was pretty well and pretty good for Team Liquid. So there were definitely signs that CT side-wise on Mirage, they could play Counter-Strike. The problem for Liquid was that they had such an abysmal start to the game with only 2 T-side rounds that the cushion they had to fall back on was non-existent. So in that regard, it was... It wasn't really in doubt that GamerLegion were going to win this game, but I suspected Liquid would have made it much closer with 3 or 4 T rounds.
I guess it was the fashion that they did it in, right? Like, you look decent when GamerLegion are coming at you with full buys, and then those 2 rounds. It's like, that's 2 out of the 3 that GamerLegion won. Were in that fashion.
Jason described it as brutal. I would describe it as Liquid. You know, like that's what you come to expect. Unfortunately, at this point in time, they just can't string together, you know, a good map. Like, it's always something different. This time, it was the half buys in the second half. They lost a 5v3 in the first gun round in the first half. In a different situation, it would be rounds with advantages. It would be losing both pistols, perhaps, right? From game to game, there's a different sort of breakdown for the team, and that's why they've been struggling so much recently.
Should we go back to that first half then? Obviously, T-side issues apparent for Liquid. What did you glean from GamerLegion in round 8?
Yeah, I think this is just an example for GamerLegion, right? And what they were able to do in the first half. You can see that it's a reset round, 5-2 for GamerLegion, right? Elige is just drawing attention to himself. They're faking a default and they want to pop A, right? But the flashes, you know, PR is going to be in the open on A. Like, he isn't hiding behind anything, and there's no flash that blinds him, which is kind of wild because considering how open he is, he needs to get blind here. One catches him, but they can't scale. You can see the rest that are flying over stairs. Like, none of that blinds him. So he gets an easy multi-kill, 3 kills there. He's going to get 1 more, and then it's just going to be Naf alone trying to save. Snax finds him in the end. So it's sort of... You can't necessarily put it on the execute too much, but it's not coordinated as much with the scaling. He's the lone defender there, so the round sort of works, right? Like, he's isolated, you're going there with 4 players, and he's just able to mow you down like that in a really important round.
Yeah, you know, and then they changed the way they approach it. Instead of going for these more simplistic executes with one man trying to take attention in middle, in round 9, they tried to play out the mid-round game. They tried to spread out the defense a little bit thin, but even in scenarios like that, GamerLegion were able to dismantle them. Round 9, to me, was a great example of Liquid just now having no foothold in this game whatsoever. Again, at this point, it's 6-2. You need to win rounds now. You need to get on the board. Melps is soul-searching by himself down there towards ramp, gets an opening kill, which was a theme in this game. Liquid won the opening kill department 13-9. So in terms of not converting, Torsen finds himself with a minute left.
This is the B anchor.
That's the B anchor, by the way. So no presence whatsoever. Then Hypix catches off a guy in connector, catches another player right here. Nafly left to himself, right? You're just being picked apart one by one, and you're allowing the opposition to be inside your own spawn with a minute left of the round without even knowing that's a possibility. You saw the player on A right there getting ready with grenades, having no clue whatsoever that there's even the potential of a player flanking him. So in terms of the lack of synergy, in terms of lack of team play that we're describing Liquid with coming into the game, I think this round was a great example of exactly that.
Yeah, and for Towson to be there at the 1 minute mark, I mean, he sat in the smoke at 135 and pushed B apps right then and there. I don't know if it's because it was Malbs who died and they knew Naf was probably also towards A, and then he sort of figured, all right, this is their heavy A default, right? And it's a good timing for me to go for this play. But yeah, definitely GamerLegion playing to win. They made a lot of smart decisions. You know, even in the second round that they lost on their own CT side, they sort of they went 4A in the late round. You know, Liquid went B and they just saved. Their money wasn't great in that round. So if they, let's say, lost it but lost the guns too, they would have probably had to eco. So understanding the economy, when it's okay to go for some of these gambles, when you need to maybe just play default, was what allowed them to just have a buy after buy and be able to win 10 rounds on CT.
But that's the thing, you go into the second half and even when they don't have an ideal buy, we'll go into the first example of this, Jacob. Round 19, Rez doing work with the Tech-9.
Yeah, it's obviously a nice buy by Rez. Finds a good timing right here to sneak past him. Again, Nafly gets caught off guard. Tech-9 again. At this point, sure, you can still stabilize the second kill on towards Elise. That's great from Rez, and then Torsen comes in from Catwalk. Melks is trying to even out the round right here, makes it a 3v3. Rez gets caught off guard by Shu as well, and then this is what's weird for me, you know. Ultimate standing here with the AWP. I don't know why he takes an angle where he's not hitting the shot. I don't know why he's that scared of having a more open angle when you're going up against Tech-9s, you're going up against pistols. He gets shot down by taking the refight. Then Shuhei walks out by himself as well, gets shot down, and they end up losing the round. To me, it's a classic Liquid way of doing things. At no point should they be in danger. At no point should this be a round going the way of GamerLegion. Credit to PR, again, having a massive round right here. You saw the round Yanko put out there. He had a triple kill on the A-bomb side. This round, he had a triple kill. He finished with 10 kills in the game, and he went 2 for 10 in opening duels as well. He didn't have a lot of impact outside of these 2 rounds where he single-handedly won them by himself.
Yeah, and I think first, you know, it's on Naf. You can't just, as the B, you know, you can't let that happen and die in such a poor way. But honestly, what Ultimate does in the 3v2 is even worse, right? And that's the problem, you know, those lapses in whether it's judgment or just some brain fog at the worst possible moment is what keeps happening to Team Liquid. And it's causing them to lose games. Another series where they lose their own map pick and now have to find a way to bounce back.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, speaking of hitting shots on the other side of things, though, want to roll a Snacks package? Why don't we? It's not often we praise him for his fragging ability, but
no, it's good to see in the first half. You know, Snacks had a field day, found a lot of impact. Great calling as well, the way that he was controlling the team and making sure that he found impact from the beginning of the game as well. And I think that's another caveat to this Liquid loss. As I said, they won 13-9 in the opening kill department in this game. PR had a nightmare in that specific department. He went 2 for 10. Rest didn't have too much impact either from an individual output, yet GamerLegion looked like the better team throughout the entirety of the game. Snacks stepped up. You have Hypix having a great game as well. So it came from a lot of different directions in GamerLegion. But if I were to describe you a way for Liquid to win this game, I'd say, okay, if Rest is not having a great game, if PR is not successful whatsoever in opening kills, then I'm leaning towards Team Liquid winning this game. But that even isn't enough for them to come close, taking their own map pick.
I guess it's hard when, okay, you've got Snacks firing off like that, but then you also have Hypex as well, right? He had a lot of impactful moments.
Yeah, definitely. In the first half, had a lot of good rounds, but I just can't shake this feeling off where, you know, Liquid would have probably come back all the way. You know, they seemed in full control if it weren't for those 2 rounds against pistols, and just you can't keep letting those rounds slip. Really, for, you know, Snacks did a great job in terms of the fragging. T-side was a bit of a struggle in the second half, but they were able to get it done. And for Hypex, we're seeing, you know, a couple of series now. He's finally finding some consistency. The casters talked about, you know, coming into the GamerLegion as an AWPer, seeing as how your predecessors did. I mean, you don't want to be just another name on that list. And definitely the pressure was getting to him, it felt like initially. And maybe after the roster changes, or after he saw that he wasn't going to get kicked after 2 months, you know, he's able to let loose somewhat and have a better performance.
I'm making a little bit of a grimace because I'm just looking at the stats for Liquid. On I was looking for a silver lining. And I'm going to be honest, there really isn't one. This is a 5-map loss streak for Liquid. It's
Are you
against
looking at the
teams,
names as well?
I was going to say it's against teams pretty much below GamerLegion as well. Like, it feels over.
It kind of does, you know. Nuke has been a strugglesome map for Team Liquid. Haven't been able to integrate maps into it. Haven't been able to find any sort of results. And as you said, like when I look at the list of teams they're losing to, Sashi, Havu, Alliance, you know, they beat a team called Olibet. I think apart from that, no big wins whatsoever for Team Liquid.
Who don't even have a lineup right now.
We don't even have a lineup at the moment, you know, and it was a close game as well. So to be completely honest, no, there's not a big silver lining for Team Liquid. If anything, they showed yesterday that they were able to bounce back after losing the map to M80, but I'm grasping for a straw right here. I have not seen anything from Liquid at this tournament that makes me believe that they're much better off than they were a couple of weeks ago in Rio, and Rio was bad.
And we also saw GamerLegion, you know, with 2 faces yesterday against Navi to some extent. So that's the thing. We hear it from players from all tiers of teams say the same thing. It's like in MR12 and in the current environment, like you can lose to anyone pretty much and you can beat anyone, right? Like things can go wrong so fast if you lose 1 or 2 key rounds. And you know, GamerLegion is not a bad team, but I don't consider them a world beater, that they can't make mistakes and then, you know, things can't go horribly wrong. It sort of started going horribly wrong in the second half of Mirage, and here they'll have to start on the T side again. So I think there's a way in for Liquid. They just keep playing kind of the same way on CT side, but just slightly better discipline and then being more concentrated in these rounds against pistols. You know, a strong CT side can propel them into a map win.
We've got to see exactly how it is going to be going down, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we return, it's going to be Nuke, the map pick of GamerLegion, and potentially last chance saloon here for Team Liquid at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Snap with Team Liquid. They got a big one today versus GamerLegion. We're just going to start all encompassing here with Team Liquid. You've been on this roster for about 50 years now. So tell me a little about the ups and downs, because currently things are the way they are.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the past couple of years have been a lot of ups and downs. But yeah, no, recently it's been pretty much been pretty bad for the most part. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're trying our best to, you know, to get out of whatever that we're in right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, so being that you've seen so much Counter-Strike in your day, you know, every time you go to rebuild or every time you guys go through the motions of rebuilding, what is that like? What does it look like?
I don't know, just meeting a lot of cool different people, you know. Yeah. The people just come and go sometimes, you know. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, played with a lot of different players. Yeah, so I have no idea how to even say it.
Yeah, it's a variety. It's a variety pack of players that Team Liquid has had over the course of.
I've had a lot of friends.
Yeah, you absolutely have. You've had a lot of successes too in your career, Keith. You guys today aren't coming into this one necessarily where you want to in terms of stature of Team Liquid. So let's kind of go over how this might look in the server with GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think GamerLegion's a pretty solid team. I would say they're pretty, you know, decent team, but I don't know. We just always need to come out showing our best A game because with our current games and how we've been playing, it's not been good. So we just gotta look for the man upstairs, see if he's watching up there, watching down on us, and maybe he can send us some blessings.
Stay blessed, Keith. Stay blessed.
Stay blessed, everybody.
One's too short.
I can flash inside Palace.
There's one was upper B.
Wait.
I'm in ladder right now.
Flashing now.
I have ramp Mario.
Up's dead. That's a player. He was probably a bunker around, yes.
Don't see him.
I'm gonna play Con hide.
I'm only underground.
I don't see
two steps. One on the window. I'm nading it.
He's dead, he's dead. That's res. I'm soaking out short.
Dead?
Nice. Last guy is pack player as well. High packs.
Yeah, he's gotta be top mid or some shit.
I'm ready.
Under window, under window.
Let's
Under
double
window.
pick soon. 3, 2, 1.
Still under window. Come switching with him.
Yeah.
I'll for sure.
Nice! Let's go, guys.
Short.
Upper short. Or bomb short. Bomb short, guys. It's out. 1 B apps. I'm holding short.
Left. He's going short.
He's inside corner. Yeah, I'm gonna
car one.
Just don't worry about him. I'll kill him short soon.
He's Edward in car. Edward in car.
Yeah.
Trying to rocket for you.
I don't know about
Joker,
Wait.
Joker.
Last default planting.
Default planting.
He's dead.
Nice!
I have second op.
Good shit.
Jump down. Take it. I'm sorry. Take it dead.
Take
Take it, boys. Take CT. Nothing. One more jungle.
I think maybe bench one.
I'm only CT.
Yeah, you're up. You should play with
I'm
it.
gonna search at her. Take CT for me.
Yeah, holding it. Trying it.
Don't see car.
I can't hold it deep like this.
I'm gonna search it deep though.
Off might be. They have second off life.
Maybe one is flanking.
Nice.
One.
That's the thing from jungle. Maybe more. One more. Nice. One more flash.
One flash.
Chill. 3v1.
I'm peeking him.
Upper.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm
I'm going back.
I'm sitting triple. CT.
Peek at me, boys. Peek at me.
Yeah, picking. Nice.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. It is the last day of the group stages and all the teams today fighting for survival in the competition. Team Liquid one map down, and obviously they have hopes to get into the arena as a North American team, but right now they're looking down and out. As we move into Nuke, GamerLegion's map pick, the odds are completely stacked against Team Liquid.
Yeah, gonna have to see, I mean, just an actually bigger fight than what we saw on Mirage, especially in that first half. I like the point that Yanko made, because you and I kind of discussed it briefly as well between the maps, where it felt like Liquid had a comeback brewing. They had that half, like, you know, they were feeling like they're starting to gain control and starting to feel really comfortable, but again, it's like, doesn't matter how good you look in those moments if you're going to lose to Tech-9s, if you're going to lose the map to Deagles and upgraded pistols instead of against rifles. Just way too many rounds where the ball gets dropped completely. So Liquid CT side here on Nuke, they need to be just absolutely damn perfect. Get some belief back within this team. Get some energy and some focus back within this team, because GamerLegion is coming for you, coming to knock you out of Atlanta. And Nuke begins. 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov for the GamerLegion attack on this pistol. PR's got a P250 with which to challenge outside, and it's all 5 players following him up.
It's real quiet outside. Now the util arrives. You got Elige waiting in the wings down towards Secret. There's a gap designed to try and fight. And now Elige has to fall away, trying to get back. Gets the Julies out, his teammate's dropping down. You get that thud in the vent, hoping your teammate can step up in your stead. Elige gets the final kill for death, and then the mowdown comes in from Malbs. That's exactly what Malbs was hoping to do when he dropped in on that rotation, and that now looks like the pistol for Team Liquid.
Feels like Elige was taking that fight like a little bit too early, standing his ground in a bad position, but standing his ground there, getting his 1 kill bot time for Malbs to be in position, for Naf to be down there as well with the USP. Those two combined with that crossfire to set up Malbs' quad kill and make sure that pistol round goes absolutely nowhere. GamerLegion gets stuffed down in Secret. 1-0 start for Team Liquid. Get done with this. GamerLegion kind of gather themselves, start to move forward next, but Naf and Malbs, all the stopping power in the world.
A little frustration there from Hypex to kick off the pistol, but a moment to chill out here because GamerLegion only have a Deagle.
No, there's no moments to chill out. You don't get to chill out right now, not after the first map performance. Every round has got to feel like a gun round.
I'm talking about GamerLegion.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Liquid. Okay.
No,
Yeah, GamerLegion.
They can't chill out.
GamerLegion can chill.
Yeah. I'm saying Hypex can chill.
Okay.
He's got a Glock on.
My apologies. I was a little...
I know, you're fired up.
You came in
about
hot,
Liquid.
didn't I?
You're fired up about Liquid, Jason. I get it. I mean, it's Atlanta. It's
I'm fired up in anger. I don't like seeing like that. I mean, any team. It's not even just Liquid, but I mean, if I just hate watching like those rounds be the ones that are lost that prevent you from having a good half.
Right.
You know, like it's just like what are we doing here?
Well, we're gonna be all right this time, surely. There's Elige coming in to get 2, Shui on the other, and then Ultimate taking that final kill. Yeah, taking some damage on board, but...
Yep, that third kill would have been really painful to take, would have been very costly in the round. So AK-47's coming in now for GamerLegion. Get the first gun round underway. M4 is feeling the feet of Team Liquid. Going to be a minute before we see that AWP out for Ultimate. And for Hypex on the other side of things. But GamerLegion going to show us their first look at the game plan on this T side of Nuke. It's GamerLegion's map pick. And they're already up by 1 in this series.
And Cheap Grenade about to land on the pack here for GamerLegion. They didn't step forward enough for that to be effective, so hitting the pause button, but he can't pause for too long because you've thrown 2 smokes outside. No one's going to play with him, and Elige is gathering information once those fade away. So here they come, trying to get out the side. Snacks goes a little bit early ahead of his teammates, and now they've been blocked at ramp.
I think Snacks like took the step, like wanted to take the risk because he was looking into the bomb site and saw nothing. Okay, they're going to challenge on the other side of the smoke. Nap with 1, traded immediately.
Yeah, good trade from PR. At least keeps this round alive for GamerLegion. It isn't the greatest round so far on their T side. You've got a rotation down to the lower bomb site. Yep, Shui waiting at the back of the site. Now he's going to peek out on a good time and to catch Hypex. His teammates can start to rotate in. Shui's doing a great job here. It's just Rez tapping, and not getting anything. So some celebrations for Team Liquid. It's a 3-0 start. They've handled the first gun round as well.
I couldn't ask for it to be a more comfortable start as well, right? Only losing 1 player in that first gun round. You lost the 2 in the second round to the Pistols, but you can let that one slide for now because money's going to keep growing. And for GamerLegion, no access into the bomb site, no plants in any of these 3 rounds. And getting negated here. It looks kind of silly watching Snacks like kind of walk out of hut in a 5v5 as the opening play. I think he just really thought that was a good risk to take. Like maybe he found a gap where nobody was looking for it because he saw nobody in the upper bomb site. Punished and then shut down towards the lower site.
Yeah, well, on this American run, GamerLegion have played Nuke twice. They played it once in Fort Worth now, and once here in Atlanta. Both were wins. This is their 3rd time playing it, and right now having a brawl with Tech9s. They've gone forward, and Snacks has taken 2. So his round is actually on. They've got 2 rifles to work with all of a sudden for GamerLegion.
Shouldn't be too much danger for Team Liquid unless they make some kind of a crazy mistake, maybe over-pushing, overextending to try and regain ramp. Elige has tucked himself in. I'm pretty sure Rez saw him earlier, though. Crouches into the fight. Elige now dinked, and they might actually come for this. They might actually be aggressive on this position, so Elige bails out before they can spam the smoke. It feels like Liquid should have all the advantages, right? You know you have them contained in ramp room. You know that's where they're at the moment. They're not able to progress into the bomb site. You know it's a low buy as well, so resource is going to be a little bit low. But that dink from Elige, and look how passive he's forced so far out of the round. If they don't come and wrap towards heaven, how is he going to get back into a retake? This is all on Shuhei, essentially a 1v3.
Well, he's on notice. He's getting ready for this. Rez is walking up. Shuhei, head shown. Rez taken away, but he took a dink on board. 10 HP, cleared out by the Tech9. Better weapon now available for Towson as they go for the plant, and they've got the smoke for the cover. So the plant is through. Snacks is holding for anybody who's coming down the ramp, and in fact, both remaining Team Liquid players are coming down ramp. This is going to be a heads-up fight, and Snacks will lose it, putting it all on Towson. But will they expect him to be here, standing right here?
Gotta bait Elige.
There's the low HP outburst. Towson up against Mobs. Spraying away, and Towson's won it. GamerLegion should not have won this round, but the Tech9 early from Snacks, and Towson on the close.
A heartbreaking round to let slide there for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I mean, that's got to be so frustrating. You almost see it a little bit on Flashy's face there, too, because you'll know that would be a constant conversation. How you play against low buys, how you play against anti-ecos, how you deal with different situations against pistols. That's a constant conversation that every team always feels they can improve upon. So when that's the dagger that caused you to lose and prevent your comeback on the first map, now that it happens again early on in the second one, it's just real painful.
Oh, it's quick here from Taliesin into the next round, using the AK to devastating effect again against Team Liquid. Rez and Taliesin with 2 openers. It was the pace change here from GamerLegion, just swinging out and getting into the round win.
Yeah, it's one of the Snacks' favorite ways to call. That intuition, that feeling of the game, what an uppercut provided. Liquid not ready at all for the swing out of HUD. 2 opening kills provided by Rez and provided by Taliesin in the game. The round just over already at that point.
You gotta save the AWP and the rifle. That's where they go. Backtracking. Ultimate stuck in ramp room at the moment. Second round here for GamerLegion. And the T side starts to get going. Win this next round and you've got some leg room to really grow this T side.
Yeah, it's going to all be about Liquid. I mean, you're going to see this AWP and this M4 held for ultimate Elige. What can they do with it? I mean, Liquid, they could go for an aggressive decision, although that would risk a lot of economy very early on in this half. That could put them in a hole. You could get some MP9, some FAMAS passed around if you really wanted to challenge a little bit more. I don't think it's likely. I think they'll be content with the AWP and the M4. But much like Mirage, felt like, I mean, those first gun rounds on the CT side here on Nuke look good for Team Liquid. The first 3-round stretch, and all of a sudden, it falls apart. So how much can GamerLegion get off that return?
PR, oh, into the vent he goes. Good position to have early in the round.
Liquid's going to boost up over towards ramp room. That's going to be Naf up on top of the boxes. So Ultimate with his AWP can be very mobile. Try and read the map, trying to read what's coming. He might eventually, considering PR's dropped in towards vents, the next idea generally for the T side is find a way to get the other side of that attack to the lower bomb site, either ramp room or secret. So it might be a little bit of a pump fake with utility towards the upper bomb site, get somebody to cheat, create some chaos for PR to open the door and start moving towards ramp for a backstab. And no one from Team Liquid even considering it. Good information provided by Elige. But still nobody checking and nobody considering lower, and this is going to be really, really painful.
Oh, PR, the early play to get into the vent is going to be devastating. There's his first target. He's trying to see if he can get more, but...
He won't see the boost, actually. He hasn't seen it. Naf can actually do work here.
Oh, they're just going to run in. Knives out, thinking it's clear, and Naf only getting the one. Good quick reaction, but it slowed them down. It's distracted long enough for Elige to come in and make the difference. And now it's just PR. All that's left here for GamerLegion. Now, it's not done, but there's only 25 seconds left. And Elige can just hide. He can cover that bomb. He can make this very difficult for PR. He's even got Mobs coming to join him. They're both up together. PR can win it on elimination lineup. Why?
No.
They're giving him the only way to win it. PR gets them on the lineup. Liquid let him have it.
Mental mistakes from Team Liquid time and time again in this series so far, preventing them from even getting started.
Oh, that is just one of those mental shattering rounds.
Did they think that he picked up the... How they couldn't have thought that he picked up the bomb.
Looking at the bomb.
I'm just thinking maybe he thought it might have dropped onto the ramp and he'd picked it up inside the smoke. I'm trying to think of the reason.
The replay.
Both players kind of go through the narrowest choke point possible, lined up as well. What a disaster. And you get look, you get so many things going your way. He doesn't even see Naf, never clears him. Naf goes 1 for 1 here. This is lovely from Elige on the rotation over. But with the time running down, you don't need to be the aggressor. He's got to pick up the bomb. He's got to run back to the bomb site.
Oh, Liquid, no, the round they've just lost. Do they have it in them to bounce back mentally from that? And they're just going to try and bring the hurt here. GamerLegion some speed in towards the side. PR this time going to be handled by Shue. Trade from Taliesin. Snacks in again. Layer upon layer of attack.
The defense is matched up against it, at least for now, but Telson's come in, it's all on Nap. And 1v2, he must win. And now they fight him together, and he's close to it, but Telson edges it out. A quick round from GamerLegion, rushing into the upper bomb site, trading back and forth, and eventually coming out on top.
Yeah, I know that round is close. It ends up getting into a 1v1, and it's a little bit brawly, and probably a couple different times it could have gone either way, but I like that Snax is keeping up this kind of like chaotic pressure, right? Never letting Liquid settle down, never letting them feel like they're comfortable, like kind of opening around slow with the sense that they know what's coming and how to handle it. Changing paces, giving you fast looks, giving you fakes. Just maintaining the sense for Team Liquid that they're always going to be uncomfortable.
Leash outside, MP7. Smoke slightly broken. He's going to hear those steps of the right cross down to a secret. Leash trying to catch them. Burst is good. Getting anything else is going to be too difficult for Leash. He does a lot of damage onto another player, but eventually taken down by Towson. Mobs respawning and upgrading into an AK.
I mean, you feel now like this Liquid, even with this lower buy, you have to feel like this is kind of a must-win position considering the way some of these recent rounds have played out. 4-on-3. Mobs has recovered an AK-47. You've got 3 players downstairs going to start pushing towards Secret. So they'll either meet here on the stairs or they'll be able to have a nice fast flank.
Hypex.
That's bomb.
The step out into the fight. Yeah, bomb dropped, but they clean up the rest and they pick up the bomb. So just Mobs left. It's a winnable clutch for Mobs.
He's a little bit too far behind is the problem, and he can't really pick up the pace whatsoever. They'll hear him coming. If they go up the vents as well, they've just completely negated his position, but indeed they stick around. Hypex is ready the whole time. 2-round lead now for GamerLegion.
Even when the rounds get messy, they're able to pull it through here, GamerLegion.
I think now it's an interesting conversation for GamerLegion. That round, I think, with the chaotic nature, might have gotten a little bit away from them. Now you're starting to see some individuals push through some smokes, do some aggressive stances, and even though they come out on top, it put them in a difficult spot. So it might be time during this timeout to kind of rein them in a little bit in this conversation. You like the aggressive calling from Snax, the pace changes, the variety of looks he's giving this Team Liquid defense. But maybe rein it in before it gets too disorganized. Elige able to do great damage after this. This is the play I'm speaking of, coming through the smoke from Rez, challenging like that. A little bit too much freedom in that scenario, but it's Hypex to save the day at the end. Recovering the bomb, eliminating Liquid on the secret stairs, and we go into round 9. 5 rounds so far on a T side of Nuke where you don't win the pistol. Shuhei is able to do damage to Snax, who ends up dying to his own Molotov, so an advantage for Liquid.
1G. And now we've got Ultimate making the most of it. So that's PR and Rez both going down, and we got Team Liquid a lot stronger this time. And Lee is holding back some of that aggressive nature. And yeah, there we go. The pit of despair down that.
Oh, it's good to see Ultimate have a couple of kills like that with the AWP. Obviously going to make Liquid feel much more comfortable if the AWP can start ringing out. Another round, it looks like on the CT side, they can have a pretty clean victory. As Towson and Hypex back off for the moment, it would be a very long save. They've got a ton of cash. And you know Team Liquid's just kind of bought back up into this as you beat them, so you could kind of go work the map and see if you can grab 1 or 2 kills during this minute and find a way to do it safely, but more than happy to just take the round loss 5-4 and keep the AK-47s and the money in a healthy place. So 5-4. I don't know, it's kind of it just due to the nature of how this is all played out, it's like it's hard to start getting that confidence. Like when you see rounds like this, you're like, all right, and like it happened on Mirage too, like Liquid's defense snapping into place, but you know there's another heartbreak coming.
That's the motto of Team Liquid.
There's one other stupid round loss that's coming around the corner. You can't get comfy yet.
Watch a couple of Liquid games, Jason, huh?
Oh, it'll change you as a human.
Well, they can be happy for now. You know, another round picked up. Already 5 T rounds though for GamerLegion.
Oh yeah, they're in a sick place. They've done this very, very well. Everything they get from here is just kind of bonus, just a little bit extra on top. 3 more rounds remaining in this half. So Team Liquid taking no losses, replenish the utility, pick up some kits. Both teams should be okay with the economic situation the way it is. We're starting getting down to some weaker situations. Round 10, Op in the hands of Ultimate, Op in the hands of Hypex as well. He'll take that on top, Silo outside, Ultimate in big garage. Oh my lordy, lordy, lordy.
Get out of there. Okay, he made it away. Just about he made it away.
It is fun, isn't it?
Rolling with the risk. We got Elige playing secret. Decent position to have early in the round. What can he hope to do with it? Snacks bides his time, waiting for those smokes to erupt outside. He's not going to move forward just yet. He's letting Rez prowl, and Rez has been spotted, tapped away by Elige. An advantage now siding with Team Liquid.
All right, we're going to head over to Naf's position. 3 players heading in, Op to keep him pinned down. Utility heading his direction, and Naf just decides to give it up. Man advantage, doesn't need to stand and fight whatsoever. And a very proactive move by Shuhei to take a risk through the smoke. Mobs takes the bullet, probably meant for Shuhei, but it sells Shuhei's position. Snacks thinks he's stopped the door push and aggression, and Shuhei gets to lie in wait.
Lying where he is. Here they come, right in towards him. Had a chance for a multi-kill, just the one, so GamerLegion survive. They slip out into the A side. There's no one here, no one home, no one watching.
Yeah, they'd shifted 2 to the lower bomb site, so there's no one to actually recover the scenario.
Yeah, well, retake required. And a long way off getting into position where that looks possible.
Well, you've got 3 kits to work with. You've got 2 smokes and flashbangs as well if you're Team Liquid. Biggest problem is going to be Ultimate. It won't be too motivated to get into the fight unless you can open up this flank. Good kill from Elige. Now Ultimate can step forward.
Hypex stepping into the lobby, misses the shot, and at least gets some information, but goes back into Ultimate, who's waiting, so it's Towson again, tasked with a clutch. He can't win it. And Team Liquid do come back in on that retake. GamerLegion going to want to play that post plant again if they could. And that's going to be a 5-5. Team Liquid tying things up.
Yeah, that looked real clean from Team Liquid on the retake. Powered by Elige. Nice opening kill to allow everyone to activate. Ultimate slides into position to punish the fallback from Hut. Lovely place for him to be. Picks off Hypex. And Towson can't do anything in a 1v3. But this was the must-kill from Elige to actually activate this and make this retake possible for Team Liquid. Everybody gets 1 in the 3-on-3, and we're tied at 5. Remember as well, there's a deeper, bigger goal for Team Liquid. We've made it somehow miraculously into the major.
Well, they purchased Mobs, or they moved into the team rather. That's how.
I was going to try and be nice about it, but yeah, they're in the major. And clearly a lot of improvements that need to be made, and not a whole lot of time in which to get them.
There's a break of the smoke as they try and cross over. It's Shuhei with 1, but then the response is swift from Towson. Swifter still from Ultimate.
All right, but they're going to turn in towards Mini, it looks like. And Shuei's just dropped down vents. Mobs is in trouble. Mobs has no idea this is coming. An easy kill for Towson. And once again, no one in the upper bomb site. The rotation just occurred.
They're actually waiting for the heaven peak. They're pausing, they're waiting. Towson is trying to stop Ultimate from even putting his head over the top. And Ultimate realizes how important his life is at this point. So he can't re-peak. So you do now feel so pressured towards heaven that you're locked out of that spot. And you want someone else to step in and take some of the contact to free up that heaven play a little bit later in the round. Shuhei uncomfortable, climbing up the vent. Towson is waiting, spotting for the cross, and this time in the post plant on the A site, it is much stronger in the 3v3 from GamerLegion. It's 6-5 on this T side. It's already fantastic.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds. Team Liquid has incorrectly read that the finishing move for GamerLegion was going to be to the lower bomb site, and they just keep moving on in towards upper. Back-to-back rounds, it's been kind of free in the mid-round 3v3. Some lovely kills outside, but I mean, just because of the cross, because of the spam, because of the spam coming back, Liquid just assumed all 3 players went down secret instead of turning, making the audible to Mini and up into the upper bomb site. Completely caught off guard. Final round of the first half. Liquid looking to tie things up at 6.
Oh, Elige. He's up first. Yep, this time Rez is not going to fall for that. Lige got him earlier from Secret. He's going to send Snacks in to try and deal with him, but Lige wins that gunfight. So, opening kill in favor of Team Liquid. Doesn't look like they're going to come quicker again here. GamerLegion towards the A site.
Oh, they might stall it out because of the smoke. PR's going to
just going to walk.
Yep, steps through.
PR's out. Spotted by Shuei. Gets away with both. And surely no way you drop this one. It's just Rez now. 1v5. Team Liquid will pick up an extra round to play with in the first half and leave at a tied scoreline.
Yeah, well, that's at least what they're going to be able to get. I mean, it's another one of those halves where it feels like there's been some glimpses that this defense could have been much stronger, but some just very silly rounds dropped that prevent Liquid from having a stronger CT side. So GamerLegion, in the other side of the coin, a great half for the offensive GamerLegion without the pistol, still putting 6 rounds on the board, breaking Liquid early on in the half and being able to take advantage of that situation. A stretch of 5 rounds in a row for GamerLegion. Some important clutches won during that stretch as well. Will make a very tough second half for both teams going into the break. 6-6. Losing team is eliminated, and it's Liquid with their backs against the wall.
One last chance for survival. Team Liquid a map down, and now they switch over to the T side of Nuke. A tie game, 6-6. in classic Liquid fashion, that first half littered with heartbreaking moments, head scratchers, but they've got to pull it all together and somehow come back into this game, get their heads in the fight, and stay alive here in Atlanta.
I think the bummer for Team Liquid is on the other side of the server, you got a team progressing and improving at a rate that you wish you could pull off. Snack's been in the GamerLegion squad for 5 months since his return, Hypex 7 months, and in that time they've racked up some very, very impressive upsets, some nice scalps on the resume of their recent tournament runs, and looking to add another one of Team Liquid under the mix and move on to see if they can make the playoffs one step closer to the playoffs of IEM Atlanta, if they can close out this nuke on the CT side. Lurk smoke over towards Squeak Door. Liquid is going to progress behind it. Molotov towards top hut.
They get out, bomb drops into the vent here for Team Liquid. Multiple players now populating the lower site, and no one on the CT side is rotated here to deal with it yet.
And 2 lurkers in place. One outside, that's Naf. Okay, he's been spotted, takes that engagement. Nice gush onto Rez. One more lurk over towards Squeak Door, that's Shuhei.
Holmes moving up, step going to be heard, and he looks out to the right side. PR puts one between the eyes. More pressure on Elige, but Hypex, same result as he steps in here for GamerLegion. A 5v3 on the retake. Coming down the vent to hear that tap on the defuse. It's not going to be the full stick, but it is going to create the pressure for Team Liquid as though it's there, but they're going to swing open the double door. Is going to try and deny Shuhei, but that stick is being held halfway gone. Can't get to it. Naf stuck behind the door. Snacks is just trolling him, and that's exactly what Snacks does best. Denies access to the site, and Team Liquid have to look as that defuse happens.
That's the coolest thing Snacks could have done in that situation. That is just the coolest thing he could have done. I love everything about it.
That is a Snacks play, isn't it?
What a
little smile either.
What a legend. I mean, this is one of those pistol rounds where, like, it's an interesting tactic. You're leaving two, just door stuck. Just too many players downstairs after the bomb plant die for Team Liquid before the lurkers are meant to, there's a period where those lurkers, despite the bomb being planted, are meant to have the impact of kills as the CTs rotate into the retake. But everyone dies in the site before the lurkers have a chance to pounce. Now, Liquid will have that conversation. Is it lurkers playing too slow? Is it just silly deaths being taken downstairs? But when that happens, that kind of a strategy just completely falls apart and looks a little bit silly.
Oh, Snacks around the back. Leash has the right read. He turns around to try and fight him, but Snacks has just got the better weapon, faster to react.
Again, I mean, it's a long time for Elige to sit there with nowhere to really go. It can't go forward, can't go backwards. Liquid now going to pull the trigger now that he's done, but Elige would have loved to have had that distraction a little bit earlier to give him some space to make a play. Double spray down from Towson. Rez still on top of the hut, so the trade not that big of a deal. No access to the bomb site still, and it'll be nice and easy.
We'll spend the part of the pre-game talking about how Rez has been stepping up and some decent performances from Rez. Quiet map here. I'm sure he'll start to come into his own on the CT side.
Yeah, well, I mean, they also have that luxury, like I just kind of touched on, with some of those upsets and some of the nice wins they've had in, like, isolated series, over Furia, over Astralis, over, close against Na'Vi the other night. Now they're beating up on Liquid. You have some of those wins that give you some of the confidence that you're starting to figure out how the team plays and how everyone's playing. It's becoming more automatic and more intuition. And that was a point Yanko brought up, about Team Liquid before the series began, of saying they need a win. They just need confidence, because you can see it in their play. Like, it's palpable that this team just doesn't have confidence that they're actually going to be able to take the win. And that's why you need to start getting some of those under your belt, so that belief actually clicks and sticks into the team from game to game and series to series.
I think that just draws the parallel to what you mentioned earlier about the fact that Team Liquid wish they could get on track with the progression that we're seeing from GamerLegion, where it's the opposite, right? For them, they are getting confidence because they are starting to get some of those wins under their belt, some unexpected victories. And we were talking about Hypex as the AWPer in the team, starting to just get more of an attitude, more confidence, and we're starting to see him really start to show the flair he showed in his previous teams. A timeout for Liquid. Second being burned. Flashy get on the mic. He's got to try and save this mission, otherwise Team Liquid are eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I think too, it's just probably important for just the atmosphere within the team. We just had that conversation about belief and about trust and thinking you can actually come back and take this map and force the third. You come out here and have a flat round out of this timeout and just get deleted, there's no way that faith is getting built up. So, I mean, I know there's still time for Liquid to come back if they were to lose this, but this one feels very, very critical that Liquid have an effective round. Up in the hands of Hypex. Plenty of utility. Only one kit on the CT side. They have the cash to buy a few more. Kits are nice to have.
They're not going to let that bomb go down, Jason. That's the thing. That's the mentality.
Plan works great until it doesn't.
Rez stepping towards Naf, clears him out. Yep, aggression pays off. Naf going to be frustrated, but it's GamerLegion happy to take lobby control. And it's not just Rez stepping into the lobby, it's the rest of the squad coming for the party as well.
I was gonna say, oh, and Shuei's utility out. They're still going through with it. They're still going through with it. Oh, what a recovery. Okay.
Okay, yep. Shui wins the Polish battle against Snax.
But lobby still held very well. Very, very well by GamerLegion. This is weird. Both teams have changed places. Lobby controlled by the CTs. Outside yard, and now the wraparound to heaven controlled by the T side. PR is down in secret, making sure that the lower bomb site isn't going to be the point of attack.
"30 seconds. Steps being made inside of the site now. Rez knows what's up. Oh, they're throwing the utility in to make things uncomfortable. Mob's going to be planting, but tanking the damage, tanking it and dying. So he gives his life for the bomb plant. Elysian Shuei now left in a 2v4, and it just can't happen for them. Oh, Mobs decides it's burned to a crisp, and that's a 10th round here for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I think that's the one. I think that's actually unfortunate. I think that's where Liquid just kind of, this one just fades away from here. Look at the fashion in which they lose this round. Naf watching for pushes. Rez is still able to get the advantage on him. Half his body showing. Naf never saw him come through. Fortunate to get away with this kill. Probably 9 out of 10 times that goes the other direction. But then burning in the Molotov during the plant to get that down makes the retake very, very simple from there. 4-round lead, 3 away from eliminating Team Liquid in Atlanta.
Mobs, that is a rough start to the round. Getting double naded off the top of Silo. GamerLegion advantage picked up within seconds. Breakage of the smoke. Hypex gonna change up his spot and let Snax play in and around all of the smokes. He's got Rez out secret with him. And Rez is gonna win the engagement against Elise, drop the utility and fall back himself. He's ready for the next fight. Naf chases him down. Bomb's gone as well. Team Liquid stalling out so quickly here.
Rez is a beast right now.
Look how many kills he's racked up since the start of the second half.
Yeah, he's done very well. Good pick from Hypex off Shuei's position. And Ultimate, the last one left, 1v3. Rez waiting at the off angle, going to slide into the deeper angle, goes down. And Ultimate now is the information on PR.
Got the bomb picked up again. He's got some time, 50 seconds to work with here for Ultimate.
That's the health, that's the issue, isn't it? 23 HP. Probably unconfirmed, so if he can find a clean shot onto PR, it puts the AWP at a disadvantage.
PR to pick Ultimate up. Yeah, Mob's falling down the back of the silo there.
They can't get anything, Liquid. Timeout taken out of desperation. Their final for the tournament, perhaps. 5 rounds back. Yet to post a round in this second half. 5 straight for GamerLegion to open this up. They've been steps ahead of Team Liquid since the start of the first map. Snax calling some very good T-sides, especially here on Nuke. Without a Pisteron, able to put 6 on the board, and that's a hole that Liquid hasn't been able to overcome. And now just a matter of closing things out on the CT side of Nuke. Taliesin delivering you 16 kills, PR at 13. Cheeky little nade. Good catch from the observing team. And Rez is just beasting when he's needed, which hasn't been too often in this series, in this game, but when he's been called upon, sequences like that. Looks like they want to turn in towards Mini more than anything.
They're going to give it a go. Getting past the defending players, though, is going to prove very difficult. We've got Rez at CT Van, Hypex to be the alarm system, letting you know what to expect.
Yeah, but this pulls PR back from ramp room. I mean, Liquid won't know that and have no one actually to pressure ramp, but PR's actually abdicated that part of the map so that he can help protect this wraparound because the op just too unwieldy for it.
Leash, oh, it's a little bit awkward there for PR, but he still manages to get himself out of the situation. Naf and Leash, both dead within a couple of seconds of each other. And now you've left Shue, Ultimate, and Morps in a 3v5.
Really good protocols from GamerLegion as well, leaving no gaps. PR shifts here from ramp room, Snacks shifts from the lower bomb site to ramp room to cover that. Good kill from Ultimate. Still have Snacks over, well, he's gone back down to the lower bomb site, so he's going to chill here, which lets Talson, Hypex, and Rez just play their positions safely.
Yeah, Talson just waiting below. Flash is the only thing you've got. Talson turns from it. Hypex has the first kill, Talson the second. Bomb spills to the ground, and Ultimate marching in, well, slowly. With this Deagle, they know exactly where he is. Rez collects him, and it is series point for GamerLegion. For Team Liquid, staring down the barrel of defeat and elimination.
Yeah, it's the fashion of the elimination. Frustrating, I would imagine, more than anything.
About to lose both maps without getting to double figures.
Oh, and just losing Mirage the way you did to the low buys as well. So Team Liquid not even going to get close to the playoffs here in Atlanta. Blanked in the second half on Nuke. T-side never got running. 2 rounds on their T-side of Mirage. Unfortunately, Liquid never showed up to play, but for GamerLegion, it's another step forward, a potential playoff berth they'll be fighting for the next game later on today. Have another good accomplishment to put on the resume as this team continues to improve, and we see cool things continuing to show from the individuals of this team. Rez, with the start to the year he's had, Hypex getting comfortable in his role as the opera of this squad, PR and Talson just being strong, reliable, rifling pieces.
Good kill from Hypex. Going out for the no-scope. Rez has got the follow-up kill here. Team Liquid, it's just Shue and Morps. It's a disappointing day for Team Liquid and NA. Will not go down without a fight in this round. At least Shue at least picking up a headshot for Rez. But PR's there, and now down to a 1v1. Snacks against Morps.
Morps heard some kind of a sound cue, some kind of a footstep.
But Snacks could close this for GamerLegion. He's comfortable in clutches.
That's one of the most elusive players we've ever had.
And he's disappeared. Nothing but a shadow. You thought you heard a sound, but now you've got to find him. Snacks has caught the perfect timing. Morps looking the wrong way. And what a day for GamerLegion. They've got through the first win they need on their path to the playoffs. It's still yet to be seen. And, you know, looking at Team Liquid, it's disappointing. It's a result, though, that's not shocking. Team Liquid have been really struggling over recent months in Counter-Strike. But today, eliminated without getting double figures on either map, it's such a disappointing way to go. It's extra bitter, Jason.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be another round of painful conversations for Team Liquid, but I want to focus more on the GamerLegion side of things, because, I mean, if you come into this knowing the state Liquid's in, you're going to be saying, let's never let them get started, and that's kind of pretty much exactly what GamerLegion did. Really strong performances in the first halves. T-side never got anything going. Shue and Flashy unable to come up with a game plan that could penetrate GamerLegion's defense. I mean, that's just the hurt inflicted from round 1 on Mirage all the way to the end of Nuke. And GamerLegion continued to impress.
Yeah, first of the wins required here for GamerLegion. They'll move on to the lower final where they'll play against the winner of Astralis Sinners, which is still going on. But GamerLegion have a great shot with the way they're playing to make it into the playoffs. Another playoffs for GamerLegion it could be here in the USA. But for Atlanta, there will not be a North American player present in the playoffs at all, Jason. That's it. That was the last.
They've all been taken down. Liquid took the other ones out yesterday in M80.
And
Twist left today. Yeah.
So a disappointing day for NA, but for GamerLegion, happy stuff, getting through Team Liquid comfortably and really showing that their level is definitely increasing.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, GamerLegion, the level is increasing for Liquid. They've got one last grind, one last deep breath and take the plunge into the major. We've got Trace standing by after the series concluded.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. Obviously, for Team Liquid, this is their way out of Atlanta. I'm here with Shuhei, sitting right in the middle, watching this one play out. Talk to me about this game in front of you.
Where do I start? Well, first of all, we've been having an issue of winning our own map pick. So we're starting off the game very slow every time, and it's difficult to get back into it. It feels like we start to get warmed up towards the second half of the first map, but that's just not enough. Going into Nuke, I think they had a really good game plan against our T side, so they countered us here and there. Yeah, overall we didn't perform like we should, and I don't really know what else to say.
Losing the low buys, those gotta hurt, right?
Oh yeah, on Mirage twice. I don't remember on Nuke. I remember on Mirage twice we lost, for sure.
I guess it begs the question, you know, not to just kind of harsh at you right now. I'm just curious, where are Team Liquid's T sides?
We're struggling on both sides. T side, it feels like we have what it takes to play a good T side in terms of team play and strategy. But I feel like we are failing to execute it properly, especially with confidence. I mean, it's not easy when we haven't won a game in a long time. Yesterday, obviously, we won, but that's slowly getting back into it. But the Counter-Strike is all about confidence as well, and you can have the best strat book in the world, but if you can't play out the round, the round is useless. So, yeah.
And as confidence goes, you know, it's for Team Liquid, this isn't necessarily going to be that pinnacle of, hey, let's inspire it. But I do want to ask you to say something on behalf of Team Liquid out of the fans.
I've said it before, but it's a disappointing time for Liquid. Definitely the fans deserve a lot more and better results than what we're showing. This team also, we've worked a lot in the last couple of weeks, and we were hoping that this tournament is going to be a breakthrough for us. Coming here, winning one game is not enough. So yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much, Yue.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a bitter end for Liquid in this one. Exit from the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. And before we talk about the positives coming out of GamerLegion, I do just want to reflect upon that interview from Shuey, because just going back to that first question from Trace, that sigh and where do I start from Shuey, I felt that, man, because there were so many issues in this game, and he's just almost reeling off a laundry list of problems for Liquid right now.
Yeah, and I think it's the culmination of a longer-standing rough period, of course. In isolation today was another not great performance from Team Liquid. The way they lose on Mirage with the double ecos, as he also, you know, remembered. The way they lose here on Nuke, where he even said himself, he felt like they were outplayed. You know, the game plan from GamerLegion shut down Liquid's T side. We have a couple of examples coming in later with exactly what happened. But overall, it must feel very frustrating for an in-game leader when you have a lot of questions and seemingly no answers to any of them.
And also, you know, reading between the lines, talking about having a deep strat book and everything, but the problem, the execution, that's kind of putting it on the players, right? More so than the lack of preparation or that they don't have enough things that they could do. And I agree with that. Like, no matter what the plan is, right, if you're not executing decisively with confidence, it's probably not going to end up working when you need it the most.
Yeah, 100%. And just reflecting upon his last answer as well, when it feels like he's been in this situation so many times, when it's, you know, say something to the Liquid fans, it's always, I'm really sorry for the disappointing showing. But he also said that, you know, the fans deserve more, but also the players. And I agree with that sentiment, Jacob.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, obviously for Team Liquid, it's been a long time now where things haven't worked out. So it gets a bit tiresome for him to address it all the time. And I think there's nothing that he would like more, you know, than a couple of wins at least. You know, even beating GamerLegion right here and maybe even losing against either Sinners or Astralis would have been a step in the right direction for Team Liquid. But it's so hard to find anything positive to say. You can pinpoint, you know, yesterday was Nafly playing well, or earlier today was Nafly playing incredible well. This game he was nowhere to be found. So whenever you find these small things, you know, where it's like, okay, this seems to be trending in the right direction. Or Malps had a great showing on Mirage until they didn't, you know. It just falls flat the very next moment. So there's no silver lining right now for me and for Team Liquid, and it's hard to imagine this being the roster after the major unless something significant happens.
I guess I mean more in the sense of the individuals and their name value deserve more, in my opinion, right? We were already talking about it. Maybe Ultimate is the only outlier in terms of, okay, he doesn't have the kind of tenure and experience behind it. Maybe Shuey falls into that category as well, but the other three, like, I feel like they deserve more. No?
No.
You deserve what you earn, you know?
Yeah. They deserve an opportunity, a team where there is some sort of synergy.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, I don't want to go full guru mode here or anything, but you need to find joy in the game, right? And I think it has to be more about the process than the destination, right? Like if all your joy or everything you do in Counter-Strike revolves around results, I mean, that's going to be a roller coaster of emotions, or especially if you're going through long periods of struggling to get results, like where's the fun in that, you know? And then it's going to be increasingly difficult to get out of that slump. So you need to create an environment in which you're looking forward to going to practice and interacting with your teammates and, you know, getting better instead of it just feeling like a chore and work. In that environment, it doesn't matter how much your salary is, what are the outside factors, how you're doing in other things, right? Like it's all like everyone's going to show up, everyone's going to do what they're told, everyone's doing the job, but your heart isn't in it, and it's going to be difficult. That's why, you know, it's no surprise that Vitality again today won an overtime map, right? Like, and they can come back all those many times because they have that unity. And it's no surprise that Liquid again lost 2 rounds to half buys, lost multiple clutches on this second map and rounds with advantages, and then they don't look like a proper team, right? Like this doesn't happen by accident. These culture fits and this unity is hugely important when we talk about the best of the best, when we talk about your tier 1 tournaments and you know, getting into the top 10 in the world.
I like philosophy, Yanko. The only thing I like more is when you cook. You've been crafting something for us. What do you got?
Yeah, I think this is one of the rounds that we saw in the first half, because there were a couple of 1v2s that they lost, but this one had a lot going into it. So at the start of the round, we're going to see PR, right, go down vents, which I think is underutilized in the current meta, like these moves, either a solo player or as a team. So he gets down there seemingly unassuming from Liquid players, even though Elige is in this forward position outside. So now they want to create commotion for him to go down. This was actually a huge kill from Elige. They have all information, and okay, it's either ramp or A. So the A fake comes in, and even unfortunately for PR from this position, like he's taking his time to kill Ultimate, but he didn't see Naf, right? So he just kills Ultimate here. He's going to book it for the B bomb site to secure the site. Naf is going to be able to get only 1 kill from this position. He gets traded, right? So in this situation, Elige, he came from hell. He got the double kill. This is Shui and Malbs with only pistols. They have no armor. Elige has the saved gun, the kit, and most importantly, if you look at the minimap, the bomb is on ramp as well, and he has this information, but instead of sort of waiting out the time, we need to look at the time. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time for PR in this 1v3, right? But instead, Shui tries to like quickly get down. I'm sure he may probably talk to Malbs about peeking together, right? And maybe getting PR, but it's just unnecessary. In the end, he's able to win a 1v2 clutch and sort of save the round for GamerLegion. And I think we even have some of the comms that can sort of give us a better insight into what happened in this round.
I'm not letting him get the bomb. Just run to me. Full run.
Running to
full run. It's right here. Bomb is right next to me.
Close to the box.
Careful, he goes right side. Peek left.
He's close, he's close.
Peek left together.
Nice! What the fuck are they doing? Well played, boys! Nice! Let's go, boys!
Nice.
Is that what you anticipated being called?
Yeah, I think at the very end it was fine because they wanted to play together, right? I think it was for me the part earlier when Shui was still alive, where it's like you can both just go up. Like if Shui was also there alive, and then the 2 pistols could sort of just swing for Elige, I think they probably end up winning that round. But also Counter-Strike is about split-second decision making, and you know, those kills from Elige happened almost at the same time as they were going down vents, so maybe just a bit of a lack of focus in that moment.
Should we put the shoe on the other foot then and look at GamerLegion? Obviously, they're going to be playing the winner of Sinners versus Astralis. If you don't want any spoilers to that, I'm just taking a look at the HLTV page. Okay, it's just finished. Astralis won. Excellent stuff. They're going to be playing them. What do you think of that moving forward?
That's a cool game, you know, and 2 teams who's duked it out, you know, recently as well. So there's a bit of a grudge match going in for either of them. A game where I feel like both can come in with the expectations to win, and it's a massive game, not only in order to make the playoff, but even in the VRS implications as well. If you're following that, you know, day to day for both Astralis and GamerLegion, if they want to get invited to Tier 1 tournaments post-Cologne Major, they have to gather points now. So winning that game and making it into the playoff is mega important, not only in isolation to this tournament and obviously making the playoff, but also in the future and for them to be present at Tier 1 tournaments after the summer break.
Yeah, certainly, and I think we saw a lot of shouting in that game, some frustrations, some table smashing from Hooksy, so at least it ended in a victory, right? And they have one more game to play, hopefully can make it into the playoffs. And we talked about them bouncing back from what happened at Rivals, get another opportunity here for a rematch against GamerLegion.
Yeah, in terms of takeaways from GamerLegion from this series, because we've kind of been looking at the side of Liquid being lackluster, what are you looking at that you hope to see GamerLegion replicating later on today to make it to top 6?
I think we saw on the CT side, you know, the aggression, the not playing scared, taking risks, being proactive. You want to see more of that. On T side, we saw some pace throughout, you know, the tournament from them really, but good preparation also for Nuke here against Team Liquid. So just more of that. It's been pretty solid for GamerLegion for the most part, outside of that one map where they got blown out by Na'Vi. I mean, they looked pretty good.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the preparation in this game was definitely evident. There were a couple of moments in this CT side for GamerLegion where it felt like they had Liquid read like a book, you know. Now they have to play the second game in the same day. One would argue that preparation going in against Astralis is not going to be as detail-oriented, but the good thing for GamerLegion and Astralis for that matter is that they played recently, so they have a pretty good idea of how each other plays, so it should be a quality game of Counter-Strike. But if anything, I'm also noting the fact that the win is coming from different directions for GamerLegion. It's not about one player or two players popping off. It's a unit, it's a team, and one map it's PR doing incredible work. The next one, it was Snacks on Mirage. So there's a lot of different playmakers at hand right now for GamerLegion, and usually that creates a bit more stability, which we've seen so far in this tournament.
Obviously, that's going to be our final game of the day, but we can take a look at what else is on the schedule. First of all, for the B stream side of things, because that is where the advancement matches are indeed going to be going down. If you can believe your eyes, Bet Boom versus Pain is one of them, Janko.
Yeah, definitely on everyone's bingo card, right? Everyone's predictions are going swimmingly with this one, but yeah, I mean, both are shocking, really, to be in this position. Haven't heard much of Pain Gaming, you know, didn't see them as much when it comes to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, had mixed success, and on the side of Batboom, just struggling to get 5 players to a tournament. You know, it had 2 stand-ins to make it into the major. Now Flamus is waiting to see what the visa situation will be like, whether he will be playing the major or not, but obviously taking down Vitality, the only team outside of Falcons to be able to do it this year and in a meaningful game at that is just such a huge feat.
Yeah, it's not on my bingo card either. You know, one of the two teams are going to make it straight to the semifinal, which means a team with a stand-in is going to be the first team to qualify for the semifinals at Atlanta. So it's quite surprising. I will say Bet Boom have looked great so far, whereas for Pain, I haven't seen much of them, but seemingly so as well, playing better than they have been in the past. So it should be a fun game.
I love a Boomage comeback story. That's something I absolutely love. Na'Vi versus Legacy, that's going to be the other qualification series going down. There is a clear favorite in that one, but I really loved just the pace coming out of Legacy yesterday. Like, it couldn't have been more evident inside the game. They were just like, we want to shut this one down. We want to be making it to playoffs.
You like an art comeback story as well?
They were relentless, really, and you could tell they're a different team compared to Rio, right? Had some conversations after that tournament about how to approach some of these games, and yeah, it has gone great. And I think playing now will be good for them to sort of get tested by the second best team in the world, really, before the playoffs, and get a temperature check for where they're at.
100%. We can take a look at what is on the cards for us, though. On the A stream side of things, we're going to be following the lower bracket all day long, which, of course, as we just talked about, GamerLegion taking on Astralis for one of those final spots within the arena. But that's exactly what's happening in our next game of the day. And yeah, the Bet Boom upset means that Vitality, they're having to run the lower bracket gauntlet indeed. We're going to head things to a quick break, but when we are back, it is Bait taking on Vitality to see who will be making it to the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. No, it's unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Cat curse? Never heard of her.
Holy absolute cinema.
Go to
Even with British player.
British player.
Best value player on the market.
He costs a pint and 2 plates of fish and chips a day.
A cup of tea on match days, so he can get in the zone.
PG or Twinnings?
I thought Vitality would be crushed, but they surprised me. GG boys.
What did they hit?
It's all the smiley face, yummy, smiley face, beans, smiley face.
No, it is simple. Donk off day, that's all.
Pure cope.
Dream is free.
Cry is free.
Destroyed.
Props to Vitality for throwing a few rounds to make it a close game.
That's actually true. Goat Donk hasn't even started yet. He's still hungry and will win everything.
Right, TL should cancel all tournaments. No need to play anyways, because Donk Peak called the winner on HLTV forums. Why wasting money on tournaments when a HLTV user tell you all the outcomes on the 15th of January 2025?
Smart boy. Not sure what makes me happier. Vitality winning so convincingly, or Donk fans and Apex hater having a two for a minute. Such a dilemma.
Also, Rob's avenging FaZe for last year. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Apex job saved by Zaiwu again. Oh, thanks God. Paycheck seater. This motherfucker.
Rob's buff.
Real.
Rob's pride of France.
Verstappen of CS. XD.
Goat Wu and Dropsicle will dominate 2025.
Apex biceps.
He will cycle to Austin Major.
Top 5 so far this year. Blast and Kato. First Donk, second Zaiwu, third Bit, fourth Xantares, fifth Robs. Full of shit this.
Tell me you didn't watch GF without telling me you didn't watch GF.
Smart man doesn't try to predict the future because smart man knows he can't.
Good for a team with 2 IGLs. Messi was IGL on Fnatic.
Right, and FaZe wants LDVP, so guess he's an offer.
It's not a bad idea, no?
Like we say in France, 2 salles, 2 ambiances.
It doesn't matter what day you're joining us. This is the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta, Georgia, 2026. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. You play video games, man? So violent for no reason. Hey, yo, what's up? Y'all know anything about Counter-Strike video games? You know about Counter-Strike?
I'm on the Georgia Tech fencing team.
Tell me what crossroads there might be between Counter-Strike and fencing.
You know, Counter-Strike, you're in a clutch situation. It's kind of like the 1v1 situation of you and your opponent in fencing. Just going in for the last stab or that last quick scope op.
All right, bet. That was good. What do y'all think about people playing video games against each other competitively?
Oh, I love it. I like the smack talking they do.
Who are your favorite Counter-Strike players?
I gotta go with an OG, Kenny S.
What would you say to Kenny S if he was watching right now?
You're my inspiration. I think about you every match when I'm fencing.
What do you think about that?
Kenny S was never my favorite, if that's what you're thinking.
Y'all play video games by any chance? Oh. He didn't even realize it. I mean, Jacob, when you rolled up here and you saw this mic flag, you said, oh, I'm going to bike a little bit faster now, or what did you think?
I thought I may as well get as far away as possible from you, as fast as I can.
Did you have fun at Media Day?
I had a blast at Media Day. Media Days,
You did what? You had blast at Media Day? Just kidding. No? No? All right.
Bye.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Vitality versus Bait set to be taking to the booths as we round out our deciding game in Group A. Two teams who weathered their respective storms earlier on today, but now the pressure is on once more as only one team can make it through to top 6 and make it to the playoffs. And I think, Janko, goes without saying that it's just a tad surprising that Vitality are here right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild. Vitality in the lower bracket. That's crazy. That's like if Jacob fell off his bike. Or if Jason spilled a drink, you know.
Oh, and that actually did happen.
Funny that you say that, Janko. You know, it happened a week ago. But yeah, you're right. It was a big surprise. And
how did you do that?
Well, it wasn't.
Don't they say like it's like riding a bike? Like that's the easiest thing
Never forget
to
it.
do?
Yeah, once you learn, you never forget.
It wasn't on purpose, you know. It wasn't on purpose.
Is that why you are wearing a helmet here? You lost all confidence?
That's why I wear a helmet in green room all the time, yeah.
Do you think that will happen to Vitality too? Is their confidence gone now because Big Boom came in?
I think you crash once on a bike and then you make sure it doesn't happen again. And I think that's the same mentality Vitality are coming in with.
Fair.
Let's just kind of recap how Vitality found themselves in this situation, though. Obviously, Nuke, a little bit of an issue for them right now, particularly on those two sides. And I felt like BetBoom, they took full advantage of that, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that final map is where it all went down. I think only 2 rounds on the T side. I think it was 10-2 CT side for BetBoom that they were able to convert. Then I don't want to say barely, but it did get scary there for a second. You know, once Vitality wins their sort of forced buy, you're like, oh, I've seen this movie before. But props to BetBoom. They did still manage to close the game out. And we heard from Apex, even after day 1, talk about that Nuke and their T sides. And even against FaZe earlier today, well, they did get just enough on the T side to get it into OT and were able to close out the game. And they've been vocal about, you know, taking it easy in between these 2 tournaments in the US and not practicing, right? And Apex also told us in the interview it's hard to make changes, even though I'm thinking about it in my head when we don't practice and to implement them. So it's going to be a little bit of solving problems on the fly for Vitality in this one.
Yeah, I feel they're kind of following the same script as we saw in Rio to some extent. You know, again, in the group stage, not necessarily looking at their best, but the more they got warmed up into the tournament, we saw what they did, you know, once they got into the playoff and just absolutely manhandled the rest of the tournament. Here, the same thing. I think, as you said, Janko, it's the same scenario happening right now. No practice, you know, taking it a little bit chill in the group stage. They show a bit of weakness, but, you know, as long as they make it into the playoff, I feel Vitality are also one of the teams that they play their way into a shape, you know. Sometimes you see it with other sports, you know, that the more games you get under your skin in a short period of time, well, you can argue that they've had more practice at this tournament in those games that they had leading up to it, you know, so they should be getting better.
What a big fat 0 versus
exactly.
Yeah.
It's true, and I wasn't necessarily worried about Vitality as much as a team, right? As much as I was about the individual level, right? Because when you don't touch a mouse and a keyboard for a week, that can get a bit dicey for the players, especially ones that like to get their warm-up in and a ton of reps. But actually, they're doing fine on that level. I was still the highest-rated player of the tournament, right? Like, that hasn't necessarily been an issue for them. So, yeah, that upset loss to the side of BetBoom right now, looking to get back on track, already beat FaZe.
I did see Apex tweeting out prior to that week off saying, hey, any facilities in New York that maybe myself and Mezzy could go and just have, you know, a little play around on. I don't know whether anything came to fruition for the other trio, though. I mean, you're in the middle of Yosemite. Definitely no touching any pieces there.
No, and that will, you know, reflect on the way they at least feel on the server. You know, we had Blade on the disc talking about it as well. You know, one thing is how mechanically you're going to fare and how quick you get up to date with that. But another one is how much in the zone you are, you know, in terms of communication, your split-second decision-making, etc., etc. It's something that develops and gets better the more you play, you know, and obviously there's something to be said about the whole muscle memory thing that also goes in with the mental side of it, which is why I'm making the point once more, you know, the more they play at this tournament, the more games they get. Even games like FaZe earlier, you know, we have a very hard-fought game on Nuke. That's going to give them a bit of an edge the deeper they go into the tournament. We saw it in Rio as well, not to the same degree. Maybe they didn't have too much of a break leading into that one as well, but it's just a question of time before they dial into it again, and who knows how they've been spending the times off as well. They play 1 game a day, now today too, obviously, but there's been time to practice during this tournament as well, so I'd expect them to get better game by game.
Yeah, it's hard to criticize Vitality's approach to, you know, skipping tournaments, taking time off after tournaments, with how much success they've had doing exactly that.
Exactly.
From last year going into this year, right? I don't know if maybe their decision was slightly affected by the caliber of teams that are at this event. You know, I mean, we talked about it last night a bit too, you know, back at the hotel. I think ideally what you would do is you just come in 2 days early here, ask ESL to hook you up with a practice room for 2 extra days, right? So you get at least the feel for the game a bit more, and then get 1 full day of practice, even preferably 2, and that would sort of be the middle ground for me, right?
Okay.
Compared to having full time off until it was like arrival day for everyone. Here in Atlanta.
I guess that's the thing. How do you kind of weigh each tournament versus one another? Obviously, Rio, you're going to be trying to peak at that one because the Grand Slams are on the line, right? And I have no doubts that maybe this was maybe just a little bit of a backup. If it didn't happen in Rio, I imagine that the approach would have been quite different. It goes without saying, they're not going to be doing this before Cologne, right? And I guess it's tricky as a team when, sure, you know your calendar for the foreseeable future, but choosing which events that you go, okay, we can't give it the full gas here. It's just not sustainable.
Yeah, then deciding where to peak is important, right? And then having those goals that you set, even from tournament to tournament, but also in the big picture for things. And I think that's where Apex is worth his weight in gold, because not only are they great at setting these goals and managing sort of expectations, but also once they're actually at the event, he still finds a way to sort of get everyone's bellies on fire, right? Get everyone to really give it their all, right? And that's why they are able, even though it's not their priority, to win all these tournaments that they go to.
That's a different part of that conversation for me as well, because there's a lot of teams who are speaking, you know, in terms of wanting to peak at certain events, but doesn't necessarily work out. It does feel like within Vitality, it was the same feeling I had with Astralis back in the day, that whenever they set eyes on a tournament, whenever they want to peak at a certain tournament, they also make sure to back it up by actually being great at said tournament. There's other teams out there who have the same exact conversations where we want to be great at this tournament, or this tournament is very important for our VRS standings, but they don't come into the tournament in the peak shake. So yeah, you can talk as much as you want about it, you know, pointing out a few tournaments during the calendar 6 months in advance and say that's where we want to be great, but very few teams deliver on that promise as well, which Vitality have been able to consistently do for the vast majority of the year now.
Can I maybe try and just start a little bit of a fight? Because you both have some podcasts that you're a part of. Obviously, Talking Counter for you do your one with Thor, and you had 2 slightly different takes in terms of, are Vitality the greatest team of all time? You say Cologne, undisputed. Right now, jury's still out. I believe, Jacob, you said they already are. Defend your case.
For my money, they are, you know, and I think there's a few different ways of going about it. I think for the only argument I could make for Astralis to be still considered better than Vitality is the fact that they had 1 more major to the name. And I think that's your point as well. You know, with Cologne, it becomes indiscussable almost to some degree. I can have that conversation. My problem with it is that Vitality have so much else that Astralis didn't have in that period of time. It's also been a longer era now for Vitality. One thing, again, you could make the case for Astralis, at least I tried to do it, was that they had a period of 14 months where they were considered the best team in the world. Certain drop-off periods, you know, certain tournaments where they weren't necessarily winning, just like Vitality had as well, but it's been longer now for Vitality. So to me and my understanding of what I've watched with Counter-Strike, the way they dominate, the way they show up to tournaments without practice and still win, I've never seen a team be able to do that. So that's why I think Vitality are the best.
Yeah, I think my case is a bit more difficult to defend, but you know, it does come down to the majors for me, right? Because how many ECSs has Astralis won?
Exactly.
How many blasts have they won? How many epicenters? Like, you don't know, but you know they won 3 back-to-back majors, that they won 1 Grand Slam, that they won Katowice, and you know that they never won Cologne. Like, that's what you all remember when you talk about that era. Why? Because those are the tournaments that matter the most. And yes, Vitality's level of dominance and the consecutive tournament wins this year, last year, in the first half of the season is impressive, and that's probably what sets them apart the most. If it weren't that dominant, like if it were just a couple more losses, even along the way in this tournament. I mean, these dudes went 3 tournaments without losing a map in the playoffs.
That's crazy.
Right? Like, that's mental. That really is an insane level of domination, especially when you think about it, it's MR12, right? But it's not going to matter to me if they end up losing Cologne somehow, and maybe they get overtaken by another team. You know, you thought it impossible last year at this time, But then Furia shows up, wins a couple of tournaments in a row, sort of goes into the Budapest major as the #1 favorite. So it's not impossible. Eventually, it will happen. It's going to be tough, but that's why you see Falcons make the changes. That's why Spirit made changes. That's why Mouse made changes, right? Like all these teams are making changes because they want to beat Vitality. Everyone's sick and tired of losing to them, and that's what it's going to take for someone to overthrow
Do
them.
Vitality get double points in that case then if they do win Cologne? Obviously, Vitality is an organization, won it previously. It isn't this superstar team, though. Considering Astralis never won it, you get a major and it's in Cologne. Surely that catapults them.
Yeah, I think, listen, if they win Cologne, then you can't make the case anymore for Astralis. I feel like right now, maybe you can a little bit. Also, their first Cologne win for Vitality was with Spinks, not Drops.
Yes.
So not the exact same. That's why I don't necessarily count the Atlanta major for Astralis, because it was with Kirby, and it was a long time ago when you talk about the Astralis roster.
That's a fair point.
So but the 2 Grand Slams also matter. Like that's really hard, because Apex messaged me, he DM'd me when we did this on the podcast too, and he's like, I just have a question. Do you think it's harder to win a major or a Grand Slam? I'm like, well, the Grand Slam, right? He's like, okay, I was just checking. He's like, listen, I'm just making, I know you're gonna use this, like it's fine, it's all good. No, he's just laughing about it, but you know, that is why like people are already giving it to them, because no one has ever won it 2 times back to back as well. Like it's a lot of impressive feats that Vitality is.
Just go back to a conversation I brought up with you and Yumi. No pun intended. We were talking about it back in Austin almost a year ago to the day now. What defines an era when we were still like, is it Vitality era? Is it not? How do we even define an era? Yada, yada, yada. Duration, number of trophies. But I think it was either Mario or Jason. Jason says smart stuff sometimes, I guess. He brought up the idea of being meta-changing, meta-defining. Astralis did that. Vitality, have they done enough of that?
Yeah. No, not in the way Astralis did. But for me, for example, that's not an argument for Astralis necessarily, right? Like, I mean, you can't take it away from Vitality that it's just a better brand of Counter-Strike now. It's harder to sort of reinvent the wheel. What they did was they just do a lot of small things much better than anyone else. Like you talk about the team play and the utility from Astralis back in the day. I mean, look at the HE usage from the side of Vitality on the CT side, and what Apex is able to. Some of the harass that we see a lot now from teams with DHEs, like they sort of introduce that to the meta. And I know that's not as sexy as what Astralis was doing. And I know there's a lot of people like myself who had to go up against Prime Astralis and definitely feel it. It's your favorite game from Beijing when it happened, Freya, right? But I don't think it's fair to add that to the conversation really in a way. Oh, they're just playing better than anyone else. That's not good enough. They have to do something like mega differently.
It's also a question of taste, I think, you know, in terms of what do you value. Because I buy the argument that, yeah, sure, Astralis changed the meta, you know, and that also have, you know, cultural impact, as people like to say, in terms of inspiring a new generation and inspiring a new field of Counter-Strike players. And, you know, in that notion, you speak about the HE grenades from Apex and Vitality nowadays. They also did have Sonic as a coach for quite some time, who were the inventor of that back in Astralis. So certain things overlap in those periods. Another, you know, thing for me would be to say, you know, what do you value more? You know, Astralis being a team that were able to step up in the moments, win the major in Atlanta, where they didn't play well. You know, I played them at Atlanta in a 2-2 game. They were 1 game away from being eliminated.
Played a major, Jacob?
They were lucky that they faced you in the...
They were super lucky. They definitely drew the worst team they could in that 2-2 game. But that's, again, you know, to be said that they weren't necessarily favorites to win that major. Stepped up, got it done anyway. The Star Ladder majors, well, in Berlin, coming into that one, they had a bit of a crisis. People were talking about roster changes. Is this going to be a great-looking Astralis or not? And all of a sudden they show up and win that. So I feel like there's a difference, you know, in Vitality heading into Cologne, where everyone expects you to win. Everyone expects Vitality to win in Austin. So there's a lot of added pressure in that regard, where there is a couple of those majors where Astralis, they went into it and they're like, no one really necessarily expects us to win, and yet they do it anyway. So do you like that more, or do you like the team that is under a lot of pressure and then ends up winning anyway?
And I think in light of the meta-changing gameplay and whatever, I think actually now thinking about it, it goes more in the favor of Vitality, because they can do multiple styles well. Sure. Like they can play more as a team when it's necessary and play slower and have set executes, or they can play more loose and let their individuals go for openings and play a bit more free-flowing. So I think that's more difficult to do rather than master sort of one style of play.
Just as a little sidestep, whenever anybody mentions like utility usage and Vitality, I always just get flashbacks to Kado with Vitality versus Spirit. It felt like they just knew every single position that Donk would be in every single damn time, and it's like, oh, naded, kaboom. you're dead. And it's like, okay, we're actually and that's where I do buy into the whole idea that Vitality did change the way teams play Counter-Strike, and kind of why I bought into, I guess maybe a little bit earlier than others, that okay, this is a Vitality era that we're in, right? In terms of how you would define an era though, Janko, is there anything else that you would kind of throw into the mix? Obviously trophies is very important, duration very important. Any other kind of factors you put in there?
Yeah, I think I was just thinking when you had a conversation, Chad made a great point as well, and he might maybe speak on it on the broadcast a little bit. Like, there's eras, and different teams can have eras, but I think what we're seeing Vitality have now is a dynasty, right? Like, it's been happening across a longer period of time, and even though there's a season where they struggle a little bit, they're able to bounce back and keep it going, right? So you've had shorter eras where a team is really good for a season, you know, the Liquids summer where they win the Grand Slam, like here and there, Brazilians for a while, Fnatic for a while, all these different teams at different times, Na'Vi, right? But those were eras, perhaps, but this is sort of a dynasty because it's happening across a longer period of time. The prestige events like the majors, your Katowices, your Colognes, and then you add on top of that just how dominant it is and that people struggle to beat them even at the other tournaments, I think is also what comes into effect.
100%. I think that's what's difficult about looking back on like past eras as well, because it feels like the bar almost always changes, and then it's like you say about the Liquid one, like at that point in time, it was no question. You say about the LGSK one, at that period, it was no question. But as we change and evolve, obviously the measurements become much larger that you need to be hitting.
And that was my main argument, I remember, in Austin when we had that conversation.
Yeah.
You know, that sure, it's an interesting conversation to have, and we can try to establish what is an era, and are they already in an era? But for me, it's something that we can look back on when the era is done, or when Vitality has been dethroned.
So depressing.
In a sense, sure, but I think that makes it
in the moment. No?
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm celebrating them in the moment. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to necessarily constrain them to being in an era, in a dynasty. It's let's evaluate that when they're done with it. Right now, all we can focus on is that they're doing amazingly. They're coming into Cologne as the heavy favorites. Odds are they will win Cologne as well. So I would much rather, you know, enjoy that in the moment, and then we can have all those conversations afterwards as well. And just to add a note to that as well, it's also very difficult to compare different eras, as you said as well, and you alluded to right here. We're talking MR15 versus MR12. We're talking an era here for Vitality where they have deliberately made it a case for themselves. They only show up at tier 1 tournaments. I'll be honest, some of the Astralis trophies in their era were at tournaments, you know, like this, where there wasn't too much competition, to be completely honest. This is sort of like the first time Vitality are in a tournament where there's only one real competitor up against them in Na'Vi, and the rest they should be running over, whereas that was the case a lot of the time for Astralis. So you can constantly have that conversation, change the taste of it. What do you like, what don't you? But at the end of the day, it's two teams who had a massive impact on Counter-Strike, and that's my point here. We don't know where this is going to end for Vitality. If we're standing here in a year from now and they're still dominating, that changes the course of that conversation completely, which is why I'm not too crazy about having it all the time.
Yeah, if we could just bring up that graphic that was flown just then, because obviously we talk about the trophies, we talk about the accolades all the time, but there's the records that are breaking as well. And right now, one of them that is in danger of ending is the consecutive top 4 playoff streaks. It's active right now. 21 began back at IEM Katowice in 2025, which is just insane to think about, no?
Yeah, especially because when they were struggling in the second half of last year, they were still making top 4s all the time, which is what Apex was also saying. It didn't feel the same way though, obviously, but it still stands, right? Like they would still make it into the semi-final, and it was only then that they would lose to someone, or to the grand final, and then they would lose. And I think the reason why we weren't giving it a lot of credit was only because, well, the first half of the year they were just winning everything, right? And they've just raised the bar so much for themselves. I mean, when would you have ever, I said this the other day, is, you know, when the Grand Slam got introduced, people thought, oh, this is a joke. No one will ever be able to win this one. And now we're talking about Vitality winning 2 in the same calendar year. Like, it's just ridiculous, right? Like, that's what they've made us do with how dominant they've been.
Dupree literally said that sentiment when we asked him about, you know, being the first one to win an ESL Grand Slam. He was like, I saw it be announced, and I was like, this is stupid. No one's going to do it. And so, yeah, I totally agree with your sentiment. It's insane to see them achieve that back-to-back and potentially be able to get a third this year. Because we so rarely see any issues coming out of Vitality, I do want to pose a question just about that Nuke T side and anything you've seen that is perhaps uncharacteristic, maybe different, or maybe it's more teams figuring out how to counter Vitality.
One thing I feel like that hasn't been working out for them, and one thing we always point out is the impact Robs is having, you know, T-side lurking on a map like Nuke. I'm not necessarily making the case said that he's been figured out, but Robs is a player that is only enabled if the rest of the team is sort of creating enough chaos around the map for him to then thrive and come alive later into the round. And I think his impact T-side Nuke has been a little bit less great as of late. I think I made the point in Rio to you, Janko, that he was the highest rated player in the world T-side Nuke out of everyone by quite some margin. That has slowed down a little bit. And again, what I'm trying to say here is not necessarily Robs, you know, not doing his job as good as he did, but I think there's other areas on the map right now where Vitality are not finding as much success, whether that is Apex in Yard, working on the openings, whether that's them getting secret control without losing too much HP or losing a member in the process. If you don't create enough, I guess, chaos around, then Robs will never be activated to the same degree as he was being utilized so well when they were winning every single time they played Nuke.
I think one of the reasons is also just slow starts. You saw in this FaZe game, they lose pistol, they win the first gun round, they get reset against Bad Boom, they win pistol, they lose the second round, right? So you're always playing from behind, and that shrinks your playbook a little bit because you don't have the best economy. You know if you lose this round, you're back to an eco, so you don't want to do something like mega risky. You want to probably play default, and it's the opposite for your opponents. They have a good bank behind them, so they're playing with more freedom. They're more aggressive. Maybe they're pushing you in lobby. Maybe they're having an outside setup at the right time. So Apex was also honest about it, saying he needs to take a look at it. Right, could be a case of this break that they took, and players are a bit slow in terms of taking initiative and being proactive and just reacting. But we'll see if it ends up being in the pool here. You know, whether it's an issue still for Vitality.
Just because Vitality are the best team in the world and maybe the best team of all time doesn't mean they're immune to some of the other issues other teams are facing as well. You know, speaking of confidence, when you have a couple of bad experience T-side Nuke, you can take that experience, you know, bring that into the next game, and you'd probably argue that right now in terms of that confidence in their own abilities, T-side Nuke, I'm not saying they're crammed up, you know, but they're not playing as free as they are on some of the other maps, you know, where they feel way more comfortable. You made the point as well, Freya, yesterday, you know, heading into Overpass, that's a map they know exactly how to approach. That's a map where the T-side, despite maybe being the hardest in the game, is very fluent for Vitality. They have confidence. They believe in whatever they do, it's going to work out. That belief is maybe not there on Nuke right now, and Vitality is not immune to that as well. Just because you're the best, there's still certain areas where you can get affected.
Well, we've spoken a hell of a lot about Vitality, so let's hear from the team themselves. It's Extaz, courtesy of Trace.
And the story is playoffs or bust. That's exactly why we're over here to talk to Vitality, a pretty unfamiliar territory. So Extaz is so kind to give us some words here before we jump into their second match of the day. Quite the day already, right? Tell me a little bit about how today's working.
I mean, the first game was okay. We improved a bit our T-side on Nuke, so it's positive. It's 2-0, so we still have energy to play the next game at least.
You nailed it right there. Let's talk about those T-sides. It seems like everyone wants to say Vitality doesn't know how to play the T-side anymore. So what's going on?
I mean, a lot of things. We lack of practice, bit energy. Our opponent adapt that well. So, and we struggle a bit individually. A lot of things at the end of the day. So for me, it was a bit expected when you don't practice like that. But day by day, I think we can improve, and hopefully we can win and then improve for the playoffs as well.
Yeah, and just getting the playoffs, you know, playing this B8 team, how much footage could you have on these guys? Like, what would you anticipate, and what do you go into this matchup looking for in bait?
I think they are really good individually. That's not that hard to understand what they want to do, but they do well what they have. Also, yeah, they have situations they don't have their coach, I think. So maybe they play with more freedom. I don't know. We will see. And for us, okay, we have 1 hour to prep. Hopefully, that's enough.
You're probably onto something there. For some people, they're already trembling. They think Vitality's done for. They think you guys are cooked, which is crazy to me. So is there anything you want to tell them right now? That's what they're saying.
It's just one tournament. We are not done yet.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna be real, I don't know who the hell Trace has been speaking to who's piping that, but
He's out on the street, he talked to Jacob, so just all the crazies are out there.
He is the man on the street, some may say. We should probably talk about the team that Vitality do have to indeed, hopefully, take down if they want to be making it to playoffs, and that is Bait. Just in case you haven't been catching up with any of their matches, they were also beat by BetBoom, and then they went on to beat BC Game and Foot earlier on today. Foot, very impressive.
Yeah, I hate them now. I mean, I hate Bait because I like Foot, I like how they're doing. I thought they were a dark horse for this tournament, but getting knocked out by Bait in the lower bracket and 2-0, and they had a close series at Bucharest in the quarterfinal where Foot took them down on their way to the trophy. But yeah, for Bait, I'm surprised they made it this far, right? Like, because when it comes to Tier 1 tournaments, and unlike some of the other teams, they played a ton of them. They were in Rotterdam, Cluj, Rio as well, Bucharest, right? They've struggled. Like, they would at best win one game and then get eliminated. When we talk about the IEMs, last placed at Blast, losing to Navi and NRG, and then yeah, at Bucharest they made the playoffs before losing to Foot. So obviously nothing to lose for them in this matchup.
No, it's very important for Bait to even find themselves in this position, because as you said, 2026 has not been a great year for them. Started off with a bit of a roster madness, playing one tournament with a new AWP player, then changing him instantly into Sissy, who's slowly but surely been integrated into the lineup. So it's good to see Bait doing better, you know, but each to their own scale, so to speak. Bait is not a team that's even on peak day, you know, playing the best brand of Counter-Strike, should be able to beat Vitality.
Yeah, and I think here we'll see Mirage come in from Bait.
Are you surprised that Vitality are not playing more around with the maps? You know, we saw them do it at Rio when there was a Grand Slam on the line. This time around, they played safe.
Well, I know, but I think it's the lack of practice, right? And just going to where you feel safe. That's why I expected us to come in here from the side of Vitality, and then probably an Inferno decider at the very end. But yeah, I think you're right when you say they're playing into the tournament. They'll get better with games, and I think that's why they want Dust too. They don't want necessarily to experiment now. They haven't had any time to practice and add stuff to experiment on these maps, and they know they'll have a lengthy practice / bootcamp period going into the major, where they'll be able to add some new things to their map pool.
It's just a fun contrast, you know, considering that at IEM Rio they were willing to gamble a little bit with the map pool. They felt more comfortable than they do now with no practice. No Inferno coming in for Bait right here gives the option of Nuke. I doubt Vitality. I gotta bring it to a Nuke. Potentially. I think that would be a bit of a mistake considering how much they're struggling on the map, but let's see where they go with. Yeah, there we go. Overpass is going to be the third deciding map. A map they play well, you know, a map that even in this period, you know, where they haven't practiced too much, the few times we have seen it, they look very, very solid still.
Yeah, they've started picking it in some of the important games. Remember the Furia series, right? Them picking it into Furia. Said that to someone 6 months ago, they would have called you crazy, but speaks of the confidence levels, and their T side is really solid. Like, even if they start losing, they were able to rack up gun rounds. That's the most important thing about Overpass, being able to win rounds on T side without that pistol and without that strong start. And yeah, I don't think there's any surprises here, even though with the limited time for preparation, I think Vitality could have definitely expected Mirage as the pick, and obviously knew they were going to pick Dust too, and done good prep still.
It's a good safety pin to have Overpass in the bank should it be needed for Vitality, but I don't think it will be needed.
Well, Messi doesn't look so good. I think he looks like he's sick.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's what happens when you spend 7 days with Apex.
Give me something, Jacob. Just something. One area where Bait could potentially take down Vitality. We saw BetBoom do it. We saw them pull off a miracle. What have Bait got in their arsenal that they could pull out?
I think a big win condition for them, and a big reason as to why they're starting to play better, has been the resurgence of NPL. Last year, he was by far the best player. He was the guy you would always look towards when you need individual output. He started off the year very, very slow, but he's been heating up into it. He's been getting better. So I think NPL is a massive win condition for Bait.
Wait. You're
when
saying
they're playing
NPL.
teams that is not Vitality.
You're saying
I'm saying NPL, yeah.
Somebody clip that in the Twitch chat. A world first here. And it could be, it feels like a world first for Vitality to be eliminated. Going to be a tough hill for Bait to be summiting. It's time to get into it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this one goes down, but fair play, Jacob. You've got to try it, you know, you've got to try it. You not remember the beef?
I know the beef.
You remember the beef?
I try to ignore most beefs.
Yeah.
I hope they go away.
Apart from when it's a nice, like, marinade, short rib,
Bit of chuck.
Yeah.
Not a person, but a bit of steak, I suppose. All right, everyone playing at home, let's get serious, shall we? This is a 2 best of 3 day for both of these teams. You know what they've got in common? They both lost to BetBoom.
Nice, okay. And now one of them is going to win and one of them's going to lose.
Yeah, we've only got 2 spots left in the playoffs. One of them up for grabs right here, right now. We'll get into the records on the line for Vitality as we go.
Sure.
That young man Sizzy, smile on his face, going to need some of his AWPing best up against Zywoo today.
And Bait's pick of Mirage to start. Key start, and it looking like it might be quite direct.
Well, they may have heard Zywoo there.
Debatable. Apex has got that flash held. He's ready to react to the call. Flamesy and Zywoo standing by. And here they come, perfectly positioned. Flamesy and Cyber just start to unload. Kenzizor with the one claw back, but Flamesy catching the clean clicks. What a comfortable way to start off your pistol campaign.
And Yank on the desk was talking about slower starts for Vitality. They were the second worst pistol team in the tournament.
Which is rare.
Yeah, that's 35.7% as far as pistol wins are concerned. Whereas Bait, they're middle of the pack at 50%. So that one is going to be going a long way for Vitality. But what else is concerning for Vitality? Obviously, we know with these expectations from the team with the lack of practice, but there's the expectation from the community for them to keep on winning. Their second round conversions have actually been quite poor as well. They only have 40% in second round conversions. So we'll make sure we keep the focus here. But because Bait didn't get the plan, it's unlikely to see a force buy.
So what would you say are the contributing factors to them starting, you know, so perfectly for the ante there? Is that something that you've just, you know, you do what you do? I see you preparing for a cast and you watch, like, you know, all of the rounds layered on top of each other and you try and identify trends. Presumably, that's something that Vitality will do for every opponent as well when it comes to how they're going to be playing their CT pistol.
Well, you and I could do this right now for an example, right? So I'm on Skybox, so this is the same program that all these pro teams would use. I've looked at Bait, Mirage, T-side, the last 5 matches, and pistol rounds only.
Okay, here we go.
Now I've layered them all over the top of each other.
Fun.
And I know that people at home can't see this, but your reactions can tell the picture. Take a look at this, right? So these are, you can't tell, right? You'd have to go through each individual round, but I've just layered these over the top of each other. And by the looks of things here, in the majority of their pistol rounds over the last 5, it's been an A play. So then if we wanted to, we could go into each individual. Okay, so the last pistol they played, that was like the exact same round, and this is the one they did against BC Game, right?
Wow.
Then if you go into the one before that, let's take a look. Pretty similar pistol.
Very similar.
Alex just looking towards middle. It's 3 through rank, 1 through Palace. The one before that,
again,
another A play. Right, so their last 4, their last...
Okay, 4.
Okay, so their last 4 pistols have all been A. Now, obviously, you're taking a gamble. They don't have to play into A, right? But you're at least using history to inform the decision that you're going to make. And there was... they hadn't played... I guess another tell from this is they don't play through middle, right? So they played very site-centric there, Vitality. 3 towards A, 2 towards B, and shut them down. And just so everyone's aware, it's just a coach mic issue there.
Looks like we got the thumbs up from Xtaz, so we can get back into the second round of play. But yeah, understandably, you're going to kind of gamble, leaning away from middle.
It's an educated guess.
Yes,
right.
That's the perfect way.
That's the thing with the preparation. You can take a look. You can definitely find gaps, and that's going to be more with how players are approaching things in their default or how they're scaling for rounds. But with just general calling, gets a little bit more difficult. Is that a whole desk pad? MPL, he's a desk pad gamer.
He's a desk pad gamer.
Okay. Kenzizor, he's here to have some fun. He's a bit of a troll. I don't know if everyone saw him during the desk segment with Freya, YNK, and Pimp there, but he was standing behind just looking into the void, showing that he's here to play.
I want to know what Ghost is pulling that hammer back, you know? Like, I thought Animgraph 2. Why is the thumb not pulling that back? Valve, fix, please. Just saying.
I'm going to go with you being right. I don't really know how guns work. Like, does that just normally happen if you were to pull the trigger anyway?
Maybe that would just happen if you pull the trigger. Like, I'm not a firearms expert.
No, but
I would expect something, you know, a thumb to be involved.
It's a high probability that we're wrong.
Yeah, no, definitely. In fact, there are about 4 firearm experts firing up X to...
We could get Trace on the line.
He would
right
know.
Now.
He would probably know.
Trace would know. Zywu essentially ecoed there, so he's going to bring out the AWP immediately. Just to note as well, they don't have their coach Madden with them.
Right.
They've got their manager, but their manager actually has Counter-Strike experience. It's not like he's just another Tom, Dick, or Harry. All right, first
Tom
rifle.
and a Harry.
We know a couple of those. Tom Biz, just Harry. Don't know any dicks.
There's a couple. 3 starting for a little walk to middle.
Yeah, and Ascenthial's also just darted back after showing himself on A, so they want to fight for mid space here. They're ready for...
Oh, that's very well-timed incendiary from Robs. Bounces off of the head of Sizzy.
Separates the pack. Is it a window boost?
Looks like they were flirting with the idea, but also you've got to get past Robs' util. Here's another nade. Some chip damage, Delta 3. Zyewu's AWP is primed and ready on the connector side. It's Apex that's going to have to tend to this boost. He's spammed a little late there, and they might actually choose to return fire. NPL, that is brave. Just starts to spam back, trying to track the tracers. Rob's trying to tend to this. A clean headshot onto Kenzizor just as he averts his gaze, and in unison as well, Zywu managed to dispatch of NPL.
That's falling apart at the seams right there. All right, retooling, regathering. Alex and Ascenthiel back towards A. Sizzy is on the lurk in middle. Apex to burrow into sight. Flamesy over towards connector, and then Zywoo over jungle. They're in strong positions to shut this down, and A-Ramp has just been blocked at the 40-second mark.
Sizzy knows the AWP towards the window position, heard the step, heard the scope.
It makes it a little bit easier for you coming out of ramp, not having to worry about ticket. So
True.
There's a positive for Ascenthiel, but I think they're saving.
It does look like a save.
Yeah, that's a save.
What an underwhelming first gun for the Bait boys.
Yeah, 3-0. All right. So a couple of things for Vitality. Last time they had to play 2 best-of-3s in a day was IEM Chengdu. That was in November of last year. They did go on to play in the grand final against Furia, ended up losing that one, the best of 5, but they were dropped down into the lower bracket by Mouse. This time they were knocked down to the lower bracket by BetBoom, which I think is surprising, but again, with the context of the lack of practice. Look, some people might say not an excuse to lose to a team like BetBoom, but it just shows that maybe there are some weaknesses of Vitality that haven't been picked into a lot, like the Anubises. We're seeing some weakness on the Nuke T side, neither featuring today. Last time Vitality didn't make top 4 at an event was Blast Bounty to start off 2025, so well over a year ago. Last time Vitality as an organization did not make the playoffs was Katowice 2024. So
a while ago.
Yeah, and to me, I come into this thinking this would be a pedestrian game, but considering some of the struggles we've seen, like even against FaZe earlier today, it might not be the case. So let's see what Bait can bring. MAC-10s around the saved AKs, but very limited utility. This one looks tough.
Well, so I suspect once Vitality kind of have that wake-up call of a loss to BetBoom, you are going to get just a little bit more diligence in comms, a little bit more in the individuals. You know, a couple of extra hours of DM just to kind of shake that off. I imagine you are going to get a different Vitality after having that kind of cold water on the face of being thrust to the lower bracket for the first time in, like you said, since China.
Yeah, it's more about how much can you get done in terms of getting your mechanics back online, right? Your attitude, sure, will get a kick up the pants, but it's about like if anybody who plays Counter-Strike all the time, if you take a week off and you come back, you're a little bit rusty to begin with, right? Sure. And it takes a couple of days just to get back into that flow state. That's essentially what we're looking with Vitality. So them warming into the tournament, no doubt, but everybody else is coming here to win, right? These are the only guys who are coming in like, yeah, it's all right. We're kicking our feet up. For everyone else, well, not for everybody, but most, this is their Super Bowl.
Yes.
30 seconds into A.
And Zywoo, perfect. Peeks on in, catches Alex advancing ramp. That's going to activate Flamesy. Attention drawn. Kenters are looking the wrong way. Trade from Ascenthiel's good, but Rob's catching the lurk on mid. Leaves Sizzy and Ascenthiel with nothing.
They're going to save again.
They have to.
Yeah.
I mean, what else are you supposed to do? You're not winning this round. It's a 2 versus 4. You've got to back away, keep hold of those Kalash and Kev.
You are going to have to start going for some rounds. So we're only 4 deep at the moment, but if this continues, you might expect a bit of over the fence from Apex saying, boys, you got to give one of these a crack. But that is 4 rounds where the opening kills have fallen in the favor of Vitality. But a distinct lack of kills, Alex, I would say, for Bait. 4 rounds in, they have 1 frag for Ascenthiel and 1 for Kenzies, or Sizzy, Alex, and MPL yet to get off the starting blocks. Do also have the B stream underway. That is the other series concluding Group A for IEM Atlanta. BetBoom taking on Pain. 2 teams who could have been in the conversation before the event of maybe taking that 3rd spot. I think people would have been expecting the likes of Foot as well as Vitality, but Foot also came in
compromised,
not on the best foot. Obviously, Lonks was not with them when they were in Fort Worth. Had I don't want to say illness, but I guess it was. It's health issues. He was public about them. People can go and find that if they need to, but he's was with the team. They were eliminated earlier today by Bait in 2-0 fashion. So that one leaves a little bit of a mark. All right, well, saving the guns like this, unless you start getting some plants, boys, you're really going to be in strife. Not everybody getting the loss bonus round after round. It is going to have a cascading effect.
Well, it does look like they're going to try and get towards a bomb site in a coordinated fashion for this one.
It's just so limited utility. I know it's essentially an eco behind 2 saved guns, but still, how much are you meant to get done?
Oh, perfect. Pop flash, Sizzy. Audible towards bench. Mezzy. Oh, he's been spotted. So one of the rifles has been noted towards the B apartments. Maybe that's enough. You force the block smoke. You're going to try and drain through Vitality's defensive util.
Yeah, good spot here from Rushley, right? So Zywoo has this cat crawl. So that's why Rops and Mezzi are both able to focus fire over towards B.
Right.
And if you look at the radar, you can see Vitality, they're not worried about A at all.
Oh, and look at that double peek, synergized. Zywoo even making it a triple peek from the window side.
And then they quickly dart back to A to account for any lurks.
Makes sense.
And again, we're at, well, the tail end of the clock, 45 seconds as they go back to B. No flash, no smokes, no mollies. You got to do it with the bodies.
And Zywoo peeks on in for another clean headshot. It's all too easy, isn't it? Zywoo just racking them up. It's so leisurely.
Just something for the scoreboard would be nice now, MPL. There you go, on the board. Can you make it another?
Zywoo's going to make it another. Ooh, misses out. A chance on the headshot, finding Robs. Okay, so he has started to get a couple of kills flowing. Zywoo's got a pistol out. Actually, another from MPL. So good to see him warming into things. His first 3 frags. All for naught. No plant, sure, but I mean, considering what they brought into that round, he's done very well for himself individually. This was that Zywoo underhand flash that he comes swinging at. Look at that, it's coordinated mid-clear. Satisfying, I'm sure, for Vitality and their fans. Maybe not Bates fans, though. That's going to be quite the frustrating one for the 5th.
I want to say get an opening kill, but at this point, let's just get some kills.
Let's get kills, yeah.
But an opening kill would go a long way. It's going to apply a lot more pressure on Vitality because leisurely is a great word for this. So essentially dry running right now from Vitality. Reaction testing.
Yes, yeah. So I want you to be keeping your eyes on, you know, what the next test is. As an opening kill.
Okay.
Nice from Sizzy. He's caught Robs on the short side.
With the pack, the standard pack, Kenzie's all, Alex and Sizzy all have this mid control. MPL pops a nade over towards the B lurk, and the Senthiel, traditionally the A piece, has now joined them back over towards middle. Apex spots the AWP out top mid, still staunch, and they really want to stall this out with a minute. So just flirting around. Do they want to try and just delay the choke, or do they want to fight in it? No, they're going to start to pass back to the sites now.
They're really going to go like cat to B. With MPL apps, it seems like it's the perfect path of least resistance. There's only Mezzi in market.
Yeah, how much is he meant to do from here?
Very little, especially with the double, triple swing from different elevations. Never mind, goes market.
Might have a timing here.
Could very well have the timing. Yeah, 2 targets, all too easy. Both go down to Mezzi's M4. It's a 3-on-3 post plant. Kenzie's gets it down. Apex spotted one towards the bench position. He even gets the info on the AWPs as well.
Sizzy's going to need a reload. He's got 1 bullet left.
Ooh, wallbang connects, but the molly's going to make life difficult for Sizzy. Finds cover, still has the pillar, providing some help. Apex low, going to look to be traded by Flamesy, and there it is.
All the info, though.
Enzazor's down, nice from Sizzy on the jump across. Flamesy goes down, it's Zywoo in the clutch.
There it is.
This NPL closes it down, it's Sizzy. He starts, and he finishes with NPL's help. 3 kills from their sniper. Bait on the board.
Sizzy's been obviously under scrutiny coming into this team, and not in like a heavy way, but you see after an event he doesn't perform, and I'm like, oh, why did they get this guy? You know, should have stayed with Head Trick. Then the next event he does all right, and then the next one he's not so good again. But he's so young. He's 16 years of age, right? And to be given this opportunity in Bait, look, this is a team that also is very young, right? They're only getting their experience in front of our very eyes now. So he's one for the future, that's for sure. It must have been very fun to play against Simple earlier in the day.
Oh, for sure.
Or earlier in the tournament, excuse me. Earlier in the day was against Foot. You know, Sizzy, a Ukrainian with a 1 in his name and starting with an S. I wonder where his inspiration is. Let's see, can they make it consecutive? Zywoo's ult will be noted towards connector. You don't want to brave through that smoke.
Oh, and Siwoo doesn't have such a ring to it either.
Nah.
Oh my god, he's not far off on the smoke flash, smoke bang with the AWP. It whistles it past the ear of Essential. And now he's actually posted for the angle on ramp. Sizzy's there. Alex is bringing the bomb as well. Flash could catch them. Flames is going to swing on that. Missed shot from the AWPer. Sizzy goes down.
Oh, didn't scoop in.
Oh, and he's got Essential on the lurk. Alex goes down. This is so comfortable. I'm going to recycle the word leisurely for Vitality. And there's a nice one to finish. Zywoo 9 frags deep, 3 in the round. And quickly back to winning ways.
It looks like Flames has finally started to warm into things. He's looking sharp here with a couple of shots, 7 and 3. The lowest rated player for Vitality coming into this series today. and where he, for me, has been one of their standouts throughout 2026. So again, right, the time away, I'm happy to give Vitality with everything that they've achieved, the good graces of this. I think expectation from themselves, from the community, you have to find yourself somewhere in the middle, right? And this is the thing. There's the reality of the scenario, and there's the one that everyone thinks exists. But right now, 6-1, 5 rounds to the good. You know you're going up against a likely partial now, just because of the flow of the rounds, the lack of frags, the sheer lack of bomb plants. But mauling them at the moment, the pace is making this quite easy to handle. You're not really feeling pressured. You haven't really gone up against that many gun rounds either, so it's going to be plenty of Tech 9s, a Deagle and an AK, and swiftly over towards B. All 5 start to march. It's a weird mid-smoke that's been thrown out. I'm not sure.
Will be short for this if Mezzy needs help. Zywoo's called mid-clear.
Yeah, that I don't know if it was meant to be for window or cat or whatever. It didn't land wherever it was meant to. Another nade. Hello.
Yeah, looking good. Apex in support as well. This is going to be horrible. Oh, Bait just shredded, aren't they? MPL peeked in perfectly by Mezzy. Catches that timing. Just as MPL was trying to advance. I mean, these are the kind of rounds that just kind of kill what little energy you may have had.
I was just saying it's being very slow, and they finally tried something a little bit more pouncy, and they just still get stunted. So 2v4, another dent or two. Continue to try and keep the money low for Vitality. Oh, they're boosting up. All right, well, silently, Romps has been able to garner this control. Zywoo has the way back. Flamesy has the way out through underpass. You're locked in. Right, the box isn't tight, but there's still no way back.
And then Robs can shoot you in the back. Beautiful team play on display. I mean, you just have to sit back and enjoy the show. Vitality are putting on for us all.
Yeah, I think the people at home obviously starting to get fed up with Vitality just winning everything. And one of the messages I'm putting out there is, well, this is only going to happen once in a lifetime. Enjoy it. But that doesn't get received very well. I'm going to try a new angle.
Okay.
Right, when you watch Vitality play, they're doing everything, I don't want to say perfectly. There's no such thing as perfect Counter-Strike, but everything makes sense, right? And obviously when you're winning and you're looking so dominant, yeah, you can say that. But you compare it to other teams where sometimes it's messy or they're not connecting in the same way. Vitality, show you the beauty of how good Counter-Strike can look when a team is this dominant, when everyone is on the same page. We need another opening kill.
Whoa.
Don't think they're going to find it.
No, it looks like it's going to be Flamesy, actually, that manufactures a nice find. Takes down a Senthiel, and his teammate was forced away. Look at his health. Poor guy got hit by an AWP and a nade.
8 out of 9 opening kills so far.
If I was going to throw a name into the ring to someone from Bait that can provide an opening, it's Kensizor.
Yeah, I like watching him on Mirage. Like, him and MPL are a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, too much fun for Zywoo, though. Catches MPL on the swing. Says he good for one. Does put Zywoo down, but at what cost? He is alone. Top mid with the bomb and 1 HP. It's just, can Kensizor solo take this site? Mezzy doesn't seem to think so, with a very good angle. God, that's just beautiful. Write that one down if you're a Mirage Bianca.
And condolences, if you are a Mirage Bianca.
Sorry about that.
But someone's got to do it.
Someone has to.
Actually, shout out to you.
Yeah,
You're doing it for the team. If anything, you deserve an award. When are we going to full beans? When are we going? And Vitality have clawed their way back through the lower bracket against all adversity to lock themselves in for the playoffs. Actually, clip that. We'll play that later.
Yeah, we'll just use that later.
Just,
That's perfect.
Reese, grab that. Yep. Play that later when the game ends, all right? All right. Give it a go. Light by, execute. Bonk.
So, who did Vitality play in the quarterfinal?
Well, we got to wait for these seeding games to come to their conclusion, don't we? Got Na'Vi Legacy up a little bit later.
Curious to see how Legacy fare in that one.
Well, they beat them online last time, I think.
That's a nade with Sentiel's name on it. Catches it. And MPL's Tech 9 versus 4 fully armored and equipped. Members of Vitality, and 5-7 finishes it off.
Yeah, this was during EPL. Obviously, we had the online stage 1, stage 2 before the LAN playoffs. Legacy did beat Na'Vi 2-0 in an online game. So I also believe Emma made reference to this in an interview about it would be nice to play against Legacy to get the revenge. So it's a seeding game, sure, but I also think it's a clash of styles. Legacy are quite the firecrackers, and then you got on the other side Na'Vi, who are the structured bunch. So it's a fun stylistic clash.
Fire versus Ice. So they started Zywood B Apartments, gives Mezzy a little bit more freedom to hang out on the short side. Robs has taken the secondary AWP to the Palace aggressive line. And Essential's got the unenviable task of having to tussle with Flamesy on the ramp side. I say that as actually Flamesy departs. He's going for a walk. Robs has got the info there's nothing Palace, so why not have a stretch of the legs? Speaking of, Essential has started to probe. Mezzy on that short side's going to have his work cut out for him. Audible now to Sizzy up on the cat. And a headshot fight, not easy. Nice from Sizzy. Removes Mezzy, opens up some avenues with the opening kill.
Yeah, that's his third opener and Bates' third opener, so Sizzy's been delivering in that department at least.
Gets weird with Robs and Palace on the AWP.
Look at him go.
Goes, catches Apex as well. Can they convert this? You kind of have to. Robs onto NPL, hitting a nice shot, but it's Essential down to the swing. That's rough. Okay, you got to convert. Sizzy set you up. Flamesy on this ramp flank. Alex has been spotted. Robs from Palace and Zywo on cat with Sizzy staring at him. Tag from Robs' AWP. Nice again from Sizzy, but Flamesy, he still wants to take this one. He wants the double digits right here and now.
You can smoke the bomb.
You could. Robs has it. Smoking a kit on Flamesy. That's exactly their plan. There's still plenty of time as well. He's fumbled the smoke, and a nice spray from Kensizor removes Robs. Not the lethal kill. Flamesy in the 1v1. Sizzy versus Flamesy. He knows he's got an AWP. He's just going to try and sit it, but Sizzy finds him through the smoke. High impact quad kill from Sizzy. Gets bait there second.
Yeah, he's fun to watch. Nice round from the kid. 2, it's far from enough. It's far from par from the course. But when you're up against the best team in the world, anything will do at this point. Sizzy, just such a thorn in the side there. You think Essential should have Robs here dead to rights, but very noisy on that. It gives Robs enough time to adjust. Smoke turned out being all right.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's just straight back. Thank you very much. Okay, well, Zywo has just taken down Alex.
Poor guy's had a rough half.
He's had a very rough half. Don't do him like you guys did a Zuwu on Reddit, please.
Be cool.
Be nice. Look, Sizzy again.
There we go.
He going to Sizzler.
An equalizer.
He got that cheesy bread.
Such a sick nickname, the Sizzler. And it has to be given to you by an Australian, so well done.
Look at Mezzy. Burrows in, B Apartments, all theirs. Sizzy and Venrin with the AWP again. He made it work once.
Just go to.
Yeah, you don't see it too often, but why not?
Flamesy is trying to find that angle over the top of the window smoke, hoping Sizzy does go searching.
Oh, if they regroup for a B finish, Mezzy is... Even if he's not good for one, the info comes in so early that the rotation should be able to get there in time.
I mean, unless they're flashing this, he is getting one. Look at this angle.
I don't know. Don't feel... Surely MPO hard clears.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I don't fancy his chances. One and done. Essential trading, accelerating, Apex.
Weird angle.
This one, yeah, it's a very weird angle. He nails the headshot as well onto Essential on the cross.
Done.
Strings together a second as well. So
come on,
piece
Sizzy.
together. The Sizzler in the clutch brings it down to the 1v1. 16-year-old sniper.
Gotta get the bomb.
You can do it. He's got the time. Nice parkour as well from Zywo. Gets him onto the short side, but he's already made it across. Could we get back-to-back quad kills? Sizzy trying to find some impact, looking for Zywo towards the market side. Doesn't know he's made the jump across and now closing the gap with the 5-7. He is absolutely none the wiser that Zywo's right behind him, rounding the corner with that 5-7. Backstab and denied. Zywo finds the 10th for Vitality. Sizzy's trying his hardest, but bait, they are getting torn to shreds on their map pick. We're back for the Intel Extreme Masters, and it's comfortable for Vitality Map 1. Looking to throw the knockout blow to Bait and secure themselves a spot in the playoffs, forced to play 2 best-of-3s in a day.
That's what happens when you lose to BetBoom. You know, that's the way she's going to go sometimes.
Sometimes it's like that.
It's not seeming like the end of the world, but let's see. Bait might have something to say about that. They're now on the CT side of their map
Let's
choice.
go, Alex. This is it. A nice dual Berettas,
Is it
armor.
because he's got your name or he represents the devil? Which one is it?
Probably the name thing, yeah.
All right.
I'm going to rename him to Alex0113, though, if he doesn't get one.
Oh, no. Come on.
Come on, lad. Let's go.
Oh, there's a bait and switch set up.
Ow. Kensizor hasn't found that an immediate headshot, but a Senthiel's good for Flamesy.
That was more like Kantzizor.
Oh, nice shots. Any more? Yes, he can!
On low
Stunning
HP.
sequence from a Senthiel. It could still be all for naught.
Come on, Alex.
This is it.
Oh, they're faking.
Yeah. Awkward fight. It's just a biff. It's been a death match for Sizzy. Can he come up clutch and get the party started? Yes, he can! That's impact again. Sizzy, smile on the face. Clutching up against Vitality, that's always going to be a feather in your cap.
Archer's happy with that one. Okay, that was. He was given the 1,000-yard stare for a while there in the first half with Arch, but off the back of that, you can only enjoy it, right? You see, it's so hard, right, to when you're a boomer like me, but I'm trying my best. You put yourself in the shoes of a 16-year-old kid who's getting to travel around the world. He's in America, right? He's out here playing against Vitality, and he's putting on a bit of a show. So that's nice. Okay, so Vitality will take the economical. Couple of Deegs, a couple of Glocks. An annoying decoy. They should be shredded here. But Vitality have taken the conservative option to bring the guns out quickly into the next. So that one is done. They haven't wasted too much of anybody's time, and now the investment will come through. They will have established the fact that was the eco, so they know that those AKs will be equipped in their face in a moment. And how many rounds can they string together? We know the T sides, at least on enough like Nuke, has been a little bit worrisome for Vitality. Again, I will continue to bring the context of, yes, they haven't been practicing for the last week or so, but they are warming into things. Flamesy, insta window. The top cat in play as well. Sizzy up and into the vent. He's got his AWP. And he's looking for the fight.
Oh, and fight he shall. Onto Zywoo with a nice opener. Aim, movement, and some proactivity on display.
Other than Kenzizor getting an opening kill against the eco just there, the only man who's delivered them has been Sizzy.
Yeah.
That was his 4th. So he's going to make it more difficult. Rop's well aware of sandwich by the looks of things.
I don't know how he's worked that one out, but he has.
I think he saw the knee when he crouched.
Oh, it might have been a little knee. Overextension of the knee. Apex gets the info. Still Alex gets a kill.
You're spewing about that one.
Yeah, pretty good, actually. Kenzizor down after 1. Finding Rops is big, but Mezzi quick to the trade. Ooh, he's quick to a Senthiel too.
A 1v1.
To a 1v1. Has he got another one in him? Sizzy's been clutching. He's been closing. 16 frags against Vitality and a flick up. He can't be stopped.
Yeah, good stuff.
He's having his game. 17 frags. He's at the top of the table in the server.
Yeah, he's the opener and the closer right now. That's his 3rd 1vx situation.
How can you not be G'ing him up?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And as you said as well, you know, you have to kind of put yourself in his shoes and realize just how special this is. Strong individual performance. Look at this movement. Look at this kill as well. Zywoo pulled the trigger first as he just had the AWP, and he clutches up with a nice flick.
You win the next gun round, and you're going to start pissing Vitality off.
Yeah.
So they're working towards it. Interesting to see a couple of AKs in the mix on this one. So knowing that Bait had been softened up financially, they want to continue to apply that pressure. That max loss bonus going into the next. With this type of investment, I would love to see Vitality get the plant to keep the buys flowing, at least in the full department. Apex already a lot of space under window. Wow.
He's used it well as well.
Isn't he?
AK finds the first blood.
MPL might be in trouble here.
He's kind of committed. He can jump into the ladder room if he needs to get out. Never mind.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough, right? They're down a man, so you're trying to draw back the fight too. Good shot there from Kenzizor to still just make it a 1-man. And now Sizzy's just made it a 3v3, yeah, so back in it.
Great catch. Removing Rops when he's on his active lurk, that's another impressive feat. Going through that.
That's the invitation to 8. Look, Sizzy's in the flow state right now.
Yeah, he is. Pushes up ramp and is solo responsible for the A side.
You're not going to expect him to have taken ramp control. You assume he's ticket or maybe he floated back to jungle. So Sizzy may have won the round with his positioning alone.
Let's see. Can he continue this life game? Yes, he can. Catches another. Apex goes down. Trade from Zywoo, lethal. Now, we are going to see the plant go down, and it looks like Zywoo's going to hear that. The rotation's through. He's got the jungle rotate completely cut off, so it is going to be channeled through CT, which is why FaZe has stolen Sizzy's AWP and puts himself on the line.
Well, but staying on this line, now he's going to be committed if they cross ticket side. So he needs to hit the shot.
Backing his aim, fully concentrated. Kensizor does leisurely walk into the crosshairs of that sniper rifle. Don't think Essential's going to have too much to say about this one.
Yeah, no kid either.
Nice headshot onto FaZe. It's not planted for Zywoo, but he has you on the cross, and you didn't have the kid. Vitality 11, bait 5.
Maybe a little bit of a disagreement there, but or maybe a misunderstanding. I wouldn't say disagreement. But Apex just making sure Mezzi understood what the situation was. All right, well, the game is essentially won in this next round of play. I know people might be remembering the GamerLegion versus Na'Vi craziness that we had yesterday, but right now with 2 Famises, 1 M4 and 2 MP9s, and the loss bonus in the bottom of the barrel, bet you lose this one, and the game goes with it.
Curious to see what Apex is called when he knows there's so many ramifications to winning it.
He's feeling himself as well, Apex, with you've seen some of the moves that he's making. He's playing some odd angles too, and hitting some big shots. Zywoo, 18 frags for him. No Sizzy AWP.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like that might be costly. So much impact. The only real impact from bait has been with that Sizzy sniper.
Yeah, you can attribute at least 3 of these 5 rounds to Sizzy alone.
Right.
Wow, not alone, all right, to Sizzy. Let me
let
me stay in the realms of reality for a moment. All right, well, they were expecting some type of a mid-aggression. They didn't get at least what they had prepped for, and now they head back towards A to set up an execute. Just take a look at the sheer amount of utility that Vitality have, right? All the smokes will be in play. They're going to have the molly for under balcony. They can use one to stop the bench crawl. You can molly ticket as well. This is quite a luxury.
Oh, it's a coordinated execute. Alex going to try and pick his moment after the flash. Flamesy pathing. Famas can't hit it. Can't hack it. NPL is towards the stairs. The Molotov limits his pathing. Kensizor trapped at ticket behind the Flames. Still no plant though. Flamesy goes jumping up to clear Kensizor. Sizzy good for a trade and a nice flick up to the head. Finding Rob, 16 seconds. Zywoo finds the necessary kill that will enable a plant. Good from NPL. Finds Zywoo, but the bomb does go down. It's Mezzi and Apex in a 2-on-2 versus NPL and Essential. Up on the stairs, NPL trying to close the gap. Mezzi's holding for this though. He's going to have the Hamas to win. Apex clutching. Yeah, that's the denial. It does get close. You can't deny. Comes down just to the 1v1, but Apex able to pick up the 12th and also condemn bait to a very ugly force buy out of the game.
Yeah, no money here. Going to be Famas as an MP9s again. Maybe 5-7 is going to be the choice for some, but the buys are starting to take shape. This, you think that Alex has to win this fight. I understand he didn't necessarily have to jump on Flamesy there, but Flamesy was worrying about a lot. Stairs wasn't actually smoked or mollied off either until later in the piece, so it did look a little bit difficult. And I understand why Mezzi wants to take that, because one player is going to keep Apex contained. Mezzi just has to win that 1v1, and then it should be round. So did apply a little bit of extra pressure to Apex, but he is having a good map. A ramp aggression. And nobody home. So from an A execute now into a B execute. It's MPL on the balcony. Sizzy trying to get over there in time.
NPL's going to have a lot of work.
He's done with nades and he's playing committed.
Yeah, he's tucked in. Hoping to be overlooked, and they do clear him. Mezzi with a pathing. Flamesy runs at Sizzy. Mac-10 just shredding heads. And that should be the end of our first map of this series. Lower bracket final for Group A.
Looks like 2 best of 3s in the day. Looks good for Vitality.
Yeah, they're warming into things nicely, huh? That is a dominant one. 13-5. Sizzy, a standout. He is at the top of the tables in a 13-5 loss. This young 16-year-old won for the future, but will it be the future of this series? That Well, that's a discussion for others. It's Dust 2 up next, and that's Vitality's pick.
Yeah, and we know how dominant they have been on this map throughout this year. Last 3 months, 93% win rate. We'll give you all the numbers after that. But it's hard to be able to sit here and go, oh, yeah, they had this chance. They were never really in that map bait, were they? Just a couple of highlights as you outlined from Sizzy, but let's throw this one to the desk. When are we going to full beans? When are we going? And Vitality have clawed their way back through the lower bracket against all adversity to lock themselves in for the playoffs. Actually, clip that. We'll play that later.
Yeah, we'll just use that later. That's perfect.
Thank you so much, chat, for the entertainment, and thank you so much, Vitality, for making this a quick and easy game. I think that's exactly what we expected coming into this matchup versus Bait. A couple of moments in this game, Yanko, where Bait maybe had an opportunity to make it slightly closer. We saw impact coming in from Sissy. We saw a couple of clutches going their way, but at the end of the day, at no point did you really think that Vitality were not going to win here?
No, Jacob, you're absolutely wrong. Like, this game was over after I saw the first gun round and then the round right after that, which I don't know how to call. When I saw them save 3 AKs in the first gun round and then 2 AKs in the following round, I'm like, this is over. Like, there's nothing worse. I don't know how teams keep doing this. Like, yeah, guns are cool, you know, like you're more likely to get a kill with an AK armor than you are with a P250 no armor. But it's also like money is even cooler, trust me, right? Yeah. And then when you end up saving those guns, obviously you don't get money bonus. And then you have a mixed buy in the next round, and then you're going to lose that, right? Because they have everything. Like, just take the L. Just go, die, try to get a couple of kills, try to keep some pressure on their economy, then half buy, do a hero AK, right? Like, the economy matters in the bigger picture and more in the long term, because this way, in the first 4 or 5 rounds, like, didn't have anything. It was just mixed buys. They didn't know what to do. Vitality was owning them, got all the momentum, and that was it.
It's a huge risk not to go for the money instead of the guns, Yumi.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things, is that, you know, like Yanko's saying, that, you know, you're limiting yourself in resources by saving, and I think the problem with Bait, unfortunately, is that they actually don't need extra encouragement to not buy resources. They're a team that I've seen multiple times in previous demos, on their Mirage specifically, where they either use a lot of their utility on the mid-fight, focusing on trying to force an entry that way, or they just don't buy the utility that they need to breach into bomb sites. And, you know, you're against the best team in the world here. If you're thinking that you can just simply run out and out-aim them, I think they need a reality check in that sense.
Speaking of utility, Yumi, round 6 was one that you wanted to point out, because the simplistic style of Bait is not gonna cut it against Vitality.
It's just absurd to me that they come in with I think they had 2 nade sets in this round. Sizzy gets an opening pick. He had an insane game, to be quite honest, for Bait. And they have a smoke coming into this B bomb site, but Mezzy slides in, gets 2 kills. And even though this ends up being Bait's first round win, so to speak, within that T side, you could just tell that they don't prioritize that as a means to entry.
Yeah, I think it's just been tough. The problematic thing is as well, like, it's simple when to save on the T side. You save on the T side when you're buying the next round anyway, right? And you don't want to expend the money that you have.
Round 6 here, Yumi. We run it one more time.
Yeah, so, I mean, you can see the nades on the side there. They have 2 sets of nades. The Rops is going to swing from short. Sizzy gets this entry, and this is Rops maybe overplaying his hand. You know, typically if they're going to approach from middle, Vitality like to breach that together. But Mezzy plays a really conservative angle, and they just don't use their smoke. They're so fixated on the idea that Mezzy will play in the site because they lost mid control, and you can see that there's no interplay between these players. Sizzy's on an island. They're trying to play crossfires around this smoke that they later deployed into market. And if not for the fact that Sizzy is able to sort of continuously draw the attention of all these Vitality players, I just think they lose this after plan.
Yeah, I like the fact that we get an example of a round, you know, where you're not necessarily happy with the way they approach it. They win it regardless, but that was one of the few rounds they won in this game. You know, the following round, Yanko, another one not going the way of Bait, which was at the time very much needed.
Yeah, and I was also disappointed with how timid they are. You know, you're going up against Vitality and just playing some slow default, trying to, you know, get some space, and you're doing that when you had saved guns, right, and not all utility. So it just looked horrible. So once we do get into this round, we'll see a bit of an example how Potentially, they tried to switch it up just a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, right, Vitality were just super on point and were doing much better, because at the start here, this is the reset round, they run out for a faster mid texture. So, okay, cool, they're doing something a little bit more aggressive at the very least, but once they do establish this mid control, that's where things start falling apart yet again, right? ZywOo is going to play connector with his AWP. He's going to just punish Kensizor spamming here through the smoke, immediately go into a flash play for Flamesy. He gets 1 kill, doesn't even see the second guy really, but ZywOo finds 1 more, Flamesy, and it's just a clinic from these two, all single-handedly sort of dismantling bait in that round.
And that's part of the, these 2 rounds back to back. It kind of shows in the comparison between how the teams prioritize their resources. Vitality, we see all the interplay that they do. We see all the flashes that Apex sets up, whether it's ZywOo or the HGs that they use. They make their lives so much easier in that way, where I feel like Bait almost try to win by hard mode, and you're just not going to out-aim these guys.
I know the opposition in this game, is not of the highest quality when you compare Vitality as an opponent. Obviously, they're used to playing against the best team in the world, but there was a time where we argued if you were to find one loophole in the map pool, it could potentially be Mirage. As of late, we've seen them playing more and more Mirage, and we've seen them be a bit more successful on it. Would you make the case, Janko, that Mirage as a loophole or maybe as a weakness in Vitality's map pool is no longer the conversation, and that conversation is maybe now steering towards Nuke?
Well, perhaps to some extent. The problem is you just look at their map pool and everything looks so good. Yeah. Mirage was the only one that stood out for a little bit, and perhaps teams fall into that trap where they just look at the stats. What's their Inferno like at the moment? No one knows really, because they haven't played it in ages. So maybe we see some teams become creative and start testing them out. But definitely, it's always the case, if a team is weak on a map and gets targeted a lot, well, then they play it a ton and they get more reps and they get better on it and they understand how teams are sort of abusing them. And we see that with a lot of teams, a lot of different maps, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's happening here with Vitality as well.
And I do think there are a lot of teams just simply aren't confident enough in their Anubis to really pick it into Vitality, because they've actually punished teams that historically have been very good on that map. And so, you enter this sort of black box where they don't play Anubis a ton, and then you're forced to play the maps that are typically seen in their best of threes. They'll veto that out if they want, and sometimes just float the Ancient and see if they can anti-strat a team that they maybe spot a vulnerability or two.
Now, it wasn't all bad for Bait. If we were to find a positive, then Sissy, with his individual performance right here on Mirage, even though that it didn't culminate in a lot of rounds won, he was capable of winning a few clutches and making sure that they got a few rounds on the board. But to see him play better and better for Bait, I guess that's also a good thing for them, in terms of them recalibrating and getting back into contention at these Tier 1 tournaments.
Definitely wasn't the passive one in this game, right? Like, he woke up a little bit later, but established some dominance on this map. And I think that's the recipe for Bait, like what he was doing, sort of letting it loose a bit, being just aggressive, trying to use his individual skill, right? I don't think Bait is at the position where they can play these slow-paced games against Vitality. They'll just be one step ahead, right? So play with some more pace, take more risks for you. That can be the only way, sort of, to victory.
I just want to see them throw some grenades for each other. I do think that there's a role issue here where almost there's this confidence, this bravado from all the players where, on good teams, as you rise through the ranks, people do have to play support roles. That just simply has to be something that someone slots into eventually. And I just don't think that that's actually properly ironed out for the Bait system.
Well, let's bring that into the conversation in the context of the next map. Dust 2 is coming up. We know Vitality's strength on that map. We know the track history. We know that that's one of the maps that they almost seem unbeatable on to some extent. You want more grenades, you want more utility. Is that a key to victory for you, Yumi?
Well, I mean, so long as they're not just throwing them all over the longhouse, then I do think that there's a possibility here. I mean, this is the type of map where you can brute force into bomb sites a little bit, because CTs are actually expending a lot of their HEs to blow open smokes. They will maybe have to flash into the upper tunnels just to get information. Same for the long fight as well. So they can feel quite restrained in that sense. And I think for Bait, it's all about simplification. Like you said, you want to see them take a few risks. Vitality will respect the map to a certain extent, but if you start playing this timid, passive style, then they're the ones that are going to get away with some of this risk-taking.
I'm not going to try to bait you into giving me a reason as to why Vitality can lose this game to bait and why we're going to see a third map. Nothing really points in that direction, Yanko.
I think just complacency.
Complacency?
Just complacency.
Is that the only thing?
Sort of if they get ahead of themselves a little bit and maybe lose some discipline. But that's where Daddy Apex steps in one more time. You know, I don't think he's going to allow for something like that to happen. Xtaz obviously as well standing behind, and this is just their playground, right? Like every player is just so comfortable on this map that they don't need to do like crazy stuff to have fun on it. They just have such a great understanding on the map. Like winning is always fun, and I think if they just play their standard game vanilla for Vitality on Dust 2, they have it in the bag.
Sizzy's got to keep up that performance though if we want to have any reasonable talk about Bait having a chance in this map. If he can do anything to mitigate ZywOo or at least pick off some of his teammates, then yeah, maybe we can have a conversation, but that seems very, very far away.
I think I share the sentiment with the two of you. The best we can hope for is a competitive map between Bait and Vitality. There's no doubt that Vitality are the heavy favorites heading into Dust 2. One more win and they will secure a spot in the playoff, whereas for Bait, they would have been eliminated from IEM Atlanta. We're heading to a short break, but once we're back, it could be with the culmination of Vitality taking on Bait.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary? There it is! $100,000!
I've had enough of you! Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
So I'm stood here with Arch from Bait. First off, I'd like to say thank you so much for taking the time, because I know you guys have a very important game coming up against Vitality. You guys went through a bit of some struggles for a little bit, finding an AWPer, finding consistency. I will be honest, I did not rate your team very highly coming into this event, but you've had some extremely impressive wins. How has the practice and the team play been developing, in your opinion?
I think we trying our best to develop all the time. We just try to progress. Yeah, I understand that some people expected more from us after the last major run, but since we had a change, we understand that we might do one step back to make 2 steps forward. So that's just fine. Yeah, we're trying to progress event by event, and basically we're just doing our best. Yeah.
You're the CEO of Bait. It's not often that you see CEOs always traveling with the team. What's it been like from that end and being able to sort of stand with the squad as they make a great run so far this tournament?
The thing is, I myself, a former pro player in both CS and Valorant, so yeah, it's just insane to keep traveling with the team, because it's I just cannot live without these emotions. That's the first thing. Second thing, yeah, I just like traveling, and yeah, that's just part of my life.
This might feel like a weird question given who you're against, but how confident are you feeling going up against the Vitality, given that you actually played BetBoom earlier in the tournament and pushed them quite hard, and they were able to topple Vitality, and you were able to take down another one of our favorites in Foot. It feels like you guys are hitting a stride. How does it feel for you?
I think BetBoom played really good against us, but we also didn't play our A game, far from our best game, that's for sure. So I think if we keep up the same form as against BC game and today against Foot, I think we have some chance, even though Vitality is like the best team in the world. They are too good. But if some teams can beat them from time to time, then we can get our chance also. So yeah, we will just try and see how it goes.
Well, thank you so much for your words. I wish you the best of luck in the game. We'll see how Bait do against Vitality.
Yeah, best in the world. You heard it there from the mouths of Bait, and now, well, they've got to do something that very few teams in the Counter-Strike world have done, and that's win Dust 2 versus Vitality.
Oh, you want the numbers?
Yeah,
I know you like numbers.
I do like numbers.
So I usually go of all time. So let's start there. This 5-man Vitality roster are 49 wins, 5 losses of all time.
49 and 5.
But if you just look at 2026, they're 18 and 1, and the only loss they had was to Foot with the coach standing in.
Yes, I remember that one.
Which
Big man
is just,
Coolio.
it's just so stupid, isn't it? But anyway.
It's always the way. It's always the way.
Let's get this one underway. Complacency was the word the desk used to describe the undoings of Vitality into map number 2. Or the potential undoings. It's hard to see it go down that way, but let's see. Stranger things have happened. City side start for Bait. They'll get to play all 12 of them on this map.
Speaking of stranger things, let's see if Alex can start stronger. 0 and 11 on Mirage. Oh, nice clean headshot there from FlameZ, so not the ideal start. Sizzy, though, he had a great time on Mirage. He won't be having a start on Dust 2. Zywo's putting down long-range Glock.
And that'll be the round.
Yeah, we saw them during the warm-up. Everyone was kind of doing like a show and tell with their skins on long.
Flames
nice.
just taking a look at Sizzy's knife, and they're dropping each other the M4s and the AKs. It's quite a nice vibe.
Sizzy's
out
gone
there.
for the lime green set. You know, everything has got that kind of match to his green gloves.
I don't know about a Senthiel's combo there.
What's he gone for?
He's like, it's like leopard print gloves. I like it with the jewelies, but I feel he was dropped those jewelies. They're not his.
Yeah, but it is a lot of clashing patterns.
Yeah, and same with the knife. It was like a karambit. This is nice. Obviously, a pink combo here for Kenzie.
I like what Kenzie's doing there.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I'm not the most fond of the whole blue-red situation we've got here.
No, it's very contrasting. Which team are you on?
Yeah.
Here we go. Red and red from, yes.
Yeah,
and
Ross isn't messing around.
Skeleton knife, quite a nice knife.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, and Zywo's gone very flamboyant. Wow, look at that. That's vibrant. New gloves.
Gotta be
We all know
careful,
what they're
though,
called.
right? Players will be able to tell who you are by your gloves. I think there should be a rule. Everyone in the team has to use the exact same skins.
Yeah, otherwise you'll have twists going, red gloves, there's a third B.
Oh, dear. Okay, come on, Bait. Just give us a little something. I think Astralis GamerLegion will be close.
I expect a real 3-map affair with that one.
I thought we were going to get Foot versus Vitality, but Bait owned Foot.
They did.
They 2-0'd him. So you can't put anybody's at fault other than Foot.
Yeah.
Oh, missed the hinge smoke.
Oh, the scout would actually get a little bit of a sideline if you had
It
to.
still worked. Okay. I looked like it was the hinge smoke, but either way, it's still puffed up. Flash at the ready. Fight on shore. Here it comes. Big biff, big brawl.
Yeah, okay. Wow, we've got 3 players getting flashed in here. Apex is anti, though. Oh, they get flashed. Oh, gosh.
They blast each other. All right. Come on, Sizzy. There he goes. Okay, 2-0 start for Vitality. And so I went, yeah, we were out at the bar, and there was this guy. He came up to me.
And they were completely blind.
It's just this puppy dog energy that we're getting right now.
Oh, it's a lovely oh, look at that camera. Well done, production.
Oh, dear.
I don't think you're allowed to have that much fun at your job. Come on now.
That's what happens when your job's...
Oh, Kenzizor's having some fun. BL perhaps not, and very quick return from Vitality. Flamesy finding Kenzizor quick on the Mac 10. 6-0 start.
I reckon I'm not going to say we have fun at our job all the time, but I reckon more often than not.
Yeah.
And there's one key reason that we do that these players do not.
Well, what is that?
We don't win or lose.
That's true.
We do not, no matter what happens, we are in a neutral state.
Yes.
We will never feel as good as they do.
Sure.
But we can never feel as bad as they do.
Exactly. And I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week.
It's a trade-off. But you as a competitor, you don't get that adrenaline.
That's for sure.
That does suck. But
you know what else sucks? Getting knocked out of a tournament and then having to sit there on a 15-hour flight thinking about it. That's something I'm glad
they're
we don't
going to CAC though. They'll be in CAC.
Oh god, so that's staying away from home for another.
I don't know if they'll go direct or not. I'll have to check the dates. But right now, Sizzy's got his AWP, and we like that. We like Sizzy with the AWP. I just go into a short exec here. They've made sure that Sizzy can't pop holes in those mid smokes. They are just starting in a standard 2-3. Kenzizor Ascenthio doing this in vogue up-down setups to deal with anybody probing P, getting ready for those pops. But this cluster of Vitality, they're buzzing to execute. Those flashes are going to be great for Nzaiwu to deal with Sizzy as he heads back. So can they stall them out?
They're going to catch MPL as well. Forced to tuck in. Oh, flying Flames. He finds the opening. Apex onto NPL, and the A site is theirs. Very little you can do. I guess the main objective now is don't die to Rops if you can avoid it. Because he is in such perfectly timed pursuit. You've just vacated the B ramp. You've been spotted in the window, and Rops can just tap your heads with a clean click. That's way too easy.
Yeah. All right.
Might be a quick one. We've got the clip ready, though, so it's fine.
Yeah, we can play that again.
Play it
again. Well, I think the figure that I saw on the little lower third was 33 consecutive playoff appearances for Vitality as an org, right? That's not with Robs. That was back when they had Spinks as well. But just to take people back in time, it was Katowice 2024 was the last time they didn't make playoffs. Right. So there would have been some history being made today if, well, the score was going the other way. And then they would have had their top 4 streak broken as well. That could still happen, right? Their top 4 streak can still be, because they can only be in the quarterfinals, right? They don't get the auto berth into the semis. That for this group is being battled on between Bet, Boom, and Pain right now, who I think are going to be heading into their second map shortly. CT setup, just so everyone's aware, we did get it in the last rifle round, and you got it very plainly, but it was Kenzizor and Ascenthio over towards B. Alex, the in-game lead, will be anchoring down long. MPL will be the rotating A rifler, and then, of course, Sizzy on the AWP. Apex, can he take these away? Oh, no. Nice shot from Kenzizor. I like that one. Right between the eyes. Zaiwu going to try and stall them out from picking up the AK. They've already got past this. Oh. Well, they were past. Zaiwu dodging, ducking, and trying to get out of the way.
Okay, well, at least you get the AK for NPL.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, they are going to be buying into the next round regardless, but at least I prefer this than the T-side start where they had those saves, which just put them in a pit. I think Alex wants to go down anyway. I don't really want to retain a scout, so he will be able to full equip himself. I also want Alex to get a kill a little bit earlier on than he did last time. Right now, we have Kenzizor with 3 and everybody else on 0. Oof.
Very reminiscent of the first map. Sizzy's got the sniper, though. Second time we've seen the AWP in his hands. Let's see if he can find the similar impact as we did on Mirage.
Oh, just off the perfect, head. No. And wanted to go for the fight, too. It wasn't just to monitor lower tunnels push. So the fact that they've fluffed that one ever slightly, it's not going to cost them anything, but we know how good Zaiwu can be. Hitting those tags on the cross. In smoke lands this time, and Flamesy Romps paired up will be getting through the lower tunnels. So they feel the assistance of Apex required to throw the molly into lower dark to clear this one out.
Or do they feel like they can do it on their own?
This couldn't be any more of just a standard Dust 2 setup right now. Just a 2-1-2. Right? This is so classically Dust 2. Bait aren't doing anything out of the box. Maybe mid-round, they might want to start grouping up and see if they can find it. This setup I like, right? Where you have one player on the ramp with... Oh, he's actually going to play Goose. Never mind.
Pulled away as well.
Yeah.
See MPL's attention drawn by the flash through the doors. Vitality just 60 seconds to try and access a site. Starting with their more advanced short control up cat.
I wonder if it's... Yeah, okay, so it's going to be late back through long. This will actually be tough because Sizzy's on the line, so Apex better be a damn good flash. Oh, smoke's good.
Oh, yeah, he's going to play around the edge of it, though. Does nail it onto Flamesy. The trade's not there. Mezzy couldn't find the frag he looked for. He just dips back in for a second.
Now it has to be a mid to B, but you don't even have a smoke for CT.
It's not looking good, is it?
Tunnels have just been
just got
at
blocked.
30 seconds. Yeah, maybe you're safe.
Save?
Yeah, look, you have a lot of money, but great work from Sizzy.
He found the answer.
Yeah, okay, well, the return to late long, and Sizzy just lingers around. It's good to see that confidence. The desk was also highlighting, hey, this could be, you know, win condition, having to throw, I don't want to say the strat book out the window,
yes.
But and it's not. He didn't even take any crazy risks there. He just took his chance that was presented to him in that situation. So well done from Sizzy. Arch gives out the 5s, and 5-1 is the score. So there you go. They're on the board, and we just need a whole lot more of that. So really, from our position, we're looking for consecutive. Here it is again. Flash comes over, using their smoke against them. Peers out. Flamesy goes down and got the stubbornness to stick around. Doesn't want to back off as he removed from the equation.
I mean, that's what good Counter-Strike looks like. Looks easy.
Okay, this time starting with a little bit of a short presence from MPL. But more of the same from Vitality with their opener. Sizzy starting the alt middle. Has himself a HE to break. It all comes down to the timing on this. They're not going to catch anybody.
Oh, no.
Oh, get off the grass.
I'm sorry. Apex, I think that's unacceptable. Expect a formal apology. Get off the grass.
I'm trying to really embrace my age. I mean, so you're going to see me walking around with one of those, like, bowler caps soon or whatever.
Arms behind his back.
I do that all the time,
do that anyway.
like, legitimately. Make sure I get my fiber in for breakfast.
Yeah, of course. Have some prune juice.
This doesn't feel like a match for the spot in the quarterfinals, does it? All right, mid to B. Senthiel, is he cleared?
No, he's not. Flamesy, little distracted. And now Apex has got a lot of work to do. There is another one. He actually nearly killed MPL through the smoke, unconfirmed, but he gets away with 1 point of health. And there's nothing more for these two to do other than save. It's the best bet. Get off the grass. Okay, distinct lack of frags. We've got 1, 2, 3, and 2 eggs.
Good we could count.
Yeah.
Base level mathematics around here. So CAC, anyway.
That's a tournament.
There's 7 teams who are in Atlanta who are going to be going to CAC. That's going to be happening in Shanghai. So we will get to see more bait before the major.
Oh, there's so many events on the lead up to the major. I feel like the major's like tomorrow, and there's still...
It's 2 weeks away.
Yeah, there's so many events still.
June 2nd, stage 1
Like Astana's still kicking.
Yeah, Astana's good.
Atlanta happening. We've got CAC, and then...
the main course.
The main course.
What we've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's... Yeah, get off.
You're upset about that. Well, I'm upset about that. Tactical timeout call from Bait. That should be Sizzy's reaction.
Yeah, where's Sizzy?
that should be Sizzy. Sizzy's probably, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Fair enough.
That's Counter-Strike, really, isn't it? Apex is literally twice Sizzy's age.
Crazy, actually, yeah.
We got Hooksy coming up next. He's been molding a lot on cam, which, considering some of the frustrations, I don't mind the mold.
Justifiable mold at times.
Yeah. He's been letting loose, though. That one from yesterday. Oh, if I could get my hands on that tape.
Yeah, right. The full, like, 60-second rant.
Okay, double ops. Let's go, Bait. That's the change-up. That's off the timeout. That's what we're looking for right now. Zywoo drops down, suicide, rattles off a shot, and... probably going to be a late long pop.
Ooh, okay, but there's no Sizzy to worry about this time. It's going to be on the last second. Flashes come in. Alex just going to spam the smoke. Does some significant damage to two of them. Flamesy and Mezzy catching bullets.
Barrel spotted.
Oh, spotted on the jump up. Oh, still gets the headshot onto Sizzy. Couldn't react in time. Zywoo, though, through middle, and Essential caught in a transition, was just making his move. Wow, I'm unable to keep up with how quickly Vitality are winning.
Guys,
what are we
save it for the VOD review? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, we're doing, but we're getting it done so you can go out for dinner, you know?
Okay.
Skip VOD review if you review mid-match.
And round.
And that's 7-1. Zaro hasn't killed anyone on the cross, though, so if you're looking for someone to celebrate...
Get him, Sizzy.
Aggressive warping from Sizzy. He's going to be looking towards the lower tunnels. It's Robs and Flamesy on their default pathing.
Well, they're going to get mollied. They might even get double mollied.
Oh, yeah. Nothing from top mid yet, so it hasn't synchronized perfectly. Sizzy is in trouble. Still hits a nice shot onto Apex. Kenzizor trapped and goes down to Flamesy.
I appreciate the gear shift, trying to bring the fight. At least you get yourself a 4v4.
Yeah, it's a nice try. Give you something to work with.
Flash of the
Nice
smoke.
little pop flash. Rops was actually going to push on that, but then BL does catch him.
What happened? Did Rops get lost?
I don't know. It was
the
a delay.
flash. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hold-up was.
Oh, just in time. Alex is across. Mezzy and Zaro are going to arrive. He's got the perfect pre-aim. It's just going to be Mezzy back-turned and Alex comfortable for bait in pursuit of this 2-on-4. It should be easy to close down unless... Yeah, you didn't
Well
get
done,
that one.
Alex.
Well done indeed.
Okay, that should be round. Do you see the Flames ace against FaZe to end the game?
I didn't.
There was a bit of a lineup to it, but it's like they're in OT and you get an ace and that actually wins the game. It's pretty cool. One of the best ways to end it. Is they were doing a top play out hard. A lot of them lined up there in the side. It was not the sickest thing in the world, but I say that. I don't know how many professional aces I got. I think 0. So
Had a good read of the situation. What? Not even like an anti-eco ace? Come
against
on now.
Aussies for sure, but against like actual opponents, no. Don't even have that many officials. So this is it. Let's throw chaos into the mix.
Yes.
That needs to be the recipe for success for bait. It doesn't have to just always be off the first timing, but try and make it a bit clunkier for Vitality. Don't allow them to be able to get the map control that they're looking for and then erupt on their timings. Do it on your own terms, and you may as well start swinging for the fence. Again, this is home turf for Vitality, the absolute best Dust2 team. No doubt about that. Essential tagged on the cross, and yeah, he emotes on that one.
Oh, we're going to try it again. Kenzizor's going to push through upper B.
Oh, they fake the molly behind him. I like it.
Yeah, still hits his headshot, does well. Removes Flamesy, and, well, Sizzy is still committed to lower tons right now. He'll have to smoke himself out, or, I suppose, commit. Hang out.
Apex and Zai were actually heading back over towards B, and Mezzy's foregoing this long fight with Alex. So they know one of the B defenders, Kenzizor, is dead, and maybe they have a good idea that Essential got tagged. Maybe Zai was saying, hey, I hit him. So he's very low. You don't love this for Essential. If he gets one, props to him.
Turns the flashbangs. Will have a chance in the fight, but doesn't hit that first bullet headshot he's so desperately needed. Oh, Mezzy's got Sizzy's crawl here. You think he's got the element of surprise. He's even looking towards spawn, but Zywoo's the one to move him.
Keep him at the post there. MPO and Alex, you've only got one option in this one, friends. Get on out of there. There's still so many Molotovs right now for Vitality. If they wanted, they just keep lobbing them window and doors. Bomb will get planted. 40 seconds begin, and the question becomes, will they be the hunt? Are they allowed to save? The score will read 8-2. So if Vitality win their quarterfinal game, they will have 22 consecutive top 4 finishes. I know it's just accolade counting, and I think they don't even really care about that.
No,
but
it does
the
tell
history
the story.
books
Yes.
remember.
Oh, yeah.
And it's how we mark their greatness. I think the other point of that as well is when they are on form and they are playing their best CS. I guess this is a good series of that as an example. How much you want to say that's the quality of bait, how much you want to say that's Vitality starting to warm into things, I'll let you at home decide. But you really get a good idea for just how cohesive this unit is and the level of output from everybody.
Well, especially when, you know, looking at that foot result earlier today, Bait kind of...
they rumbled them.
Yeah, they rumbled them comfortably.
It was always going to be the map pool for me that was the problem for Bait today. against Vitality, right? Because they remove Anubis, which is a map that we've seen a little bit of weakness for Vitality on, and then Nuke's not high up in their map pool either.
So a Mirage Dust 2 map pool is the best you're going to get.
Yeah, and Vitality remove Ancient.
Alex, again, called upon on long. Got to get out of there.
They started 3B.
Yeah, now Alex is calling for backup. Sizzy is posted.
At least a Sentinel and MPL about...
Break.
Nice. They're pushing upper tunnels as well. So map getting smaller for Vitality. They should be aware of this reaction, so they might want to get a wriggle on.
Ahead of this block smoke. Just running across. Oh, no. Sizzy's attention was drawn. He looks away. Bomb's thrown across. Alex catches him on retrieval. Trade from Robs.
Almost lined up.
Against his AWP. Throwing out his util. Could have caught Mezzy given the low HP.
How's he going to get in a plant right now? This is going to be difficult.
Got HE. If it hits Mezzy, they're going to lose bomb. Doesn't, though, and so that plant seems like a guarantee. Kensizor's going to be mantling up.
That molly could do it.
Wait, yeah.
Deadman.
Goes down. Cooked by NPL. Messi on the spray from Robs. Zywu thrust into a 1 versus 3. They can smoke bomb defuse. Everything says there should be third for Bait.
Zywu is mad now.
What's he supposed to do here? NPL down. Wow, quick flick up, but it looks like he's found that safe haven. Good angle. That is going to be a third round. Why has he started the defuse again? Doesn't matter.
Just wanted to make sure he was tucked away. There you go. Number 3. 4 at the half. You'll take it. Well, and obviously you lose the opener, or you gain the opener again, thanks to Sizzy, who he's not doing the same hijinks that we saw in Mirage, but he is still kicking up a little bit of a fuss.
Funky turn of events as well during that one. The bomb thrown across and a little bit of un petit putain. Not too bad, considering how comfortable you are.
Yeah, I think the thing is you just want to get this done and put this group stage behind you. Then you're going to get tomorrow as an opportunity to really prep for your quarterfinal, where no matter who they go up against, they are the favorites. Funny that. All right, B-pop to finish. And there's 3 players here. This looks good.
Well positioned for it.
Oh, they're going to cancel now. So they're fortunate they have the ripcord that is Zywu. So with him patrolling middle and nobody trying to stuff him in that choke point, he does actually allow his teammates to start moving. Flames talking a lot. Sizzy, you're going to have to play behind this. Still, if it is a mid to B, Kenzie's or Senthiel and MPL still on that site. That 3-man stack could still come in.
Ooh, Rob's catching some flag from Kenzie.
Molly hasn't landed back plat.
He's still going to have a safe haven. Senthiel up on that roost.
Oh, no.
Wow, doesn't get the kill he needed. NPL's the one that's racking him up, though. The only man that could put up any sort of resistance on the B site. Zywu dips away just in time to avoid giving up an advantage. Would have been a 2v2. Instead, Vitality now sitting comfortably. I mean, you've got to have to try. It's the last round of this half.
Alex in through tunnels.
Feels half-hearted, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, give it a go. Good flash.
Very good flash. Forces Zywu to pull the trigger. While blind on the repeak as well. Zywu on the
Here we go.
Alex does remove Apex. Sizzy can finish off Zywu. Track from Robs. 1v1. You need this. You need it, and you'll take it. Does he have the kit just in time? Alex with a 5-7 gives Bait something to work with. 4 rounds versus Vitality's 8. It's looking like it's going one way, but Bait delaying the inevitable. 3 of the last 4 going their way.
Corner.
I flash above, careful.
Up short.
Up mid, dead. Be rotation player. Go pit if you can. I have a kill on short, I think. Up short. I him. Let's be ready to go. Let's be ready to go long. Yeah. Oh, but that's short. Can you
I'm on the call.
I smoke CT. I flash as well, touch. And up mid. Boom. CT.
And some goose. Take it.
Nice.
Sick.
It was 7-1, but Bait have managed to wrestle 4 as we've swapped sides. Second map of this one, loser goes home, winner off to the playoffs, and they're running straight up middle.
Yeah.
Look at this, Flames is so aggressive. He's going to be punished. Sizzy, an opportunity for more, unable to do so. Ken Scizor puts 2 on the floor.
Oh, looks like we're going to split pistols again, unless Zywo and Apex can win a 2v4.
It's not out of the realms of possibility, is it?
The bomb's been picked up now by Kenzor over towards suicide.
He's got a full belt. This surely lines up for a nice finish.
The only way I see you losing this if you allow it to be picked off one at a time. If you just group up and trade out, you win. So MPL, make sure nobody can push short. Alex has the mid-door rotation. Zywo and Apex are both over towards A, so gambling incorrectly in this one. And they will group up. So, you know, they don't... Alex is lining it... Sorry, Kenzor is lining up the door smoke.
Does the Vitality approach on this pistol read like overconfidence to you? Like a team that just wants to get it done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine.
Of course.
It just means that by operating in the way they did, the game is going to be extended. So it will be 8-5. Zywo and Apex, if they can hold on to the Kevlar, they can turn this into Famises in the next round. Earlier today against FaZe, they both bought scouts in one of their force buy rounds, and they honestly managed to have a flawless force. It was quite wild.
Wow.
You don't see that every day of the week.
You don't. Especially with the scouts.
All right, well, we're splitting the pistols again. This time it's the T sides that picked up those. Unfortunately, for Bade in the last map, it was Sizzy who clutched one out. He had a great performance. If you are just joining us, you missed a quick Mirage, but one that I think if you're going to go and watch it from Sizzy's perspective.
Yes.
Just a lot of fun to see the kid having some impact. Sure, it didn't really account for a lot of rounds, but it was still fun to watch.
I feel like, you know, for every Bait game we've cast, often there's a Mirage and often Sizzy's at the top of the tables on that map.
Or the one that stands out is, I think, why you referenced Kenzi's, or he was just very explosive around, like, jumping from Tetris over towards the stairs and playing up through connector and getting multi-kills. Okay, so Zywo has gone to Famus. Apex has decided to upgrade into head armor 5-7 with util. But Mezzy's the one on the scout this time. So they are pressuring long with the corner smoke and flashes, but Flamesy's played ahead of this, so they know they have the long control. This is actually huge. So to be able to grab that early, your next thing you worry about in this is a pop through. And as util starts to don the rest of the map, they can start to signify, okay, it's not going to be a long pop. Just going to be this default spread. Oh, Mezzy, an opportunity to hit a tag. They don't have short control just yet. They're about to work on an R-bait, so they've mollied back short. Flamesy will park behind it. Zawu's there to set him up with a flash. Flamesy will be forced off by the deep Molotov. So now 4 of them congregate over towards short, and, well, Vitality have gambled for a B play. The biggest issue I see right now is Flamesy and Zawu not having any smokes to stall this. I don't know how they're meant to defend against this A execute with all 5.
All right. I mean, Zawu's FAMAS. Certainly.
Well, can't be doing that.
Oh, he's dead. Sizzy finds him. Flamesy overlooked on the goose fine. Nice double kill from him before MPL does trade.
Well, now you can give it a look, right? I think that at this point you can definitely jump up and try and contest. Maybe you catch somebody sleeping and you still give it a go, but 40 seconds on the clock now.
Yeah, and with no kit, you're going to have to go quickly. Just running. Oh, gunning. Oh, dear. It all comes down to MPL. He's 2 kills deep, but he's got no health. 19 points of health. A single bullet from the MAC-10 finds his head and Vitality. No pistol. No problem. And they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I think the fact that they've just run out there and put those 5-7s on display like that, instant death.
Oh,
is that the name of the water they sell?
Instant death, liquid death.
Ah, that's the one.
That would be a good sponsor.
I think that's the new name of liquid. All right, well, Bait are going to force buy back.
Oh, I mean, a very frustrating one to lose for Bait when you feel like you've kind of done the hard part. You breached the site, you've walked into the less stacked site. And you still end up getting run out by 5-7s and shredded.
Now they're going long. This time they're committing.
Okay, we got the flashes ready, primed and ready. Oh, and the headshots too. Zawu puts 2 down. Yeah, he had vision. Sizzy sticking out there, burns down to half.
So you know that there was a 3rd one indoor and that somebody was flashing. So you know where 2 of the last 3 players are. Oh. No. You're not taking that one, Flames.
I want to think Lil to be denied.
Quick reroute, though.
It is quick, you're right. Apex is going to have his work cut out from here. He's got a head-to-head duel, but with Sizzy already on 40 HP, he had to hit that headshot. He's provided it. Now, Rops and Mezzy are both on B. Does make it feel rather inevitable that they're going to collide. You'd love to be able to get them. Oh, a fight on your terms. Instead, it's Rops peeking out window, removing Kensizor. Alex showing off some parkour.
I like it.
Yeah, spots the toes of Zawu. Still costs him his life, though. Can't find Sizzy. He's disappeared. Just burrows into CT, and he's only got himself a P250. Where does AK go?
This one would be a special one, wouldn't it?
I can't
If he won this round.
How?
I can't either.
Yeah, unless it was like kind of a one-sided power cut.
He's doing hide and seek right now.
Okay, yeah, prop hunt.
And
where did his AK go?
Did he give it to Alex?
I think it's just there. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Maybe he gave it to Alex because he was low.
Good point, well made. Yeah. Chad.
I was looking at the start time of our next game and everything while that was going on. After the first 2 kills came in, I went, okay, round over. So I was starting to get busy with something else.
Flash was late though. You were absolutely bang on. I did like this move.
Yeah, and he got a kill with it. So
cool way to play around that CT smoke.
All right, now they're eco. This will be 11. What can you say about this round?
Oh, you can say that was a great Deagle headshot. That's what you can say.
Give us another one.
Alex leg shot through the door.
They've got a gun now, at least. No armor, though.
Spotted him there on the flashbang. Flamesy's hearing this. He's hearing this.
Flamesy's very low.
Yeah, but jumping up would feel like it would be a bit of an overextension.
Imagine a Vitality eco loss.
It could.
Like a proper eco loss.
Really could. So I was struggling. A whole magazine.
Oh, no, a Glock kill?
A Glock kill to Robs.
Boys, I don't think I've ever seen this.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Mezzy catches Alex on the long side. MPL, however, with his M4 pivot, they can run B. Essential and MPL are running in towards the B bomb site in a 2-on-2. And look at the health on Flamesy and Mezzy.
There's a smoke for doors. They can get in. The bomb will get planted. They have a very good shot at winning this.
An eco win versus Vitality would be an incredible achievement.
Are they going to try and milk as much out of this smoke as they can? Okay, well, could have definitely been thrown deeper. Are they saving? Are they saving? He's picking up the AWP. I think they're saving.
I think you're right.
I'm sure it has happened, But I can't remember when I've seen Vitality lose a proper eco.
A proper eco.
That was just one deagle.
Yes.
All right, sign of the times.
Any ramifications? We'll see. We'll see.
Well, Apex is going to be pissed.
That is one guaranteed ramification. Good point.
Well, he is the one who gave away the opening kill.
I'm looking at the mini-map, yeah.
So if you're going to be remiss, maybe at yourself, I can't believe they just want a flipping eco. All right, well, they're going to manage this one. Zywo gets back the AWP.
What a...
Yeah, but, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just, you know, we were speccing him, that's all. So the internet's going to love that one.
Double AWPs. So still pretty heavy on the investment. I can't believe they lost that.
Ooh, let's go.
There goes one of the AWPs.
On the cross.
Get back in it. Let's go.
That's cheeky.
Oh, only tagged him.
Yeah, doesn't find the kill he needed.
Okay, so Sizzy, sure, he's the walking wounded. His biggest enemy is going to be a nade.
It's rare to see Apex on the AWP. You know, he's a scout, sure. Guy can use the scope rifle, but rare he gets the opportunity on the AWP. Only when Rops has given up an opening death, which, as you can imagine, is quite a rarity.
Another one of those, well placed.
Bonk, 35 for Kensis, or Alex chipped away at as well. Softened up for the M4 headshot potential of Mezzi.
They're selling A, essentially. Like, Zywo just watches long, and they're giving them short control. Flames is thinking he's going to get some sound cues before they make it into A. And they also know nameplate Counter-Strike Rops is dead, so there's a likelihood that Bait want to hit what they believe should be the under-fortified site.
Such a half-hearted one.
Yeah, exactly. And there's nobody there to actually catch that. Flames will be mollied out of position here. Oh, they missed the molly completely.
Still, though, he does give up the sound cue, backs away.
Crisscross.
Apex trying to catch him. Oof, HE explodes in his
looking clunky,
He's going to get caught. Yeah, it's clunky indeed. Overlooked his Flames.
Mezzi needs a multi.
Yeah, he's going to need more than a multi. He's going to need the whole squad. Double from Mezzi. Sprays down for 2. Flamesy arrives in time for that third. Essential traded out, and now Sizzy doesn't have the health for this clutch. He's got 20 seconds. Flash lands. Flamesy playing the clock. He knows it's in their favor.
Just wait till he starts to plant, run him down.
That's exactly what they're going to do. Goes for it. Incendiary thrown. He's safe for it, but backs up into Zywo. So Vitality will take it. Mezzi does very well, considering the absence of Rops. He had to do extra heavy lifting.
Yeah, now silly Apex look there as well.
Yeah.
Just getting stuck on the corner of the wall and then pathing through the smoke and going down. But great job from Mezzi, right? This smoke in the choke point really snuffing any chance they had. So you win an eco, you don't break Vitality, and then you drop that one. So immediately reset. Bait will buy in again. MPL is going to use the AWP to go for a long pick. So this is one way to try and manufacture an opening.
Can have company. Apex on that corner. And down. MPL, while fully blind, he actually gets a collateral. You're right, Flamesy catches one through the shot onto Apex. Opening kill. As far as the checklist goes for posting a 7th, that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
They've started down a man in almost every single round in this half, have Vitality. There's only one round they've actually been able to find the opening. Otherwise, it's...
They've still managed to win 3.
Yeah. So it's not always the win condition for Bait, or the loss condition for Vitality.
I mean, once again, they have just put Zywo on an island.
So, Matt, you haven't actually got your expectation of frags this game, so we're going to let you 1v5.
Yeah, essentially. Here they come.
We will get there in time to at least take a shot or two.
Entire squad from Bait versus Zywo. Turns the flashes, can't hit the shot. Alex can.
Save.
That's round.
It's just tedious, I think, for Vitality now. And those frustrations, they're not there at the moment, but again, if they continue to make dents and the game extends longer than it should do, that eco loss and these opening deaths for Apex.
Yeah.
He's given away 5 opening deaths so far.
50% of his deaths been in the opening department. Here's one of them. Collateral damage as well. Very well played by MPL.
Flames is having what I would think, just based off his stats, has been the best map of the tournament so far. And they get to keep all 5 alive. They now have double ops on the T side. They've been able to scavenge an M4, so all in all, they keep on cooking.
And you're right, though. That's where the frustrations will start to bubble to the surface, is when, you know, we've all been there. When you kind of already considered the game over. You already started thinking about, like, oh, what are we going to do next? You want to play another one? Yeah, I could do one more.
I've done it before. Like, there's a match I played against, this was just a Perth team.
Yeah.
And we had such a huge lead, so I just kept calling fast tops on Nuke, and we ended up, I think we lost in overtime.
Yeah, because then you start having that conversation like, okay, maybe we should do something now. Like, oh, okay, we should take this seriously, guys, lock in. And suddenly you're in OT. Not out of the realms of possibility. I do find that Avant-Garde double AWP kicking up of Zywoo's corpse.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You pick it up, you're going to have to use it, so let's see.
How are you going to utilize it? Look at this setup as well. This is a little unusual. Flamesy forward position with Zywoo. Mezzy trying to keep attention drawn on the jump up. Alex gets a jump scare.
Yeah, you don't just want to swing into that either. That line, right, that we've really seen come, it's quite popular now, playing 2 players. I think Falcon's one of the first teams to start doing that. Right, that little cubby where the shutter door is. I see a Nico there. So this time they do get the opening kill. Now it's about putting it in. So Rops and Mezzy have a very up-close and personal B-ton of crossfire. They're not really worried about the mid to B at the moment at all.
You lurk out of that smoke at your own risk. And then as it fades, Rops will tuck in. Mezzy going to be spotting with a grenade in his hands.
We didn't see it?
Nope, he didn't. Doesn't matter if Rops can clean house. And clean he shall.
Yeah, Sizzy was meant to hold the rotation. Now it's the last man standing. Flames deals with him, and there's 12. So this one has been casual. There's been some entertaining moments, sure, but Vitality will not be ending their playoff streak here today. The top 4, that's up for conversation once we do get to Friday. And another Dust 2 win to the tally. Oh, looks like Xtaz's mic is not working. Does he even...
He's had some trouble with his mic.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the first time. Does he even really matter too much?
Probably not. Maybe just out of principle.
Yeah.
Maybe just principle of wanting to have his 30 seconds
and
as
the teams be like, why is not the boss man not saying anything?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I see the angle.
We all like validation.
Yeah. Like, tell us we're about to win, please.
All right, 1 Galil, 3 AKs, and a scout, a smattering of util, and Bates run here at IEM Atlanta.
Coming to a close.
Yeah, then both these teams, remember, when we started off today, had something in common. Both lost to Bet Boom.
Nice tag from Sizzy to start. Mezzy limping.
Longo.
PL straight out. Flamesy on the corner. Missed long corner smoke. Flamesy will swing in, and Alex tracks his head perfectly. Opening kill. Apex down as well. Couldn't find the response. So I was committed to the car position as well here. An opportunity for Sizzy to just pluck his head on the uncrouch with that scout. He's actually been equipped now with the AK-47. Alex on the low HP. Sizzy down. Zywoo strings together too, and it does see the scout connect. Zywoo 4 HP.
And he's out.
That's so brutal. The fact he gets away. They're fully committed to long. Mezzy's been summoned. Zywoo's going to look in. That's an overextension. God damn.
Okay, just trying to close it.
They really want it done, don't they?
Mezzy.
Oh. He's just juggling his own double HE.
I guess he was thinking maybe, oh, okay. I thought he was giving it to Robs, but yeah, he might be able to stop the plant with this.
I think that's exactly his plan, Mr. Birchall. And it's all about the timing of this and the placement of this HE. Sentior.
Nah, he's planning single, which is no good for Alex. Do they save or do they give it a go?
I think they might just give it another go here. 3rd HE. And Rob starts to make his move, using that smoke, jumping up with his Mezzy. Mantles in. Kensizor puts him down. This is winnable. Senthiel hits it. Necessary headshot found, and Bait survived the first of many.
And to the enjoyment of Sizzy, they were able to pick up his AWP, or at least Zywoo's, to give to Sizzy. So they have that to wield. It's going to be a botched buy for Vitality as this one extends. Alex getting Zywoo down with the scout there. But yeah, the long corner smoke misses. Alex gets the opener onto Flamesy. Then Apex, I can't remember the last time he had a kill. He's having a lot of deaths at the moment. He floods his lines too, and Rops has been tagged on the cross. This is not a death at least, but brought down to 26. So this game could have some more twists and turns. If Bait win this, they can get to double digits, Alex. We're in the hot water now. We're in the deep end. We're at the business point.
sweet HE actually connecting to 2. Hoping for one of these stray bullets through the smoke to connect. His Mezzy just spamming away on that scout. You've got Zywoo and Apex to receive on the A side.
And they know they have long, so that does make things a little bit more comfortable.
The bomb's outside B though, Chad, so is this just posturing?
Yeah, maybe they want to do one of those rounds where you drop Kenzor into CT spawn. It's hard to know, what type of weaponry is really available to Vitality considering the loss bonus in these string of rounds. Flamesy pushes into long doors. He secures that more so. Zywoo cheats over to try and catch somebody in transition.
Well, he does get the fight, but doesn't hit the shot. NPL.
Now the bomb's joined, and they are heading towards short.
Ooh, yeah. Flamesy pushing long on what could be the most perfect of timings. They just looked away.
Is that... Okay, they must know now with the short Yuto coming in. It has to be this A play. Look at all the flashes lined up. Everyone with them in the hands.
Going to be chucking them in. Apex and Zywoo going to be on the receiving end of that. Scout, counter flash. Apex onto Kenzor.
They're in the M4.
Solid. Here comes that Deagle. Can't track him. Good headshot back. Need the rifle. Zywoo picks up the M4, trying to put it to good use and puts it to 1. Alex goes down, but still loses Mezzy. He needs to do it all here. Another one to Essential. Swaps out to the scout.
Gun game.
Another one. Gun game indeed. It comes down to a 1-on-1. And don't forget Sizzy. He's been able to clutch up on the first map. Now jumps up. Rob's going to call the bluff on CT. Just calls
That's the plan now.
Now starts his crawl. Can he mantle up in time? Sizzy spots it. Oh! Not the jump in 5-7 for the conclusion. Vitality not missing this playoff. They had a slip up, but they do recover. It's Bait sent home at the hands of Vitality.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one there for Bait. In the opening round, they took on BetBoom. They ended up losing 2-1 in that one with an overtime. There was some close maps. They trundled through the lower bracket, eliminating Simple in BCG. They took on Foot earlier today, sent them packing 2-0. But the final boss, Vitality, a team they wouldn't have been expecting to meet down here, is too much to handle. It was a casual day at the office for Vitality. Sure, a bit of a struggle against FaZe on map number 1, but from that point onwards, it did look like a waltz in the Centennial Park here in Atlanta. They are going to book themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. We've got a seeding match raging on now between BetBoom and Pain, and coming up later on the B stream, Na'Vi versus Legacy for more of the same, but we'll be bringing Astralis versus GamerLegion at 7 p.m. sharp local for that final spot in the playoffs. But for Bait, up next is CAC. And look, it's great to see more of Sizzy. Well, we're going to throw this one to the desk.
Yeah, unfortunately, the end of the road for Bait, but we all knew it was inevitably going to happen. Vitality making the lower bracket run, taking the scenic route to the playoffs. Congratulations, Flamesy. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Is it weird having to play 2 games in one day? You haven't had to do it for quite some time.
Yeah, last time was Chengdu. It's a bit weird, but the games were, other than Nuke against FaZe, were quite smooth. So it wasn't, for me, it doesn't feel like such a long day.
Was it just a way to get more reps after you had this small break?
I was thinking about it, that after the first map against them, maybe it's actually a positive thing that we just have more maps and we kind of get to play more and warm up and kind of gain form while playing. And it could be a good thing down the line, yeah.
It's not a secret that you haven't practiced as much as you probably like for this tournament. Can you feel that in the game, that you get to play more and more maps now and you get more into the groove the more you play?
Yeah, we're getting the communication is getting a lot better. I mean, obviously this side we lost a lot of entries, but I think it's. The communication is a bit rough on the beginning of the tournament. Now it's a bit more like there is a kind of a ping pong, like someone says something, someone repeats to him instantly. And there is a bit more form, like people are headshotting a bit more. I think with every game we're getting better. And oh nice, 2 Grand Slam champion, yeah. But it's getting better with every game, definitely. And it's gonna be nice to play quarterfinals instead for the playoffs instead of the semis, I think, because it's a bit more warm up again for the stage.
I'm curious, because that's been a big point of conversation between us, but also the community, the fact that you haven't practiced too much. Is that the first thing that goes away? Is that the communication, or is it also the feeling on the server? Or how do you feel it?
I think it's everything. Like you're sloppy with your aim. Like your aim is not that good, and then you're not that confident, and then confidence takes down the communication a bit down because you're scared to make plays, to propose ideas, because you're less like you're less sharp, and then it all gets together. But I think the first thing is like the headshots are a bit missing, and then you kind of realize it in like we haven't played so many maps for so long, so it's tough to kind of click into the game.
What's with the pillow? That's new.
ESL wouldn't want me to talk about it, so I'll keep my mouth.
I do want to ask about your Nuke? Because obviously when we see a even slight issue from Vitality, we have to talk about it. You give us nothing else to talk about. How does it feel from your perspective? Is there anything to kind of read into there, or is it just a case of you guys coming out of it a little bit?
Well, I think against FaZe specifically, their team side on Nuke is quite strong, so that's why it was a bit back and forth on our city. And then RT, big positives, we won more than 2 rounds today. It's been a challenge for a while. So I think it's a bit tough, obviously, because Nuke is such a tactical map, and if you're not really sharp on your communication, we haven't, like, to some extent, we have nothing prepped for this event, right? So we have nothing new, we have all the same things cycled, and some may say it's like a month behind, because we, you know, like it was before Rio, we prepped. So we won Fort Worth on the engine of Rio, and now the engine goes rusty a bit, but let's see, because we have day off tomorrow, and I do believe that Dan and like the coaching staff has a lot of experience, that sometimes we had a shit map in an event, and by a day difference and not even practicing it, we became really good at that map, because just, you know, a few more ideas, a bit more like if you do that, I'll do that, and it clicks like it was nothing before.
Okay, that's really interesting. Just because you've obviously been on teams prior to Vitality where you were just, obviously I'm not saying you're not grinding on Vitality, you very much are, but it feels like you've deserved these breaks, right? You're one of the few teams that have actually afforded yourself this time. Does it feel like a luxury to you to actually be able to do this and still consistently make playoffs?
It's very, you know, it's crazy to think about it, because we haven't practiced for a fucking long time, and we somehow reach the playoffs and obviously we want to make semis as well, so that's a thing. But I think the team is just really solid on the energy department, on just like being stubborn on not losing, and I think that's what gives us an edge whenever we play against like maybe lower level teams, or not necessarily, but just another team has an advantage on us, or the game gets really close. We know what we are capable of, and we kind of click onto our A game or big game even, and you know, it's in most cases enough. And in Atlanta maybe there's not the best pool of teams, but in the end, you know, the playoffs is going to be very similar to Fort Worth, I think. So there is going to be competitive teams. Obviously, if you put us in Astana right now, I don't know what to I wouldn't know what we will be capable of, but I think it's also good for us to kind of refresh the playbook, play against different teams a bit, have a different kind of prep, especially when you don't have practice and it's kind of rusty from before.
Just slightly curious as well, you mentioned Astana. This is like the first time we've had 2 events really overlapping where teams have managed to split. Just like personally, are you keeping an eye on any of the results over there as well?
Because the time zone is just when we go sleep, the games start, and then they end when we wake up. So it's I assume for you guys it's not that fun as well. So it's just not fun to. I mean, there is so many good games, but you cannot watch any of them. So, but it's super cool. Sometimes I go into HLTV and I'm like, oh, you know, Spirit are playing someone, and then I realize it's a different event. And but I think it's super cool to have those 2 events running at the same time. Maybe it could have been cool if it was a bit more mixed, because I think, like, well, GamerLegion and Astralis are playing good, but us and Navi here, it would be nice maybe a bit, you know, give us Falcons with Carrigan a bit to try him out.
Yeah, what do you make of that, by the way?
I think, I think Carrigan is a big name IGL, obviously, so you never know how it's gonna click into any roster. It can be really good, and it could be tough for them. But I'm not sure. Like, I think they will need a lot of time, kind of, because it's a new IGL. It's not a new player coming in. So even if they do good now, or even if they do really bad, I'm not gonna take it as like a granted that that's gonna be their form. Maybe for the rest of the season they might play similar level to that. But I think the main thing is next season you will see what they're capable of, and if they're capable of you know, of really being like the new team.
Well, you made this one very quick for us, Flames. We've got 40 minutes till the next game starts. Can you give us your thoughts on the... we're going to be covering GamerLegion Astralis. That's a qualifying one. Yeah. Navi, Legacy, that's for semis.
You play the loser of that.
You do.
We play the loser of Legacy Navi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it could be cool. I mean, Legacy last I think last time we played against them, they beat us in the major in Austin. They broke our record.
Last time, let's see.
I think so. Oh.
I'll double check.
But man, Navi, I think Navi are playing good. They obviously bootcamped here, so they have no excuse if they lose.
You said you have a day off tomorrow. Are you just gonna take the entire day off, or are you gonna?
No, I mean day off is not official. You know, it's crazy, but when. Like, we're so fortunate to have this problem, but every tournament you have a long run, you kind of get to play all the games in the season sometimes, and it's kind of tough, you know, to maintain. Yeah. So every time we have a day without official, it's a day off, you know. Even if we have 4 practices, it's a bit of a chill day. A chiller day, obviously.
Okay.
You played him at Bounty. That was online, though.
Bounty?
So,
Yeah,
different field.
Who played good? Let's see if Robs played good online. Oh, sorry, with me. Online team.
And GamerLegion, Astralis. Who do you think's going through out of this?
GamerLegion, Astralis. Well, it's a tough one, but I think Astralis are the better team. But I think GamerLegion, I think Snax is playing out of his mind. Like he's playing so good, and individually he's headshotting a lot. So I think it comes up to who is more in form. I think with the headshots in this game. But I think they played last time again in Fort Worth, no? And they and then they played against us, GamerLegion. I think this time it's gonna be like a similar, like a close match, and whoever gets more headshots wins. It's basically every game is like that, but I think this game, I don't know. I haven't looked into those two teams for a while.
That's fair enough. You've had a lot to prepare for today. Thank you, Flamesy. Congratulations. I'll let you get on your way, and yeah, we'll be seeing you in the quarterfinals.
Bye-bye.
Excellent stuff from Flamesy, as always. The hard-hitting analysis is coming for your job, gentlemen. Yeah, obviously breathing a sigh of relief, making sure that Vitality make it through to the quarterfinals. Sadly, for Bait, that does mean the end of the line, so let's get a few closing thoughts from them.
So I'm stood here with Alex. I'm sorry to say you've lost here at Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. I do think coming into this tournament, there would have been some uncertain expectations for your team coming in because of the changes you guys have gone through. You had some very impressive results, however. You know, even if the BetBoom loss maybe can sting, you play against a Vitality that probably shouldn't be in the lower bracket. How do you feel coming out of this tournament? Do you feel like there's been progress?
Yeah, for sure. We was training for a long time after the Rio, and I think we came here with a good form of our team. But we was playing with some good teams like BetBoom. They won Vitality, so they're in good shape. And it's hard to say. We was playing in lower bracket versus Vitality, so it's unlucky opponent for us because we're, I think, in a good shape also, but this team is much better right now than us. So
your season still continues. You know, Atlanta may not be the result you want, but you next up have CAC. There is a bit of a break, but it is a long way to travel. What's the schedule looking for you guys now?
Yeah, we're traveling tomorrow to China. I'm so tilted because I need to fly 16 or 17 hours. So, but yeah, I think we're still in good shape, and next tournament will be there will be less good opponents than here, and I think we maybe gonna show some good results there. But who knows? It's best of one at first game.
Coming into this tournament, you know, you wanted to show progress. You wanted to meet expectations of your practices. For CAC as well, is this, I mean, you're building into the Cologne Major, that's the target, right?
Yeah, the main tournament is the Major. We was, I think, always was showing good results on Major, so this is the main focus for us, but these tournaments are also very important because at least we wanted to reach playoff at some tier 1 tournament, but for now we're playing versus Vitality when we're in good shape, so it's unlucky.
Well, thank you so much for your time. This is Bait being eliminated. It's Vitality advancing here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta into the playoffs. Now, don't go anywhere. There is going to be another playoff spot up for grabs. Astralis and GamerLegion will be coming up after the break.
Yeah, it feels like a cruel twist of fate almost, because Bait, we've seen flares of hope. Jacob, you have something you want to share with us?
Can I say something? Because I respected it. It's always tough to do a loser's interview, and he speaks about, them moving in the right direction, being in a great shape, and I get the sentiment that, we're playing Vitality, unlucky for us, and that is a bit tilting, but
it's true, though.
There's also a world where you could have not lost to BetBoom, and maybe you wouldn't have been in this position, and that's, in your own hands still, so as much as I buy it in isolation for this game, yeah, they're never going to win this, but still, if you're in such a great shape, then beat BetBoom, playing with a stand, and then you would have been in a different position.
I don't know. I don't know whether I like that take.
Why not?
You would have played Vitality then in the upper bracket game.
Yeah, and also nobody anticipated Vitality making it to the lower bracket anyway. This is literally
you're making it sound like it's
unforeseen.
out of your own hands, and if you're in such a great shape, then again, a team like BetBoom,
but no one can beat Vitality.
Just don't lose.
The point.
Just don't lose, Freya.
Just
That's
never
all you
lose,
need to do.
Bro. It's
just,
so
just
true.
win and you
I don't have the grind set, clearly. But yeah, Bait moving forward. As Alex said, kind of tilted about the travel. I think I would be too. You got 17 hours to reflect depend upon that loss and then bam, straight into another tournament. Feels bad, man.
They did look better though at this tournament. You know, I think it's been the
Exactly.
conversation for Bait for quite some time. They haven't really found a footing in 26. The roster changes, you name it. This tournament, Sissy was the first time I feel like he for real broke through. He had a great game against Vitality, great on Mirage. You know, even on Dust 2, tried to find a lot of impact with a lot of opening kills. So I think there's positive to spot with him, Bait, and yeah, maybe you have 17 hours to remind yourself that hey, we are still in a great shape. And as you said, the field of teams at CSC is going to be easier.
And that we should have beaten BetBoom, just as Jacob said. That's exactly what they'll be thinking about. Obviously, stage 1 at the major, though. Yumi was talking a little bit about it. That's obviously the goal for everybody. How do you think they rank amongst the teams that are going to be entering stage 1? Are they in the upper echelon or middle?
Probably in the upper half towards the middle. You know, I think for them it's just going to be how they perform, right? If they play on a good level for what they're capable of, I think they can definitely progress into stage 2. But, you know, if they have a bad opening and lose the 2 best of ones, then it can be really hard to climb out of that hole.
Just a little note on the B-Stream side of things. You don't want any spoilers. You got 3 seconds from now to be muting me. BetBoom versus Pain, obviously seeding matchup. It's 1-1 over there right now. Any takers in terms of who you think is going to be making it? A surprise to see both of these teams in that position, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But as I see, Anubis is the third map, and that's where BetBoom beat Vitality. So let's just say BetBoom.
Yeah, BetBoom, you co-signing that?
I'll say Pain just for the fun of it, you know, and see who goes through. It's a big game, you know, semi-final spot up for the grabs for both of them. That's a massive W.
The points, think of the points.
Think of the points. Yeah. You know what? I've got an even bigger game for you guys. The final game of the day on the A-Stream side of things for the final spot, rather, in the playoffs. That's me going down between GamerLegion and Astralis after this short break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull up his decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Using 6 decimal places on a mouse sensitivity console command. Now, I think there's 2 types of people that could do something like that.
Someone with a special connection with Valve? Or a dev themselves?
I think it was definitely a high impact one. Yeah, this interrogation scene it had some impact on the culture of CS for sure. It was a really good one. Sponge, some incredible acting, really liked that. But I mean, all the players, they did good as well. And yeah, they had to interrogate me, the developer, I guess, so it was fun. How it works is you just kind of do it. Yeah, if they come to you with an idea, I mean, 99% of the times it's gonna be good. I don't think it's ever been a bad idea, which I've been approached with. They've done it for multiple years now. Like all of the results of the skits, they've been amazing. The whole community always enjoys them, and people always want to see more. So great to take part of it. Yeah, you get to create some funny memories, some good memories, because stuff happens in the game, like CS2 release date or whatever, or what we did with the interrogation, and it kind of puts it in the archives that okay, it actually had some sort of impact. People, made fun of it. People made sort of a culture around it, and I think that's the part of skits that really it does create some history with CS as well.
You've played the beta, I presume?
Of course. Who hasn't?
Many have been denied access, my son.
May the Lord save their souls. Yeah, watching the Cologne skit, obviously the church vibe, confessing, typical Cologne. when you're doing the skit, you're doing it all by yourself. The person who you're having a conversation with is not actually with you. Like, you're doing it at different times, and the end result, they just edit it together, so it seems like, you know, you're in the same place, but in reality you're not. So I guess that's the tough part. Yeah, props to ESL. I mean, they did a really good job in just setting it up, and I think the script they have is always fantastic. I think that helps really well. They have really good scripts. I mean, they produce it way before, and I think that's probably the biggest part that actually helps create a good skit.
Hold on, Rob's at the back.
Yeah, you're the lurker, right? That's kind of how it would go down.
Yeah, but there's lurkers and then there's lurkers. It makes the most sense if he's at the back.
I was in the room with talent here for sure. I think I was with them. I can't remember 100%. In this specific one, it was more of like a round table, and they just switched the players around. We were having a conversation, I guess, in the skit, like it looked like in the end result. This one was really fun. I remember I wasn't sure what we're gonna do when they approached us with this. Maybe this is one of the first times like we did a skit where like we're in the actual booth where we play, and I hadn't done that before. So it was really interesting what the result was gonna be like. But as we heard what the idea was and what the script was, I think we already knew that whatever how we're gonna act or whatever we do is gonna turn out really good, because the script was that good and the idea was perfect.
Hey, chill. One eco and we win, okay? What do you mean eco? Just run around. Oh.
Bro think he's Professor X.
What the fuck?
I think all the jokes, they're very fitting. I mean, obviously Apex, they're just like clowning around with our coach Remy. I think it's the perfect encapsulation how the team environment really is. You know, Apex is really that kind of guy who can be a clown. He can be serious, a tough guy. Like, he can be anything. And then everyone else, I think we're just a good group of people who really want to win. But I think we have a nice relationship.
At least I was locked in.
Obviously, I play old school RuneScape. Zywo does not. Just a fun fact, so people understand the perspective. So when I heard that they're gonna put or act like Zywo's playing OSRS as the match going, I found it really funny. And that, I mean, as an OSRS player, that was close to me as well. So I tried my best to make sure I was acting well, and people who pay attention, I think they would really enjoy that one. And that's what I enjoyed. I really enjoyed the small details and like paying attention to that, like doing the acting for all the small bits. And I think everyone really paid attention to that as well. And that's why it turned out so good, and that's why I really enjoyed it. I think it's like every second of it, I think there's something happening in the skit that's either funny or like there's like some idea behind it, and yeah.
Don't move! Don't move! Chad. My name is Sponge! And this one is loaded. I can tell by its weight.
I see. And that's your firearm, Birchill? You're sure?
My initials are on this side. There's a dent in the barrel from where Existence shot at me. You're not gonna fuck with me this time, Doctor!
Then blast away, because that's the only way you're gonna get to live this lie. Your aim, Chad, has always been dog shit.
My aim? What have you done to my goddamn aim?
It's dog shit, Chad. We're telling you the truth. Your gameplay was mid, bottom fragging, suicidal. Your rating sank, but you blamed away. Ignored what everyone told you. You moved to Europe and purposely set HTTP databases on fire, but they recovered the statistics.
You're lying! I'm absolutely cracked! I'm absolutely cracked!
Chad, your stats! Your stats, Chad! Katowice, 2014. Cologne, 2014.
What about Cluj?
Ah, yes. Farming Devil Walk, well done.
Where's the Titan game?
Congratulations, Chad. I heard the Titan game went very well.
These individuals for Renegades have shown up today. They're outplaying many of the Titan players.
Vox Eminor will get 16-1, and they will be going home with that map haunting them.
I'm so sorry, baby. Don't listen to them. Their CS knowledge is just not that deep. They've cherry-picked the negatives. You didn't have as much space in your roles. They need to talk shit to stay relevant. Just like that other ugly hater.
We're thinking all the way back, he wasn't as implicated on Nuke, did just fine. If we're thinking back to Dust 2, VSM was a little bit of the weak point here. Look at the health bars. Nobody's died just yet, but we got 3 players who are gushed. They could not be feeling great about this one. Now the collapse on B. There are 3 players here, but 2 of these players gushed up. Can they hold strong? No, absolutely not. Vaporize the defense. Magnujez just a hammer to smash open this site. And as the bomb gets planted, Pain are looking to save what little they still have.
I mean, that one just slowly got away from Pain right there with every headshot connected across the map. All over the place there. VSM gets dinged down towards B. Can't even start the conversation for a rotate. Maybe can't even have the conversation for a save at this point. Smoking towards camera. Going to be disrespected by Siren. And he's going to rip away another kill. And Big U has nothing to really hold on to other than trying to collect some cash. He'll get dropped as well. Batboom just as they drew up right there. Do all the damage in the early round, then explode on B.
That's gonna be nice as well, right? To get Magnujez going early on. He's been the guy for them lately, but in this series, hasn't been as much of the main character. Right? We've seen Zorta have a lot of impact. We saw Flamus have some really big moments over towards Nuke. Haven't necessarily gotten a Magnujez takeover just yet. So if it was going to happen for them, that would be a big lift for BetBoom.
Yeah, had a slow start to Dust 2, got a little bit more implicated later down the line. But as you said, him getting kicked off here early on Anubis, with how much setup they like to give him, is going to be important. But speaking of setup here, it's Siren with the opening flash play there and the finish on the kill. And this Force by not starting off all that well here. They've got a stacking towards middle, but an execute in towards A. They're just sending in Siren as a probe to see if there's any presence, and there's only good news for BetBoom right now. They've got a smoke for camera and full control of the site.
It's almost like they don't believe it. They don't quite believe how little presence there is here. They're very suspicious, paranoid, as they should be.
Almost just up to some sneaky business right now here, trying to collect on any freebies. And nothing for free right there. Pieria gonna find himself an AK. Nice headshot there.
That's the problem with making moves totally isolated away from your team in this kind of a round, is you've now just given them a better gun than they would have otherwise had, and they're going shopping. Upgrades galore for Pain right now. Some money made off those SMG kills as well. They are having a field day.
That's just great work right there from Pain. Best way to lose a round. Find yourself a couple of upgrades. You're going to end up actually having a purchase in this one, actually. You know, what you would expect to be a 3rd round buy, or a 4th round buy, rather, is going to come through now. They've saved 3 guns, picked up money off the MP9s. That is everything you could ask for. One great flashbang from Pierre that was picked up off of Flamus as well.
Interesting, they actually do decide to still save. They don't chase this. They're gonna play discipline.
I can't blame them for wanting to get a safe op out after what he just provided them on Nuke.
Yeah. This is the diligent play. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like this is a very justifiable chase. Like, you just had to drop 1 M4 over VSM, and you would have had virtually a full buy here. But they'll make the determination that they want that op. They want to keep it on schedule. Maybe they feel they can win with this. And they do have the smokes to potentially stall some players out. Get those choke points going when the first one gets deployed. Onto A main, and Batboom certainly know after the damage that was done, they should be expecting a lot more resistance than they would have otherwise expected.
Ooh.
Nice swing from Pyria. That is the AK, though. That's the biggest of the guns. Now committing to B main. Not going to be retrievable immediately.
Yeah, good information there from Boomich to go and check that flank. Otherwise, it could have gone wrong quickly. So he goes and identifies that there is a bit of aggression going through B main and that they don't get flanked towards middle, but what ground do you have? You've just given over canals. You're setting up for a B play. And the big problem now for the defense on the other end of the stick is that they don't have any counter utility to disrupt. So you get a good execute going, you get your smokes down. One good flashbang can queue you up for success. Stowe just trying to jiggle here on the spot. MagnoJest inching his way around the corner. Timing's a little bit awkward for him, but there comes that utility. Support looking to be cut off, and Big U standing up close and personal with that MP9 just chips away at the damage, but the AKs reign supreme. And the bomb plant going to come down.
Well, the exits worked out well last time. This time, maybe not so much. I mean, saving something through would be nice, but the end result is that Batboom are going to have this 3-0. I think they are perfectly happy with how it started, and as we well know, as many teams well know, as everybody in the Counter-Strike world well knows, it's very hard to get a CT side on Anubis going.
No
Go
question
Boom.
about that.
So they're going to have the AWP, presumably here. They're going to have quite a bit to work with. It's all about the aggression on CT Anubis, right? It's all about how are you going to try and take space. We saw Pyria trying to in the last round to not so much success. Where does the move come through this time around for Pain?
Have to see what they have in store. VSM buying into a all grade now. Playing over towards that A side, backed up with a couple of scopes on A.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
One more place in the playoffs, but two teams who are battling for it. In one corner, we have GamerLegion, with Rez currently leading the charge in terms of impact. That is exactly what GamerLegion need if they want a repeat of Rivals, because they were the exact team to put an end to Astralis' campaign in Fort Worth. Jacob, there is nothing quite like a revenge match for a spot in the playoffs.
No, I think that gives a bit of extra spice to this game. Obviously, if you're Astralis, you got an extra source of motivation in order to get this done. But for both teams, it's super, super important to win this game and book a spot into the playoff. I think they're following the same storyline at the moment. Two teams who, for a long, long time, have been, you know, a bit up and down. Astralis more so than GamerLegion, but as of recently are trending upwards. As of recently is getting better, and as of recently is seemingly, you know, heading into the major in a shape where they are one of the favorites to make it into stage 2. So I think in that notion and in that regard, obviously for Astralis, they've been having a lot of success compared to where they were expected to be at. Spoke to Worker coming into this tournament as well, where he said he expected them to maybe use 5 or 6 months to be in the position they're in now. And as for GamerLegion, I think they've been slept on, as you said as well, Yanko. They're a pretty decent team. Still have a great amount of pieces to work with in PR, in Res, in Hypix, who's stepping up as well now. So I think it's two teams who would be disappointed not to make the playoff, considering where they're at in their development.
Yeah, I mean, for GamerLegion, just from the fact they haven't attended this many Tier 1 tournaments, right? But they got the job done in making it into the major, and these matchups are always a bit different, right? Second game of the day, you already had to play earlier. You didn't even know if you're going to be at this point, you know, fighting for a spot in the playoffs. And even though the game is scheduled at what, 2 p.m., you know, you have to wake up at 10 the latest to, you know, get up to your senses, go through prep for that particular game, come to the venue, warm up, and then in between, you know, just by the time you get to the hotel, there's not really much time to decompress. Usually you just have the players chill a little bit, you know, and rest, and the coaching staff does the work where they start preparing for the next opponent.
I guess that's where you're kind of fortunate. At least you can walk back to the hotel here for a little bit, but it depends on how fast the other series goes, of course. We were talking about it in the Liquid matchup of GamerLegions earlier, the fact that you felt like they had a decent amount of preparation, some reads on this team. That, I mean, is that going to spell a problem when, as you're saying, you don't have that much time to be prepping for this opponent?
No, because fortunately they played recently. So you did a ton of prep for the game at Rivals. Not much has changed really since then. And I think you also, if you talk about the Rivals game, they played in Krakow. They played in stage 1 for stage 2, right, in the final game, and it was the same exact scenario as today. Both teams had to play 2 games on that day, and it was Astralis who just absolutely dominated GamerLegion in that one. So these matches, a lot of it comes down to energy, right, and atmosphere and communication and what do you bring to the table, because it's much easier to get frustrated at this point. Well, people are a little bit more tired, there's going to be more mistakes, you aren't as prepared, you're sort of flying blind to some extent, and that's where, you know, a team that has a stronger mentality, that has better team play, really can come out on top.
Speaking of frustrations, you know, look out for Hooksy. He's been showing a lot of frustrations and emotions.
I know he's been working out, but, you know, relax with the chest slamming.
Just inspired by Nico, I guess, at that point. I'm actually curious, you know, to pick your brain a bit, Janko, from a coaching perspective, because, as you said, neither of the two teams knew that they were going to face each other in this game for certain this morning. But as you said, they also did play a week ago at Fort Worth. Is there any, you know, call pits? Is there any traps that you can fall into using prep that is a week, 2 weeks old in a specific game in Fort Worth and then reusing that here, or is it, you know, still relevant to a high degree?
Well, I wouldn't go mega into details when it comes to prep for this game, right? I would mostly focus on how is it that they like to play, right? Like for GamerLegion, we talked about it a little bit on T sides. They play with some pace. That's their preferred way of playing. So, okay, I would try to shut that down initially. I wouldn't look necessarily, oh, when they throw this smoke combination, you can expect this sort of a split. Like, there's no need to go that much into detail. And again, you don't want to overburden the players. It's already been a bit of a long day for them. So you want to enable them to play fast, right? To react, to trust their instincts, and just give them pointers as to sort of what they could expect and which way would you like them to approach the game.
I don't know whether we can already maybe bring up the maps, just because we have a lot of tape to be going off in terms of the rematch angle. Obviously, last time around, it was only Inferno and Overpass played back at Rivals. You mentioned Krakow as well. That was Overpass and Inferno as well. So it seems like they have a kind of those comfort picks coming in. Is this a moment to maybe throw a curveball?
I mean, it could be. Again, I'm not sure how much they wanted to. Maybe an Ancient pick potentially from Astralis, right? Because the picks were the same both times that they played, but in the first time around in Krakow, Ancient was the decider, and I think GamerLegion switched it last time around, where they vetoed out Ancient, and it was supposed to be Nuke as the decider, and I think Astralis wouldn't have liked that, you know, not having Ancient in the pool. And yeah, we see actually changes for both teams. No Inferno for GamerLegion, they go with Mirage, and Astralis go for that trusted Ancient. GamerLegion, after the tremendous Ancient performance starting T-side against Na'Vi, decide to go back to it, and we have Overpass as the decider as well.
Yeah, a pretty even split map. We're curious to both teams, you know, changing up their map pick a little bit, and I think that goes into the conversation we had before, where preparation becomes even harder, you know, because that's not the map that you played last time around. So I think it's going to be a more free-flowing game, and I'm curious to who on the fly can do better. We also did see Astralis play Ancient earlier in this tournament, where they were a little bit surprised that they were pressured that much by Team Liquid. We heard Stair saying that normally we own people on the CT side, so he himself was not necessarily too happy with that performance. So seemingly they haven't lost confidence in the Ancient, but that's something to look out for Astralis as well.
Well, you said you heard Stair. I think I hear him again. We do have him in an interview with Trace.
Astralis right back into the thick of it. Man, have you played a lot of Counter-Strike today?
I mean, at BO3, it's only 2 maps, so it's not the... I could play more, but it's a decent amount.
Oh, you're definitely going to be playing more here very shortly. Let's talk about the Astralis that is right now. What are you guys learning about each of these games that you're going into? What are you learning about yourself as a team?
I mean, I think we already know it, but I think our bottom level is too low. That's a fact, and I think our top level is very good. We can beat some of the best teams on a good day, but on a bad day we can also lose to Tier 2 teams for sure. So we really have to up our bottom level. That's like what we learned these days.
Do you feel like the GamerLegion that you're facing today also has their own sort of issues that you guys could look at? Is there anything comparable there?
I mean, I think they're kind of like us. I think when they play well and they hit the shots, they have insane individuals, like everyone on the team, to be honest, and they all can frag out. But if they don't hit their shots, I think they're like, tactically, I think we should be able to play better than them. And I think that's like what we hopefully win on today.
Who's the biggest threat over there in the server? Who's the biggest one to look out for when it comes to shooting? Or who's the one that might give you guys the most trouble?
The most trouble, I would go with Pia. I think when he gets on individually, he's insanely good. So I think that's the guy to look out for.
One last question. This is obviously we have to know on the Giga Chad watch. Did Hooksy get his problems resolved? And did he fix his table?
He did fix his table, and I think today he will absolutely smash them.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
I mean, I guess in theory it's the last time you have to be using this table, this event. I don't know. Did he?
Is going to smash the table or smash GamerLegion?
Both of them. That's
Right.
the attitude, Yanko. Yeah, I mean, Stare obviously there saying that he feels like their issue at the moment is perhaps their floor is too low sometime. That's what they've got to be raising. You're nodding, Jacob. You agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I think that's a fair assessment of where Astralis is at right now. We have seen them, playing the peak level Counter-Strike where all players are on. Stare, Fusi, Yabi for that matter as well has been stepping up lately. That Astralis can definitely, go toe-to-toe against teams that on paper are better than themselves. But as he also said, they look, quite worrisome in some of the losses they've had as well. Usually losing the games 2-0 whenever they do lose. So it's a very swinging Astralis, but still I'd say they're trending upwards in all these swings.
And I think that's why attitude is so important. Because mistakes are always going to happen in Counter-Strike. I mean, we just saw Vitality lose a Glock against a Glock Eco, right, on Dust 2. So how you go about it is what matters. You can't let it phase you. You can't let it throw you into a spiral where now it's lingering in your head and it's affecting you for even 1 or 2 more rounds is all it takes, and all of a sudden the game is out of reach, right? And especially for where Astralis is at the moment, went international, new additions, there's going to be miscommunications, mistakes are going to happen, so you need to have a good attitude about it and a good approach where you just keep going, right? Like you need to have that goldfish memory sometimes and be able to start every round as if it's a completely new one, a completely new game. And that's how you build that mental resilience that's really necessary in games like these.
Do you think Hooksy has that at the moment?
I'll be honest, watching his point of view and his body language, he's been very frustrated and a bit more emotional than usual. It's not a new thing, if people are watching this tournament for the first time or haven't seen much of Hooksy as of late. There were times in G2 as well where he was expressing emotions and sometimes losing the better of it. But I very much agree with Yanko, especially in an in-game leading position. Sometimes I don't care if a player is, getting rid of those frustrations. And if it helps him unleash, then sure thing, go for it. And if that means you can focus on the next round, then do it. But it's been a few times in this tournament where he's doing it mid-round, where players around him are still doing it, and still playing, and I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, I guess when Apex does it, it's super cool, and when Hooksy does it, you call HR.
What about Snacks on the other side of things? You had a nice comparison.
He's not going to be smashing any tables.
Yeah,
like,
no, he's not.
That's what you heard. Like one of his biggest qualities is just he's completely calm the whole time, whichever stage of the tournament it is, no matter what's on the line. Like he's such a calm presence, right? Which is really important. I feel like for this GamerLegion team, considering the youth that they have, right, to be that calming presence and just sort of be the leader that he is. Flamesy was talking about how he's popping off this tournament, right, as well. He's playing pretty well individually, so that's a bonus for GamerLegion here in Atlanta.
I'm not going to give away any details or say anything of what I heard, but Snacks was having a bit of a pep talk with one of the players just outside before we came in, and I totally agree with you. Very calming presence. I mean, he really has been there, done that, got the t-shirt multiple times. Like, when you're talking about experience, it's probably no more than Snacks in terms of this tournament, right?
He does seem unfazed by the pressure. Even a couple of times in this tournament where he's been clutching it out or winning close rounds, he just seems like he's stone cold, and I think that's a nice thing to have next to you, especially when you're playing with guys like Hypix, when you're playing with PR, when you're playing with Res, who I consider to be momentum players, players that get off to a hot start and when they're feeling the game, then as Stare said, they can be very dangerous on the server. So it's nice to have a bit more of that calmness, in Snacks you kind of know what you get. He's never going to be the player on the server that is going to completely run over his opposition, but he has players around him that he needs to enable, and so far he's been able to do that.
Yeah, Hypex, really interesting revelation as well. Obviously giving our flowers to Rez in terms of the statistical impact, but Hypex isn't far off him in terms of numbers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Stepping up, right? And we saw that the snacks addition maybe helped a little bit, had something to do with it. Obviously, both being Polish perhaps makes it easier to do some one-on-ones and take feedback. So yeah, it would go a long way. GamerLegion as an organization, they've struggled at the opera department, you know, for a long time now, and having some stability in that role, but also as a roster across the board is super important for you to be able to progress as a team.
I'm going to be honest, I think it was a little bit challenging to build the tension for our last matchup. You know, there was a very clear favorite in terms of Vitality taking down Bait. So I want to kind of put the fire underneath both of these teams right now in terms of what Astralis do need to be delivering if they want to get that revenge versus GamerLegion. What are you looking at?
Well, a good game of Counter-Strike, and a game where, as Steph said, you know, where in the tough moments in the game, when they're losing rounds they're not supposed to lose, keep their heads calm, you know, make sure that you have the ability to fight your way back into a game. You can't be a team that relies on getting off to a good start or riding on momentum all the time, especially not when you're facing a team on your own level, and as Steph also said, a team that reminds him a bit of themselves. So in that regard, I think there's a lot of to be said about the mental side of things for Astralis, and then just to add a bit more pressure. Sure, you're playing for a spot in the playoff, but I also saw some of the smart minds on Twitter speaking about Astralis in terms of...
There's no smart minds on Twitter.
There's a lot of people, you know, on Twitter. Some of them are somewhat smart, and they spoke about the fact that Astralis need points in VRS in order to be invited for the Tier 1 tournaments after Cologne. So this is one of those tournaments where, unless they are forced to do well in Cologne, this is a mega important game and a mega important tournament to farm some more points, and I'm sure Astralis are aware of that as well.
Who are you siding with?
That's a lot of logos, man. I never saw Lowland Lions logos, and they've been around as an org for like 25 years. That's cool. Ryu having a great tournament here as well. Who am I siding with? I want to say Astralis because I'm a bit of a Stair fanboy and everything, but a lot of it is going to come down to they cannot have a slow start. They need to come in high octane, high energy, because they're starting on the CT side. We know the pace from GamerLegion. They're going to start T side GamerLegion on both maps, right? FaZe, I think he's having one of his worst tournaments in an Astralis jersey, right? Like, struggle to find form. This would be a great moment for him to step up and have a solid game at the very least. I think that's going to be necessary if Astralis are going to beat GamerLegion.
Yeah, I want to see more of that FaZe that we saw back at EPL in front of the home crowd, lapping up the energy, and then obviously you spoke about the downfall after that, which is obviously also hard to come.
Yeah, and there's also the tilt factor because Hooksy was pissed after this GamerLegion series in Rivals, right? Like, they had, what, a 12-4 lead on Inferno that they couldn't close out. So, you know, if things start going wrong, there's the danger of those emotions seeping through again, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment. I think it's going to be down to the mental coming in from Astralis. I'm siding with GamerLegion, to be completely honest. What I've seen so far in this tournament, to me, they seem to have a higher ceiling and a higher floor as well. So for my money, GamerLegion, they beat them at Fort Worth. I think they're going to do it again.
Straying away from your Danish roots, I guess Astralis have done it themselves. So you're just following the trend.
You always hated it.
Either way, it is time to get into
Vitality.
Our final series of the day. Truly do or die this time between GamerLegion and Astralis, as one more spot in the playoffs remains.
Yes, a single spot and two teams. It's a tale as old as the game itself. We've got Chatty B in the booth with me, and we're going to be seeing Astralis starting on CT.
Fro's bang on. It was hard to build tension for the last one, but this one, hard to call.
Yes. However, the desk seeming to lean a bit more towards GamerLegion. I wonder if you echo that sentiment.
It's an ace split. 3 through con. Cams are wrong. We'll get that fixed. FaZe and Stair, both over towards CT. Hooksy playing a block.
That's them in. FaZe CT, he's got support as well.
They got the kit for the post plant, but this one's going to get tough. The Glocks are going to spurt into jungle for this fight in a moment.
Missed shot. Overrunning, overlooked Yabi, still managing to get both. How has Snacks done that? Ryu finally pulls up his socks and starts to move. He's still worried about a B-lurk. I don't really know what's going on.
The kit's in jungle. We'll just pack this one up here, shall we? I think holding on to the Kev is...
Oh, you lose it all as well.
Not a single kill. Don't let them what at the start?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I didn't catch it. But that's how you wanted to start, I suppose, if you were Snacks. Look at this one. A jumping edge shot turns around 180 for number 2.
Yeah, that was a little bit too easy, wasn't it? Well, not a little bit. That was way too easy, right? The execute, of course, they're going to make that type of a move off the back of it. It is going to be Astralis going straight in with the eco now, so 2-0 start all but guaranteed, and if you didn't think it was going to be that easy, take a look. Highlighted by the Obs team right now. They're in the complete wrong place with this B stack. So in comes the A execute, and over goes the round.
Couldn't get easier. A dream start. You've had a 0 kill, or rather 0 death, I think it will frame it from GamerLegion's side, first round, and now you're already walking into the site with 0 resistance.
Yeah,
There'll be some bloodshed here, though.
Yeah, you want to try and limit them. I think the problem with something like this is if you give away kills to Mac 10s. Fortunately, no Mac 10s. There's one.
And you hear 3 sounding off behind that smoke, so just ensuring that rifle doesn't fall into enemy hands. Towson grabs the AK and holds it.
I think if you're GamerLegion, you're going to hope to find yourself in a scenario completely different from the Na'Vi game on Mirage yesterday, right? Where it was just tit for tat as far as rounds were concerned. Consecutive were hard to post for both teams. So 2 kills come in. Now we'll get the guns out. Desk highlighting FaZe needing to have a better performance as well. He's actually the 2nd lowest rated player for Astralis. Now, you could say that's, you know, not necessarily a problem, especially with the output that we see from Yabi and Stare. It's more just how far down in the stat line he is, 0.88, right? And you need something a whole lot more deadly from your AWP's output. But don't worry about AWPs. They won't be coming into play for this first rifle round. Snax feigning the mid presence. Rez and Towson dealing with underpass and B. And now on this second timing, they'll waltz out with the flashes and grab the space. Rez held at bay for now. Looking at the radar, it doesn't feel like Astralis is going to group up and clamp down on the mid block.
It looks like they're preoccupied with focusing on this jiggle smoke defense on A.
Well, we know that Stare has respect for PR if he gets going, and he's going to be the A lurk. So if they're able to deal with him and really stunt his exploits, that's going to make things a whole lot easier. But this is a nice round of call for Snax. You've gotten the room that you were hoping for, and now you're able to go into that next level of motion. Window smoke dots in. And they're turning this one into an A split. So Rez, under window, lines up the molly, drops it in. Diligent stuff from GamerLegion.
This is exactly like you said, this is the kind of round that you've been hoping to call. First gun round.
It's a bad gamble as well from Astralis. They don't have the bodies in the right places for this.
Yeah, you've only got Yabi and Ryu with everything to do. That's the flash, catches Yabi. Anticipates Snax on that staircase. Ryu in the smoke and a free frag for Yabi. Trade available. His PR, his patience from Palace, and that's round.
Yanko was hoping Astralis would come out with some level of tenacity. This ain't it so far. Right, GamerLegion aren't playing a pacey game, but they're being allowed to go through the motions. And Astralis, they're the only ones who can really change that, right? But you have to have a good read on the situation. And I think Astralis have the right idea. If people go back to some of their matches earlier in the tournament, so okay, they lose long, so they take up a tunnels. But when they take up a tunnels, they don't hang around, they don't clear it. Then they make a bad assumption, then they heavy rotate long, and then they're in the wrong place. So they make the right moves, but just lack that final 5% to get them across the line. So they will retain 3 guns. But very simple stuff for GamerLegion early. And I think with Ancient up next and then starting on the T side with what we saw them do to Na'Vi, if they're able to do anything similar to that, it could just be an absolute showstopper of a 2-0, just like what happened in Fort Worth. Completely different map pool this time round.
Yeah, I mean, Yanko talked about how frustrating that was for Astralis not being able to close a 12-4 lead on Inferno.
If Astralis want to be in the conversation for a team who maybe could snatch away a playoff spot at the major, this is the type of game they have to be winning.
Yes, good point.
And I understand there's more Counter-Strike that can be played and practiced upon before the major, sure, but this is the type of team who, I think at the start of the season, you'd be hoping to ragdoll.
Interesting approach. Trying to be disruptive in middle, but you are losing a lot of life. FaZe was on top of Hooksy's head. He was in the mud, in the flames. And sure, he gets the kill. Sure, it's a 4-on-4. Can FaZe get away unscathed? Rez activates early, catches Stare in transition. So that's going to have GamerLegion with the leg up. They already did in some of the equipment. And now look at this state of affairs. It's ugly. You've got Ryu with a 5-7 hoping to be able to hold both ramp and Palace, but in the meantime, they're walking into a wide open B bomb site.
Yeah, that's another round that we can call.
Yeah.
I know some people might say you're doing it a little bit early, but with the amount of utility and the space that they've got and the positions of Astralis, this one feels completely out of the realms of possibility. And then you throw on top of that the res lurk just in case. So he'll remove Ryu. Now it's just Yabi and FaZe probably looking to hold on to these. And I understand the loss bonus is there. They will be buying it into the next. But this will be a long old half.
This has felt very casual, hasn't it?
Kind of like the last series.
It does, yeah. It has a similar air to it, and which is not what we were anticipating.
It shouldn't be like that at all. Obviously, the desk highlighting these frustrations that we've seen from HooXi at Atlanta as well. There was a timeout in an earlier series where he was just going nuts, which, you know, we can only speculate. We don't get to hear the timeout, but it could be one of those things where a teammate, you know, makes that off comment and you just...
Unload.
You have to lay into him. You don't have to lay into him, but
you feel compelled to.
Yeah, you are. There's always that one teammate that's talking under their breath or making a quip, and it's like, oh, mate, we're all on the same page.
You don't even have to say anything. It could just be like a sigh, deep sigh down the microphone.
Very true.
So a tech pause called. Okay, so that's going to be a little bit of a respite from Astralis because this one's been kind of spiraling. What a horrible way for HooXi to die, by the way.
He's thinking, bro, I'm dying here.
Yeah. Like, I understand, you know.
I'm walking here.
I'm boosting here. He did, you know, get the kill, but it did cost HooXi his life, and it's cost Astralis the round as well. We are going to get the sniper out. We are going to get back underway. Round 5, map 1.
That was very quick. So that tech issue couldn't have been too techy.
Not too difficult.
So this time, they're not even going to bother feigning the mid control. And Yabi up close, right? He's not going to be hearing any of the nades. Stair is going to lob a nade in deep, but they're set up for an A play. So they're going to sell this fake, right? This is meant to draw the players away from middle. Then Rez gets to activate through underpass. And look at he had 3 players to worry about before. Now just one of Yabi. So Rez, after the molly fades, is going to be able to take that space. PR's out on A.
Yeah, FaZe's
committing.
Break the smoke.
3-man execute.
It's just as easy as that.
Yabi's behind them.
Oh, that is quite the flank. And Hypex is going to have to bring the bomb, so he's going to have to leave round. It's bizarre.
What is going on?
Oh my God, Ryu's going to be overlooked. Trey comes in. It's PR, good for it. Stairs on Con. Rez should have him if he's looking the wrong way. Not though. Stair brings it a 3v3. PR on that trade. Clean shot.
And here's Yabi.
Finally arrives, and PR's not ready.
Well, the bomb can just run into B now. Towson can deal with the rotation. He's actually heading over towards short. Yabi likely to head through market to deal with this. This is an agonizing game so far for Astralis. They're always playing in the dark, right? They don't have intel. They knew it was an A execute, but they don't know anybody's are in. GamerLegion were completely silent during all of that. Yabi, ignite the server with this one, mate.
See what he's got. Oh, spotted. Okay, has the info on Hypex.
That nade him.
Oh, you could be really frustrated as you swap to your nade. You see him cross. Towson playing from the short side. It's the short side plan. Yabi knows what's up. He can't even win the first duel. Hypex clean. Makes it another GamerLegion round. 5-0 already. How long have we been in the server? 10 minutes, just flying through it.
Yeah, it does feel lengthy in terms of the rounds because of these saves, but Astralis haven't been in a position to contend. Now, because of those aforementioned saves, they do have enough money to buy again, but there's been no bite, right? I haven't felt a single one of these scenarios they've had an understanding of what they need to do or where they need to be, and Yabi had a full-on flank on A then. Right, so it felt like, okay, maybe they did have the understanding, but no, it's just letting him play still in the black box, and yeah, a very odd one, but it's double AWPs apparently to remedy this.
Horrible death for FaZe as well, right? Looks the wrong way. He starts worrying about the potential gap on jungle side. Ryu's tucked in, can't help him. Very, very clumsy looking for Astralis, and frustration starting to look very visible on the faces of HooXi and Astralis. Round 6, let's get it going. What's the call? Straight into an AX.
It's a great call against double AWPs, and they don't even know it.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
They don't even know they're against double AWPs.
And one of them is going to be trying to disrupt towards Palace. How's PR and his clears here? Rez seems to be well aware of the possibility, but still, Yabi able to find him.
You know it's double AWPs now.
Does that change anything?
I think you still execute A. PR will just have to pick up the responsibility of whatever Rez as part of this execute was. It looks like it will be a molly, right? So he's wanting to juggle this forward, but
it's going to make noise.
Yeah, and Ryu's on the balcony to hear this, so I'm just going to hit the pause for now. Best chance yet for Astralis.
Well, it does make Ryu's life very difficult. And then he'll throw a second one, which will force him further. Anti-flash, goes for his fight, unable to find that headshot. Snax has vision back, Towson's available as well, swings on in, 2 of them. It's PR that finds him off the back of that Hypex flash and into the A side behind the smokes. Oh, smokes have faded. Hypex goes down, he was in the open, all too easy for Stare. It's clunky, Towson back for 2, gets them both. PR can get this bomb planted comfortably. He's actually going to fake it out. FaZe and Yabi both with orbs. Now just advancing, all too easy for PR. Yabi in the clutch. Blind spot, walking in. Towson catches a whiff. Yabi in the clutch, going up close and personal with PR dancing in the blind spot. Hits it. And now they're finding their voice as well. God, that's a frustrating start to Mirage for Astralis.
What a sick double kill from Towson there over towards Connector, right? That one is puts the round back on. Great work from him. And that is another opening kill for Yabi. He's found 3 so far in 6 rounds of play. 4 of the 6 in total have gone in favor of Astralis, and they have 0 rounds.
Crazy. You can see he's a bit of an expert around that Palace position. Knows his wallbangs. Heavy nade damage, but there is a ring in, but the frags are still flowing. Snax goes down, sure. Towson on 4 HP. You've already got PR up short. He's laughing.
You wonder what these disappearances of Astralis are, right? They're fortunate in this veto that, right, they banned Anubis, which I think GamerLegion are happy about. Right? Their stats on that map are not great. And GamerLegion removed Dust 2, which we know is everybody's favorite map to pick against the Danish core. And again, the veto is completely different from last time around. It was a bit more techie with your Infernos and your overpasses in the opening foray. Now you're looking at a Mirage and an Ancient, a bit more brawly, but I think it feels like Astralis have missed the memo. This one's for the final spot in the playoffs. On the scavenging hunt, they have been able to get themselves an AK. Oh, this is 7-0.
Yeah. And that's not without openings as well.
Yeah, exactly. But that can get leveled out pretty quickly. Oh, okay. Maybe another kill.
Maybe indeed. MP9.
I don't know if it really matters.
2's nice. 3 would be better. A couple of extra kill rewards for Yabi's up 7 grand in the bank.
Yeah, but at this stage, you're only able to manage 5 on the CT half. And if you get that, it is serviceable, but it means you need to win the pistol. Both these teams at 50% as far as pistol win rates are concerned throughout the event. Obviously, that has slightly tipped with GamerLegion winning this one to kick off map number 1. Well, they're not going to go double ops this time. Just one for FaZe. Everybody has a kill at least. That's a difference from how the bait game was trending for a few of those players. But who's going to be the Sizzy?
Yeah, is it going to be the Astralis AWPer? FaZe scoped up on the short side. Hypex's counterpart on the T side boosted up over the top of that mid smoke.
And it looks like Astralis are trying to insert themselves in the game. Be a little bit more jarring.
Snax is safe behind the box. That incendiary achieves very little. Not going to be flushed into the AWP, but he could peek it. Oh, no. You don't want to see that from the sniper. A golden opportunity. You've got full vision. A rifle peeks into you. Unable to post that opening kill.
Nice nade.
Great nade damage. We've seen plenty of that from Astralis. Just need to finish the job now.
They want to jump out with this? They do?
Looks like they do. Stare's going. Stare is going. Look at this. Pedal to the metal. Straight out of the window. Yabi swings on short. And that's what you were talking about. Bringing the fight to the T side. And it's a complete shutdown. The perfect start for Astralis. It was now or never. 7-0. You said 7-5 serviceable. This is the start of that 5.
Yeah, it looks very risky to make that type of a play, but I think that's more in line with the tenacity that Yanko was hoping for. Now that's where the damage that you were spouting about in the previous doesn't come home to roost immediately, but if you can string consecutive together, it definitely does. So PR Well, in the 1,400 losses in the next, I can understand he wants to take a gun or two away, force them into a couple of drops, sure, but I think he really needs to hold on to this AK. So we will call it the first round for Astralis, 7-1. Reminder to everybody that the seeding games are raging on that B stream. You have Betboom versus Pain, and that will be followed by Na'Vi versus Legacy. So make sure that you tune into all that action as well. This is determining what our playoff bracket is going to look like here in Atlanta.
Immediate timeout.
It's tough to be able to pull off that same move again. So, look, it's great to get the ball rolling, but now in this mental warfare of in-game leaders and coaches and the calling of the patterns, who's going to stay in front of who, right? So, okay, they've just gone for something a little bit more forward on middle. They've been trying to pick us off as part of our default. Now, do they think we're going to change into a round that is going to be more site-centric? Right? Do we want to go for something that's maybe a little bit pacier? We did see earlier in the tournament, GamerLegion Alpha, some of the timeouts would just go into set pieces. Oh, that's perfect with the flash. That could not be better, right? Going off behind him as he's jumping out the window. Very well done, and a smile on the face there of Ryu. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, it's good signs of life.
Look at this. So they are feigning very early A pressure. Look at the smokes. They're going to rain straight in. That'll draw the attention towards middle, and then you're going to dump you two. You're blocking, you're flashing. We don't have any info on what's happening on the site. And look at how much they've dumped.
Yeah, look at their belts. And then you go, okay, wait, there's no commitment. You start worrying about middle. Yabi pushing it, Ryu holding his back, and now you're going for that second wave.
Towson is so annoying on these B lurks. He's playing his own mini game, right? He's not playing like underpass to cinch in through late to connector and sweep. He's like, I will deal with Hooksy as he rotates away.
If he ever pushes B apps, I'll kill him.
You know, and Hooksy's already gone down to him once, so this is the second wave, and this is the rest of the smoke, so it has to be the commit right now. Last time they stayed so silent. They just walked in.
And it looks like they're doing it again. Yabi's very quick on this, though.
Better acceleration from Yabi this time.
Yeah, he is going to make it in a better timing. Snax flashing through. He's pathing for the bomb as well. Jumps over the staircase. Stair on con. Ryu as well in support. Yabi arriving ramp, but his teammates are doing a lot of the heavy lifting until Hypex sprays two down. Yabi should have Hypex any minute now. Trigger discipline. I think he spots them both, so we'll go for the tap onto the PR first. Beautifully pieced together by Yabi. And you know Towson's the lurker, so expecting his arrival. And now audible to FaZe.
Okay, nice one there. Yabi didn't believe that it was that A execute. He's the one to immediately take space, and now it is consecutive, and now the money is a bit of a problem for GamerLegion.
I know they didn't win that round, but I have to say the ideas were so sound. And pushing the jungle smoke as well. I'm not sure about that one. That's certainly not something you see every day. Bomb over the staircase. Two consecutive and Tech 9s.
Okay, so just a partial into this one. They follow fast A.
Yep, fastest. FaZe perfect. Nails it. Ryu as well in combination. This pace change has not got anywhere. Into the leg. Snax goes down. Bullet in his thigh. One back from Hypex. He's actually done some damage onto Stair, but it's a double nade dunk from FaZe.
Bowling Shane. All right, well, 4 for FaZe. No, that's a misread.
What did they say? They fully invested?
The thing is that they forced there. They only have 1,900, or had 1,900. Because said 2,900. Either way, I think they thought that was a full shove.
Interesting.
That's what that sounded like. I'm not 100%. Either way, if they're thinking it's against an eco, they're wrong.
They'll work it up real quick when the Molotovs start arriving.
Yeah, window smoke, top cat, and an orb. Yeah, they're definitely not eco. Hooksy hanging around for this. No way he's going to jump up after an orb sounded off. Really stubborn on this B pressure. Hypex has finally seen enough. We'll just leave Towson. PR heading back towards A, aware that Palace and A ramp could have been pushed. Snax over towards the island box, Rez in the underpass. You'd hate to give Astralis all the momentum of 5 straight into the break. So can GamerLegion grab one more?
Ooh, I think they certainly could make a good shake of the stick for another. With Ryu going down, PR on the ramp side, Towson accelerates, finds Yabi. Now, that's not Hooksy.
Exactly, the anchor's still there, and the rotation's coming to help out the in-game leader. Meanwhile, they're going to walk into an empty bomb site over towards A.
Oh, Snack's selling it as well with that pressure on the short side. It's pulled all those rotates. Looks like FaZe's having second thoughts.
There'll be a cross, though. Or maybe not.
Caught crouching. Beautiful timing on Rez's arrival, and what a frustrating one for the CTs. How many rounds out of the 12 they'll have played will Astralis have not had a good understanding as to where they're aiming to finish? They've just been kind of constantly chasing the tail of GamerLegion. And now even hunting, taking everything away.
I think GamerLegion in recent history a little bit more used to 2 best-of-3s in a day because they had to go down and play in the lower circuit, right, to earn themselves some VRS points and be back in contention. At the start of the year, they were on our screens in the big boy events. Then they didn't perform well enough. They dropped away, and now we're getting this late resurgence, whether that's because, well, we have 2 16-team tournaments running simultaneously, so that means 32 teams are getting invites, or they've started to work their way back up. Either way, we get to see them. And we're going into the final round of this first half of play. So what could have been a salvage 7-5 can now only be an 8-4. But looking very comfortable, our GamerLegion. Very good understanding of what they want to do. Never really in a tough position in terms of having a scramble mid-round.
Quick flash for the swing. Ryu set up to succeed.
Oh, no.
He nearly had it.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a rough one. A horrible round to end the half for Astralis. More of how it started, really. Yabi's going to get run at least denies it from being a perfect end. Puts one blemish on the record. Hypex confirms he's peaking mid. And, I mean, what is Yabi supposed to do here? Take a couple with him. Not going to happen. Hypex closes it down. What a statement. Starting on the T side and running with it. Just 3 to Astralis' name as we swap sides. We'll be right back. On the 29th of January 2017, Snax loses a major final in Atlanta to Astralis. 3,392 days later, he has an opportunity to kick them out of an S-tier tournament and make the playoffs at their cost. Who says no? Ignore flag. It's a post on hltv.org by Kissing Before Mirage. That's the current narrative, at least from the community standpoint.
Well, GamerLegion should be kissing after Mirage right now because they should celebrate this one. This is an absolute steamrolling. That's 9 rounds on the T side, and everything they wanted to do was allowed. It was so perfect.
It was a bizarre half, and it could very well start even worse on this second.
Iron Mike is going to be baiting for Rez. Will it be R-Easy? And pissed around, and this one's Lemon Squeezy. Ancient coming up next.
It doesn't have the dual Beretta, though. A USP tucked. And it seems to work pretty damn well. 2 lovely headshots out of Rez as Gabby bunny hops his way out of the apartments. Needs to tap the head of Towson, can't hit it. And Iron Mike swings him with a left hook. Hooksy finds him. 2-on-3 now, looking to rectify. Hypex making it difficult. Hooksy's got to come up clutch here. That would be one way to get Astralis started, wouldn't it? But from behind, PR just taps him in the back of the skull, and it does look like it could be quick.
Pack her up, boys!
Running through this one.
The US, you're bang on, right? The Julius thing, yeah, sure. Red just goes, boop, boop, boop. It is America and it is Rez. Is this IEM Oakland?
Yes, I think there's something. He does well when he's had
What about
his...
the 2017s?
Yeah, okay.
I think PR wasn't alive then. Oh, no, he was. He was about 10.
Yeah. Yeah, he was probably like, you know, in the playground or something.
He was probably actually about 10. How old is PR?
17?
No, he's got a...
19?
Well, here we go. B.
Rez on short side. Already got himself one. Finds Ryu, and the Tech 9 did slip the net, but still Towson gets to him. Wow, this is... Well, yeah, this is the end of Mirage, essentially.
Yep. Well, I think just maybe force buy out the rest of the game. Your other option is Eco now. Give them 12. Win 9 consecutive rounds. You know how it goes. So he's 18 now.
Okay.
So how long ago was 2017? 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So he was 9.
He was a 9-year-old.
He was 9 years old.
Classic.
Is that feeling old? We're on a professional Counter-Strike in 2026.
I mean, what I do like, speaking of old and speaking, you know, of Snax, that dude's been having this philosophy of, I like to start on T. Like, for as long as he's been giving interviews, and he's still doing it now.
Why not?
In the big 2026. And it works. At least seems to have been.
I still can't believe how comfortable the calls were in the first half.
Yeah, really bizarre.
I don't know, they have opted for the force buy out the game angle as Towson says, hello, I'm aggressive. Very deep nade, that can only be thrown one way.
Nice to meet you, aggressive. I'm Dad.
Add an E, and that's Astralis. Out they go.
Daddy?
No, they're dead on Mirage. They're getting owned on... Yeah, okay. That would be out of Y. They might be asking, why did we leave this map in?
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, options are limited. Dust 2 removed by GamerLegion, and still getting thrown around on this map. Okay, Yabi, here we go.
It's nice when the Counter-Strike can do the talking for us. Just mauling.
True.
Oof. All right, another force buy. Let's go. We get more Galils this time.
Shake it off.
All right, Taylor.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to. You're counting on Ancient at this point.
Do you see the notes there with Snax? There's even pictures.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know
what... visual learner.
Yeah, but I wonder what the picture is. It like a lineup for a smoke or something?
Can't be. Well, it could be.
It could be.
It could be. Or it's like...
Do you reckon Snax would let me look at his notes? Wait, there, look. Or are these like 2D kind? I can't tell from there.
Maybe they're the skins they get if they make playoffs.
All right,
just a little reminder.
GamerLegion are paying their players.
Crimson Web Karambit if you can make playoffs. Yabi. Oh. Yeah. You see this cam? He just got snaxed. He's just pushed. Yep, he has pushed Palace on his own volition. Everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Oh, wow. If he'd have middle-clicked that HE, he'd have done a significant... Oh, and they can't even catch it. Ryu's rough around the edges to start us off. did have the back of Rez's head on his screen. No one's got the bomb.
No. The game is over.
Really need the bomb.
And we don't even really need us right now. Guys, this is over. We're going to map 2. It's Ancient. It's Astralis' pick. GamerLegion had opted to start on the T side. They did that versus Na'Vi, and they absolutely rumbled him. This is Mirage. This is done. This is a speed run. But this is for the final place in the playoffs. Astralis, if you want it, you got to shake it off. Taylor style, damn quick. Because that is not a game of Counter-Strike. That is a drubbing. And GamerLegion, they're here to play.
So casual with it.
Yeah, GamerLegion full steam ahead. Their map pick of Mirage goes swimmingly, and Yanko, you prophesied, you know, Astralis, they need to have those hot starts. Didn't happen at all in this.
Yeah, definitely not, you know, and it wasn't like GamerLegion was playing with a ton of pace early on, you know, they were defaulting, they were doing a good job of taking control, sort of squeezing Astralis out, and there just weren't really that many reactions, and when they did come in the, face of Yabi on the flank, like his teammates would just drop the ball and they would just die before he could even activate, so not really coordinated enough early on, Astralis.
Yeah, one of those games where the first couple of buy rounds, I think Astralis had a way into them. Yabi got a couple of opening kills on the T side, on the CT side, where they could have benefited from it, where they could have capitalized on it. When that didn't happen, then it kind of fell out of their hands and they lost grasp of the game. And you'd argue that the scoreline was maybe not justified the first couple of rounds, but then again, you just got to give it to GamerLegion, sorry, for being able to close the rounds, even though they weren't necessarily in a position to win it. I think that's when we speak individual qualities. We spoke about PR coming into it, Tausen having a fantastic showing against his Danish countrymen as well. And I think from an individual point of view, as Flamesy said it, in terms of who shot the most headshots and who stepped up in the 3v3 and in the 4v4, GamerLegion were not only one step ahead, but far ahead in that department.
100%. I mean, Stare even prophesizing, the most likely to be shooting heads, PR. I mean, it was pretty much everybody other than Snacks really up there in terms of the kill department. Just seemed like such a fluid, well-oiled machine for GamerLegion.
Yeah, certainly. They seemed like the better team, more prepared, came ready to play. Astralis didn't have many solutions, and then when they did manage to win a couple of rounds, that was it. That was just a flash in the pan. Also sucks, when you lose so many rounds or your opponent gets a better economy. Like, they did get one anti-eco in there, but that was it. GamerLegion managing to win the final 2 rounds of the first half. You really felt like with that, it was just a matter of time before they closed it out.
No pistols as well, GamerLegion converts both of them as well. It just becomes a dire situation at that point where the scoreline is looking not great for Astralis in a game where they never really had a chance after the first 5 or 6 rounds.
Yeah, let's go back to rounds that, just as it happens, 5 and 6. What were the tale of these?
I'm surprised Jacob even asked for 6 and 7, but never mind. This is one of the rounds we talked about. Like, you see the Execute come in for the side of GamerLegion. They actually have 2 players on the flank. Rez is in underground and Tausen was towards B apps. And here Fuzi does the smoke break, doesn't see anyone. Hypex is wary about the flank, but I mean, this from Fuzi just completely left himself open to the whole bomb site. Just dies for free. Ryu gets traded right now in a basically a quick 3v1, and you can see Yabi, who was on that flank the entire time. I mean, he just gets the 1 kill, but they already over to the B bomb site. Like, he actually had really good timing. If they played more for time to stay alive, right? But there was miscommunication. Fuzi is worried about someone being boosted window and potentially flanking him. Ryu isn't covering him. Well, he's going to check that, and the round completely falls apart. They just fall all over the place with Yabi on the flank.
Yeah, it's always a warning sign to me when you lose grasp of the map, especially on a map like Mirage, where there's not a lot of holes to be found. You have, again, Yabi coming in, with the AWP in this instance, have a good spawn for it. Not often we see a double up setup CT side Mirage, not with Yabi either. He gets a nice opening, and that's a good start to the round, but that's the issue against once more for Astralis. They lose grasp of the round. Ryu gets pushed away with the Molotov right here. He's getting hurt off now, so they're very well aware that he's in this position. Cannot really do a lot of stuff right here. Left to himself, gets a flash to his face as well. And at that point, you lose control over the A bomb side. Again, a scenario where Astralis gets an opening kill, gets a 4v3 scenario that even becomes a 4v2 scenario. And at this point, if you were to close the round, stop the round right here, you have Tausen coming in with a double kill with 12 HP in connector. None of the two Astralis players are ready for that encounter. And yeah, you can say that the timing was good from Tausen and he really hit it, you know, and instantly killed his two opponents. But just the fact that none of the two Astralis players are aware that it's even a possibility that the player is pushed up into stairs with 12 HP, well, it's not a good side. Yabi again then, the AWP, not the best weapon to have when you're going to retake into the bomb side. And as you can see, he's not known to be an AWPer. Sometimes you can, you know, pose an angle, get the first kill, but when he gets into this close quarter comeback, not his forte. And that was another moment where Astralis should have won the round without a doubt.
And I guess that's what's surprising, right? Because last time these two teams faced, very much a more competitive affair. I thought, I mean, particularly with playoffs being on the line, of course, there is always going to be the question of stamina, the energy levels, considering they've already played once today. But it used to be pretty competitive between these two teams.
It did, you know, and that goes into what we're saying about the two teams following the same trajectory. I think it's two teams on their uprise and two teams who have a lot of similarities in individual skill, and it's hard to dissect them. It's hard to say that one team is significantly better than the other. They share some of the same map pool as well, so it is a bit surprising to me, as you're also saying here, Freya, that the game is not more competitive on Mirage, at least now. It's still a best of three. There's still a bounce back to potentially happen for Astralis, but in isolation, this map, yeah, it could have been closer, should have been closer, but I think it's fair enough GamerLegion ends up winning because they were by far the better team.
I mean, Astralis has had better results this year when it comes to Tier 1 competitions and whatnot, but GamerLegion has been more solid, it feels like, right? Like their floor has been higher, even though their ceiling hasn't been as high in terms of results. So Astralis, like, they're either really good or pretty shaky. There's no middle ground for them, it seems like, at the moment. And obviously on this first map, they were pretty shaky. And whether they can turn it around on Ancient, they'll have to start on the CT side again. So GamerLegion has the opportunity to still dictate the pace of this game. They had that incredible T side against Na'Vi, 11 rounds, I believe it was, sort of storming to a 13-1 win. So a tall task ahead, mostly because I mentioned FaZe still struggling, right? And, you know, not being able to just get the frags, and could see sort of a little bit lost in some of these rounds, right? It's been a tough tournament for him, and you're just really hoping that he can find a way to turn it around. His team absolutely needs him.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the numbers on the side of FaZe. It's been a pretty rough tournament. And even considering, right, the last time they faced up against GamerLegion, he wasn't having such a tough time. I guess it's when you get into your head a bit in these moments. You've already had a pretty long day as well. It's got to be challenging to bounce back.
Clearly not in his best shape so far here in Atlanta, but it's time for him to, together with the rest of the team, to step it up. And I think Astralis is a different looking team when you have an out presence on the map. One thing is, you know, obviously having that extra output from a specific player, but you know that as well when you're facing an out player who's closing down certain areas, or you actually fear as an opposition. Sometimes that makes you call differently. Sometimes that makes you a little bit extra cautious, or it forces you to use more utility when you do your defaults and try to take over map control. It doesn't feel like FaZe at any point in this tournament has installed any fear in any of his opponents, and that's obviously not a good thing for Astralis either.
Do you want to preface Ancient a little bit, as you alluded to, GamerLegion really making light work of Na'Vi of all teams on that T side. What worked well for them, and can that translate versus Astralis?
Really everything in that game, you know, like they just did also a great job in some of the mid rounds in terms of getting the decisive kills and punishing Na'Vi for really going for some hero plays individually and not playing as much as a team. But I think a lot of this depends just on Astralis. Like, they need to wake up. If they don't wake up and play significantly better, doesn't matter which map it is, GamerLegion would have closed it out 2-0. So some of the things we showed from Mirage, like, you need to do better. You can't let your concentration slip, you know. You're not going to get that many opportunities in a game nowadays. So when they do present themselves, when you do the hard work, so to speak, like, you need to be able to close out.
That's a good thing for Astralis, though. It is Ancient. They do get to start on the CT side as well, and I think that's, when you look at the course of the entire map pool for Astralis, that is the strongest CT side they have in any of their maps. A map they feel very comfortable on. Heard Stair earlier today say that normally we own our opposition on the map. You know, Liquid, they were struggling a little bit to get it over the finish line, but statistically speaking, it's the map they played the most, it's the map they win the most, it's the CT side where they have the highest win rate as well, and it's the CT side where Yabi have averaged a 1.51 rating, you know, in all those games. So there's a lot of positives to, I guess, attached to Astralis and that CT side of Ancient. So we get to see whether it's a day off or a game off here for Astralis, or they will come back to the normal level.
I mean, I can't blame Steph for that confidence. I'm just looking at some of the teams they've taken down. Spirit, obviously FaZe, in a bit of turmoil at the moment. Mouse, We're looking at Foot as well, the Mongols, like just to name a few. So yeah, very confident showing on this map. What are you looking at mostly for that CT side where they're going to be starting?
I'm looking, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but just FaZe to have a slightly better game because he's very mobile on the op. Like, he'll be everywhere at times depending on what their setup is, whether that third guy on the B bomb site or lock down A or play more towards mid from Donut, right? And just get some confidence going for him, right? Because obviously it's going to have to go into overpass if Astralis is going to come out on top, and that's where you're really going to have high expectations.
Well, you're giving me some hope for Astralis, but do you actually believe what you're saying?
No. I never do. I never do. I'm just a great salesman. No, it just doesn't seem to be there in terms of, you know, energy and how they're doing. Like, the frustration is seeping through and doesn't seem like they can snap out of it, you know, unless some big individual moments come through that sort of lift the spirits for everyone else.
Didn't have a lot of confidence in Astralis coming into this game, to be completely honest, and nothing I saw in Mirage changes that. You know, Ancient is the best bet to have a winning a map, and I think that's possible. You know, it's possible for them to keep this series alive, but overall, I'm still siding with GamerLegion.
I think, just to be fair, GamerLegion has played great this tournament.
Yeah.
They've had one kind of bad map against Na'Vi, trashed them on Ancient, and were very competitive on Mirage, and in the rest of the games they made light work of their opponents. So I think it's not even as much I don't trust Astralis as much as I'm trusting GamerLegion right now.
And this is why it's such an exciting map to be seeing as the second one in this qualification and elimination series. One more shot at Astralis to turn this on its head, and it goes down on Ancient after this break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to throw up his deagle, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
Atlanta, Hotlanta, you can call it whatever you want. What we've actually come here to do today is to keep playing and see what happens. The Great Peach State. It is Atlanta, Georgia, but mostly a lot of historical... The
hunt continues. I just wanted to know if you knew anything about video games.
Huh?
You play video games, man? No. All right, man, me either. That's what I was saying. He playing video games. You play Counter-Strike? Deep into the depths of the Ponce City market. Hey, man, you play video games?
I'm 45, so.
How old do you think I am?
32.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty fair, but I'm 36. We'll take that. Nice shirt, man. Thank you, man. What do you think about two teams or players playing against each other in tournaments and video games?
I mainly play like Rainbow, Apex.
Is it something where we can kind of mutually agree that there are games that shouldn't be considered respectable? Perhaps maybe like, I don't want to just put words in your mouth, but Valorant?
I was going to say the same thing. Yes.
You guys know anything about video games at all? Counter-Strike?
Age of Empires.
Age of Empires?
Yes. My team right now is #1 in the state on Marvel.
Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, my school.
What school you go to?
Carrollton.
Where can we find some Counter-Strike players? I mean, Age of Empires is cool, but I'm looking for Counter-Strikers.
Brother, go to the hamburger place, maybe, you know, in the corner, H&F.
Thanks for the guidance. Well, you want to say something to him?
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? This
Poverty.
is... What is it?
Poverty. P-O-V-E-R-T.
Bro, I was about to say, that's the wildest sign-off I think I've ever experienced on the show here is poverty. All right, we've got GamerLegion back in the server. Second time today. Second time's the charm, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you guys look forward to playing on these days where you get the chance to play 2 BO3s as opposed to just one. Except for that game earlier, really, did they stress you at all? Like, was there any stress in the Liquid game?
I mean, I wouldn't say so. I mean, the only thing why there could be stress that we have some sickness in the team and we are not feeling, not me, not me, chill. Not anymore. So yeah, I think, we are just low on energy, but hopefully we got the rest and now we're gonna have more power.
I was just over there talking to the side of Astralis and they were telling me that you're the biggest threat in the server. Is that true?
I don't know. If they think that, then it's good for me. But well, I don't know. I don't think so.
What about over there? Who, when you look across the way at Astralis, what are you thinking in terms of firepower, in terms of problems that Astralis could give GamerLegion today? What are they?
I think Steher. I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I'm sorry. But I think that guy is pretty dangerous. But you know, I'll get him in my pocket.
Oh, I like that. That was smooth. Anything else you want to say, man? That was good. Look back in the camera, like that was good.
No, nothing else to say. Good luck and yeah, see you in the server.
Nailed it. Thank you so much.
I'm on short. I'm gonna hide stairs, Jacob. They smoked up one. I'm hiding stairs. Okay, we're gonna retake one.
One top, flashing over one.
Yeah,
get ready. I'm ready.
Flash, I go.
Flashing. Bum. On the two. One more. That one more top. Come through. Come.
A player. Could be A player. Could be already out.
Bomb this mid. I have TV. Together. I'm with you in jungle over basically. I'm playing safe and suited. Jungle, dash. One more. Nice.
One more. I pick him.
One B.
Push above you, Vigor. Push above you.
One more. Hit Top Gun. Hit 50.
Half HP. What
It's the bomb. Let Jacob play. Bomb is Top Gun. And Nuke.
One was B-ups, guys.
Nice.
Last was B-ups. A long time ago. He can be on.
Yeah, I'll take on.
I have ramp.
I have con. Window. Nice!
There's just one final spot available for the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta playoffs. GamerLegion or Astralis. And GamerLegion already taken a massive step in that direction. You saw Mirage there with the Astralis comms. And yeah, I mean, you got to see the best round out of Astralis on Mirage. That jump out of the window with the flash, it was convincing. But that was about all the convincing they did. GamerLegion dominant.
The power of television. You know, we can show you some rounds where they looked good and felt confident, but still got owned. If they can't pull up their socks, this will be another quick map, and we saw what GamerLegion did to Na'Vi on this very map, starting on the T side. I do believe they had them their worst ancient loss ever.
That's right. Ooh. Stair's going to go swinging in towards A main, and he confirms, well, kind of the whole plan. He spotted multiple bodies. Do you just commit anyway, or are you going to scrap it?
Well, they didn't see the bomb.
Good point, but you did see two, maybe three.
Yeah, so I think right now the fact that GamerLegion aren't just going all in, this is good too from PR. Even if he just makes water noise and then walks back, it looks like he is going, there you go. Right, because you're thinking, okay, they spot them, they over-rotate. Because they didn't see the bomb, they didn't commit all the forces, and right now the setup is FaZe hiding. Baiting for him, stare. Yabi over towards red, making sure they can't slip into donut. On the jiggles, Ryu with the dual Berettas and Hooksy playing for info over towards B ramp. And now they'll just continue with the plan 30 seconds later. Here comes the execute.
Got Stare and FaZe. Good angle for Stare. Loses vision, the flash pops, and FaZe is completely overlooked. And a nice sequence out of the two of them. A two-man A defense. Just Towson down as well to FaZe. That is a crispy start. That's exactly what you want to see if you're Astralis. Shaking off Mirage, resetting, and a clean, convincing pistol.
All right, well, will GamerLegion opt in with the Force? Sure, the bomb doesn't go down, but this could still be Tech9s with a bit of util behind it. Towson's chipped in with the Deagle, and it looks like they are just going to take the eco. So well done, good setup. They gather the information early, they don't over-rotate. GamerLegion stick to their plan. They just get absolutely shredded. So this is more like it from Astralis. Now this one is more about just keeping the bodies alive, right? Making sure that you don't give away more than 1 or 2 casualties, because you know that the gun rounds will be coming into the next. So for GamerLegion, it's the opposite, right? You want to siphon out as much of the time on the clock and util as possible, and a couple of kills in the plant would go an awfully long way to making your following gun round. Stronger, but not only that, Astralis' finance is weaker. Towson boosted up, has a chance to find an opening.
And again towards A, you know, starting to put those bricks in place for conditioning, even if it is just an eagle. PR spamming his Glock, hoping attention's drawn. Yabi very composed for 2. Stare should be good for this. And he is.
Okay, just PR, who they knew was spamming the Glock, and it's a little bit sketchy from FaZe.
He's an AWPer. It makes the M4 work.
And now the guns will be invested upon.
Now, does Next want to finish A again? Just out of my own curiosities, you know, is it something they're going to be continuing with?
Well, part of their onslaught against Na'Vi was getting mid control relatively easily against Makazi and Imma, and that came through Rez, right? He was doing a very good job being able to slide out middle, and they're looking to... Oh, okay, this is just a bit... It's not a default. It's also not even really an A-go.
The molly top ramp, and Ryu immediately says, no, I would like to know how many players are on lane, and then it's a grand total of 0. Still, though, does look like PR's taken a lick through that smoke on doors, but they have already been able to relay that they've got that lane control, and Stare's going to peel away. Well, so they'll have some bodies.
Oh, okay, I thought they were reading it well. Yabi doesn't know they're up.
No, that is going to come as a surprise to him. Snacks over the top might be able to shoot. Yeah, just the tip of Yabi's head goes down. FaZe Donut going to want to try and delay as best he can, because they're actually going to search and clear him. Trade from Hypex.
Now the bomb goes down. Rez will punch that in. Ryu's still over towards B, so a 3v4 where this is quite disjointed. Hooksy only has this MP9. And as Stare starts to path back and Ryu doesn't make any moves towards the bomb, Hooksy's just going to look for an upgrade or some damage. And that'll be the first rifle round going in the favor of GamerLegion. So that was simple stuff. Walkout, boost up, gets a lot of space there. I think if you were looking at a few of the tendencies that GamerLegion did well in that Na'Vi game, remember that molly you just highlighted there being extinguished. PR was pathing behind it a lot. It's almost like they're doing the opposite openings as what they did against Na'Vi. Right? It was very B-centric in the first 3 or 4 rounds.
And so if you were Astralis, for example, and you were prepping and looking at the most recent Ancient game, anticipating your pick of it, this is not meeting those expectations.
Let's repeat. Hey.
Such a gangster, man.
And you've had, Maui be very critical of the repeat calls once upon a time, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, but also if you're Astralis, you're going to go, okay, well, it's going to be something towards lane now, right?
Well, this is it. I'm just looking at this game against Na'Vi. So their pistol, it was like a B fake into an A finish. Their first anti-eco was a B play. Their second was also a B play.
3-start middle for Astralis. Rez has found an opening. What? FaZe just goes down on a smoke spam. Oh, rough way for this round to start. Fourth A hit in a row. This time Ryu is on that tree position though. You'd think he'd have an advantage versus the Galil of Towson, but unable to finish him off.
2 through donut fast.
Abby's blind. Team flash. Ugly. PR's found Hooksy on B, but it's still onto the A site for Snacks. Finding Yabi, staring the flames, has to back away because this round is over.
Hooksy must be having the most miserable game of Counter-Strike on this CT side. He is dying to the lurks more than he's dying to the actual body of the attack. It's so frustrating. Stair goes down, all 5 staying alive, and some energy. Just assessing the finances quickly. Hooksy with 4K, FaZe with 4K, everybody else with just around 2. So he's going to have to be the eco, knowing 2,400 comes in the bank balance, and that's the opener. So Rez just peppers through the smoke. FaZe tries to play up close and personal in the elbow, and he's a dead man walking.
Yeah, incredibly frustrating game of Counter-Strike if you piece this in combination with Mirage.
All right, well, it's a B stack out of Astralis. This is Yabi Donut with a USP. The pistol upgrades, though. Ryu and Hooksy in the right place, and they've even got a smattering of util these flashes. Oof, he's been spotted. Need to get him off.
Flash comes through, so does the headshot, though. Fuzi, nice find onto Towson. Very good work on the USP. Stare. Pieces together another onto PR. And Fuzi's hitting a headshot as well.
Okay.
Wow, 3 kills deep. Astralis advantage squandered now. Snacks finds Stare and knows Hooksy's there too. Oh, Yabby's gone. They know A is clear, but the bomb is in Hooksy's grasp. He's going to run down. It's an important fight. Snacks stays calm, controls the spray, catches him through the door, scoops up some bonus nades, and they survive, but costly.
As far as an eco goes, decent output. FaZe will bring it with the AWP now. Hypex could do the same, but let's see if the calls allow it. I think if they're going to continue with this like B-lane mid control, which is very standard, I think maybe just the AK. They don't need to build the round around the AWP. He's going to equip it.
It's unfortunate spread for Snacks.
Double molly mid.
Yeah, but
elbow smoke
straight through lane.
Mid deep. Yeah, Rez has a lot of freedom. He can say they're not jumping up heaven. That is less than ideal. It gives this B play so much more buffer.
You're right. They don't have to be concerned about this. Hypex allowed to be boosted on the box. Will peek on the flash and post up on the line. Ryu, if he dares to jiggle or even just jump spot, he's going to be caught by that AWP. Oh, just like that. Jumps across half-heartedly.
It felt like the jump came too early.
Yeah, it did. And he had his backpack on, so has that removed by the Hypex sniper. FaZe's in the blind spot here. Hypex acknowledging that potential. Hooksy's got a lot of work cut out for him here. Throws his block smoke. You're not running through grey screen. You've got 55 seconds. You're not in any rush. He will throw a nade into the top pocket of Hooksy's Astralis jersey.
Ryu is cheating back over Yabby as well, so they're stacking B.
And there he's been spotted. Hypex confirms his return.
With Rez still alive, they can pivot.
Easy. Nice pickup. So the opening kill of this round, round 6, goes the way of Astralis thanks to their Swedish sniper.
They are pivoting.
It's the right call. I mean, look at that stacked B bomb site. It's only Stare that stands between GamerLegion and access to this A site. He's in the donut.
Good flash.
Oh, it's a good flash indeed. Stare doesn't lose vision. Towson runs on in. The trade available. Oh, PR hits it.
Site's open, though. They should be able to get the bomb down and set this up. Hypex can take some deep lines with the AWP if he wants.
Yeah, and Rez has got that temple on lock from Big Box. Look at Rez. He's holding CT. Turns the flash. They're advancing quicker than they anticipated. PR gets caught. Huge from Yabby on the entries. Takes 2 down. It's up to Hypex in the clutch. There's only 1 bullet in his AWP, and there's too many targets. Can still remove Yabby on the defuse.
And gets the reload in.
No covering fire. Surely not. FaZe hasn't pulled the trigger. Tracking him. Goes for a quick one. FaZe running at him with his pistol. Hypex going to go for a Hail Mary. Hits it onto FaZe. What a hell of a clutch from Hypex. Hello, boys. He says hello and waves goodbye.
Jeez. He's not even being covered. Like, he's not even being covered.
Oh, man. You've already seen Yabby kind of control a desk punch once. Immediate timeout. Called this an emergency meeting. Yabby did such good work as well, and then he just...
Look at this. Down to 3 HP.
Yeah, bugged.
Did they not knew? I guess they didn't know he crossed.
Well, they hadn't communicated exactly the plan.
The fact that he had 1 bullet, is able to get the reload in, that's not meant to be happening.
Yeah, Rugger understands he needs to...
Astralis, they're another one of these teams, so they're their own worst enemy, just mentally in the pits of despair.
I mean, the entirety of GamerLegion know they got away with something crazy there. That was not supposed to be all round after Yabby being so quick on the scene, finding the impact, finding the double onto PR and Rez. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, down to another partial. And this is what they were doing against Na'Vi, right? Top ramp molly, and then PR just puts his aim on display.
Oh, that's off the shoulder. That's all he needed. Gets the free aim perfect for the double swing. Towson's there to pick up any loose ends. And they'll rock into B for what should be 5. Stare and a Desert Eagle not going to be able to make much of a difference here.
Does it feel like a different energy in this team since the Snacks in game leadership?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's just such a nice blend of an experienced captain with talented youngsters, right?
Yeah, right. He obviously gets that bolstered a bit with Rez there as well, who can still play like an absolute animal, even though he's the IEM Oakland, what was it?
1979 MVP.
I think it was earlier than that. I think it was Babylon.
Yeah.
BC, I believe.
Right, yeah. 102 BC.
He can still be an animal. And then, like, PR's one of these prospects. Everyone's like, well, where's he going eventually? I think Towson is, for a role player, extremely solid.
Yeah.
Very fun to watch. And then they were highlighting, since ZTR's departure, kind of Hypex's rise. What?
Back-to-back timeouts. And Rugger's not the one using it.
They did take it, right? It went, they lose a bad round, then they took the timeout, now they're taking another. Yes. It wasn't, we didn't...
No, we saw Rugger previously.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure, because it just feels...
So bizarre to be burning through 2 in 2 rounds.
Yeah. Well, look, not if it gets you back in the game.
No, for sure.
So Yabby has a kit, FaZe back in with the AWP.
I do want to know what's in Snax' picture book.
Hypex has a good mid spawn right now if he wants to go and try a bit of a Modesty-esque peek.
That could be fun. Who's got the HE for him? Snax and Rez are options. PR2.
This is an A-rush? This is an A-rush.
It is.
Or at least they're feigning the presence.
Yabby's going to hear this in A main from Donut.
Yeah, it's a fake.
It's a pretty scary fake, to be honest. It's pulled a heavy rotation, made on the CT smoke. Oopsie, it's an important find. Catches Rez trying to wrap the smoke. Important from Yabby. On to Towson. Astralis, after these 2 timeouts burned, you want to see something as a product of that. A 3rd round. You've got the man advantage. PR versus Yabby. Smoke spam battle. How's PR won that?
How's he going to get away from this as well? They're out of util. Stax is in B. If they just live over towards A, Snax can wrap around the world.
Okay, but you can't die. You cannot afford to die to Temple or peeking into CT.
Yeah, let Snax play.
He's cut noise. Yeah, fire off a shot. Great. Keeps attention drawn. Snax licking his lips. Walking around in a wonderland. Indeed, again, FaZe looking the wrong way. Gets sideswiped. Snax down to Ryu, overlooked. PR's on the boost. Hypex finds him 1v1. Should be stare. He's a safe barrel. But PR's the one with the hot hand once more. Oh no, they can't catch a break. They can't. They can't leave them alone. They're already dead.
Oh, mate, you're packing their bags. You're sending them to the lobby. What's
yeah, but you ain't
out? I think it's at 10 a.m.
You ain't folding their clothes. Just jamming them into the suitcase.
Bop. That's sick. Isn't that sick? All right. Having a good time. Okay, all right. Let's start to wind it up.
Okay.
It's funny when you can just see a Counter-Strike game being done.
Yeah. But it is bizarre, right? The kind of disappearance of Astralis.
Yeah, because this is in World Counter-Strike right now. We obviously we know who the top dog is.
Yes.
We got a couple of other names that we would put in a bubble below them, and then you start to have a few other groups that you define in different ways. And Astralis have shown some promise throughout this year, but this is another head-to-head against GamerLegion with a completely different map pool, looking like a very similar result. And with the Major now just around the corner, it becomes very worrying. Their confidence takes a massive tank going into the biggest event of the year so far.
You can see what Yabby's options were null and void there. It was die to a Molotov or run away.
That PR kill, like with X-ray off at like 25% speed.
Mm-hmm. Delectable.
Oh, just kill it. You know, like we're having fun.
Yeah.
We're all having fun. Unless your name's Astralis. But everyone else is having a good old time. And it's a team effort. 9 for PR, 8 for Hypex.
Do you use a 3rd timeout to make sure you have you at least try and have a competitive half scoreline? Or do you have to save that just logically for that next half of play? Does that make a difference?
We got 3 rounds left in this half. Yeah. You may be getting out one more gun round after this. I feel like they're checked out.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Some of the rounds they've been losing. Look at Rez. Now he's going to go fast. Turns up this momentum and still manages to provide an opening shot. Takes down Stairs. Snacks picks up onto Ryu. He's going for more. Yabi should have him. Yabi should have him. Yeah, okay. 3-on-3. An important clawback from Yabi. The Yabster pulls us into a 3-on-3. The onto Hoops.
Just go B now.
B.
Yep. Should be able to waltz in here. They have some incendiaries for the bomb side, though.
Important. Very important from the Swedish sniper. Forced away by the incendiary. Ready for the swing, though. Read like a book. Ages 3 and up. Yabi walking smoke. Held by Towson. It's fallen into place magnificently. Team Ace from GamerLegion, 8 to Astralis' 2.
Yeah, you understand the setup there when Ryu dies in middle, right? So you know that their setup is definitely much more mid-centric. We've seen Astralis run this a few times with that run boost. A little bit clunky this time around. They get caught. Good trade from Snacks. Sure, he gives this one back over, but he confirms the information. It's PR's kill on Hooksy that says, okay, well, both B defenders, at least if by a standard setup, are dead. Let's just pile on in. There's been essentially 4 straight absolute maulings. And these are meant to be the more high-octane matches.
See, Blocks ramp. That might slow him down a little bit. But yeah, they are. You'd anticipate this would be like kind of, you know, locking horns.
Giving it all, seeing if you get that playoff spot. For Vitality versus Bait, oh, Resh should be dead.
Should be.
How's he gotten a kill there?
Well, same in mid. How did he get anything when he like got chunked to 40 HP and had his view completely obscured by flashes and HEs?
This is not surprising with the nameplates of Vitality versus Bait. This is very surprising for GamerLegion versus Astralis. And I understand the head-to-head, but it shouldn't be looking. You're ragdolling your opponent.
There you go. Snacks was busy telling them what he wanted and actually gets caught off guard by these cave reaggress. Not that it necessarily indicates that Astralis have got a third locked in here.
And nobody tending to A right now. Ryu makes sure they can't go mid to donut. He's the closest. And I think the biggest problem is the utils. So if Hypex smokes donut and posts up on CT, how are you meant to path in to even get temple control? Unless you get to temple now, which they are starting to move over. He's going to smoke CT, okay. Look, you're expecting someone to be here.
He's going for the nade break. Draws his attention. Hypex can't hit the shot. Stair can. Nice one. Long range headshot.
Yabi.
Ooh. Yeah, quick one from PR. Yabi out temple. Has the back turned and misses the shot. Stair still good for it though. It's up to PR in the 1v2. We've already had a clutch from the donut position from Hypex.
Unlikely to have a kit in this type of a buy.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to play the clock. And they might have to run at him. And run at him they shall. Important from Stair. Incredible quad kill.
Okay, he's even going to make sure he picks up the AWP. But we'll get this diffused through, and that is going to be the third round for Astralis. PR thinking he could have won that one for sure, but look, Stair's going to happen. We know this man has a high level of output. And that one is confirmed. Oh, okay. He's made sure to take the AK through.
$7 grand.
Yeah, he'll be able to buy himself that AWP and the AK. Well, it could be worth its weight in gold if you get this level of output again. Double AWPs on the T side. Stacks and Hypex with the AWPs. Where are you going with that, Stacks?
Such a good question.
Where are you going with that, Stacks?
Like, we already talk about how, like, T-side AWPing on H.
We've got a few options.
Very few.
And Stacks wants to present another.
What is the plan, Mr. Snags? I'm curious. I'm super interested. Here we go. So,
gonna nade up the smoke.
Nade the smoke. Ryu dead. Perfect. Couldn't be better.
Can we do that again?
Yeah, let's do it one more time. Yavi looking the wrong way.
And now you're going to push into B ramp for info?
Because obviously the AWP's not there. Ooh, we could have had Hooksy in the hip.
Not known to be an AWPer.
No, that's for sure. God, it's so uncomfortable.
Couldn't have gone better for Hypex, could it?
No, sir.
All right, getting geeky with it is PR. Cave is theirs. Towson secures it, at least stage 1. Stairs in middle, closing towards red, and as we were just on board with Hooksy, he's playing retake B. Long smoke for PR. Bomb heading towards A.
So yeah, they're going to do a full exec like smoke. You'll be behind the smokes B. It's pretty retro.
If they do path through mid to donut, Stair could get a couple of frags.
Or a boost over the smoke to try and confirm it's empty, but it's not. PR's here. And he nades the smoke, catches the boost. Hooksy, good for it. Okay, that's an important clawback. Sure, you've lost the A site.
There's 2 different rounds happening at once.
Yeah, there is.
There is 2 entirely different things happening simultaneously.
And look at this. Rez has already swept past Hooksie's expectations. Now he gets caught with the Molotov out. Doesn't matter, though. Wow, what a hell of a half from GamerLegion. Another strong
Gonna try and knife him?
They are having fun. They're having their way with Astralis. A 9-3 half. The playoffs are calling GamerLegion's name, and Astralis, they've got nothing but packed bags. Rez fully committed to the bit, and so are GamerLegion. They're committed to securing playoffs here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. Last spot, Astralis floundering, getting thrown around the server here by GamerLegion. Another T-start, another huge haul. And GamerLegion, a stage 1 team for the upcoming Cologne Major. If that's the case, I think they're likely front runners up against what? Stage 2 team Astralis, and they're throwing them around. What does that mean? Surely these guys are going to be making a strong case for a bit of a run in Cologne if they can keep this kind of form going. Rez waving goodbye to Astralis' hopes and dreams.
Yeah, look at those odds.
1 round at a time to get into the game. Okay, then the frustration also starts fading and everything becomes way easier. And I promise you, the closer we come to 9-9, the more they're gonna sweat as well. So let's lock the fuck in now and do our thing.
Do their thing, which looks to be pressure onto Donut.
A stack. 3 players here.
PR nails it onto Ryu. That was the bomb carrier removed. Back one from Hooksy instead. Towson quick. Rez onto FaZe mid, and it's just Hooksy. So I guess their thing was losing pistol. Gets his USP out. Oof. Yeah, very quick to the trigger is Rez.
Some really nice calling in the first half from Snacks. Some really nice moves that we saw paying off, and now a CT side pistol where they had the right players in the right place to deliver the right outcome. Is it going to be another one of these where you just force buy out the game?
No plant, but you'd be giving them 11.
Well, they've thrown the B lurk smoke to at least create a little bit of pressure, but...
How mad are you going to be? The fact that there's not only Hypex ready for it, but you've got Rez and PR close by. Lurk smoke doesn't seem to have caused too much problems because you can just block ramp. And Hypex, he's going to rack himself up a triple kill.
Well, Hooksy's in B, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true. Towson. Position to collect.
I still can't believe we've had 4 stomps consecutively.
Bizarre. Not especially usually on the last day. That's when, you know,
yeah.
the perfectly matched up teams collide. And they were talking about their, you know, game at Rivals was closer than this.
That was much closer. 16-14, 13-8.
Oops, not the best incendiary. Hypex down to Stare, and PR's already catching flag. Yeah, down as well to Yabi. So they're into the side. Hang on, Rez is quick on Temple.
Good flash.
Important fight. FaZe goes down, that gets them off the plant. Now, Towson, very aggressive on his push through the CT smoke. Snacks was preoccupied with a fight on Hooksy.
Oh, Snacks is going to go the long way round, so Hooksy will have to at least monitor this for a moment. I don't think you need to go for this right now. You could also think, why the hell not? But so many rounds to work with. Snacks is going to go give it a look, and Rez is going to save. So if Snacks can find himself an upgrade, that would be nice. Maybe they prematurely evacuate the site.
Kit, but...
Well, they are going to go for it. Rez was just faking steps.
Snacks walks through. Ryu's trying to leave. Yabi 2. Ryu.
They're backing off.
And
all right, well...
I liked the idea.
Yeah, they kept it interesting for a moment. Yeah, definitely a difference if Hypex lands the incendiary, right? They're not able to pay that, par that and get that room. But that's a nice start. Snacks tries to dart back and get an upgrade. He cannot. So he carries through the MP9. Everyone should be able to buy, or Snacks had even dropped Towson a rifle. But Stare with a great opener.
Maybe this is the reverse of Rivals, right? Because it was an Astralis lead that they capitulated and lost in overtime.
I see. Okay.
They were 12-4 down.
Well,
sorry, they were 12-4.
These guys have never played a 3-map series, Call versus Call.
Ooh. So why not get your own back?
Yeah, let's do it today. Let's get it first time.
Fight in middle. So many flashbangs. You've even got Red Room support. PR's found a clean 1, clean 2, and Yabi through the smoke could be number 3. So deflating starts the round, isn't it? Oh, wow. Smoke spam even chipping away at Hooksy.
Helicopter I can hear outside. It's here to pick up Astralis.
Yep. VIP.
Take them to the airport as quickly as possible. It's just so tough. I've loved some of the moments from GamerLegion. They've had some cool clutches. Really? There's been some really big multi-kill moments. Astralis just haven't really been in it. And nothing going right. Hooksy will get a kill, but he will double up. There's 40 seconds left. FaZe wandering around in middle as Hooksy trying to kick up a bit of a fuss. The bomb is outside B doors. You will have to finish B. I'm sorry, like, what are you trying to do?
I have a similar question.
What are we trying to achieve? Like, it's over. I don't even know if they're like comming and stuff anymore.
Like if he killed PR.
Yeah, what does it even matter though?
Exactly.
I know Hooksy's B ramp, right?
Pixel gap, PR. Here's him drop
10 seconds. Yeah.
Drop 4. PR for quad kill. Puts his stats up nicely to 19.
All right, let's recount the runs, shall we? That's... Who's he giving the AK to? Stare, probably? Or probably Stare to go middle, or maybe Yabby. The flashes were great, weren't they? They just continue to flash behind the box. That Ryu and Stare unable to palm that at middle. Yeah, Stare's been given the AK. That's his start. He's trying to set Stare up. Fair enough. All emotions there. Stare's out mid. Stare's almost dead.
Okay, yeah, double nade. Flash in his face. He's behind the box. Okay, he made it. The AK is out mid.
At what cost?
The AK is out mid. That's what you were looking for.
Yep.
Towson's looking for Hooksy, and he's showing restraint, not falling for this bait. And he will throw it out now.
It's the most anticlimactic conclusion to getting the last playoff spot, I think, I've had in a long time.
Yeah, it doesn't need the AK. Gifted the dig and puts it to good use. Just looks away, tip of the head spotted. He nails another onto Rez. PR's his next challenge. Back turned and a nice tap from the Tech 9. Okay, this is promising.
So opportunity to extend the game for a moment longer. 2v4. Now you accelerate B. You know where one plays, it can only be one on B. You just have to trade Towson.
And he's tucked on long side, so here we go. Now you get the info. A bullet into the box. Okay.
Snax is here.
Oh, he is, and he's actually caught Hooksy True.
Ryu is on A.
Oh yeah, Ryu is on A, Bomb's on B, Yabby's in a 1v1. Snack's not going to be considering that, is he?
Oh,
Yabby's picked up.
Yabby's going A.
Getting out of there.
All right, well, Snax will have to run through Ryu. Ryu, you have to hit this.
He knows
you have to hit this.
Somewhere. He's got him.
Ryu, please.
He's got him. He's got him.
Sigh of relief. All right, so GamerLegion kicked off IEM Atlanta with a 2-1 win over Sinners. They actually lost the opening map, it was Mirage, then they turned it around. They took on Na'Vi, they pushed them the distance. Ancient was the map that was the real statement for them, and then Mirage was close too. It was crazy back and forth. So GamerLegion dropped to that lower bracket. That meant today they had to play 2 best-of-3s. They dealt with Liquid. That was a 2-0 matchup, and...
how was the scoreline in that Liquid game?
It was pretty straightforward. 13-9, 13-6.
Okay.
And now we see them going against Astralis, where they're dominating again. Remember, that was 13-3 on the first map of play, and right now, well, you can see the scores on the doors.
What a shot.
12-5 with the conclusion of this one. It does look like GamerLegion are going to show them a little bit of mercy here, Alex, by taking just a light buy. P250, 5-7, and Deagles for Snax and PR. Hypex will just be holding on to USP. They get 1,900 lost into the next. But quite a few of their players have around that 3K mark. Going for a fast A. Rez is here with the P250. He's blocked it with a smoke.
And they're going to run through. Nice from Ryu.
Bad smoke.
Yeah, a nice access point for Ryu's rifle. No way. Through the smoke, and now a smoke push from Hypex. He wanted to kind of sync up with Towson, and now they've been segregated and taken in 2 independent fights.
Rez has reposed, PR has reposed quite quickly.
He's already got 2 with his Desert Eagle.
Yeah, so they're very vigilant about Donut.
This is the player that Stare-sighted as well as being the one to watch out for in the server, so they're all going to be playing extra keen. Nice hold.
All right, well, that was Nico. Guns come in now. 6-round game.
So yeah, both Hypex and Rez have struggled with their util to block the fast A. First the incendiary from Hypex previous, and this one the smoke, not really achieving its goal.
All right, so Hypex has gone with the Famous here to make sure he can get out the full nades. They do have a kit on PR, but just one. PR having a game, 22-11. All right, Stare out middle, does some damage. Unconfirmed towards Red. Rez cops a nade as well for his troubles. He won't be hanging around there. We'll have to back off. So PR playing a block in Donut.
Snax the same in Cave.
And Rez retreats to B. So currently 3-2 split with nobody towards middle. Essentially everybody from Astralis starting to gear up for what could be a B play. Still plenty of time within this round.
Donut smoke, hoping that keeps them guessing.
Yeah, someone will have to address red, right? That's the leak. So Hypex is heading back to pick that up. Stairs taking the space. Cave control stage 1. Snacks can play the block and does.
50-second mark.
They're full stacked B. 4B.
It's a good call. Couldn't be better, really.
You don't want to block them again, and that's at a nice timing that comes in, because that's going to fade around the 30-second mark. So they're going to think, all right, we can set up our util right now. We've got Cave stage 1. We just need to get stage 2. We smoke, we molly, we go in, and we should be good to hit this B site. Stare, you can deal with the lurks.
He plans to arrive late. Here comes the egg.
Are they pivoting?
Oh, perfect flash onto Hooksy.
They are pivoting. They're going to go away.
Stairs going to be holding
PR.
the rotations. PR still in Donut, though, and he's having one hell of a game. They got their nades out. They've got to be quick about this.
Team flash.
Hooksy's got team flash. Enables him to isolate one onto Ryu. FaZe, though, holding on, takes down PR.
Time.
Bomb has to go down.
CT plant.
CT plant and Stairs there. It's all about Hypex and Rez and whether they get this trade. Here's the spacing's not good. Stair will catch them both. Now a 2-on-2. This is a must-win round for Astralis. FaZe and Stair counting on them.
Just walking into it. So Snacks has no option but to save. It looked like they were destined to head in towards that B stack, but the pivot, perfect. And even though it was a little bit clunky, they get the job done. They know they need just one more round, so won't be too frustrated just yet, GamerLegion. Still have a long way to go before it starts to become a worry. But Stair, he's trying to contend with the output. 18 kills for him. 12 for FaZe, who has been having a rougher tournament. So an AK saved, 2,900 as the loss bonus. You will see a little bit of investment right now. A couple of digs, 5.7s, even a smattering of util will be available. Knowing that next round, when you get the 2,900, you will be able to full buy.
Really important kills there from Stair.
Sax is going to hold on to the AK. Starting 4A. Sax wants to push A main.
It's going to net them some early info, isn't it?
They could even keep pushing. Stairs actually coming back to address this possibility. What's the timing on the go of this push? Are you just here for the round to defend the AK so you have it into the next, or are you hoping to catch some action?
I mean, Towson is at least armored. He's forced away by that Molotov. Doesn't give away the sound cue of the burn, at least, but they know he's there.
Oh, now they're able to rotate back towards B. Snacks with the AK, though, is still in A main. So the boys will have to do it with the pistols while the in-game leader is elsewhere.
Yeah, if their pistols manage to, you know, ward them away from B, you will be channeled into that saved rifle.
Oh, now Snacks starting to activate. So having a look, doesn't see anything. It still doesn't really give them the tell.
Another block ramp. Stair spotted on red. Oof, he loves that nade. It's worked out for him for some damage and finds the finish. Removes PR. Pulls Hypex away and they start to commit on in. 2 smokes invested into long, so resources running thin, but the access to the site is there and a very chunky nade.
All right, using their util well. I know they did double smoke, but
not the end of the world, is it?
2's better than none. And Snacks looks like he should just be saving onto this one. So Astralis will make it 12-8.
This will be the 4th consecutive since the 12th has been reached. From GamerLegion, Astralis responding on this path back into the game.
Yeah, you wonder, does it start to get threatening now?
It's getting there.
Yeah. Considering the patch of rounds we just had, though, now it is going to be GamerLegion who have everything they need. Last time, Hypex had a FAMAS. This time, he can have an AWP. Big difference. So flawless for Astralis, but doesn't really matter at this stage. Hypex does equip his AWP. Kevlar to go along with it. No util for him. Everyone else into the rifles with the full sets of nades. Should be able to get out a kit or 2 as long as Snacks equips 1 to join Towson. So you've got everything that you want to find the finish. And we just, find ourselves slipping into a tech. So a moment to catch ourselves. Reminder to everybody tuning in what this one's for. The final spot in the playoffs at IEM Atlanta 2026. First time we found ourselves here as far as IEM is concerned. We've already locked in 5 out of the 6 names from Group A. A little bit earlier today, Vitality took down Bait to secure that 3rd spot, joining BetBoom and Payne. It's mic issues, so just going to sort that one out with Rez. Down in Group B, we find ourselves now Legacy versus Na'Vi. Map number 1 is Inferno. Go to whack that one on the telly. That one is a seeding game. Both those teams are already secure. It's all for this last spot, final seed at the table, and GamerLegion has been relatively dominant up until this last patch of rounds.
I'm taking this opportunity to check out Na'Vi Legacy. You guys can do the same over on that secondary stream. That is a seeding match. You know, one of them getting that bye, skipping the quarterfinals. Both in attendance for the Atlanta playoffs. Tickets sold out as well for that. That's exciting.
Yeah, what is about 3,400, I think we'll be looking at here in Atlanta as part of the DreamHack Festival. We'll see everybody on the weekend. And away we go. FaZe out middle.
Make a play, fires off a warning shot. Rez behind the smoke, gonna try and throw out a HE that FaZe could catch. Not too bad. Instead, down to the spam from Rez. That's problematic. Smoke break, need a quick scope. Nails it back. Hypex is up as well, though. It does connect. Catches Yabi Heaven. Oof, and he catches a glimpse of PR over the top of that smoke. Shadow. Easy pickup. Ryu just walking on out into Hypex. Assumed he had space, and this one already looking like it's going to be the last round Astralis play in Atlanta. Has to be Hooksy and has to be FaZe to somehow rectify.
PR lucky to get away with that, and he still hangs around in red. Hypex has given up A for now. Snax is going to call cleared Mir.
Found it. Great impact already.
Mid clear, excuse me. Hypex is here in time.
Oh,
bomb spotted.
Yep, bomb. Hypex in the right place. FaZe on that CT line. Good for the fight. Hooksy onto Hypex is a great start. 2-on-4 goes 2-on-3.
Eyes on the Snax flank.
Yeah, it's big. FaZe could be caught by this. He's going to be distracted as well by CT. Looks like Snax has got the timing on this one. Perfect headshot into the side of the head. FaZe goes down, forced to watch as Hooksy's the last man standing for Astralis' hopes of this comeback. Warning shot draws his attention. They're playing this one by the book, though. They're going to make Hooksy an agonizingly long wait. Does manage to catch PR looking the wrong way. It's Snax to close it down. GamerLegion eliminate Astralis, and they book themselves a ticket to the playoffs. Hypex a strong performance to close it out as well. High impact from the sniper. PR 23 frags.
Yeah, game, set, match. Hooksy yet to take that headset off. We've been talking about these frustrations with Astralis all week long, and they do not get the revenge they were looking for from Fort Worth not that long ago. This one is going to leave a little bit of a mark over there in the Astralis camp. We're in the lead up to the major, and to get flatlined, to get dominated, it is a little bit rough, right? This is a team that we were hoping to build some confidence behind, and a result here in the US of A is not the one they were looking for. They came in, they took on Liquid, they 2-0'd them. They went up against Legacy for a spot in the playoffs, got 2-0'd, losing 13-8, 13-6, dropping down to the lower bracket. Today they played the 2 best-of-3s, sending home Sinners, but being eliminated finally by GamerLegion, who played some class Counter-Strike, liked the calling, liked the output, was fun to watch.
Yeah, I think I echo all those sentiments. If anything, just a very exciting prospect for a Stage 1 major team.
All right, let's throw this to the desk. This day is done.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Astralis done alongside it. GamerLegion cement top 6 at the very least here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. And we do indeed have Hypex joining us up here. First of all, congratulations. Felt like a pretty quick series, if we're being honest. How did it feel inside the server?
It felt the same, to be honest. So, yeah, there's not much I can say. I think we were much better than them. And we proved after last time, the interview Hooksy gave, saying, yeah, whatever. I think we just proved that we are much better right now, and yeah, it was good.
Was that an extra motivation for you guys to prove once more that you're a better team than Astralis?
I mean, we are trying to prove our worth right now against every team. Obviously, every game is high stakes for us. But yeah, we had that extra motivation, I would say.
Is that something, you, like, again, just from a viewer perspective, like you use that internally in order to get the guys, you know, up and running and fired up, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, we motivate each other. We laughed about it in the huddle before as well, so yeah.
Speaking of you specifically, I feel like you've been stepping it up quite a lot lately. You also in this game had a fantastic clutch and some big moments. Are you starting to feel more and more comfortable within GamerLegion?
Yeah, for sure. And about that clutch, I have no idea what they did. I mean, it was weird as hell, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, it just happened. But yeah, I feel much more comfortable.
I think we've got it. Do you want to watch it from our perspective? Because it was crazy. Like, I mean, the movement you had in this was absolutely beautiful. But I guess for Astralis side of things, maybe some misplays, but you took full advantage of that. So yeah, let's roll in and we'll
let's see.
hear reactions.
It's a tough position to be in 1v4. First kill, I guess, fine. No mistake here at this point. What are you thinking? Even possible to?
I saw him, I was like, what? What's going on? Yeah. And then I was surprised. I thought he was defusing here, but then some weird stuff was happening. And here I know he wasn't, but I know if they push me, I die because I have low health, so I just had to take the peek. And here, yeah, I think he panicked a bit. Yeah, not the proudest moment here, but
it's good. It's good.
No, we love it. It's amazing. Talk to me about the top 6 as we see it now. Obviously, we've got the likes of Vitality, Na'Vi are making it through. That seeding matchup is going on between them and Legacy. I think Legacy just took the first map in that as well. But you will be playing Pain as your first opponent in the playoffs. What do you think of their level at the moment?
I think it's hard to say. I don't think they had much games, if I remember correctly. So I'm not really sure about their level. It's going to be a good test for us for sure, especially before the major. This is our last tournament before, so we want to get as far as possible and then have some time off to improve the things that we do wrong.
I think we kind of always, assume over on the desk that having these deep runs prior to the major, it's very important for confidence. Like, can you just give us some words from inside the team as to how important it is in the lead up to the major?
I mean, yeah, for sure. Especially in our situation, we were, I think, before the Blast event, we were like top 23, I think, in the world. So obviously all the points that we had to gain, I mean, it was hard. If we do really bad in the 2 tournaments, then we only got the major to go with, and obviously you don't know what's going to happen next season. So we just wanted to do as good as possible, and finally I'm happy that we are showing our worth. That's second playoffs in a row, and then who knows what happens at the major.
I know it's hard to put value on yourself, and where you're currently at, but what would you be satisfied with, heading into the playoff here? Now, making it in itself a great step, but it's about winning games in the playoff as well. You did it in Fort Worth. I guess you expect to beat Pain as well and gain even more experience?
I mean, yeah, for sure. It would be nice to win a game. But yeah, we're just going to take a game by game, and hopefully we can manage to get as far as possible, maybe even win it if we want to. Yeah. I mean, if we can.
Yeah.
I mean, considering that, right? Like, you obviously already faced Na'Vi in the tournament. Again, you're Ancient looking amazing. Now, I did actually want to ask your T-sides on Ancient, like, how come they're working so good, particularly against Na'Vi as well? That's a tough team.
Yeah, I think maybe that was the secret against Na'Vi on T-side. Everyone picks CT against them, and then Makaza just goes ham. And yeah, I think that was his first red map in the last 6 months that he pulled off. So yeah, I mean, it worked for us. It worked again today. Who knows? Next time maybe we pick CT. You don't know.
Well, you've obviously got Na'Vi potentially at some point in that playoffs run, depending on how the brackets fall. Vitality at the moment, do they look beatable?
I mean, there's Vitality at the end of the day. No matter how they play, they can show up with their A game. But I think Betwin done it, so yeah, they are beatable, of course. I mean, they're only human still, so.
I have a question. Are you practicing against Vitality? I know they're not practicing at the moment, but you've had practice experience against them?
Yeah, we've had in the past, but I think it was some time ago now. I don't think they had as much practice lately, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Flames, you said like a month without practice?
Yeah.
That's pretty, I mean, they've, I guess, deserved it, right? They're one of the few teams that can get away with it. But do you think that's mental when you hear them saying that? Still going on to win an event back at Fort Worth, obviously still making it to playoffs here?
I mean, yeah, it's crazy to be honest. They're probably not fixing much mistakes. They don't really have time. They probably just speak about it, but they're all very good at the game. So, I mean, it's understandable, I think, and they need as much break as possible, I guess, before the games. If you go to final and win every tournament, you have barely any breaks.
Sounds like a dream,
Yeah, exactly.
Suffering from success. Well, success for you, Hypex. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll let you get on your way. And yeah, we'll see you in the playoffs. Wonderful stuff. Yes, that is GamerLegion, locked and loaded. The final team of the top 6 to be doing so, Jacob.
Yeah, and what a fashion they did it in. Not only did they win the game, but they made sure that there was no doubt whatsoever that they were the better team. And I love the fact that he's coming in and being honest about the fact that, Hooksy was saying certain stuff, in the interview after the last game. And I love when teams are open about that and honest about that, because of course there's a bit of grudge going on. And of course they pay attention to what the opposition is saying and what the opponents are saying whenever they beat you or whenever you beat them. So it's cool to see a team that is highly motivated. And as Yanko also, made the point earlier, it feels like every single game GamerLegion has played so far in this tournament, it's been a positive showing. Losing to Na'Vi, that's okay if you're GamerLegion. Apart from that, they made mincemeat out of everyone else they've played so far. So heading into the playoff and heading against Pain, I would be a bit scared if I'm the Brazilian guys over there.
Well, speaking of Yanko, we do have him checking in with Astralis after this loss here in Atlanta.
Here with Hooksy after their elimination against GamerLegion. Hooksy, what went wrong?
Where do we start? I don't know. I think it's not usually a problem for us, but I feel like we were not shooting that hard. And I think that's, especially on Mirage, made a huge difference. I don't know, it's a bit of a flat feeling. I don't really know exactly what went wrong, because I feel like I didn't see anyone for like half the game. But yeah, we will I guess we will see when we go back and watch.
How much of this can you contribute to the fact that this is your third tournament in 5 weeks, 2 of them being in North America?
I mean, of course, it's like it takes some energy to be on the road for that long, but I think between these 2 tournaments here in NA, we had some time to relax and we didn't play that much. So I don't think it's because we're like out of energy. Of course, it's tough to play 2 games as well in one day, but yeah, as I said, I don't really know.
You guys played GamerLegion at this exact stage of the tournament back in Krakow and had a very dominant win. Last 2 times, it went another way. So what's the big difference that you maybe have noticed now compared to that game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, as I said, what went exactly wrong in this game. The one in Rivals was full comedy. And I mean, that was just sloppy play where I feel like today it was a mix of things, I think. But yeah, I don't know exactly. Maybe it's next.
To end on a more positive note, you guys will be starting the major from stage 2 almost a month from here until then. What's the plan leading up to it?
Well, go home, get a few days off to reset, and then boot camp, and then yeah, hopefully we will come in with a new look.
All right, thanks so much, Huxi, and see you soon.
Yeah, you can kind of feel and see the disappointment on the face of Huxi, kind of lost for words in terms of your first question there. What went wrong? Well, where do we start, right? There wasn't too many positives.
Finally, some hard-hitting questions. Actually, the way he looked before we started the interview was way worse. So I was caught off guard a little bit by him joking around because, I mean, he was obviously very unhappy with the result. But yeah, it's unfortunately just one of those feelings where you don't really feel like you've joined the server. Right, that you've connected to the server, and that's going to be disappointing regardless of the things that you know I brought up with them being on the road. They actually stuck around in between the tournaments, but it wasn't the best of experiences perhaps in terms of practice and whatnot. But yeah, obviously still a work in progress for this new Astralis lineup.
Yeah, always tough to lose a game of this importance, but as you said, it's the fashion they lose in. You know, at no point were they part of the game. It felt like, sure, a bit of a cosmetic comeback here on Ancient. Mirage, certain moments where it could have gone a bit closer, but overall, it's pretty clear to say that GamerLegion were not only one step ahead of Astralis in this game, and as a player, it's the worst feeling where you feel like, as Huxi also kind of said to you, you know, half the game I didn't see anyone. You know, it felt like he was out of it in a sense and couldn't really impact the game, and that's the worst way of losing. At the end of the day, you can only, you know, give it to yourself if you're missing certain shots or you're playing clutches in a way that you wouldn't have liked to. But if you feel like you're out of it and never really stand a chance to do much, then there's no worse feeling than that. Yeah, 100%. Well, with that being said and done, that does wrap up the A stream action here. Of course, there is that game still going down on the B stream. That's Legacy versus Na'Vi. But let's take a quick recap of each of the respective groups to see exactly what's happened over the past 3 days. Obviously, BetBoom, they did manage to win that game on the B stream versus Pain. Who would have thunk it? The best team of Group A is BetBoom.
Just like everyone expected, Freya from the group with Vitality, Foot, FaZe Clan. It's going to be BetBoom straight into the semifinals. After that win against Pain Gaming, who will be going to the quarters, they'll actually go up against GamerLegion. And in the lower bracket, no surprise that Vitality still managed to qualify for the play. They
did indeed manage to prevail. Group B on the other side of things, that's the group that is indeed still going on just in terms of that semi-final qualification. Both Na'Vi and Legacy will be gracing the stage here in Atlanta, but it's just a question of who gets a little bit more of a relaxed day on Friday.
It's a lot on the line because the loser plays Vitality. So you definitely don't want to be on that side of the bracket and don't want to have to face Vitality so early in the tournament.
No, for Legacy, it's a massive opportunity. They're up 1-0 in that game right now after making a massive comeback. We could hear that Freya, they were screaming loud. And as Janko said, if you're Legacy and you win this game, right, you go straight into the semifinal and you face the winner of Pain Gaming versus GamerLegion. All of a sudden, you're one game away from making it into a grand final of a big tournament. So it's massive right now what's potentially happening for Legacy.
Okay, so we could still see Na'Vi and Vitality on opposite
We could
sides?
if Legacy beats Na'Vi. That's the quarterfinal. It's Vitality Na'Vi in the quarter, winner playing BetBoom, and Legacy waiting for the winner from
And if Na'Vi win, then Na'Vi are on the other side of the bracket.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, maybe I gave you some false information, Jacob, there. I'm sorry, that happened off camera, so I don't even really need to out myself, do I? Either way, it is a little bit of a surprising turn of events in terms of how we're seeing that distribution there, but that makes it kind of exciting. I love it, particularly at this point in the calendar when we're ramping up to the major, when so many of these teams that we're talking about are going to be appearing in Stage 1 and Stage 2 respectively as well. It's great to put themselves through the test, and as Pipex said to us, this is a confidence booster, right? You're heading into the most important tournament of the year. Why not get some more experience and a bit more ego under your belt if you can?
Yeah, absolutely, because if we talk about the major, Stage 3, okay, it's going to be a smaller environment, but some crowd is going to be there, so getting just more reps for a guy like Hypex right under his belt and in that environment is going to be great. And Pain Gaming, definitely not a team that they are not going to feel like they have a good chance against. They've looked really solid at this tournament, GamerLegion. I've been a little bit surprised by that, so excited to see them, to see if they can continue that form going into the playoffs too.
Very much agree. As I said to Fred, there's no shame in losing to Navi in a group stage game. Apart from that, they look super, super solid. And, I think it goes without saying that when you have two teams who are so clear-cut favorite in Vitality and Navi, then everyone else is smelling a bit of blood in the water, right? You can be that third guy in the mix. And especially if Navi now were to lose to Legacy, then if you're Pain, if you're GamerLegion and Legacy, and you have that side of the bracket, like you're potentially a couple of games from making a big grand final at a big event. So, yeah, beating Vitality in a best-of-5 grand final, if they get there, not likely to happen, but just being part of a grand final, that's a massive step in the right direction for any of those teams.
Feels massively doable to get there as well. As you could just see by the schedule floated down on the screen, it says Friday. That's because we have a day off tomorrow. Can I get a aww? We'll be back on Friday though, and if you fancy more Counter-Strike, as we were just alluding to, Navi versus Legacy, that's still going down on the B stream, so either see you over there or see you on Friday. That wraps up day 3 of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026.
twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation, Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire!
Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion! Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
No clear path forward for Legacy. They're going to take some time to set things up here.
Straight through the smoke, not respecting that in the slightest, taking his control towards B main. A damage could be a whole lot worse, so not too upset about that one. Well, Lexi B wants to avoid getting too isolated here in the cave, so he dives back in to join his teammates, but as he does a check, that was risky. Incendiary comes out, makes this a lot more comfortable. Through the smoke they go. Emma down, and suddenly danger zone here for Na'Vi. They're locked out of the sight on the wrong side of these smokes. This bomb's now ticking away, and even with the limitations for Legacy, with numbers on B, they can make this work for them.
A lot of one low health here,
start
playing
off
up
this
close and
retake.
personal. Just going to spam straight through the smoke there. Wonderful still firing up with the op. It's going to have to be a hero play from this. I'm thinking about moving through that smoke. Is there any timing for him? It's something onto Wonderful, but just heads in with a lonely P250. Plucks a clean headshot out here. Now needs to find Bit. No armor for him. Headshot connected, but still need to find the kill. Running low on time is Bit. He has a kit. It's going to be close.
He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, no.
No, he's not got it.
Oh, my God.
No. Fraction of a second more was all that Bit required, but it wasn't to be had. Legacy sneak that one past the keeper, and they are on the board.
What a